Chapter 191. The Qin family team also launched a fireball to join the fray. Boom! The fireball entered the smoke and exploded, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. The airdrop, impacted, was about to fall off the cliff. Xiaoqi tried to pull the airdrop back, but found another force of equal strength. The airdrop was up, but remained stationary. A wolf howl echoed from below the cliff. A black wolf emerged from the sand and vanished into the woods in a flash. When the sand settled, only an airdrop crate remained. The black wolf and the human corpses were either blown to pieces or fell off the cliff. Without the black wolf's interference, Yiwu seized the opportunity, transforming into a black shadow and rushing out. Meanwhile, another person with super jumping abilities appeared, leaping through the air and flying rapidly towards the airdrop. Yiwu shrunk his shadow to its smallest size, and the other teams didn't notice anything amiss. Only the Qin family members at the front noticed one person was missing and immediately tried to attack the airdrop, believing that if they couldn't get it, no one else could either. However, their movements were clearly seen by Losai and his group of 5 behind them, who immediately launched an attack. Lossi fired the first shot, Xiaoqi's machete flew out, and Ben wasn't far behind, controlling his plants to charge forward. Ah! The fastest bullet was about to hit one of them, when Qin Tianyin spoke, her voice light and airy, seemingly unfazed. A transparent ripple spread through the air, and the bullet, machete, and plant attack all stopped in midair. The bullet landed on the grass without a sound. Xiaoqi and Ben were still trying to control their plants, but they couldn't move forward an inch. The sonic attack was quite unpleasant to the ears of the group. Qin Tianyin's ability was surprisingly powerful. Fortunately, Harpo's ability was unique. Attacks without physical objects were ineffective against him. Before the Qin family team realized they were trapped, the fire elemental user summoned a large fireball and hurled it towards Deep's team. However, the fireball struck the barrier, exploding into countless sparks, instantly engulfing the cube-shaped barrier in flames. Lossi was practically firing her gun, eager to seize this opportunity. Xiaoqi and Ben also launched another attack. At the same time, Yiwu had reached the bottom of the airdrop, suddenly expanding his shadow to be exactly one size larger than the airdrop. Bang! Onado, the jumping ability user, landed on the airdrop. Having already exploded, the airdrop could no longer withstand the immense pressure and collapsed. Taking the entire airdrop was too strenuous. Now that it was open, Yiwu immediately planned to take what was inside. The bouncing man above simultaneously reached out. Adlington and the Liu family's attacks were about to arrive. Yiwu tried to take as much as possible. Seeing that half the supplies had suddenly disappeared and a moving black shadow appeared, the bouncing man was horrified to realize that someone else had come with him. He had just grabbed a bottle of purification spray when, in that instant of stunned silence, the reflection in his wide-open eyes clearly showed a dagger flying out of the shadow and piercing his heart with pinpoint accuracy. Yiwu swiftly left, his attack arriving half a second later, sending dust and debris flying, obscuring how much of the intact supplies remained. Back to the trapped Qin family group, a voice several times sharper than before rang out. Luo Shi and the other two's attacks failed once more. The fiercely burning flames were suddenly extinguished, revealing 6 slightly disheveled figures inside. One of them started pounding on the barrier. Harpo's knew he was in trouble. The other side also had a physical enhancement ability, and their strength was even greater than Bob's. He couldn't hold out for long. Fortunately, Yiwu returned, carrying a small pile of supplies. Seeing his teammates all back, Harpo's immediately said, "Retreat." The 6 of them quickly retreated towards the shelter they had previously built. Harpo's only released the barrier after the 2 teams had created some distance between them. The 5 teammates looked at Qin Tianyin. Should we chase them? No. Qin Tianyin was angry but helpless. The barrier on the other side was difficult to deal with. Continuing to chase would only result in injuries to their side. Then she turned to look at the airdrop crate. The other 3 teams were still fiercely fighting, and there was still some supplies left. Should we treat them now? A thin, frail-looking boy whispered. Qin Tianyin glanced at him, seemingly unsure of her abilities, and said impatiently, "Treat him when it matters most. Go grab the supplies over there first." There weren't many supplies left. Every little bit they could salvage was valuable, and even killing a few more would be good. Deep's team returned to the shelter at 8:27. What seemed like a long time had actually lasted less than 5 minutes of actual fighting. Everyone cautiously looked around, finding no movement for the time being. The Qin family's team shouldn't have pursued them. Yiwu wearily threw her things on the ground, clutching her chest as she sat down. She had been delayed by half a second while trying to kill the bouncing man, and had been injured by the shockwave from the attack behind her. Ben immediately treated her. Harpo's was also feeling unwell. The fireball from the Qin family and the subsequent punches had taken a toll on him. Lassie was on guard, while Bob and Xiaoqi checked the supplies. 1 laser gun, 2 small bags of bread, 1 bottle of water, 1 nutrient solution, 2 boxes of rifle bullets, and 10 arm-length metal spikes. Most importantly, 3 bottles of purification spray. Xiaoqi eagerly pulled out the metal spikes. It was incredibly frustrating not having a suitable weapon. Unfortunately, there were no healing potions, but these supplies were still good enough. The subsequent attacks would likely destroy all the food, potions, and other supplies, leaving at most some hard objects like guns. The Deep family had already rested when the fighting finally stopped. Anado's team had only 5 members left. Adlington had 7, the Qin family had 5, and the Lu family had 4. Of the last 2 bottles of purification spray, Qin Tianyin successfully snatched one by sound, while Adlington took the other. It seemed that the Deep team was undoubtedly the biggest winner, but until the very last moment, no one knew who would ultimately survive. Just like the first team that grabbed the airdrop, none of them survived. With half an hour until the radiation spike, the saying a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime held true. They had so many supplies. Their biggest fear was other teams risking their lives to steal them. They each drank water and shared food, feeling much better. The laser gun was taken by Lassie, and the unused rifle bullets were given to Bob. Xiaoqi, now with the metal spikes, passed the machete to Yiwu. Her dagger was still stuck in the bouncing man's body. Time ticked by, and it was almost 9 o'clock. Lassie's ears twitched, and she called out, "They're here, 5 people." The team immediately stood up alertly. With only 5 minutes until the radiation spike, were they coming to fight to the death? They looked closely, and saw 5 black men stealthily approaching. 2 of them were covered in blood, their clothes torn as if they'd been shot, but they seemed unharmed, suggesting there was someone with healing abilities in the team. Chapter 192. Realizing they'd been discovered, they dropped the pretense and raised their hands in surrender. "Give us a chance. You don't want us to both be injured and then benefit the other teams, do you?" The last sentence resonated deeply with Deep's team. "What do you mean by coming here?" Harpo's, as the captain, asked. The 5 behind him assumed a fighting stance, ready to attack at the first sign of trouble. The black captain wore a relaxed and friendly smile, but seeing the scene, he nervously swallowed. "We couldn't get the purification spray. The Qin and Lu families temporarily made peace, and 1 bottle of spray will protect us from the rising radiation. Adlington also has 1 bottle. We're the only ones who didn't get any," he said, spreading his hands helplessly. "So you want to ask us for a bottle? The radiation is about to rise, and you're planning to set up camp around here?" Harpo sneered. The Anado people were thinking too highly of themselves. Captain Anado knew how ridiculous his request was in the preliminary rounds of the tournament, but the radiation levels in the vicinity were too high. The lowest radiation level he found was 8.90, yellow, just a hair's breadth away from yellow 9. Once the radiation rose to red 1, it was undeniable. Negotiating with teams that only had 1 bottle was definitely easier than negotiating with teams that had 3. "Yes, I know my request is unreasonable, but I'm willing to offer a rifle in exchange." He then noticed that Deep's team already had so many guns that Losai was carrying 2 each. Okay, that wasn't very appealing. He then offered more. "I have a whole box of sniper rifle ammo here. I give you all of it, plus a large knife and a grenade." Based on the previous battles, he roughly knew that Deep's team had a metal elemental user. His Black River gang originally had 1 too, but they had died in the recent chaos. Metal items weren't as useful to his team. Aside from the promised items, Anado's team only had 1 rifle left. With 4 minutes until the radiation spike, would Deep's team agree? They might win the fight now, but they'd definitely be second to last among the 5 families. Captain Anado was gambling, betting they wanted first place, and wouldn't want to expend their full strength here. Harpo's hesitated. Every decision he made as captain was crucial. Not trading with Anado's team would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. But the situation after the trade wasn't so simple. The 2 teams were too close. If the other suddenly attacked, they'd inevitably be heading to the finish line together, and fighting halfway would only benefit the other teams. His mind raced, trying to make the best choice. The sweltering heat was irritating, and sweat beaded on his temples from his anxiety. Just then, Losai's sensor lit up. All 5 members of the team could see her message. "Let's fight. What do you guys think?" "Bob, but what about later?" "Xiaoqi, I think it's better to save our energy for the afternoon." 2 objections appeared, and Losai thought she was about to give up the purifying spray. But then Yiwu said, the consequences will be endless. Let's fight now. Now it's 2-2. It depends on Ben and Harpo's opinion. Harpo's had been hesitant. He was leaning towards a more conservative approach. Ben, a little slower, gave his opinion. Let's fight. If I don't expend my abilities, I can heal 5 or 6 more serious injuries. Watching their constantly glowing sensors, Captain Onado was sweating profusely with tension. If they didn't agree, he would most likely die here today, but he was powerless to stop them. With Ben as a backup plan, Harpo's finally gained a little confidence. Attack! The 6 attacks launched simultaneously. Onado hastily dodged, his heart sinking. He hadn't even seen the end. But he wouldn't give up easily until the very last moment. Bob charged forward first. Yiwu also transformed into a shadow. Ben controlled plants to block their path, and Xiaoqi flung out metal spikes and sped away. Harpo's took the sniper rifle from Rossi. He would save his abilities for last. Dozens of wind blades were unleashed simultaneously. Bob, at the front, flipped and leaped nimbly to dodge. While his strength wasn't the strongest, his agility surpassed that of other power users. Rossi pulled the trigger, a laser beam was fired, and an earth-based technique blocked it. At this moment, one of the 5 suddenly vanished. Was he invisible? Harpo's was shocked. This was difficult to deal with. Who would he choose to attack? Beep! The laser beam fired again, and the person, who had just become invisible, instantly reappeared, collapsing beside Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi broke out in a cold sweat. She hadn't even noticed anyone approaching. Harpo's breathed a sigh of relief, almost forgetting that Losai had exceptional hearing. Their biggest trump card was gone in an instant, and they hadn't even gotten a whiff of Deep's team. Captain Onado panicked. How did that gunman discover them so quickly? Tom's ability wasn't true invisibility, but his color-changing ability made him almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Even familiar teammates would have a hard time spotting him. Unfortunately, Deep's team didn't give them time to think. Bob was already there, using a nearby tree as a springboard to flip over and get to the person standing at the back. That's a healing ability user. Captain Onado roared, his 5 distinct hands suddenly merging into a single fleshy tentacle that extended wildly. One hand saved his teammate, while the other lashed out at Bob. However, Yiwu silently appeared behind him, about to deliver a strike, but was spotted by the wind ability user. A swift wind blade struck, forcing Yiwu to revert to his shadowy form. Ahead, earth ability users blocked Yiwu and Harpo's fire, returning fire with their rifles, making it 4 against 3. The wind ability user was extremely busy, intercepting metal spikes flying from all directions while dealing with the elusive Yiwu. One of the metal spikes pierced Captain Onado's tentacle, but the healer's wave of the hand instantly healed the captain's wound. He wasn't good at fighting, but his healing was definitely among the top 3. The battle was temporarily at a stalemate. Battles between ability users either lasted a minute or 2 or dragged on for hours. With such a healer on the opposing side, he had to be dealt with first. Yiwu attacked again, but was stopped by Captain Onado. Bob dodged another tentacle and quickly fired at the healer. Just as the shot was about to hit, Captain Onado shielded him with his own body. The blood that had just flowed from his right chest was healed by the healer. Lassie and Harpo's kept switching positions and firing, but they were completely blocked by the Earth Elemental user. Fortunately, Ben's side exerted force, and even with the Wind Elemental user constantly cutting, their movement area was being increasingly restricted. Yiwu reappeared, a cleaver and half a hand emerging from the shadows on the ground, directly slashing at the healer's leg. Previously, in his attempt to kill with a single blow, he had exposed too much of his body, making it impossible to simultaneously kill and avoid the Wind Elemental attack. However, slashing only the leg would ensure his own safety. Chapter 193. The healer screamed in pain, but remained calm. As long as his leg was still there, he could reattach it immediately. Unexpectedly, Yiwu simply ran off with his leg, throwing it towards Losai. The healer lost his balance and fell to the ground. The wind-powered user's wind blade missed its mark, and before he could even get angry, Xiaoqi's metal spikes were already upon him. At this rate, his energy would eventually run out. Now the tide had truly turned. Captain Onado no longer concealed himself, roaring as he suddenly doubled in height, his arm transforming from 1 tentacle into 3. 6 long tentacles, each as thick as a person, shattered Ben's plant cage to pieces, immediately turning to attack the nearest Bob. His attack range was so vast that each heavy tentacle slammed down, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The surrounding trees snapped under his frenzied onslaught. Bob, with nowhere to hide, was struck once by the relentless onslaught of 6 tentacles. Blood gushed from his throat, his internal organs seemingly shattered. Captain Onato's tentacle rose high again. One more strike and Bob would be dead. Seven's metal spikes crisscrossed his tentacles, but they wouldn't stop. The healer, lying on the ground, rapidly healed his wounds, then continued to heal the captain. Only if the captain lived did he have a chance to survive. The wind ability user shifted his attention to the metal spikes attacking the captain. The next second, the tentacle slammed down, and simultaneously, Ben's plants lashed out and snatched the neglected healer. The wind ability user finally realized the danger, slashing the vines with a single stroke, sending the healer crashing to the ground. His body convulsed and twitched uncontrollably, seemingly in great pain. He could heal himself, so this shouldn't be happening. The wind elemental user, puzzled, looked down and discovered that the healer's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears were completely stuffed with various plants. The healer could heal wounds, but he couldn't force the plants out. If they weren't removed soon, he would suffocate. Meanwhile, Captain Onato moved the tentacles away. Apart from a crater about 20 to 30 centimeters deep, there wasn't a trace of human remains on the ground. Yi Wu quickly went to Ben's side, spat out Bob's body, and immediately headed back towards Onato's team. While waiting, the wind elemental user was removing the plants from the healer's body. He started by pulling from the mouth, but after only a small section, the healer's body convulsed violently, seemingly enduring unimaginable pain. Better a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out one. With a single, forceful pull, he yanked out a meter-long vine and a head. Thud. His hand went lighter, the head at the bottom of the vine fell off, and a cleaver swiftly disappeared from the healer's neck. The vine had almost completely engulfed the healer's body. The meter-long vine pulled out by the wind ability user still had a large section embedded in the body on the ground. Because of Yi Wu's arrival, a single slash severed the healer's neck, pulling the vine and neck together. But because only a small section of vine remained inside, the weight of the head caused it to fall quickly. He angrily unleashed countless wind blades, slashing in the direction Yi Wu had previously left, leaving several deep craters in the ground. Captain Onato, realizing the healer was dead, disregarded Xiaoqi's metal spikes and changed direction, attacking Losai. Bob was wrapped in vines, and everyone quickly moved away. There was still 1 minute before the radiation spike. The shadowy figure appeared beside Seven and threw a machete. While dodging, Seven controlled the machete, aiming it at the tentacles. The metal spikes were too weak against Captain Onato. The machete flew towards him, slashing heavily down on one of his tentacles. Captain Onato roared in pain, and the severed tentacle instantly grew back, continuing its attack on Deep's team along with 5 others. Lassie aimed and fired, but was intercepted by the wind ability user. The earth ability user on the opposite side recreated a shield, surrounding the 3 and leaving only a frontal attack. Seven frowned, maneuvering the machete among the tentacles, seizing the opportunity to cut off another piece. She refused to believe it could grow indefinitely. Lassie and Harpo split up to attack, diverting the wind ability user's attention. Yi Wu, having lain in ambush for a long time, silently appeared behind him. The veins on his arm bulged, and with one hand gripping a metal spike, he pierced the man's body and heart from behind, then swiftly pulled it out. The man staggered a couple of steps, clutching his heart, blood gushing out uncontrollably, quickly soaking his combat uniform in crimson. He looked around resentfully, then wearily closed his eyes and collapsed backward, his heart gradually ceasing to beat. At that moment, the earth elemental user beside him roared, drawing everyone's attention. He knew his opportunity had arrived. In the distance, stone shields suddenly rose around Ben and Bob, trapping them tightly. Captain Onato immediately changed direction and slammed down towards that spot. They would take a few people down with them, even if it meant death. Xiaoqi tried to reach her maximum speed, but only managed to sever 4 tentacles. 2 more tentacles were almost upon him. Harpos fired at the tentacles with lightning speed, but the bullets had little effect on him. Lassie fired a shot into his heart, but the enhanced Captain Onato was much larger and more defensively sound. Even the most powerful laser gun only pierced his flesh, failing to penetrate his heart. Just as the tentacle was about to strike, Captain Onato took a step back and collapsed helplessly. A tentacle grazed the stone fortress, revealing 2 disheveled figures inside. Fortunately, they weren't fatally wounded. Although unaware of what had happened, Xiaoqi relentlessly continued to strike the heart that Harpos had shot. "It's 9 o'clock. Hurry up and finish this off." Harpos fired at the last earth elemental user. Under the combined attack, the last person was completely silenced in less than a minute. Lassie pulled out a purifying spray and quickly sprayed the group. Yi Wu reverted to her original form. Transporting Bob had been quite a burden for her. It's exactly 9 o'clock now, and the radiation level has just risen to red 1. the exact number being 1.08. Luckily, we managed to grab some purification spray, otherwise that 0.08 would have killed everyone. Xiaoqi used her ability to retrieve their weapons. Instead of dealing with their bodies, everyone retreated to the shelter, otherwise, 3 bottles of purification spray wouldn't be enough. Everyone remained silent, watching Ben treat Bob. Loss's shot was crucial, otherwise, both of them would have been dead. Only Xiaoqi glanced at Lossie. Having severed so many of Captain Onato's tentacles, she knew his physical strength well. That laser gun shouldn't have been able to penetrate his heart. But why did he seem to have been shot? Later, after Xiaoqi finished him off, she confirmed that his heart was indeed unharmed. Meanwhile, information about Onato's team was promptly transmitted back to the safe zone. Chapter 194. The combat suits were recording real-time information about the contestants, including radiation levels. The Onato family couldn't believe their team was at the bottom of the 5 major families, especially since they were completely wiped out while their opponents survived. They frantically searched through the records for anything suspicious. The Tentacle Man's death was odd, something must have gone wrong. But no matter how they checked, all the data was normal. Faced with the Onato family's terrifying gaze, the specialist was sweating profusely. After reviewing the data, he could only whisper his opinion. The radiation level was just rising at the time. He was probably in an unstable, berserk state, and when he came into contact with high radiation, his body... well, it just didn't work. What utter nonsense! The Onato representative really wanted to kick this guy away, but with so many cameras watching, he could only slam his hand on the table and turn away. Yesterday was the 2nd day, and the other families only sent their subordinates to the auditorium to watch. Today is a matter of life and death, and the leaders of the major families put aside their work to come and watch. The Onato family had prepared for so long, with the Black River Gang as collateral damage and 4 Black Wolves as backup, yet they ended up at the bottom. How could they not be furious? Although many second-rate forces had backed them up this year, meaning they didn't have to pay the largest share, the 5 major families had all contributed certain benefits, making it a huge loss overall. Many people bet on the Onato family online, and now that they lost, a deluge of insults and abuse had erupted. Outside the outer ring, Losai was checking her weapons. She had just made her move, injecting radiation into the Tentacle Man's heart through his right ear. The combat suit only covered the area below the neck, and the sensors were on the left side of his head. Neither could detect anything abnormal. Unless they take the Tentacle Man's corpse back for research, but after being exposed to such high radiation at noon, a layer of corrosion would have already been removed from his body, making it too late to take it back for research. Bob had recovered 90% under Ben's treatment. Aside from some discomfort due to his internal organs still recovering, he was otherwise fine. Time passed quickly. 4:47. They had a little over 1 bottle of purification spray left, enough for about 10 minutes. They needed to get there early, and withstand another 3 minutes of radiation with their bare hands, aiming to be the first to reach the finish line. The radiation on the other side of the bridge hadn't been measured. It was only red one, easily enough to last 3 minutes. 4:55, they could see the bridge at the finish line, only a few hundred meters away. But they were stopped by 4 teams, a total of 14 people, 6 from Adlington, and 4 each from the Chin and Liu families. They looked much more disheveled than Onato's team. Harpos took a deep breath. How did they all come out together? Rewind to before 9 a.m. All 4 teams noticed Onato's team's departure. Adlington had sent 2 teams this time, aiming for first place. Even second or third place would be a loss if they didn't win. Deep's team would definitely come despite the radiation from their 3 bottles of spray, so they had to be wary. Therefore, they spent a lot of time persuading the Chin and Liu families to join forces, barely surviving the radiation surge. This way, they would have half a bottle of purification spray left to intercept Deep's team during the final radiation surge. However, it wasn't so easy for 3 rival families to unite. The Chin family went back on their word, and one of their members launched a sneak attack, bringing a major battle to the brink of death. In the end, Adlington's captain stepped in as a peacemaker, swallowing the bitter pill to calm things down. However, one of Chin's team members died from an accidental injury sustained during the fight, so Adlington didn't suffer too much of a loss. Chin Tianyin was furious. Accidentally injuring a teammate at such a crucial moment, if they weren't still in the preliminary rounds of the competition, she would have made him pay dearly. Finally, 14 people remained. The Deep team had been advancing cautiously, so they shouldn't have been discovered so quickly. But Chin Tianyin's sonic waves not only attacked, but also provided location tracking within a 1,000-meter range, a secret she had been saving for the finals, but but now she was forced to use it prematurely. Half a bottle of purifying spray, plus the large number of people, meant even less spray per person, enough to last them about 4 minutes under Red 1 radiation. It took them 5 minutes to get there, meaning they had already spent 1 minute under radiation. With 5 minutes left to reach the finish line, no one could afford to waste time. The final battle began. Most of them attacked the Deep team, but a few chose to ambush teammates who had just been on the same side. The attacks were numerous and dense. Loci dodged several, but her legs were still bound by vines. She quickly fired a shot into the vines to break free. Her teammates also managed to escape, though they sustained minor injuries. Fortunately, this was only the most intense wave of attacks. The second wave, due to the sneak attacks, had turned into a chaotic free-for-all. The 6 quickly huddled together against the attacking force. Ben immediately began healing his teammates. The surrounding trees withered, and while the others were surprised, they didn't stop attacking. Loci slowly created some distance. The gunmen didn't need to get so close. A fireball exploded, and the group huddled together immediately dispersed. Loci seized the opportunity and fired a shot, hitting one of the Lu family members in the heart. However, thanks to his teammates' healing, he miraculously survived. He tried to fire another shot, but it was too late. The enemy had already formed a defensive perimeter. However, with attacks from other teams, the situation only remained peaceful for a few seconds. Xiaoqi was locked in fierce combat with a metal elemental user from the Lu family. Yiwu lay in ambush on the ground, waiting for the right moment to strike. Bob, armed with a rifle, fired wildly from the sidelines. Suddenly, one of Adlington's team members, carrying a mutated creature, slipped towards the bridge. Harpo seized the opportunity, erecting a barrier in the middle of the bridge. The person was quickly discovered, and both the Qin and Lu families rushed to stop him. But when the person's path was blocked, he simply jumped off the bridge. The crowd was puzzled. Even if he was going to die, why choose to fall? The next instant, instead of dying from the fall, the person extended his other hand, spitting out spider silk, and advanced beneath the bridge. Taking first place wasn't easy. The Qin, Lu, and Deep families all moved closer to the bridge, and even though the Adlington team tried their best to stop them, they couldn't. The battlefield shifted from the woods to the bridge. Qin Tianyin screamed, and everyone around her froze for a moment, including the person still swaying below the bridge. Loci, in the distance, seized the opportunity and fired. Thud. It was about to hit his head, but the plant elemental user from the Adlington team managed to catch it. At the same time, a bullet came towards Loci. Hearing the sound, she dodged to the side. It was a gunman from the Qin family. His timing and skill were perfect, but unfortunately, Loci had excellent hearing, so their plan was doomed. Chapter 195. The spider silk ability user, who had barely escaped death, suddenly went berserk, spewing out a deluge of spider silk as if it were free. Both the Qin and Lu families had experienced the sting of this spider silk before. It was incredibly troublesome, and only fire abilities could handle it somewhat. Retreat. Seeing the Qin family's fire ability user about to unleash his power, Harpos immediately sent the command to his teammates via the sensor. An invisible barrier trapped most of the people except for Deep's team. The others didn't realize they were trapped until they touched the barrier. The Qin family's fire ability user instinctively set the spider silk ablaze, but Qin Tianyin suddenly remembered something. No. Unfortunately, it was too late. The fireball had already been launched, and the fireball that hit the spider silk blazed even brighter. Those inside ran with all their might to get out, only to crash headlong into the barrier. Qin Tianyin's voice extinguished the flames, though her expression was not good. No one was seriously injured. The fire stopped after only 2 seconds of burning. The most serious injuries were head injuries and singed hair. Captain Adlington looked at Deep's team. They were the only ones who had completely avoided the attack. It must have been their doing. Those who made it to the preliminary rounds were indeed formidable. Just then, a sound of something being pierced rang out. When everyone looked, they saw only a dark shadow in the distance and a person lying on the ground. Captain Adlington was furious at losing another teammate. From an initial overwhelming advantage of 12, they were now down to only 5, while Deep's team still had a full 6 members. The biggest threat had unknowingly shifted from Adlington's team to Deep's team, and the other 3 teams were gradually turning their focus to them. It's 4:58 now, just over a minute until the finish line. All 4 teams have prepared an A-level mutated creature, a rather tacit agreement. The mutated creature prepared by the Lu family is the most valuable of the 4. After several minutes of high radiation exposure, red spots began to appear on their skin, and their breathing became increasingly labored. The attacks intensified, and Harpos and his group struggled more and more, sustaining injuries one after another. Ben's healing abilities were repeatedly used. Lassie hid behind a large tree, occasionally firing a couple of shots, and hadn't been injured yet. Hearing and vision were at their peak, her brain processing all the sounds and images at lightning speed, while simultaneously firing, her nerves on edge. Just as she peeked out to fire, a bullet flew in, forcing her to retreat back behind the tree. The Cheen family's gunmen were proving difficult to deal with. At this moment, Adlington's team, at the cost of serious injuries, killed one member of the Liu family. The Cheen and Liu families had the best relationship, and their teams had even planned to join forces to eliminate other teams before making a final showdown. Now that one member of the Liu family had been killed, the combined advantage of the two families was diminished, and Qin Tianyin launched another sonic attack. Everyone paused for 0.2 seconds again. Yi Wu, risking injury, appeared directly behind the Qin family gunman, his cleaver about to strike. Seeing this, Qin Tianyin's voice suddenly rose to its highest point. The massive sonic wave blasted Yi Wu, who was about to succeed, back 10 meters. Just as he was about to make intimate contact with the ground, Yi Wu transformed into a black shadow, minimizing the damage. Besides her teammates and the Liu family team, everyone around them was also blasted away. This attack took a heavy toll on her. Her face, already marked with red spots, turned deathly pale. Realizing Yi Wu was still alive and moving, she was somewhat surprised. When had her abilities become so weak? Was her opponent's defense stronger? Thud. A metal spike pierced Qin Tianyin's heart. Her brown pupils trembled as she looked at her teammate, who had been protected. Shaoqi finally found an opportunity to strike. Fortunately, she had been far enough away that the sonic attack hadn't affected her too much. Yi Wu, blood trickling from her mouth, came to Ben's side. Qin Tianyin's sonic attack had hurt her the most. She felt like her internal organs were about to be shattered. If it weren't for the base's specially modified combat suits designed for sonic attacks, she probably wouldn't be able to get up now. She wondered how the base knew Qin Tianyin would participate in the preliminary rounds. The melee continued nearby. The sonic attack only briefly paused the fighting for 3 seconds. Luoshi fired a shot, but it was blocked by one member of the Liu family. Qin Tianyin wouldn't die. For some reason, she had a premonition. Under the protection of the Qin and Liu families, a low-profile member of the Qin family first removed the metal spikes, then placed his hand on her heart. What should have been a fatal wound showed less and less pain on Qin Tianyin's face, while the person treating her coughed up blood several times. Why did he cough up blood while treating someone else? The others didn't understand. Shouldn't normal treatment consume energy? Meanwhile, Bob was locked in a fierce battle with one of Adlington's team members, when a water ball hurtled towards him from behind. Bob dodged. A bystander's perspective is clear. If the water ball hits, Bob will definitely be sent flying into the middle of Adlington's team, and even a miracle wouldn't save him. Bob instinctively jumped to the left, successfully dodging the water sphere, but unfortunately, one member of the Liu family was hit. Just then, that person was carrying a mutated creature, and Adlington pressed his advantage, attempting to destroy their prey so that even if they crossed the finish line, they wouldn't get first place. The Qin family's fire elemental user unleashed a fireball to stop it, but the fireball disobeyed and changed direction, heading directly towards the Liu family member. With 2 attacks, the Liu family member and their prey were instantly killed. The Liu family's remaining captain and members were enraged. They had just helped the Qin family, and this was how the Qin family treated them. Fine, as long as the Liu family is gone, the Qin family can at least get 3rd or 4th place. The Qin family is truly cunning. At this moment, the leaves of the surrounding trees, which had become withered and lifeless due to the healing, fell, instantly transforming into sharp weapons. Hundreds upon hundreds of leaves, like blades, slashed towards all the teams except the Liu family. Even Lassie, in the distance, wasn't spared. Despite her best efforts to dodge, she was still struck by countless blades. Those withered, yellow leaves, barely half the size of a palm, easily cut deep wounds, leaving 3 or 4 cuts on each arm, bleeding profusely. Those at the very center fared even worse. The one seriously wounded by Adlington died instantly from the rain of blades. But the rain of leaves had only gone halfway when suddenly all the leaves changed direction, heading straight for the 2 remaining members of the Liu family team. The Liu family captain stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could his ability be out of control? Thud, 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 countless leaves pierced their bodies, pinning them to the ground, with no chance of ever getting up again. Qin Tianyin looked with lingering fear at the short-haired, white-haired man who had been firing continuously without using his abilities. It was him. She hadn't instructed her team to attack the Liu family. She had assumed he was acting on his own. Qin Tianin was angry at the time, but she didn't have time to teach him a lesson. Now it seems that it was all the work of Adlington's people. Chapter 196. Now it seems that accidentally killing their teammate while fighting for the airdrop wasn't an accident, it was all that person's doing. So there was such a hidden ability user, no wonder the other side dared to field 2 teams. 2 consecutive mistakes made Deep's team realize what was going on. The Buzzcut man's ability was too dangerous, they had to eliminate him first. At this moment, the Qin family and Deep's family teams tacitly chose the same target, completely ignoring their own injuries. Adlington immediately protected the Buzzcut man. Just then, 5 o'clock arrived. Adlington's web-wielding man stretched out his hand and spat out webs that directly entangled the end of the bridge. If he could swing across now, they would win. Their teammates would desperately block the attacks from the others. Both teams could only focus on the web-wielding man, but Adlington's Buzzcut man exerted his power again. The attacks from both teams changed direction, becoming mutual attacks. Oh no! Even with their timely dodges, Harpos and his companions were still severely injured. Bob and Harpos suffered extensive burns. Yiwu coughed up 2 large mouthfuls of blood, and Xiaoqi was blasted away by the sonic wave, crashing into a tree before losing consciousness. Caven was shot directly between the eyebrows. He struggled briefly, but couldn't heal himself before quickly losing consciousness. Lassie, standing furthest away, despite her agility, was shot in the right shoulder, barely able to lift her right hand. On the other side, Qin Tianin was cleaved in 2 by a machete, from her right shoulder to her left waist. The opposing gunman was hit in the heart and was about to die. Only the healer remained alive. At this moment, Adlington's Spider Silk people, leading their mutated creatures, crossed the finish line. If they could stop Deep and the Qin family's teams from crossing, or destroy their mutated creatures, they would secure first place. The audience outside the screen, who had bet on Adlington's victory, were now truly popping champagne again. With such an overpowered ability user, first place was practically guaranteed. Adlington's representative looked at the Qin family. Having killed their daughter, he felt a slight pang of guilt, fearing things would get too ugly. However, the Qin family patriarch only showed a serious expression tinged with tension, showing no sign of sadness. At this moment, a gasp rang out from the reporters at the back of the arena. Adlington's representative, sensing something was wrong, looked back at the big screen. Qin Tianin, who had been cut in 2, was rapidly healing, her wound sprouting new flesh. It was the healer beside her, barely clinging to life. He closed his eyes, blood flowing from the pores of his body. The more blood he lost, the faster Qin Tianin recovered. In less than 5 seconds, Qin Tianin would be fully recovered. Although having Qin Tianin would make dealing with Adlington's team much easier, Lizzie still fired. She needed the Qin family's prey. No one stopped the attack, not even Adlington's side. But Qin Tianin's recovery was completely unaffected. Even with 2 additional wounds, they healed within 5 seconds, her body returning to full strength. Her closed eyes opened strangely, and another wave of Adlington's attacks was already upon her. Qin Tianin opened her mouth, her hoarse, shrill voice deflecting all the attacks. The healer beside her had somehow had his flesh and bones melt away, leaving only a pool of fresh, viscous blood. His healing was bought with his own life, making it rather useless. But his ability could heal any injury, even one severed in 2. It was practically a matter of bringing the dead back to life. No wonder he made it to the tournament despite not being outstanding in other areas. The Adlington representative couldn't help but glance at the Qin family again. Truly impressive tactics. Everyone was holding back their trump cards. The Adlington captain took a step back in fright. He thought this move would only be enough to deal with the crippled Deep's team, but Qin Tianin had actually revived. Lucy silently accelerated the healing of her right hand and body wounds. If she didn't control it, she would bleed to death sooner or later. She shouted to Qin Tianin, "Cooperate? Let's take care of the Adlington team first, and then we can go and contain the mutated creatures." The competition results were calculated based only on the value of the mutated creatures. Regardless of who arrived first, the team with the higher value mutated creatures won. One member of the Adlington team had already reached the finish line, but the remaining members couldn't return. They had to ensure that other teams had fewer prey than their own, or that all of them were dead. "Okay," Qin Tianin readily agreed. As soon as she finished speaking, a cry of pain rang out from the Adlington team. Taking advantage of their attention being focused on Qin Tianin, Yiwu, despite his injuries, charged in. The man with the buzz cut was shielded in the center. She couldn't bring herself to kill him, so she could only sever the leg of the person in front of him in one go, then continue severing his leg. Kill them! Harpo's trembled as he stretched out his hands, using his last bit of power on the barrier. Lassie fired a shot, and Harpo's himself opened fire wildly with his rifle. Sure enough, the enemy attacked. The bullet changed direction just before hitting its target, shooting outwards. But after flying a few meters, it struck the barrier, and dozens of bullets ricocheted wildly within the barrier. 2 of the 4 were dead instantly, one with an intact leg and the buzzcut man. The remaining ones were a water element user with a severed leg and a wounded plant element user. With no further worries, Qin Tianyin acted without hesitation. Lassie also took advantage of the moment when her opponents were stunned and fired, successfully sending both of them to their deaths. Now only Lassie, Harpo's, and Qin Tianyin remained. Yui used his last breath to cut off 2 pairs of legs, then returned to a safe place, coughed up blood, and remained motionless. It was unclear whether he was alive or dead. Bob was burned all over his body, and could barely move, but the wounds from being scratched by leaves had stopped due to the burns, so his life was not in immediate danger. Harpo's was in slightly better condition. He had burns on half his body, and the wounds on his other arm and waist were still bleeding, but he wouldn't last much longer. Qin Tianyin, because of her resurrection, had also had her wounds healed, and was in the best condition. She scrutinized Deep's team. Should she kill them and take their prey, or let them go this time? Of course, the former. She opened her mouth to attack, but a dark shadow darted out like a madman, biting her neck in a flash. It was the mutated black wolf that Anado's team had escaped earlier. It appeared so suddenly and quickly that Qin Tianyin didn't have time to react before being attacked. She screamed. The black wolf was knocked away, but 2 deep bloody holes were still left on its neck, and no matter how hard she tried to cover it, she couldn't stop the bleeding. No, if she didn't get treatment, she would die in a few minutes. Without a prey to take down, Qin Tianyin felt real fear for the first time. She wanted to go back, but realized she had no prey. Immediately, she fiercely locked onto Losai, opening her mouth to unleash her strongest attack, attempting a fatal blow. But Losai had already taken advantage of the moment Qin Tianyin was bitten and slipped away with her mutated creature. Her attack only harmed the still conscious Habs, knocking him unconscious. Chapter 197. While she was being bitten, Loxie had already taken advantage of the situation and slipped away with her mutated creature. Her attack only harmed the still conscious Hapos, knocking him unconscious. Meanwhile, the mutated black wolf attacked again. Qin Tianyin knocked it away once more, but it still had plenty of energy. Blood was flowing all over her body temperature was dropping rapidly, and the world before her eyes was blurring. No, she was really going to die. With a determined heart, she turned and ran towards the bridge. Who cares about the Qin family? Her life was the most important thing now. The black wolf wanted to give chase, but seeing the bottomless abyss below, it retreated and then turned and ran into the woods. Loxie didn't run far. Once, she was sure Qin Tianyin was gone. She was about to reach the finish line when she heard a whooshing sound to her right. She turned and fired with her left hand simultaneously, the movement incredibly fluid, completed in just 0.3 seconds. Beep, a laser beam shot out, and the black wolf fell vertically to the ground. Fearing it wasn't quite dead, Losai fired 2 more shots, then picked up its carcass and ran towards the finish line. She had been worried her team wouldn't have as many prey as Adlington, but the black wolf had delivered the kill. Its eyes were brown. It was a B grade, but that was enough. She hadn't tampered with it. It was covered in countless heavenly eyes. The heavenly eyes of the dead hadn't returned. They had all remained to record their final moments. If she released even a trace of the source crystal's energy control radiation, all these heavenly eyes would detect it, and then things would become complicated. It could only be said that every cloud has a silver lining. By the time Losai reached the finish line, the preliminary rounds of the 3rd safe zone competition were almost over. Qin Tianyin wasn't seen, but there was movement from the ambulance. She must have been taken to the hospital. The Spider-Man's face was grim. The prey he brought back was slightly more valuable than that of Deep's team, and they had practically secured first place. Then Anado's team's Black Wolf arrived. He was more of a hindrance than a help. The preliminary round wasn't over yet, but everyone still alive and able to move was gone. After a discussion among the families, the competition was officially declared over. As soon as the announcement reached the outer ring, paramedics, at Losai's instruction, immediately went to rescue Harpo's and the others. They should be able to save a few. Loss was also receiving treatment. As soon as she reached the finish line, She loosened control of her wounds. Small streams of blood were flowing. The doctor could only say that her recovery was slightly better than normal. It wasn't that she didn't want to rescue her teammates, but she couldn't carry so many people alone. It was better to reach the finish line sooner. This would give Deep's family a reason to rescue the others. The good news was that everyone except Ben was still alive. Xiaoqi, whose injuries were the least severe, woke up as soon as she was carried to the finish line on a stretcher. Is the race over? What place did our team get? First, the medical staff whispered. Her waking up was quite convenient. If he hadn't been a doctor, he would have thought she was faking it. Hearing first place, Xiaoqi was incredulous. Before she fainted, she felt hopeless about winning, but they still managed to win. She smiled happily and drifted off to sleep. Loud applause filled the auditorium. Orion, Deep, and Nicole, as the stars of the show, basked in everyone's envy and jealousy. Some were happy, some were sad. The Deep family's victory was a minor upset. Before the competition, they were ranked last among the 5 major families. Most people lost money, but a few made a fortune. For example, Qin Dinglan, who secretly placed bets, and Dyer and the students from the United Academy. Dyer originally just wanted to support them, betting 1,000 points, but ended up winning 100,000 points, enough to buy a few more potions for her brother. But right now, the most important thing is to get a new house. The Black River Gang is still looking for her and her brother. Qin Dinglan bet 50,000 points, and has now won 5 million. To be precise, for 0.95 million, the hovercar entered through the back door, the street packed with people, some setting off fireworks and cheering, others cursing. The vehicle returned to the base, this time entering openly from the ground floor. A red carpet was laid in the middle of the road, and researchers and ordinary workers alike stood at both ends of the entrance applauding and welcoming them, including Lin Zizhou. He was quite surprised to see Luo Shi in the preliminary rounds. Before, the only thing separating them was a floor. No wonder the gun was ready, but she hadn't responded when asked when she'd pick it up. Secret training prevents contact with the outside world. Lossie was the first to step out of the car. She paused for a moment upon seeing the welcoming crowd, then raised her left hand and smiled to greet everyone. The bullet in her right hand wound had been removed, and it was tightly bandaged. Xiaoqi, supported by medical staff, walked out, waving happily to everyone. The feeling of being the center of attention was wonderful. Yi Wu, Bob, and Harpos were carried down. They were still unconscious, followed by a stretcher covered with a white sheet. It was Ben. Upon entering the basement, the 3 and Xiaoqi were immediately taken for treatment. The medical equipment there was specially prepared for the athletes. Losai's injuries weren't serious. The treatment she received in the ambulance was sufficient. Having been outside for 5 days, and with today being unbearably hot, Losai immediately went to the bathroom next to the rest area to shower and change into clean clothes. When she came out, she found Orion, Deep, and Nicole waiting outside. Master! Seeing Losai come out, Nicole immediately stood up and ran to her. You were amazing. That last shot was so cool. Losai, drying her wet hair, smiled and said, Not bad, not bad. Orion, Deep, stood up, leaning on her chair, and strolled over to the two of them, looking at Losai with admiration. Very well done. The first place reward has already been deposited into your account. Hearing this, Losai hurriedly rummaged through the nearby locker and pulled out her bracelet. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. 10 million. Adding the 150 million final payment she received before the competition and the 4 million reward, she now had a total of 15.5 million points. Thank you. I won't stand on ceremony. Orion, Deep, patted Losai's shoulder kindly. This is what you deserve. You all performed exceptionally well this time. We will distribute Ben's rightful share to the designated beneficiaries according to his will. She paused, then added, You have 2 days of rest. After 2 weeks of training, you depart for Safe Zone 1. Oh, and there's a banquet to attend tomorrow. I send someone to pick you up. Rest well at the base today. Losai didn't care about the first part, but the last part, not being allowed to leave, was puzzling. I have something to do. Can't I go out? Orion, Deep, hesitated, but considering Losai had just won first place for the family, she agreed. Your current identity is special. Everyone outside knows you. Other families are quite hostile towards you. If you really want to go out, remember to disguise yourself well. There are simulation masks in the base. You can use them freely. After saying this, she said to Nicole, All right, we should go now. Let your master get some rest. Chapter 198. Nicole hesitated, then left without saying anything. Lossie was indeed exhausted and fell asleep immediately in the bay's dormitory. Recognizing their great contribution, the bays thoughtfully adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius, instead of the previous 40 degrees Celsius set to help them acclimatize to the heat. The next morning at 7 a.m., Lossie had the bays give her a simulation mask. Wearing it, she completely transformed into another person. Her facial expressions remained perfectly unchanged. Unless you looked closely at her eyes, there was no discernible flaw. She planned to exit through the passageway. As she passed the two guards at the gate, they greeted her warmly. "Miss Lossie Brenda, are you going out?" Lossie nodded briefly to them without stopping. "Be careful," the guard reminded her, his eyes filled with admiration. Such a young girl had truly won the preliminary round. This time, Lossie didn't leave the dormitory but went directly from the transit villa, taking a taxi to a street a little over a kilometer from the ironworks. After getting off the car, she looked at her bracelet. Personal belongings weren't allowed during the competition, so she left it at the base. Unfortunately, she'd been inside the base for a while and couldn't leave, so she couldn't store the bracelet in her spatial storage. Now that she retrieved it, she knew it contained a locator. She knew without a doubt it was the Deep family's doing. The contents of the bracelet were definitely clear to them. Although she cleared some things beforehand, they could still find many records if they really wanted to. For example, her past involvement with the Black River Gang, though her performance in the preliminary rounds was enough to prove she had no ulterior motives. Seeing that Orion Deep hadn't said anything yesterday, tacitly agreeing not to hold the past against her, she still needed to see if she did anything out of line in the coming days. They probably didn't know about the sale of Purifying Grass and Libra Grass. The bracelet only showed one transaction record with the ironware shop. For buying source crystals, there hadn't been any online transaction since. After figuring this out, Lossie jumped into a sewer to change her clothes, storing the simulation mask and bracelet in her spatial storage, and then took out 3 or 4 bags of plants. At the ironware shop, seeing someone he hadn't seen for over a month, the burly man was startled. Thank goodness, his big spender hadn't abandoned him. The little boy who had been playing outside was forced to return to guard the shop. Going to the basement, looking at the 4 bags even larger than before, he nervously rubbed his hands. This order was probably worth an astronomical sum. An hour later, the burly man didn't dare stop testing, finally finishing all the items. The quantity was too large this time, and the buyer had lowered the price. The price for a whole purifying grass plant and seeds was $2,360 and $540 respectively. The price for a whole Libra grass plant and seeds was $2,380 and $570 respectively. While calculating the points, the burly man explained, the recent public competition has caused quite a stir, bringing ability users into the public eye. Many people want to inject gene-modifying drugs, so Libra grass is priced much higher than purification grass. After calculating the points, he said, a total of 7,153,020 points. I rounded up for you to 7,160,000. I only have 1,500,000 source crystals here. I have Mike transfer some over. Is that alright? Lossie nodded in agreement, and less than 20 minutes later, Mike arrived in a car, rushing over. What a huge order. 5,660,000 source crystals. The black female owner of the source crystal shop, worried, came along as well. The purity wasn't low, it barely fit in 3 black bags. Also, the previously ordered magazines were already prepared, thoughtfully packed all in a suitcase for Lossie to take with her. Upon arriving at the sewers, Lossie stored the source crystals in her spatial storage, changed back into the outfit she wore when leaving the base, took out her bracelet, put it on, and headed to the black market. Her timing was perfect, the black female shopkeeper had just returned. Seeing a strange blonde woman, the shopkeeper was in a good mood, greeting her warmly. She had earned quite a few points today. How many source crystals does the customer want? I have them at every price point. Lossie leaned closer and whispered, 15,500,000. Hearing such a large number, the shopkeeper swallowed hard, looking up at the sky in disbelief. What incredible luck she had today, with orders getting bigger and bigger. If she got 2 more orders like this, she could retire on the spot. Is that enough? Lossie asked when she didn't answer. We do have some, but the quantity is large. You might not be able to buy it all at once, the shopkeeper said, then quickly offered another solution, fearing Lossie might not buy it. I can ask the shopkeeper to adjust the purity, but it will take about 10 minutes. Is that alright? Lossie nodded in agreement. The female shopkeeper contacted the black market boss on her bracelet. She got her goods directly from him. making her practically his subordinate. A moment later, a man in a suit brought in a silver briefcase, handed it to the female shopkeeper, and left. She opened the briefcase a little, revealing a pale white transparent source crystal, and 2 fist-sized pale blue source crystals inside, slightly turning them to show Losai. These are the goods worth 15.5 million. Should I test them again with my equipment? No need. Losai refused outright. She could sense the energy contained within, confirming its value. She quickly transferred the money, picked up her suitcase, and left. She found another sewer entrance, slipped inside, and entered her spatial dimension. It took her an hour and a half to absorb the 22.66 million source crystals. Her body felt a long-absent swelling sensation, her 4 senses range increased to 1,000 meters, and all aspects of her physical attributes improved. Speed, defense, agility, and self-healing all reached the average level of ability users. Furthermore, her control over the source crystal energy reached a new level. She could use energy to lift any tangible object and block attacks. Previously, aside from radiation, she couldn't control any physical objects. Now, it was like having an extra powerful control and shield. It was like gaining 2 abilities at once. Losai was overjoyed and immediately tested the limits of her abilities, using the resources in her spatial dimension. With her current energy reserves, the optimal control distance was 1,000 meters, and the effective range reached 1,500 meters. She could lift up to a ton, or 2,000 gene, approximately 1,000 kilograms, which was stronger than her physical strength. Currently, she could only lift a maximum of 1,500 gene, approximately 750 caddies, with her bare hands. Strangely, after absorbing the source crystal, several past scenes flashed through her mind. Rhodes teaching the original owner to read and write, using the script of Planet Aegil, though the language they spoke wasn't the mainstream language of Aegil. She clearly hadn't heard the language in the scenes before, yet subconsciously knew the meaning of several words. For example, adieu in Bentley meant thank you in book. Was it a minority language? Before the radiation struck, Planet Aegil indeed had many languages. There were over 100 worldwide. Chapter 199. Luoshi shook her head, banishing these images from her mind. These things were useless, and she didn't plan to search for the original owner's mother or background, even though she didn't know if she was truly dead. Today she was happy, so Luoshi rewarded Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu with 10,000 energy points each. Since she moved into the base and couldn't easily come in, the 2 of them had been taking care of the dust and plants. Now that the dust area had increased, she could easily grow 100 Libra grass and 100 purifying grass plants at once. The 2 little guys were overjoyed with so much energy. The wind from their tails made it hard for Luoshi to open her eyes. After finishing, Luoshi left the space, crawled out of the sewers, and returned to the base. She also openly and legitimately found Lin Zizhou on the ground floor, and retrieved the 3 custom-made guns from a place without surveillance. After doing all that, she returned to the underground floor, and had lunch with Xiao Qi and Yi Wu. She could have the chef cook whatever she wanted. Bob and Harper's burns are complicated to treat, and they need to stay in bed for another day. After finishing their meal, Yi Wu suddenly spoke up. Your last shot was great. Reaching the finish line first was a wise choice. Otherwise, she and Bob might not have survived. She and Bob were the most seriously injured. If they had waited until the match ended at 6 p.m., her internal bleeding would have been severe, and she probably wouldn't have survived. I'm alright, Losai said, putting down her dessert plate. Yi Wu wanted to say thank you or apologize, but the words caught in her throat. She looked at Losai, then quickly looked away. She admitted she had been too petty, and had been prejudiced against Losai. I'm full, I'm going to take a nap. With that, Losai stood up and went back to her dorm. She hadn't had a proper rest lately, so she needed to sleep more. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and the banquet was about to begin. The car that was supposed to pick up the 3 of them had arrived. The other 2 boys needed treatment and couldn't attend. 2 cars were parked on the ground floor. As the 3 approached, the rear window of the first car opened, revealing Orion deep inside. Rosie, come with me. Xiao Qi and Yi Wu glanced at Rosie but didn't say anything more before getting into the second car. Rosie sighed inwardly, resignedly getting into the car and sitting in the back seat with Orion deep. Her first words were, "Are you short of source crystals?" Rosie thought to herself, just as I suspected. She knew the Deep family would find out when she paid with her bracelet. A little, Orion Deep said slowly, looking ahead. Next time, we can exchange directly with the base. Surprisingly, she didn't pursue the matter further. Losai leaned against the car window, touching her face in confusion. Okay, Definitely next time. Orion Deep asked again, could you tell me what you need the source crystals for? Perhaps I can help you? Your bracelet lost signal twice. How did you find out we had a locator in it? Losai, I can't tell you its purpose, but it certainly won't harm the Deep family. As for the locator, I'm naturally suspicious, so I found it. She kept it simple, but Orion Deep couldn't help asking, do you have any connection to other organizations with the source crystals? Losai shook her head slightly, adding that she had no connection to the Black River Gang either. Hearing that she had no connection, Orion Deep felt much more at ease, but also became more curious. If she had no connection to other organizations, what did she need so many source crystals for? The banquet was held at the Deep family manor. Before getting out of the car, Orion Deep said, if you're worried about the drugs provided by the base, you can use base points to buy them. Don't hide your gene modification injections. It'd be easier for the base to treat you immediately if anything goes wrong. Lucy replied with a okay, opened the car door, and got out. She stood with Xiaoqi and Yi Wu, who had just gotten out, waiting for Orion Deep to get out and walk ahead of them before they started moving. Xiaoqi and Yi Wu were both visiting for the first time and found everything fascinating. Lucy had been to the manor once before, but this was her first time attending a banquet. The vast manor was filled with upper-class people dressed in luxurious gowns. Just as they reached the main entrance, the butler cleared his throat and announced loudly to everyone in the hall, Madame Orion, the champion team, Lucy, Brenda, Xiaoqi, and Yi Wu, have arrived. The banquet hall was silent for a second, then erupted in thunderous applause, and a path automatically opened for them. Nicole stood at the very front, beaming and puffing out her cheeks. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Orion Deep led the three of them slowly down the stairs. She slightly raised a hand, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Thank you all for coming. Orion Deep calmly delivered a concise opening speech. The main purpose of the banquet was to celebrate the Deep family's first place in Safe Zone 3. After speaking, she looked at Losai and the other two and whispered, is there anything you'd like to say to everyone? The three of them shook their heads in unison, especially Little Seven, who shook her head so hard it was practically a rattle drum. She'd rather fight someone than give an acceptance speech in public. Mrs. Orlean wasn't angry. She quietly told the three of them to be careful, and then let them do as they pleased. Nicole pulled Rossi towards the buffet, while Xiaoqi and Yi Wu, unsure of where to go, simply followed. The buffet was filled with all sorts of exquisite dishes, both Chinese and Western. Rossi activated her sense of smell. No aroma could escape her nose. Now that she was riding high, she had to be extra careful with the food. So far, the food tasted normal. Rossi picked up a plate, took some fruit, and sat down at a window seat to enjoy her meal. Nicole also casually picked up a dish or two. Xiaoqi took a lot of sweets, and Yi Wu took a lot of spicy Chinese dishes. The four of them sat together, eating and chatting. People around them wanted to approach but hesitated. Finally, a middle-aged man was the first to come forward and greet them. He excitedly launched into a long speech, mostly self-praise, about how successful his business was, how he had built his empire from scratch. Losai was a little confused as to whether she was speaking to Nicole or to herself and Yi Wu. Nicole was getting impatient. All she heard was a request for cooperation, delivered with a blatant middle-aged chauvinism. This was a victory celebration, not a business discussion, so she told him to leave and not disturb her conversation with the team. Several more people arrived, and Nicole dismissed them all. Gradually, no one came anymore, until someone sat down next to her without a word. Qin Tianyin, dressed in gray civilian clothes, slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over the four people before finally settling on Nicole's face. Did you tamper with your combat uniforms? Looking at Qin Tianyin, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall and a head taller than her, Nicole remained calm and composed, her aura no less imposing. Why wouldn't I tamper with your combat uniforms? They're temperature-controlled, waterproof, and fireproof. If you can wear them in the competition, it proves they're fine. Chapter 200. After speaking, she quickly glanced at Qin Dinglan, who was standing behind Qin Tianyin with her head down. Luo she naturally pulled out an empty chair next to her, and said to Qin Dinglan, sit. She hesitated for 2 seconds, then sat down. Qin Tianyin gave her a sharp look but didn't say anything. Turning to Nicole again, Qin Tianyin said, don't play dumb with me. Weren't your combat suits specially designed to protect against sonic attacks? Nicole wiped her mouth with a napkin, completely unfazed. Yes, we just developed this feature, of course we had to use it. It reduces risk, but who knew a rich girl like you would get involved? Faced with Nicole's stubbornness, Qin Tianyin had no choice but to retort, "You can fool yourself, but I'm not a 3-year-old. Then, she glanced at Qin Dinglan out of the corner of her eye, her eyes mocking. "She told you that, didn't she? She's not a member of the Qin family after all. She fawns over whoever treats her well." Qin Dinglan, who had been keeping her head down, raised her head, her pride stirred by these words. She wasn't the little cat or dog Nicole spoke of. She was an equal. "Is the Qin family really that good to Qin Dinglan? When did they tell her about your participation in the election?" Luo she couldn't stand it anymore. Since she had nothing to do besides eat, she figured she could just chatter away as an after-dinner activity. "She doesn't deserve it," Qin Tianyin retorted instinctively, only to realize that this contradicted what she had just said. She snorted coldly and explained, "Before the preliminary rounds, I kept claiming illness and not seeing any guests. People believed me. She stayed at my house every day, so it's no wonder she noticed something. It's not surprising that she told you. TCH, the Deep family just happened to figure out this function. Besides, why are you only suspecting her? You must have quite a few servants, right? They all lived in the Qin family longer than Qin Dinglan. If something's wrong with the Qin family, they'd be the first to notice. If you hate her, just say so, there's no need to resort to framing her." Losai directly shifted the focus. Qin Dinglan had told her the news, and now she couldn't be ungrateful and betray her. "You?" Qin Tianyin slammed her hand on the table, and the previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent, casting inquiring glances. She could only suppress her anger and whisper, "I really hate her." "What? A mistress who broke up someone else's family and gave birth to their daughter, can't I hate her?" Losai sighed speechlessly. Was her speech really that hard to understand? "I didn't say that. It's your right to hate whoever you want. You can hate everyone in the world. What I mean is, if you say she leaked information, you need to provide evidence. Don't just say things without proof." Qin Tianyin was unconvinced and turned to stare at Qin Dinglan. "Do you dare let me check the bracelet?" But halfway through her sentence, she remembered something and stopped herself. "Never mind, you probably deleted everything long ago. I heard you attended the Deep family's banquet before the preliminary rounds, maybe you said it in private." Losai, "Oh right, everything you say is true, nothing in the world escapes your discerning eyes. You vulgar refugee." The sarcastic attitude directly broke Qin Tianyin's defenses. She stood up and directly threatened Qin Dinglan, "As long as I'm here, you won't gain a foothold in the Qin family." After saying that, she stormed out of the banquet. Qin Dinglan sat quietly, unconcerned about the Qin family's reputation. She found it quite easy to endure a few words of criticism. It was much better than being at home where Qin Tianyin would want to tear the house down and dump it on her. She looked at Rossi, who hadn't changed at all, and whispered, "Thank you." Rossi waved her hand casually, "You're welcome. You're my teammate. Are you still adjusting well to the Qin family? If you don't like that kind of place, save some money and move out, you'd be more comfortable." Qin Dinglan smiled and nodded. From Rossi's words, she was unaware that she had been under house arrest and not allowed to leave until today, when she was released because of the banquet. Such a perceptive person, if she had known about the blood test, she would have definitely guessed that her freedom was being restricted. Thinking of this, Qin Dinglan looked at Nicole for the first time, but Nicole immediately turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window upon meeting her gaze. Rossi quickly glanced at the two of them. Had they had a falling out? They were fine before. However, she assumed it had nothing to do with her, and didn't investigate. The group chatted briefly, and after a while, Qin Dinglan glanced down at her bracelet, stood up, and said goodbye. "I have something to do, so I head back first. Good luck in the competition." Rossi smiled and watched her leave. The banquet lasted until 9 p.m., before gradually dispersing. After the guests left, Orientep summoned the three. With the preliminary rounds over, the selection of finalists needed to begin. Since Ben had died, new people were needed to fill the gaps. At the forefront were Qin Tianyin and the Spider-Man, both survivors of the preliminary rounds. In addition were the three previously selected candidates, Hong Yan, and three other candidates provided by other families. However, Orientep wasn't entirely comfortable with the other families. Ideally, she'd prefer her own people. But now that Hong Yan and his two companions had joined, their combined abilities weren't sufficient, so she had to consider candidates from other families. The person eavesdropping in Safe Zone 1 was temporarily released. This year's tournament has changed a lot compared to previous years, for example, with live streaming and cross-regional streaming. Now there's no need to worry about leaks. The streams from all 4 safe zones have been viewed, so everyone knows each other, and there's nothing to hide. However, keeping them under house arrest was still necessary. After all, they're members of the Adlington family. Even if they didn't get it from Safe Zone 1, Safe Zone 3 also has members of the Adlington family. If they were to leak it to them, the Deep family would be out of the running for the championship. Olin Deep sent all the information about the candidates to the three. Teammates not only need to be strong, but they also need to be able to coordinate well with you. The decision isn't in your hands. I take your opinions into consideration and select 5 candidates. 5 candidates? The team is only one person short. Are they planning to replace 1 or 2 more with 5 candidates? Losa wondered to herself, but didn't show it on her face, and opened the data. There were 15 candidates in total, and the data inside recorded their specific abilities in great detail. The most outstanding among them were naturally Chin Tianyin and the Spider-Man, but since the team lacked a healer, they prioritized those with healing abilities. The 3 quickly submitted their top 5 options, and were then sent back to the base. Upon entering the base, Xiaoqi couldn't help but mutter, "Is the director going to replace one of us 5? Yiwu replied, "Possibly." She suspected the director wanted to replace Bob. His melee limitations were too great, and his performance in the preliminary rounds hadn't been outstanding. Xiaoqi nonchalantly said, "Replacing me is fine too. Anyway, this time's 8 million reward, plus what I saved up, makes over 10 million, enough for a comfortable retirement." Chapter 201. Upon hearing the figure of 8 million, Losai raised an eyebrow slightly. Wasn't it supposed to be 10 million? She actually had 2 million more than them. "I'm sleepy. I'm not chatting with you guys anymore." Xiaoqi stretched, half closing her eyes, and quickly headed towards her room. At this moment, Yiwu asked Losai in a low voice, "Who do you want to join us?" Chin Tianyin is quite capable, but she's too subjective, and might not be able to cooperate well with us. The Spider-Man's ability is somewhat similar to Ben's plant control, but without Ben's healing, I don't have anyone I like. We see what the higher-ups decide. Losai shrugged. Yiwu lowered his eyes. Losai's thoughts were actually similar to his own. Seeing that Yiwu didn't intend to speak further, Losai saw her dormitory, and went straight into rest. The next morning, the 3 of them ate breakfast together. Harpos and Bob, who had almost fully recovered after treatment, arrived together, Bob carrying a large bag. Bob, who hadn't eaten yet, put down his backpack, ordered breakfast from the chef, and happily sat down to announce some good news. "I got fired, ha ha ha. No, to be precise, I was reassigned." "Ah! Why not me?" Xiaoqi put down her spoon, looking dejected and resentful. Bob's termination notice had arrived, but she hadn't received hers yet. There was definitely no hope. Lassie smiled and congratulated him. Rich, powerful, and backed by the Deep family, he could simply relax. Harpos also ordered a meal and sat down, briefly explaining Bob's new position. Super close, he hadn't even left the basement. He was reassigned to be a close combat mentor for the upcoming public competition, but for the next batch. He'd have to stay here for 10 years. The base had already taken his family to the employee family welfare housing, so he could visit anytime and enjoy many benefits. Of course, all the winners with families have already been taken in, and even those who die in battle will have their families provided with lifelong employment. Xiaoqi grew increasingly envious. She had no family, and half of her savings went to the orphanage she grew up in. But not having to go and die was a blessing. After dinner, without much saying goodbye, Bob happily carried his belongings to his new dormitory. The mentors and contestants lived in different places. The last day of rest passed quickly. February 3rd, the day finally arrived to meet his new teammates. The 4 stood in the special training room on the 2nd basement floor, waiting. First to enter was Hong Yen, with his red hair, who greeted everyone happily. He heard the champion's prize was 8 million, and it even provided employment for their families. He was incredibly envious. Next came Jia Lu, with his water abilities. The 3 behind him were Yushi Jerry, the healer from the Lu family, Qin Tianfang, the ice ability user from the Qin family, and Cole Stephen, the animal communicator from Adlington. Neither the Spider-Man nor Qin Tianyin were selected, which surprised the 4 of them. However, since they were already there, they decided to accept it. These were things they couldn't control. Luoshi looked at Yushi, a 26-year-old mixed-race second-generation Asian woman with brown hair, brown eyes, and fair skin. Since there were no healers in the team, she was the most likely to become a teammate. Sarah adjusted her glasses and said seriously, "No need for introductions. You all seen each other's information. Now, let's begin special training." She then left the training room, entered the control room, and pressed the start button. Having already undergone rigorous training, the 4 immediately assumed defensive stances, unsure of what kind of environment they would be simulating this time. The 5 newcomers to the training room were still curiously looking around. Seeing the 4 others so nervous, some were unimpressed. They weren't S-class mutated creatures. Was there any need to be so tense? But their smiles quickly faded. The training time passed painfully and slowly. The only slightly better time was analyzing the data of the opponents from the other 3 safe zones each day. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. February 16th, departure for Safe Zone 1. A long line of Yuanjing oil dual-use vehicles stretched across the front plaza. Besides transporting the team to the competition, many families and companies doing business with Safe Zone 1 also joined the journey, including those who had previously come from Safe Zone 1. Danger lurked everywhere, especially from mutated creatures. The more people there were, the more cautious the mutated creatures would be, making it safer. Colonel Marie led the team, followed by Lieutenant Belle Ellis, whom Losai knew. In addition to the 6 participating contestants and 3 reserve members, there were 25 ability users escorting the convoy. Rebecca represented the Deep family. Nicole's insistence on coming out was denied. Lassie and Yiwu were in a large hover car, fully equipped, essentially a motorhome, a privilege reserved for only a select few. The 25 ability users, however, only had 1 sedan seat. Xiaoqi and Heipoza's car was third from the bottom of the convoy, Lassie's was third, and the other 5 had 2 other cars in the middle. This arrangement was for the sake of the entire convoy, as these individuals were the strongest. However, if they encountered an unmanageable danger, Rebecca would immediately order the team to evacuate. The lives of the others were more important than the source crystals offered as tribute. The vehicle traveled smoothly for 4 days, encountering only some low-level mutated creatures, which were dealt with by other ability users without any intervention from Losai and her companions. The surroundings were mostly lush and green, occasionally passing through small deserts, but these were still teeming with life. Until the morning of the 5th day, the environment on both sides of the road suddenly changed drastically. A desolate wasteland, barren of everything, surrounded by endless yellow sand. Not a single withered blade of grass remained, only a few scattered, gray, cracked tree trunks eroded by the wind into various shapes. Many first-timers couldn't help but look out, a strange sense of desolation washing over them. This desolation was different from that of a desert. A desert's ground, after thousands of years of evolution, has become entirely sand, with only a few patches of low-lying weeds in some places. Here, however, the ground was covered with weathered rocks and soil, and the tree trunks indicated that just decades ago, this was a normal area. How could things have suddenly turned out like this? The demand for timber within the safe zone isn't high. There are only a little over 10 million people. With so many trees around Safe Zone 3, and logging rotating through different areas, this situation shouldn't have occurred. Yiwu was also seeing this for the first time, frowning and unable to look away from the car window for a long time. Do you know why? The sunlight outside was so bright, yet it couldn't make the already dead Earth conceive life again. Yes. Losai had also been looking outside. Even with her enhanced vision, she couldn't find any trace of life on this land. Does Yuanjing know? Yiwu looked away. Is it related to Yuanjing? Chapter 202. Lassie. Source crystals are so useful, but they're not meant for humans to use for free. Every source crystal extracted from the ground means planet Agel will lose a piece of land, turning into an irreversible wasteland. A wasteland? Will it improve after the radiation subsides and afforestation takes hold? At this point, Yiwu thought Lassie's wasteland was just like a desert. The base taught them how to fight humans and mutated creatures, and they learned a lot about the environment, but the term wasteland had never been mentioned. Lassie remained indifferent. After the radiation subsided, planet Agel would be almost gone too. No, without source crystals, no life can grow on the land. Yiwu lowered his eyes and pondered for a long time before saying, "You mean source crystals are equivalent to our planet's energy? Only land with energy can grow plants. Places without source crystals are just like the outside world, right?" Seeing Lassie nod, Yiwu's breathing unconsciously became heavier. Wouldn't the 10-year tribute cost the planet they depended on for survival? Perhaps in a few hundred years, once the underground source crystals are exhausted, no plants will grow on planet Agel, and humanity will face extinction. The dead zone was larger than Losai and his companions had imagined. Because there were no obstacles, the hovercar's speed was twice as fast as before. Even so, it took them 3 full days to see any greenery. After another 3 days of driving, dealing with an A-level mutated creature along the way, they finally arrived on the evening of January 27th. The Adlington family's Deep branch, as their hosts, sent people to greet them. In the end, Losai and his group naturally stayed at the accommodations provided by the Deep Branch. 95% of the people in Safe Zone 1 were white, blonde, and blue-eyed, so for Losai and Yiwu, who were mixed race with black hair or purely Asian, it was quite a novelty. That evening, a family dinner was held. Many people came to chat, using slightly different vocabulary than those in Security Zone 3, but basic communication was no problem. Watching these people's curious yet subtly disdainful attitude, Losai found it quite tedious. Judging from the branch family's decor, it wasn't much different from the main families. The two families lived too far apart to maintain close contact. Over 100 years, generation after generation, their relationship had become increasingly distant. Rebecca, sitting next to the head of the table, was surrounded by a group of middle-aged men urging her to drink. This branch family clearly didn't consider themselves inferior. Suddenly, a striking figure with black hair and Asian features caught Losai's eye. Aside from a few servants with black hair, the entire Deep Branch family was almost entirely Caucasian. While the man's clothing was simple, the materials were of excellent quality, clearly indicating he wasn't a servant. She wasn't dressed up at all, yet she was dazzlingly beautiful. Tall and well-proportioned, her features were soft and perfectly proportioned, and her almond-shaped eyes held a distant allure, making her stand out among the group of deep-set white men. Like an elegant, serene white crane among a flock of fiery pheasants. A thought flashed through Rossi's mind. Could she be Scarlet? The runaway Sharon? She possessed the ability to change her appearance, so this stunning beauty was her true form. But she overheard Nicole mention that the Adlington family had already compensated the Deep Branch family. Now she was at the Deep Branch family's house. Had she been taken back or married into the family? Before Rossi could confirm, she had already approached. Hey Tori, why is your wife out today? She usually stays home all day and ignores everyone. But seriously, even though she's not white, she's got a certain charm. You're lucky, kid, but you can't handle it, haha. Not far away, Tori, who had been teased, looked over and realized his wife had indeed come out. Watching her head towards the people in Safe Zone 3, Tori narrowed his eyes in displeasure. There were several men in that area. Could she have been having an affair with someone before? Worried, Tori quickly walked over, grabbed Sherry's hand, and threatened in a low voice in her ear, "What are you doing? This is a family dinner. If you do anything out of line, you're dead." Sherry forcefully shook off his hand, took a step to the side to create distance, and rolled her eyes at him. "What I do is none of your business." Then she quickly walked towards Rossi. Tori angrily stomped his foot. He was really unlucky to have married such a person. For the sake of harmony between the two families, he couldn't fight back, and besides, he couldn't beat her. Sherry approached Losai and said directly, "Shall we talk in private?" Losai raised an eyebrow. She and Sherry hadn't interacted much, hadn't even exchanged a single word. What could Sherry want? Thinking this, Losai stood up from her chair and followed her to a quiet corner of the garden outside the banquet hall. Shy didn't mince words and stated her purpose. "Help me escape. I help you steal from Adlington's vault. No, to be precise, the Source Crystal Vault." "Why would I steal from the Source Crystal Vault? I don't have any projects to research," Losai said, looking bewildered, while internally screaming WTF. How did Sherry know she wanted Source Crystals, and still believe she could help her escape? Her ears frantically scanned the surrounding area. There were no surveillance cameras within 50 meters. It was safe to talk here. Shy didn't explain, but instead looked at the sky beyond the wall. "I saw you before the election. You came back from the dead." A storm raged within Lossi. Wasn't Sherry from Safe Zone 2? Judging from her words, she had lived in the refugee camp for several months. Otherwise, how could she have seen the original owner of this body or herself when she first arrived? She was deeply troubled, but outwardly remained calm. "It's just hearsay. I was just unconscious and pretending to be dead." Sherry's expression was calm, as if stating a fact. "You are Lossi, but you don't have to be." "You don't have to be? Do I have another identity? Actually, I'm not Rod's daughter. My parents are someone else." A cold sweat broke out on Lossi's back. She understood that Sherry didn't mean that, but she couldn't admit it. Admitting it would give her leverage. "Sherry, some things sound impossible, but people over 100 years ago couldn't have imagined that people today would possess abilities beyond reality. You could be one too, suddenly going from a refugee to a top-tier contestant in the ability race." Lossi was ashamed. Sherry had deduced she wasn't the original owner of this body simply by virtue of her own resurrection and rapid progress. Her associative abilities were extraordinary. However, she still feigned ignorance. "I don't quite understand what you're saying. Am I really Rhodes' child?" Seeing that Losai was unmoved, Sherry finally lost her composure and raised her voice. Whether you are or not isn't important. What's important is that you participated in the tournament to leave this place, right? You have things you need to accomplish. These words struck a chord with Losai. Even if she won the tournament and received a reward of 50 million or even 100 million points, it would still be far from enough to save her home planet. Chapter 203. She couldn't possibly fight against a massive planet like A9-081 single-handedly, yet the tribute from her home planet was an amount she couldn't currently afford. Perhaps robbing Adlington's treasury would offer a sliver of hope, although she had originally planned to select a few lucky winners after the tournament to ease their burden. Robbing them first would boost her strength, making the tournament more secure, and then, with her team in first place, she could legitimately board her spaceship and head to interstellar space. Seeing that Losai remained silent, Sherry pressed her advantage. Everyone has their own pursuits. Although I don't know how you got here, you must have unfinished business. Wouldn't it be better if we cooperated to speed things up? Losai was silent for a long time, then looked at Sherry. You think you can escape? Sherry sighed softly. Because of me, the restrictions on black-haired people leaving the entire Security Zone 1 are extremely strict. Even if I disguised myself as a white person and went out, without a vehicle or anything else, I wouldn't get far. I don't need to leave now, just help me escape after your competition. To prevent her from escaping, she had enough to eat and drink, but all her valuables had been confiscated, leaving her with less than 1,000 points. The reason she chose Losai was not only because of a strange trust in her, but also because she knew her secret. This way, Losai wouldn't dare break her promise, and she could truly escape. We talk about it later. Don't make things up based on imagination. No one will believe you if you accuse someone without evidence. After saying this, Losai returned to the banquet. The banquet didn't end until 11 p.m., and everyone checked into the rooms arranged by the Deep family. Because the competition was in a few days, Losai and the others were required to stay at their respective branch homes. Rebecca, however, went out frequently. After all, this was her family home, and her sister, who had been missing for many years, was also there. The team from Safe Zone 2 arrived first, followed by Safe Zone 3. Safe Zone 4 was the furthest away, requiring them to cross the ocean, and they didn't arrive until early March 2nd. The finals of the public tournament were scheduled for 3 days later, with the competition tentatively planned for 5 days. Just as the teams from all 4 safe zones arrived, one of the participants from Safe Zone 4 was tragically killed in an ambush that very night. This was why, in addition to the officially selected participants, several backups were brought along. The head of Safe Zone 4 went straight to the Adlington family home and caused a scene. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Adlington family home, 2 figures crawled shadowily through the ventilation ducts. Did you kill him? Sherry gestured. Laws shook her head, pointed at Sherry, and then pointed down below. Sherry held up a 1 sign, then made a throat-slitting gesture. Was it Security Zone 1 that did it? Seeing her nod, Sherry asked Rossi how she knew. Rossi pointed to her ear. It was a joint operation, the Deep and Adlington families of Security Zone 1. Whether Rebecca knew was unclear to Rossi. Today's operation was a stroke of luck. The vault wouldn't be short-handed, but the Adlington family's attention was completely diverted. Sherry is quite resourceful. During her first elopement, she robbed her own family's vault, using various high-tech biometric data to actually open it and steal a large sum of source crystals. Having experienced the theft before, the vault's security had been significantly strengthened. However, Rossi said she had a way to open the vault, and all she had to do was lead the way, so Sherry didn't think much of it and came over. After descending from the ventilation ducts, the two, relying on Rossi's exceptional hearing and eyesight, managed to evade detection time and time again. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally reached the vault. Once the location was confirmed, Rossi told her to hide in a relatively safe spot. She would handle the theft alone. Sherry initially wanted to help to get more, but since she didn't need it, she didn't go and obediently hid. The last stretch was the most difficult. Besides various surveillance devices, there was a guard every 20 meters. Rossi nervously pursed her lips and chose to use a diversionary tactic. The vault was divided into several compartments. Rossi used her energy to open the one furthest from her. Beep! The vault door opened automatically, making a loud noise, successfully drawing the attention of all the guards in the corridor. They assumed someone had brazenly broken in and rushed inside to check, but nothing seemed to be missing. Just as the captain reported to his superiors that nothing was missing and the door had likely opened by itself due to a system malfunction, a guard, who had just arrived, exclaimed in panic, "Gone!" All the source crystals in Vault 12 are gone. Meanwhile, inside the ventilation duct, Sherry, being dragged away at breakneck speed by vines, was still somewhat disoriented. She had many questions, such as where the source crystals loci had taken had gone, and why did these vines look so familiar? During her time in Safe Zone 3, she often took on side jobs to earn money, and these vines looked so much like a mission from her Black River gang. However, the situation was urgent, and she didn't have time to ask. With Xiao's help, the two escaped incredibly quickly, emerging from the pipe in less than 10 seconds. Once out, Sherry looked at the ground. The vines had vanished underground. These vines were quite interesting. They could even burrow underground. Lassie didn't explain that she had actually stored Xiao's in her spatial dimension, but its shrinking motion made it look very much like it had entered the ground. Grabbing Sherry's hand, she quickly retreated. Escape required speed, and they didn't care about surveillance cameras along the way, taking the shortest route. Lassie didn't conceal her strength. She was as fast as the wind, leaping over high walls with a single bound. Sherry, carried away, stared incredulously at Lassie in midair. Just how much strength had she been hiding? The entire Adlington family, on high alert, only managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, without even seeing clearly how many people were in it. With Sherry, a local, leading the way, the two silently returned to the Deep Branch family. Meanwhile, the Adlington family had reviewed the surveillance footage and, after slowing it down several times, finally saw the thief's face. Two black faces appeared on the screen. Good, Onido isn't someone to be trifled with. He just killed one of them, and they turned around and stolen from his vault, even deliberately causing trouble to buy time for the other side. However, Onido had no evidence, but they did. But Onido wasn't stupid. Even if he did it, he wouldn't admit it. Besides, they hadn't done it. Should he be blamed for everything done by black people? The surveillance footage of the two men stopped shortly after leaving the Adlington Manor. Without concrete evidence, both sides had conflicting accounts, arguing fiercely from night until day, without reaching a conclusion. The teens in Safe Zones 2 and 3, however, got a good peek at the drama. They heard that the Adlington family's stolen vault contained a whopping 50 billion source crystals. Onido's death was quite a bargain. Chapter 204. Upon hearing the news, Loci secretly cursed Adlington for being so greedy. The vault only had 20 billion source crystals. Now that the stuff was gone, they simply quoted an exorbitant price, since no one else knew how much was actually inside. Luckily, she had the foresight to wear a black man's hood and disguise her height, weight, and build. At the Adlington family's request, several teams in the safe zones conducted a headcount in the middle of the night, and were forced to install surveillance cameras in everyone's rooms. Unfortunately, the two thieves had already returned, and Adlington probably had no hope of finding the real thieves in this lifetime. Their arrival was fast. Loci had only just touched the mountain of source crystals piled up in her space when they arrived. Now that there were surveillance cameras in the rooms, she couldn't enter the space freely. She could only enter when she went to the bathroom to shower and absorb the source crystals little by little. Development couldn't compare to robbery. Loci understood that now. 3 days passed quickly, and it was March 10th in the blink of an eye. No matter how intense the noise outside, it couldn't disturb Loci. In the past 3 days, she had absorbed approximately 20 million source crystals, but her physical strength hadn't changed. She seemed to have reached a bottleneck. The only change was that her control over energy had become much smoother. With a large amount of source crystal energy as a backup, she could now use energy to generate or withstand a weight of 10 tons. This was roughly equivalent to Huboz's ability, but as long as she had enough source crystal energy within her body, she could use it indefinitely. Furthermore, under her own mental control, even without using radiation to shield her energy, it wouldn't be detected by the mutated creatures, making it much more convenient to use. If she wanted to use energy to attract mutated creatures, she only needed to think about it. The finals began, with the competition venue finally set in the Forbidden Forest. The rules were similar to the preliminary rounds, but mutated creatures were prohibited, and evacuation from the finish line would be by helicopter, with only 10 minutes allotted. The 4 teams were quickly deployed to their assigned positions, and the lineups were finally revealed. In addition to Loci's 4-person team, Safe Zone 3 included the healer Yushir and the fire elemental user Hunyin. The other 3 teams also had 1 to 3 players who hadn't participated in the preliminary rounds. Inside the viewing hall, representatives from each team took their seats. A graceful figure slowly walked in, drawing everyone's attention for 2 seconds. That's Rebecca? She's not bad looking, just too old. A woman found in a refugee camp? She's probably been violated by countless men. I advise you not to even think about it. Be careful not to catch a disease. I didn't think that way. Don't talk nonsense. I know you better than anyone, ha. Quiet discussions filled the viewing hall. Besides the gazes fixed on Rebecca, a small portion also focused on her. These two sisters were once the object of many men's desires, especially the elder sister, Rebecca, whose wind abilities made her a sought-after woman. The doorstep of the Adlington family was practically worn down by suitors. In the end, she was betrothed to the equally powerful Deep family, but they eloped. So, she had to marry her younger sister to them, who would enjoy a life of luxury. One wonders if the elder sister regretted her decision to elope. Rebecca remained expressionless. She didn't sit in the Adlington family's seat, but instead sat next to her younger sister, Rebecca. Rebecca pursed her lips slightly, saying nothing, but turned to look at the large screen. In Adlington, the teen and safe zone one, there was someone who looked so young. Until the camera turned to her face, Rebecca looked at the figure who resembled her sister by a significant margin. How could this be? She was only 16. How could they send her to the public competition? Wasn't that sending her to her death? You're a mother. Rebecca's words were cut short by Rebeza's hurried explanation. She wanted to go herself. I couldn't stop her. Wanted to go herself? Now it was Rebecca's turn to be confused. She looked at Amy on the big screen, calm yet hiding a hint of excitement. It seemed she really did want to go. But how old is she? Even if her abilities are decent, how can she compare to those people? Rebez leaned closer and whispered. Rebecca's eyes widened suddenly. Was this possible? No one had ever been able to do this before. But her sister had no reason to lie to her now. She stared at the screen with suspicion, deciding to wait and see if it was true or not. In the Forbidden Forest, they started without any weapons, and those with weaker combat abilities, like Losai and Yushur, were protected in the middle. One airdrop per day, randomly placed, they were expected to get one eventually, after 5 days. The main focus now was heading towards the extraction point. The distance was too far, and it would take them almost 4 days to travel there. Everyone had extensive survival skills, and the first 3 days in the wild went relatively smoothly. They encountered several A-level mutated creatures, but their large size prevented them from being targeted. They also encountered an SS-level mutated creature, attempted to contain it, but couldn't defeat it and fled. Any injuries sustained were quickly healed thanks to Yushur. The last 3 days were unlucky. The airdrop locations were too far away, and they hadn't managed to get it. Since everyone's starting point was centered on the extraction point, the others likely hadn't reached the nearest airdrop yet. If they just hurry tomorrow, they should be able to get it. On the morning of the 4th day, the 6 ate a simple meal of food they found locally, and continued on their way. However, they didn't expect to be blocked by a huge Red 9 radiation zone. At first, some people thought they could just go around it, but after circling around all morning, they were still stuck in the high radiation Red 9 zone. Meanwhile, they weren't the only ones encountering this problem. 3 other teams were also blocked by the high radiation Red 9 zone. The Forbidden Forest was too dangerous, and the first safe zone hadn't thoroughly checked it, instead using aircraft to test the radiation levels of the competition venue from the air. At the time, this radiation zone was clearly a mix of medium and high radiation. How could it have become entirely Red 9 high radiation in just 1 month? Although it's common knowledge that radiation levels are rising outside, it's always a gradual increase. There's no way it could suddenly jump from medium to Red 9. The Adlington main family and the Deep Branch family, as the organizers, were in a panic. The evacuation point was in the middle. If they couldn't get in because it was all high radiation, they would have to find a new evacuation point. However, the 4 teams are in different locations, making it impossible to achieve absolute fairness at the new evacuation point. A dispute could easily drag on for a year without a resolution. After an emergency meeting lasting an hour, it was decided to deploy 60 bottles of purification spray to each of the 4 teams. This would provide approximately 60 minutes of protection in the Red 9 radiation environment. That's right, each bottle only lasts for 1 minute. If resprayed promptly, 1 minute, no, even half a minute, can be fatal. Now, if all 4 teams were to advance at full speed, they could reach the evacuation point within 50 minutes. Chapter 205. Upon learning of the situation, the 4 teams found a moderately irradiated area nearby to await the airdrop. The location wasn't exactly far, nor was it close. A helicopter would take 3 hours to arrive, and with the radiation levels about to rise, they dared not wait near Red 9 radiation. The airdrop arrived on time, containing 60 bottles of purification spray, divided into 6 black shoulder bags. Lossie and her 6 teammates each took a bag. They wouldn't advance that afternoon, opting instead to hunt mutated creatures in the vicinity. The other 3 teams made the same plan. By nightfall, the most valuable mutated creature hunted by the 4 teams was in Safe Zone 4, followed by Safe Zone 3, Safe Zone 1, and Safe Zone 2. However, this didn't mean anything. The final outcome depended on the battle at the extraction point. As night fell, the signal tower hovering overhead was damaged by an invisible force, cutting off the signal and preventing the transmission of the tournament footage back to Safe Zone 1. Furthermore, the sensors worn by the 4 teams were unable to provide real-time location data, allowing them to view pre-downloaded static maps. It was called a map, but it contained very little information. Data on the Forbidden Forest was extremely scarce. This map was a temporary aerial survey, only marking some major, unusual terrain features or vegetation. Detailed elevation changes were completely missing. Meanwhile, the 4 teams were still resting and completely unaware of this. At dawn, Harpos woke Losai, and Yiwu and Yushi took over. Losai awoke from a light sleep, drenched in sweat, her hair completely soaked. She instinctively activated the sensors, wanting to check the map, but found there was no signal. She immediately informed her teammates, and they all checked their sensors. No signal. What was going on? A bad feeling crept over the 6 of them. The competition couldn't have cut off the sensor signal. These sensors were custom-made. They were only for teammates to communicate, check the map, and receive messages. If they weren't supposed to be usable, they wouldn't have given everyone a sensor in the first place. Something must be wrong. Xiaoqi, could the signal tower have been attacked by mutated creatures? Hapos looked around. Possibly. The number of mutated creatures in the Forbidden Forest is enormous. Yushi, the signal tower's broken. There's nothing we can do about it. You guys rest, maybe we have results tomorrow. Hapos and the other 2 agreed. With Losai and the others on guard duty, they definitely needed a good rest. After they fell asleep, Yiwu and the other 2 each took up positions in different directions. For some reason, Losai felt things might not be so simple. Just in case, she released energy, forming a 15-meter-high, all-encompassing protective shield. Still feeling uneasy, she then wrapped the energy in radiation to cover it up. The Sky Eye's flight altitude is mostly between 3 and 6 meters. At this distance, there's no need to worry about it being detected. Unbeknownst to Losai, this action inadvertently saved her and her entire team's lives. In a lake, a pair of enormous black eyes, each the size of a villa, opened, creating a wave in the water. Strange, she could still smell that scent just a moment ago. How did it suddenly disappear? Then, she closed her eyes again. There was no escape. She would be here soon. As long as she was eaten, she could leave this place that had trapped her and return to interstellar space. Losai, on duty, suddenly shivered. It was 43 degrees Celsius. Why was she suddenly feeling a chill? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became, a premonition of impending doom. No, she wasn't strong enough yet. She had to find a way to absorb the spatial source crystal to increase her strength for safety. But this damned Heavenly Eye was constantly following her, and her teammates were with her. She couldn't easily find an excuse to leave. With a heavy heart, she simply used radiation to destroy all the Heavenly Eyes on her team's side. The 6 Heavenly Eyes deflated and fell from the sky, as if a power button had been pressed. They woke up the sleeping Habs and the others. What happened to the Heavenly Eyes? Xiaoqi picked up one and examined it carefully. All the parts inside were fine, and the energy was sufficient. Could it be that the radiation had been too long, causing it to break down? But the people were still fine. How could the machine break down first? The group banged and tinkered for a while, but they couldn't save it. Harpos, something's not right here. First the signal, now it's the surveillance camera. We have to be extremely careful. We need to be on high alert during the night watch. Xiaoqi, you and Hongyan, continue resting. Xiaoqi, what about you, Captain? You only rested for a little while at noon today. Harpos, it's okay. I keep watch for a bit longer to make sure there's no danger before I rest. Alright then. Xiaoqi shrugged, lay back down on the ground, and fell asleep in 3 seconds. Harpos vigilantly observed his surroundings, not missing a single suspicious movement, but after almost an hour of guarding, he hadn't seen any danger. He was really tired. He traveled in the morning and hunted in the afternoon. After giving a few instructions to Losai and the other 2, he also fell asleep. A little while later, Losai whispered to Yiwu and Yushi, my stomach hurts. I'm going to the toilet. I'll be right back. Yiwu's expression was serious. Go and come back quickly, don't go too far. Luoshi nodded in assurance and disappeared into the dark forest. Having reached the right distance, she removed the sensor and placed it under a nearby tree, then flashed into her spatial dimension, absorbing the mountain of source crystals at top speed. There was too much energy. A small amount leaked out along the way, and Xiao Zue and Xiao Yu frantically picked up the remaining energy on either side of Luo Shi. 10 minutes had passed, and Luo Shi hadn't returned. Yi Wu was starting to worry. Should he go find her? But this meant only Yu Shi was on watch, making it difficult to deal with any danger immediately. 15 minutes passed, and Yi Wu couldn't wait any longer. Just as he was about to wake the team and go find her, Luo Shi slowly walked back. I haven't been eating well these past few days, my stomach's a bit upset. Seeing that she was alright, Yi Wu was relieved and whispered, next time, hurry up. Danger lurks everywhere in the Forbidden Forest. Luo Shi, sigh, I can't help it with my physiological needs. If there hadn't been no signal, I would have used the sensor to let you know, and you wouldn't have to worry. Yi Wu hummed in agreement, saying nothing more, and continued his watch. Luo Shi casually broke off a large leaf and fanned her face. 15 minutes was too short. Even at her fastest speed, she had only absorbed 10 million source crystals, and that was with her absorption rate increasing after each source crystal absorption. If it were when she first discovered she could absorb source crystals, it would have taken her a whole day to absorb 500,000. Absorbing 10 million this time didn't bring much change, but her sense of energy was much stronger. Her body felt like a container, layer upon layer. Each change in her body was like breaking through a layer, allowing it to hold more source crystal energy. 10 million source crystals only filled 1/5 of the body. To make any changes, it needs to continue absorbing more. The further it goes, the harder it is to become stronger. Each improvement is a breakthrough to the limits of the body. Chapter 206. The final day arrived. Evacuation time was from 6 p.m. to 6:10 p.m. They couldn't go in yet, they had to wait until after 5 p.m. to move. It seemed they could just rest in the morning. At this moment, Lo Sai's ears twitched, she heard the sound of helicopters. Was the evacuation brought forward, or were they transporting signal towers? A minute later, the helicopter noise grew louder, and the 5 members of the group squinted and looked up at the sky. They were far away, but judging from their shape, they looked like signal towers. There were 5 of them. As they drew closer, their sensors briefly detected a signal. Signal towers have been attacked by unknown mutated creatures, initially estimated to be S level or higher. The evacuation point and time for the competition remain unchanged. To ensure everyone's safety, all participants are requested to protect the signal towers while ensuring their own safety, to facilitate observation and support from the safe zones. Joint announcement from the 4 safe zones. The signal towers continued moving towards the evacuation point. When the 6 could only see them as black dots, they plummeted like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Xiaoqi rubbed her eyes, somewhat doubtful. I think I saw the signal tower fall down, or maybe it flew too far for me to see clearly. Yi Wu looked at the sensor whose signal was getting weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. It was probably really gone. Habo stated the facts. No, you didn't see wrong, the signal tower was attacked again. Hong Yin chuckled, then we're lucky. The signal tower just happened to pass by us and got the news. The other 3 teams are probably still in the dark. Yushi chuckled, to be able to laugh in this situation, this team was something else. With nothing else to do, everyone remained resting. Lo Sai said she needed to use the restroom and left. Throughout the morning, Lo Sai made 3 escapes to the restroom, prompting Harpos to worry, are you alright? Don't get dehydrated. Lo Sai assured him she was fine, having escaped twice more during the radiation build-up period. Including last night, that made a total of 6 escapes. As absorption became smoother, she absorbed a total of 150 million source crystals. Her body had undergone 2 breakthroughs, resulting in an excess of energy, most of which hadn't been fully absorbed, leaving her feeling incredibly bloated. Fortunately, her 3 senses range had increased to 2,000 meters, and her sense of taste had improved, though these weren't currently of much use. Her spatial capacity had increased from 10,000 cubic meters to 50,000 cubic meters. Most importantly, her energy defense and attack capabilities had increased from 10 tons to 50 tons. That's 50 tons. That's equivalent to being able to lift a tank with her bare hands. Her physical strength and speed hadn't improved much, placing her in the upper middle range among ability users. After the space upgrade, Xiao Zue and Xiao Yu fell into a deep sleep, and when Luo Shi entered later, they remained motionless. Realizing they might need an upgrade, Luo Shi injected another 100,000 units of energy into each vine, fearing it would be too much for them. At noon, Safe Zone 1, still unwilling to give up, transported a signal tower, but it was attacked halfway there by mysterious mutated creatures. They didn't even know if the creatures were plants or animals. It was already 5 p.m., but Harpo's didn't rush in, waiting until 5:05 a.m. to begin the operation. The purification spray only lasted 60 minutes. He needed to allow 5 minutes for the evacuation point. When the time was up, the 6 of them moved forward at full speed, taking turns carrying the mutated creature's corpse. This was the first time anyone had ever entered Red 9's territory. The moment they stepped inside, their bodies felt as if weighed down by an invisible energy, causing them to involuntarily hunch their backs. The air here seemed stagnant, and the humid, hot environment made it twice as difficult to inhale. The temperature-controlled combat suits seemed less effective here. However, the competition was paramount, and no one dared to delay, pushing forward with all their might. Habska timed everything precisely, gathering everyone together every 50 seconds, then spraying a purifying mist at 59 seconds, 1 bottle enough for 6 people. The surrounding trees were exceptionally tall, like entering a primeval forest, with 90% of the sunlight blocked by the dense canopy. At 5 o'clock, the sun was still blazing, but for those on the ground, it felt like entering a pitch-black oven, as if it were just dusk. The ground was slippery, the smell of earth and rotting wood was overwhelming, and a slip could easily lead to a fall. Half an hour later, they saw the fallen signal tower. Harpo's immediately gave the order to continue. This is most likely the territory of mutated creatures, and they won't allow anyone else to enter. Xiaoqi, once you get a suitable metal fragment, immediately go around it. Xiaoqi used her ability to pick out a propeller fragment and some thin metal strips, and flew them out. The 5 of them followed Harpo's without hesitation, taking the detour. The signal tower might have other things, but the danger was greater, and they couldn't take the risk. Lossie's ears twitched. She heard something gnawing on flesh. It was coming from the signal tower. The pilot must have been dead for a long time. Without real-time GPS, they could only rely on a rough map. Fortunately, the team members had good wilderness knowledge, and their general direction was correct. The further they went, the fewer large mutated creatures they encountered. At most, they saw small birds, rats, and insects, which showed no aggression towards humans. A few birds even flew after them for a while. Lossie activated all 3 of her senses. Aside from these small animals, the surroundings were eerily quiet. The vegetation was lush, and the radiation was high, yet there wasn't a single mutated plant. This place was strange. As they walked, they finally saw an airdrop, tightly sealed and unopened. The crate wasn't large, and the supplies inside were pitifully scarce. A quick glance revealed a bottle of water, 3 nutrient packets, a laser gun, and a metal scimitar about the length of a forearm. Lossie naturally took the laser gun and gave the scimitar to Yi Wu. With limited weapons, Xiaoqi had to continue using the wreckage. 5:45. The group finally saw other living people. Judging by their skin color, they were from the second safe zone. Both sides had weapons, but the opposing side had only a rifle and a laser gun, no scimitar. The opposing team spoke first. Shall we fight again at the evacuation point? Harpo shared this sentiment. The radiation here was too high, requiring constant replenishment of purification spray. Fighting now wouldn't be worthwhile. Okay. Based on the live stream analysis, Safe Zone 2 determined Lossi's hearing range. They deliberately maintained a distance of 700 or 800 meters, each team continuing their advance without disturbing the others. 5:50. The scenery suddenly opened up, transforming from a dark, damp forest into a clear, azure sky and lake. The temperature seemed considerably cooler. Flocks of colorful birds occasionally flew over the lake. A gentle breeze rippled the water, shimmering it with a golden sheen under the sunlight, creating a beautiful scene. The group was momentarily overwhelmed by the sight. Lossi announced time's up. Chapter 207. The 5 of them then reacted and sprayed the purification mist one by one. The lake was quite large. A small hill jutted out from the opposite side, resembling an island, though part of it was connected to the ground, so it wasn't a true island. The terrain on the other side was much higher, followed by a large, vegetated mountain. This side was much flatter, with only a few dozen meters of undulation. The evacuation point was the island in the lake, easily identifiable due to its unique terrain, and had been chosen. Movement appeared on the other side of the lake. Lossi looked up and saw the teams from Safe Zones 1 and 4, quite a distance away. Upon closer inspection, one of the people in Safe Zone 1 looked vaguely familiar. After looking more closely, her breath caught in her throat. It was Amy. How could she be at the competition? She had heard from the Black River gang that she might have been taken away. Did she gain the ability to be chosen by Safe Zone 1? But where did she get the points to inject the gene-modifying drug? How would Safe Zone 1 know that a refugee girl from Safe Zone 3, thousands of miles away, possessed considerable ability, and come to pick her up? That doesn't make sense. If her abilities were powerful enough to qualify for the competition, Safe Zone 3 should be the first to know. Loss's mind raced, trying to connect the dots with the information she knew. She didn't know much about Safe Zone 1, only that Sherry had run away from her wedding and Rebecca's sister and daughter had been found. Amy was picked up by someone, so Amy's mother was actually Rebecca, the daughter of the Adlington family. Then Amy should also be an heiress. And why did she qualify for the competition? Was she being used by her family? She's only 16 years old. If that's the case, it's no wonder Rebes escaped in the first place. Her abilities led her to be sent to the perilous public tournament by her trusted family. Amy's mother and Nicole's mother are nothing alike, which explains why she didn't connect the two immediately. Lossie has a good feeling about Amy, and hopes she won't get stuck in a rut and fight her team to the death in the end. She doesn't really want to fight her. She looked up at the sky and frowned. The evacuation time was almost up, and the plane hadn't arrived yet. She sniffed, inhaling all the surrounding smells. It was the same as in the forest, but now with a faint fishy smell mixed with a rotten odor. With such a large lake here, a fishy smell is normal. 5:53. The 4 Safe Zone team made the first move. A person with black wings took to the air above the lake, moving faster than the hover car. Everyone could only see a blur of motion as it headed towards the first team's location. A great battle was about to erupt. Suddenly, the flying figure seemed to suffer a stroke. Its wings flared, and it plummeted vertically into the lake below, landing face first with a loud splash. The sound was almost indistinguishable from hitting concrete. It was probably dead. Everyone tensed up. Hapos quickly erected a barrier to protect his teammates. Who was so powerful? They hadn't even seen the attack before the person was gone. Those who had participated in both the preliminary and final rounds knew each other's abilities. Only the newly joined team members were unaware of their opponent's strength. Which team had such a powerful individual? Just as everyone was speculating, the vast lake suddenly boiled, the earth trembled, and rocks from the island in the lake collapsed, adding more waves to the boiling water. At the same time, radiation levels dropped rapidly, directly to moderate. Retreat! 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 Although he didn't know what was happening, Hapos shouted and retreated immediately. Lossie followed her teammates, but her mind was still racing. Thump, 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 thump. A sound, growing faster and stronger, entered her ears, like the heartbeat of a living being resounding in her brain. Just how powerful must a heart be to produce such a thunderous sound? But judging from her teammates' expressions, they couldn't hear it. Moo! A deafening sound came. Lossie felt a chill run down her spine, and used energy to form a thick shield to protect everyone. Hapos's hair stood on end, and he also immediately erected a barrier. The sound waves rippled outwards. Although they seemed so gentle, they snapped trees in their path, and continued forward with ease. The outermost layer of Lossi's energy shield shattered first, the sound waves passing unimpeded through Huboz's barrier, blasting everyone 40 or 50 meters away. No one had time to resist. They all passed out, their sensors rendered useless. Only Lossi, having wrapped herself tightly in layers of energy, remained unharmed despite being blasted away. She removed the sensor from her temple, crushed it into thin pieces, and casually tossed it away. She didn't need to pretend anymore since everyone was unconscious. With a slight push from her hind legs, she easily traversed the neatly broken tree trunks. An island in the lake ahead had risen several meters, its reflection clearly visible in the water. As the island rose, more and more rocks tumbled down, gradually revealing its true form. A pair of enormous eyes opened, and the outline of a head appeared. It resembled a snake, but as it opened its mouth, its tongue became flat and round, not a long forked one. It raised its head, and then plunged into the water, causing the lake water to overflow and surge in all directions. What was a small clump to this creature was like a raging storm to humans. The towering waves swept across the lake shore like a tsunami. Lossi tried to save her teammates, but it was too late. She herself couldn't maintain her footing in the spray, and could only slip into her spatial dimension. When the waves subsided, the lake level had dropped significantly. However, the commotion caused by the behemoth went far beyond that. The earth trembled violently, and the towering mountains on the opposite shore suddenly rose higher, sending rocks and vegetation crashing down like a catastrophic mudslide. Just for its size, it deserved an SSS rank rating. Fortunately, none of the 4 teams approached that location, so the others still had a chance to survive. Hidden within the spatial dimension, Loci absorbed the source crystals while observing. Good heavens, this size was comparable to a small city. Feeling like he couldn't win, Loci swallowed hard, for the first time complaining that his absorption speed of the source crystals wasn't fast enough. Could it be the signal tower it was responsible for? What was it trying to do? Slowly, all the burdens on its body fell away, revealing its entire body. A super, giant tortoise, it also looked like a turtle, its appearance somewhere in between. Loci wasn't sure which species it was. Planet Aegea was truly unpredictable, actually mutating into such a large creature. How many years had it been since it had moved? Its body and rocks had formed mountains. The giant tortoise turned its head, beginning to search for its target. It inhaled, locking onto Loci's last known location, and unleashed a water cannon powerful enough to destroy the entire refugee camp. Boom! The water column hit the ground, mud and sand flew everywhere, and after it calmed down, a pit hundreds of meters long and tens of meters deep appeared on the ground. Chapter 208. No movement. The last trace of Set is gone. Could it be that she wasn't hiding there? The giant tortoise stomped its foot angrily, and a crack nearly 300 meters wide rapidly extended from its base in both directions. Loci frowned inside the space. Its target was her, otherwise, why would it only attack the spot she had been in among so many people? Meanwhile, the commotion from the giant tortoise's ascent spread directly to Safe Zone 1. The ground shook. Everyone thought it was an earthquake, and began running out of buildings into open areas. Representatives from the 4 safe zones escaped safely under the escort of ability users. The earthquake only lasted 2 minutes before subsiding. The patriarch of the Adlington main family was nearly frantic. Why did an earthquake have to happen at the most important public competition of the decade? 3 signal towers had already been sent over, all destroyed by some unknown force. The deadline was fast approaching. Helicopters responsible for evacuation had gone one after another, but without exception, they were all destroyed en route, just like the signal towers. Rebecca stood beside her sister, her face filled with worry. The Forbidden Forest was far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. Now there was an earthquake. She regretted sending Amy there. Just as things calmed down, aftershock struck, thankfully low in intensity and unlikely to cause casualties. At that moment, an urgent message arrived from the army containing the mutated creatures. A 300-meter-wide fissure had appeared in the ground 50 kilometers east of the safe zone. Its length was incalculable, the cause unknown, and its formation time suspected to be today. Chief Adrington was completely bewildered. Overwhelmed, he simply shared the message with the representatives of the other 3 safe zones. This is a problem we all need to shoulder. We can't let him suffer alone. Representatives from the 4 safe zones held an emergency meeting. Half of them suspected the signal tower and helicopter crash were related to the earthquake. Besides, it might not even be an earthquake. What if it was caused by a mutated creature? But the other half objected. How large would a mutated creature have to be to cause such a commotion? In the past 100 years, the largest mutated creature has only weighed a little over 100 tons. It's impossible for a mutated creature to cause such a massive earthquake. The giant tortoise was just as anxious as the others. Wait, I'm already out. Where is everyone? If I fail to devour that person this time and can't leave this planet, and I'm exposed now, what if humanity unites to attack me? Although humans alone can hardly defeat me, they have all sorts of heavy weapons. It hurts a lot. Most importantly, the people from that damn planet D4-081 are coming soon. They definitely reinforced the confinement. It frantically searched everywhere, but couldn't find any trace of Loci. Half an hour later, it looked towards the location of Safe Zone 1. Since it couldn't find it, it decided to annihilate humanity. Inside the space, Loci was about to burst, yet her abilities hadn't improved at all. All the energy had gone into the space itself. 200 million source crystals increased the space's volume from 50,000 cubic meters to 500,000 cubic meters. But that wasn't enough. Desperate, Loci had to leave the space to stabilize the giant tortoise. The giant tortoise, having taken only 2 steps, sensed Loci's presence and immediately stopped and turned around. It only saw Loci for half a second before she vanished. The giant tortoise's breath hitched. It couldn't hear her heartbeat, and her aura had completely disappeared. Was it a mustard seed space, or some other special ability? After confirming the giant tortoise wouldn't leave anytime soon, Loci resumed absorbing source crystals, sharing some energy with Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu when she felt overwhelmed. However, she could only absorb 50,000 before running out of energy. At this point, Loci slapped her forehead in frustration. Since she could directly expel the energy to them, why couldn't she directly expel it into her spatial dimension? giving energy to Xiaozhua, and Xiaoyu hadn't shrunk the spatial dimension. Decided to try, she absorbed with her left hand and expelled with her right. The quantity was too large. She didn't know exactly how much she absorbed this time, only that the total of 20 billion source crystals over the past few days had decreased by January 20th. The spatial dimension expanded again, from 500,000 to 2 million cubic meters. It sounded large, but it was actually only a 100 m times 100 m times 100 m space. Still not big enough. Losai continued absorbing, another 2 billion in and out, expanding the space to 10 million cubic meters. Her control over energy had reached a new level. For example, she could directly use energy to heal living beings. However, this wasn't without its side effects. Her hands trembled. The frequent inflow and outflow of energy had left her body, like a filter, utterly exhausted. Over 2 billion, that was her body's limit. She waved her hand, sealing off the energy above, and with a thought, she left the spatial dimension. The giant tortoise, which had been waiting, immediately launched its attack. Lassie easily leaped through the air, using the energy barrier as a springboard, making her feel as if she were on solid ground. The giant tortoise's strength was undeniable. Its power was immense. Fortunately, its speed wasn't particularly fast. With its agile body and skillful use of energy, it could dodge most attacks. If it couldn't dodge, it would simply enter the spatial dimension. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, the surrounding area was a scene of devastation, completely obliterating the previous beautiful scenery. Finally, Losai reached its massive shell and remarked, "Being big is slow, huh?" The giant tortoise was about to turn its head to look at Losai on its back when, after only half a turn, it felt suddenly light, its vision went black, and its surroundings drastically changed. After a second of panic, it frantically thrashed and inhaled. It smelled of source crystals, so fragrant, so much, so pure. Saliva dripped from its mouth. Losai, who had just entered, took a step back in disgust, almost spitting it out. This stench must have been fermenting for centuries, not a breath of fresh air for ages. But bringing in such a huge creature was exhausting. She had a terrible headache. At that moment, a deep, neutral voice came from the giant tortoise's mouth. "Human, how come you have a mustard seed space?" Oh, it can even talk. Losai had a good capacity for understanding. Humans and animals could both mutate, so it wasn't surprising that the tortoise could talk. Losai rubbed her temples. "I got it for free." The giant tortoise? ? Was it too outdated? Since when could you find a mustard seed space, let alone such a large one? It had only been imprisoned for a little over 100 years. Just as it was about to move, it discovered that the space had its body firmly locked, unable to budge an inch. Only then did it realize that this wasn't an ordinary mustard seed space, but a much rarer and more precious spirit transformation space. In a spirit transformation space, the owner can freely control everything within, including the space itself, and ordinary spaces can be broken open from the inside if one's abilities are strong enough. But a spirit transformation space is different. Only those with the ability to traverse space and break through the void can escape. The giant tortoise knew its own limitations. It didn't possess that ability. It was truly doomed. It had finally escaped, only to be imprisoned again. Wait! Escaped? The giant tortoise suddenly realized, "That's right, I escaped." Chapter 209. Its mood instantly improved, and its attitude towards Losai completely changed. "Little human, I won't eat you anymore." Losai, who was rubbing her head, paused, her eyes narrowing. "You want to eat me?" The giant tortoise felt it had already shown extraordinary mercy. "Yes, considering you rescued me, as long as you give me all the energy in this space, I can forgive and forget." Losai frowned, looking at it like it was an idiot. She had been worried it might damage the space, but judging from its current attitude, it was 100% certain it wouldn't. If it could have damaged it, it would have already devoured all the energy. Why would it need to be so polite? "Oh," Losai replied perfunctorily, then stretched out her hand, and a large cleaver flew into her grasp. She sized up the giant tortoise, wondering where to begin her attack. The tortoise's eyes darted around, seemingly wondering what the human wanted. Shouldn't it be grateful for her kindness and generosity? Aiming for the neck, Losai swiftly swung her machete, gliding effortlessly through the barrier. Clang! The machete struck the tortoise's skin, producing a crisp sound and even sparks, yet the tortoise remained unscathed. With a clatter, the dulled and unusable machete fell to the ground. Losai frowned slightly. She had thrown it with all her might, yet the tortoise was completely unharmed. "Little human, you can't hurt me with your strength. Just send me all your energy, and I forgive your rudeness." The tortoise was unconcerned. With this human strength, it would take her at least 10 years to inflict a wound. Hearing the tortoise's words, Losai indeed waved her hand, controlling a ball of energy to send into the tortoise's mouth. It smacked its lips in satisfaction, again. But the next second, a new cleaver appeared. The giant tortoise didn't even blink. How could this human still not realize the difference between her and me? Thud. The cleaver completely sank into the back of its neck. Although this wound was like a scratch to its mountain-like head, it still shocked it. What have you done? You despicable human. Losai waved her hand, and the cleaver that had been embedded in its flesh flew out, then brought it down heavily again. Nothing much, just fed you what you wanted. A creature's defense decreases significantly after absorbing source crystals, and this giant tortoise was no exception. The cleaver had only been used 3 times when the giant tortoise snapped out of its daze, and hurriedly cried out, "Stop! Stop!" Losai ignored it, and continued repeating the action. It would probably take about an hour to sever its neck. I was wrong. I never do it again. I was blind to your greatness. I do anything for you, please stop. The giant tortoise cried and begged for mercy, now begging to be spared. Only then did Losai stop and interrogate, "Who are you? Why did you eat me?" The giant tortoise's eyes drooped, and it pitifully said, "I was originally a floating giant tortoise, living happily with my people in the universe. But one day, I accidentally ate a small amount of processed source crystal from planet D4-081, and then I was captured and imprisoned on planet Ajur." Accidentally ate it? Losai didn't believe it, but didn't expose it either. You live in the universe, not on a planet, so you can fly. Why didn't you just leave planet Ajur? The giant tortoise, it's a long story. They installed a device in my body. The radiation from planet D4-081 is transmitted to planet Ajur through this device. Because of this device in my body, the radiation level is too high, making it difficult for me to fly. It also restricts me. If this device is not removed and I move too far, the monitoring will detect it, and someone will come to punish me immediately. Losai pursed her lips. If this explanation was accurate, combined with the history of planet Ajil, the whole situation was that the radiation on planet Ajil was caused by the sovereign planet, but they pretended to know nothing, attacking planet Ajil first, and then appearing after the radiation increased, making it a subordinate planet. Naturally, they took planet Ajil's origin crystal, providing a small amount of information on its use, thus instilling a sense of gratitude in planet Ajil. In reality, all of planet Ajil's misfortunes stem from the sovereign planet. However, Losai had another question. The universe is infinite. Why not just release the radiation into the universe directly, instead of going through all the trouble of releasing it onto such a small planet as Ajil? The giant tortoise slightly raised its head, feeling a sense of intellectual superiority in the face of someone who knew nothing. The universe is more complex than you think. One of the laws of the universe's environmental protection prohibits the direct release of garbage and pollutants into the universe, but it can be released onto other planets, of course, if that planet agrees. Another option is like this planet, which is forced into it. Losai still didn't understand, and asked several questions until she finally grasped the general situation. Question 1. There are many dead planets in the universe. Why can't radiation be discharged directly onto them? Answer. Dead planets don't have an atmosphere for protection, so radiation can't adhere to them for long and will eventually dissipate into space. Therefore, it's prohibited. Question 2. Why does the floating giant turtle and cosmic creature speak the language of Ajil? Answer. Because the human population in the universe is considerable, and their civilization is the most advanced, having conquered many planets. Their interstellar language is a mixture of human languages. For example, the language of D4-081 and the language of Ajil are about 1/5 mutually intelligible. It originally knew the interstellar language, but after being imprisoned for over 100 years, it occasionally eavesdropped on the situation in Safe Zone 1, and gradually learned it. Question 3. Why is the radiation different in different areas of Ajil? Answer. D4-081 buried over 100 sub-devices both in the sky and underground on Ajil to help the radiation diffuse better. However, due to differences in the source crystal content underground, the resistance to radiation varies, resulting in different radiation concentrations. However, the primordial source crystal cannot directly eliminate radiation. It can only be slowly worn down by the planet's self-repair over a long period. But Ajur was used as a radiation dump, and its self-repair ability was like a pebble thrown into the ocean. It wouldn't make a ripple. Even with all the source crystals intact, it would still take trillions of years. Meanwhile, The floating giant turtle possessing the mother device could control radiation concentration within a small area. This is why initially, the radiation levels in Safe Zone 1 were medium to high, but when the 4 teams arrived, they were all exposed to Red 9 radiation. Question 4. Didn't the people of Azure discover those sub-devices? Answer. High technology. Azure's technology was too backward to detect them. Question 5. Does the device inside it transmit radiation remotely? Chapter 210. Answer. Yes and no. D4-081 is too far from planet Aegir. Transmission and transfer devices were installed on several planets in between, finally reaching planet Aegir. This involved using space jump technology, essentially a form of teleportation. These devices can be called the mother device. Question 6. The floating giant turtle can move, but it can't fly. Why didn't it destroy planet Aegir? Answer. It values its life. If planet Aegir were destroyed, D4-081 would need to send its own people to mine it, which would consume a lot of manpower and resources and take a long time. As mentioned above, it can't be mined all at once, otherwise the radiation would have nowhere to go. It's more cost-effective to let the native inhabitants mine and hand over the resources slowly. Destroying the floating giant turtle would result in severe punishment, even execution. Question 7. Why eat loci? Answer. Too much radiation. It can't fly. Eating loci is equivalent to consuming the energy of the source crystal, which can clear radiation from the body and increase strength. Then, it can find a way to remove the mother device inside the body. Question 8. The mother device has a location. Will it be detected in space? Answer. No. Question 9. Is the pattern of radiation increase due to the transmission time of D4-081? Answer. Yes. With her previous doubts resolved, Loci gained a greater understanding of interstellar space. She decided to leave the floating giant tortoise behind. It would have a semi-guide when she went to interstellar space. Most importantly, killing it wouldn't benefit her at the moment. After threatening it that it would only survive if it behaved, Loci left the space. It was already 7:40, the sun had just set. She swiftly traversed the broken forest, relying on her 3 senses to quickly locate her teammates. Protected by her, they were all still alive, though some were on the verge of death. She used simple energy healing to heal them, keeping them alive while ensuring they remained unconscious. After grouping them together, Loci began searching for Amy. The two were in different places, and it took her a long time to find her. A branch had pierced her thigh, and she had suffered a head injury, leaving her in critical condition. Loci pulled the branch out, blood gushing out. She placed her hand on it, and the bleeding immediately stopped. The wound healed completely in the blink of an eye, leaving no scar. She only saved those she was close to, as it would be difficult to disguise herself later. Thinking it over, she also managed to rescue several survivors from the other 3 teams. Some were already dead, beyond saving. The heavenly eye that had been following them seemed to have been washed away by the water, its whereabouts unknown. After piling them all together in a scattered fashion, Loci punched himself a few times, then stuck a twig into his arm. To make it look realistic, he couldn't use healing. After randomly choosing a spot to lie down, Loci waved his hand, evenly distributing healing energy over everyone. The least injured, Harpos and the others, were the first to wake up. Loci also pretended to open his eyes, propping himself up with his hands. Xiaoqi clutched her head, looking around at the drastically changed surroundings in confusion. What happened? She was in excruciating pain all over, feeling like she'd been beaten up all day, especially her head, which felt like it was being pricked with needles. Yiwu barely managed to stand up. The water level of the lake not far ahead had dropped 20 or 30 meters. Most terrifyingly, the island in the middle of the lake and the mountain behind it had vanished into thin air, leaving only a deep, gaping crater. Amy woke up at this moment, looking around dazedly. She saw the team from Safe Zone 3, then turned and saw the person she had been longing to see. "Lo, Lossie." Lossie, still feigning pain, turned to Amy upon hearing this and exclaimed, "Amy?" She shook her head in disbelief, and after confirming it wasn't a hallucination, asked with a puzzled look, "How did you get here?" The floating giant turtle watched Lossie's performance from inside the space. A tiny human, not long-lived, but a pretty good actor. Amy staggered to her feet and walked towards Lossie. Seeing the wound on her arm, she couldn't help but worry. "I don't know either. You need to get your wound treated quickly. My teammate has a healer." She turned to look at the gradually waking group, but sadly, her healing teammate wasn't there. Loci asked knowingly, "It's alright, my teammates are still here. Are you representing Safe Zone 1 in the competition?" Amy lowered her head, somewhat apologetic. Yes, I'm sorry I left in such a hurry, I didn't have time to contact you. And all my bracelets were thrown away. Losai smiled gently. It's alright, I'm relieved you're okay. Just then, Yusher finished treating herself and, seeing that Losai's injuries were the most serious, decided to treat her first. She looked at Amy with curiosity and some wariness, surprised that Losai knew the contestants from Safe Zone 1, and they seemed to have a good relationship. The 4 members of Harpo's, enduring their own pain, stood up and stood in front of Losai to protect her from the others. Besides everyone from Safe Zone 3 surviving, there were 3 people left from Safe Zone 1, 2 from Safe Zone 2, and 2 from Safe Zone 4. Yusher pulled the branch from Losai's arm, covered it with both hands, and 2 minutes later, the wound had healed, leaving only a noticeable scar. After treating Losai, she treated all her teammates in turn. None of their injuries were particularly serious, and she still had energy left afterward. The other 3 teams found their teammates and went their separate ways. Although they didn't know the current situation, the 4 teams remained in competition. Unfortunately, only the healer from Safe Zone 3 was still alive. They were all crippled or injured and couldn't possibly defeat the 6-person team from Safe Zone 3. Red Flame, Captain, what do we do now? Harpo's had been thinking about what had happened since waking up, but everyone seemed clueless. The originally scheduled tournament time had ended, but due to this unexpected turn of events, they would discuss new decisions. Their most conservative approach now was either to kill everyone or to obtain some mutated creatures. Seeing Harpo's predatory gaze, the others involuntarily took a step back. One of the remaining members of Safe Zone 4 hurriedly surrendered. Don't fight. The tournament time is over. We won't stop you from doing anything except killing each other. His teammates nodded hastily in agreement. Having just narrowly escaped death, the pain in their bodies constantly reminded them of their fear of dying. There were only 2 of them. Any fight would only result in their own demise. It was better to go back and await punishment from Safe Zone 4. At least there was a sliver of hope. With Safe Zone 4 surrendering, 1 member from Safe Zone 1 immediately joined Safe Zone 3. Safe Zone 2, seeing no hope, also surrendered. Harpo's hesitated for a moment, then chose to let them go. Everything that had happened here was too bizarre. Leaving the other teams behind would only provide their testimonies, which wouldn't be enough to convince the other teams. Let's go kill the mutated creatures, Harpo said to his teammates, then turned to the other 3 teams and threatened, you better stay here if you want to live. Chapter 211. While Losai was still catching up, she immediately stood up. Amy lowered her head somewhat shyly and asked softly, can I come with you? I'm capable now, I can help. Amy's other 2 teammates were dumbfounded. What was this young lady up to? Losai thought for a second and agreed. With strength, nothing was too difficult. The group of 7 began to wander around the vicinity, but they didn't dare go too far. Without the sensors, they didn't know the radiation concentration in each area. Strangely enough, even though this place had been highly radioactive before, they were fine after being unconscious for so long. Losai first found a B-grade mutated bluefish under a tree. It was about to die from being out of water for too long. Amy waved her hand and unleashed a wind blade, ending its life. Losai gave her a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. Receiving Losai's praise, Amy lowered her head slightly, her ears turning red. Her reason for participating in the competition might seem ridiculous to others. She just wanted to see Losai and help her. Amy had seen her performance in the preliminary rounds and thought it was quite good, but the finals were even more brutal. She didn't want to lose her best friend, and it was also a way to prove her own abilities, a win-win situation. However, this year's competition was plagued with unexpected problems, and in the end, she couldn't help it all. The 7 of them searched for half an hour, finding a dozen or so fish of various grades B and C. These fish were pushed out of the water along with the floating giant turtle's movements, and they kept picking one up from the ground. Back at their previous spot, the other 3 teams also brought back 1 or 2 fish. Seeing that they had fewer than their team, Harpo's ignored them. Want some water? Amy slightly raised her left hand, and a clear, clean clump of water appeared about 5 centimeters above her palm. Lucy's eyes widened instantly. Wasn't she a wind user? What was with the water? I have both wind and water abilities, that's why they let me participate in the competition, Amy explained shyly, head bowed. She was finally standing alongside Lucy, in every sense of the word. Lucy used to be smart, quick to learn, and a good marksman. She performed brilliantly in this election, and entering Safe Zone 3 was practically a certainty. Amy, on the other hand, was a refugee with no special skills, only able to watch Lucy rise higher and higher. But now, she had finally caught up with her. Xiao Qi and Hong Yan, who were nearby, reacted even more strongly than Lucy. Dual abilities? Really? They had been scattered, and hadn't seen Amy use her wind abilities. Their loud voices successfully attracted the attention of Teams 2 and 4. A true dual ability user had never appeared on planet Aegir. There was a kind that could barely be called a dual ability user, one who enhanced their body and possessed supernatural strength. But the enhanced body was mostly only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, still far inferior to most professional physical ability users. Possessing two supernatural abilities simultaneously is unprecedented. Amy didn't hide anything. She had already used her dual abilities when the signal tower was still there, and the higher-ups already knew. There was no point in hiding it from them. Lassie gently patted her shoulder. "You're great. I was thirsty. It's so nice to have you here." Little Seven, ever the friendly type, stood behind Lassie. "I want some too." Red Flame immediately followed suit, and Hapos and the others, feeling unbearably hot, exchanged glances and joined the queue. The other two members of Team 1, thinking they were on the same team as Amy, figured it wouldn't be unreasonable for them to line up for water, so they joined in. The remaining four were already suffering from injuries, and the high temperature and lack of water made it even more unbearable. One of them couldn't stand it anymore, and shamelessly joined the line. Seeing this, the last three also joined the line. Amy treated everyone equally, letting them drink as much as they wanted. The total amount of water they drank wasn't even as much as the energy consumed by a single water attack. This group watering incident softened the atmosphere considerably. One of the members of Team 4 asked, "It's already 8 or 9 o'clock, right? Do you think the safe zone will pick us up?" By this time, it was completely dark. Hong Yan lit a large bonfire to ensure the rescuers could find them. One of the members of Team 2 said dejectedly, "I don't know. I felt something was wrong when the signal went out. They haven't come yet. Do they think we're all dead?" The others thought the same. With their abilities, getting back wouldn't be too difficult. They could even kill an S-rank mutated creature together. The only fear was radiation. Without radiation detection equipment, they could easily wander into a high radiation zone without even realizing it, and might just kick the bucket. Lassie's ears perked up. They were coming. A minute later, they heard the sound of helicopters, and 2 minutes later, they finally saw the silhouettes of 3 helicopters. Seeing the campfire, the helicopters slowly landed and dropped down ladders. Then, one by one, the people boarded. The person in charge of recording was a bit bewildered. Initially, seeing only one campfire, they thought there were only 1 or 2 people left, but there were a full 13. Luckily, 3 helicopters had been sent, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to accommodate them all. They weren't intentionally late. The journey was too long, taking 3 hours each way. At 11 p.m., everyone finally returned to the safe zone. Representatives from the 4 safe zones nervously watched the helicopter. Whose team would disembark? Team 1 was the first to emerge, and Chief Adlington breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed first place was theirs for sure. But after the first 3 emerged, Team 2 followed, then Team 4. So many people? Even in previous years' normal competitions, there had never been so many left over. Finally, Team 3 emerged, full. Rebecca's heart sank with relief. With no signal and no communication, the 4 safe zones had finally decided to rank their teams by both the number of people and the mutated creatures. One person counted as one B-grade creature. If all went well, Safe Zone 3 would win. The mutated creatures were then dragged out. Safe Zone 3 had a total of 14. There were 5 fish in Safe Zone 1. They originally only had 3, but Harpos, remembering he drunk the water Amy gave him, gave her 2 more. Anyway, their numbers were 2 to 3 times greater than the others. Safe Zones 2 and 4 each had 2 people and 3 fish, so the total value of the Safe Zone 2 team was higher. The outcome was decided. Some were happy, some were sad. Chief Adlington demanded an immediate investigation into the incident. All the contestants were taken back for individual interrogation. Everyone had similar experiences, inexplicably appearing in the same place and waking up. At the time, everyone acted normally, and they couldn't say who was most suspicious. If they had to choose, it would only be Amy, the first dual ability user in history. If anyone could have rescued all the survivors and put them together, she was the most likely candidate. Chapter 212. However, Amy firmly denied it, claiming she knew nothing. The Adlington family questioned her separately and brought in Rebecca, hoping she would tell the truth. They assured her they would protect her even if she was hiding something. But how could she admit to something she hadn't done? Given her strength and special abilities, The Adlington family didn't want her to become estranged from them, so they didn't press the issue. In the end, the only information these high-ranking members received was rising radiation, a crash signal tower, a helicopter, and the disappearance of a mountain and an island. The mountain wouldn't move, and based on the testimonies of more than 10 people, the high-ranking members leaned towards mutated creatures and decided to send people to investigate first thing the next morning. After a long day of interrogation by several people from the safe zone, they finally got to rest after 3 a.m. The next morning, the Deep family held a victory celebration. The main family came in first, the Branch family second, making the Deep family the biggest winner this year. Sarah finally had a chance to speak with Rossi. They hadn't seen each other since the theft of the vault, due to the unusual circumstances. She raised her glass in celebration. Congratulations. Rossi clinked glasses with her, the crimson liquid swirling in the glass, its aroma intoxicating. Same to you, same to you. Sarah understood. She took a small sip of red wine. Rossi and her team had successfully won first place in the tournament, and she had escaped too. It was indeed a shared joy. Of all the people who had returned alive from the tournament, everyone else suspected Amy, but she was the only one who guessed it was Rossi. However, she wouldn't say anything. With such a powerful partner, escaping would be a piece of cake. At the celebration banquet, Rebecca announced that she would be returning the next day. The members of the Branch family were incredibly reluctant to see her go and tried to persuade her to stay, a stark contrast to their previous drunken antics. Previously, although they were the main family, there were too many powerful factions in Safe Zone 3, and resources were divided among them. Even though the Deep family took the lion's share, their overall strength wasn't much better than the other families. Now, the main family is ranked first in Safe Zone 3, and also first in the competition. They don't need to spend a single source crystal. At least for the next 10 years, they will be the most developed, so naturally, they need to curry favor. After the banquet, Loci casually greeted Rebecca and left. The competition was over, and Rebecca didn't stop her, letting her go. After purchasing supplies in the city, Loci found a secluded spot under the city wall, and jumped over the 20-meter-high wall to the outside. Finding a safe place where she wouldn't be easily discovered, she dug a large hole, hid her things, left a mark, and jumped back into the city. The next morning, boarding the RV, the trip to Safe Zone 1 came to an end. Before departure, Amy and Rebecca came to see her off, emphasizing their gratitude for Loci's previous help. Seeing Rebe's radiant face and healed leg, Rossi was genuinely happy for her. After all, no one wants to be bedridden for life. Rossi didn't inquire about Rebe's past. It was none of her business. She hadn't seen Amy's father, Francie, and was a little curious, but didn't ask. How they handled things was their private matter. However, she did have some doubts about whether Francie was Amy's father. After all, how could someone so prominent live in a refugee camp with someone who looked so ordinary? After thanking her, Rebes went to talk to her sister. Rossi chatted with Amy for a while, learning that she was doing well there, and that was enough. Miles rushed over. Good heavens. Because she had embarrassed the family during the joint exam in Security Zone 3, the family was afraid that Loci would do something outrageous again in Security Zone 1, so she had been strictly forbidden from leaving. She had spatial teleportation, but the distance was only 10 meters at a time. 8 people took turns guarding her within 10 meters of her room, making escape impossible. Most importantly, her mother said that if she ran away, she would smash all her figurines. She waited until today, and only after much pleading and cajoling, was she finally allowed to come out. Seeing Rebes and Amy there, she politely greeted them, Aunt Rebes, Cousin Amy. This cousin seemed to have a good relationship with Loci. If she hadn't seen them talking, she would have thought they didn't know each other. Indeed, her idol was amazing, and her idol's friends were amazing too. She, as a fan of her idol, was no less impressive. Miles poured out her heart to Loci, expressing her longing. Loci responded politely, somewhat overwhelmed by such enthusiasm. After a long fuss of autographs and photos, just as the convoy was about to depart, they finally let Loci leave. Not long after Loci and the others left, Sherry found an excuse to go out. Although they restricted her spending, going out normally wasn't a problem. Under a tree Loci had told her about, Sherry dug up a source crystal worth 100,000 points, which would be her source of funds to sneak out of the city. 2 or 3 days later, Sherry's frequent outings attracted the attention of the Deep Branch family. However, her temper had recently improved considerably, making people suspicious yet also thinking she might have become more obedient. Until the 4th day after the public tournament ended, Sherry went out again. Thanks to the connection she made over the past few days, she successfully left the city under a false identity. Arriving at another location Losai had given her, she searched for a while before finally finding a cave hidden by withered leaves. Inside was a high-performance RV, the key hanging on the door. A wide smile spread across her face as she eagerly opened it, nearly blinding herself at the sight of a small mountain of source crystals. She swallowed hard. This must be worth tens of millions. No wonder she robbed an entire vault. Her spending was incredibly generous. Passing over the mountain of source crystals, she continued walking, but her smile suddenly froze. Inside the RV, besides source crystals, Losai had also prepared water, food, medicine, weapons, purification spray, and various other supplies for her trip, enough for at least 3 months. Seeing these things, the wide smile that had been plastered on her face gradually faded, leaving only a faint, gentle smile. Just moments before, she'd been excited. Now, a warmth filled her heart. More than the sheer amount of source crystals, these supplies touched her deeply. No wonder she felt a strange sense of trust in her. She was inherently a very trustworthy person. Sarisan happily touched the various supplies, and a cream-colored whip woven from rattan fibers caught her eye. The weapons Losai gave her were either knives or guns, making this rattan whip seem somewhat out of place. She held it in her hand, waited a couple of times, found the texture quite nice, and casually hung it on her waist, using it as a melee weapon. March 22nd, the convoy returned to Safe Zone 3. Even though it was already 8 p.m., the streets were filled with celebrating crowds. First was their own safe zone. Although they hadn't participated or seen the battle, they felt a sense of pride. The vehicle stopped at the Deep family's manor. A banquet had already been prepared, awaiting the arrival of the main characters. Chapter 213. The four families' branching ceremony was attended by almost all the clan leaders and high-ranking members. Firstly, the amount of source crystals they had to contribute was significantly less. The banquet was grand, with even the A-class students from all 4 academies invited. The most discussed topic among the students was undoubtedly Losai. Last year, everyone was on the same level, but now she was unattainable. First place in the public competition, a future of smooth sailing and wealth. Many students tried to curry favor with her, and Losai, in a good mood, responded with smiles. "Hey, you said Dale, and she were quite close. She must be very rich now. Dale doesn't even come to school anymore. Why doesn't she help her? Who knows? Some people are just stingy, and besides, they're worlds apart now. Maybe she's already looked down on her." Amidst the murmurs, Losai keenly noticed Dale's whereabouts. She hadn't seen her at the banquet, and assumed she'd been relegated to B class, which was why she hadn't attended. Why did she suddenly stop going to school? She's broke? That shouldn't be the case. She could apply for student loans. Just then, Qin Dinglan approached. She was genuinely happy that Luoshi had survived, but with her achievements, she certainly wouldn't stay at the Joint Academy. After greeting her, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you planning to do next?" Would she enjoy life in Safe Zone 3 or travel to other safe zones to broaden her horizons? If it was the latter, she wanted to go with Luoshi. Luoshi pointed to the sky. Qin Dinglan thought for a while before realizing she was going to interstellar space. Upon hearing this answer, she was stunned for a long time. All her future plans were useless. Was she going to escape the Qin family and wander aimlessly alone? Perhaps sensing her confusion, Losai thought of Sherry, who was also alone. She decided to team them up. If Qin Dinglan escaped the Qin family, she definitely wouldn't be able to stay in Safe Zone 3. But there were too many people here. Losai led her to a quieter corner. "I introduce you to someone, Sherry, also known as Sakanli. I don't know where she is now, but if you run into her, you can team up. Having company outside won't be too lonely." Qin Dinglan knew a bit about Sherry. Daring to elope was certainly a bold move. But wasn't she caught and taken back recently? And now she's escaped again? It seems she's connected to Losai. "Okay, right, I forgot to tell you. I bet on you in the preliminary round and won over 4 million. Selling some of my jewelry and adding my previous savings, I should have around 6 million, enough to go to any safe zone. Recently, my father has been arranging for me to meet many men from his family. I'm turning 20 soon, and he's planning to arrange a marriage for me. Since you're not staying here, I leave after my monthly exam." Qin Dinglan's departure was much simpler than Sha Rui's. She only needed to arrange the supplies beforehand in the inner ring, and after the monthly exam, she could leave directly with the team. Rossi looked at her with satisfaction. "That's good. You can make your own decision. If you need any help, you can come to me." The banquet gradually dispersed at midnight. Orion Deep called Rossi to her study. The first prize is 100 million points. Should we exchange it for source crystals directly? The Deep family, who won first place in the competition, didn't have to pay any tribute. They gave each of the contestants a prize of 100 million. After deducting the cost of training them over the years, the Deep family would have gained at least several hundred billion source crystals compared to the Adlington family, who came in second. Lucy opted to exchange her crystal for a source crystal. She could already sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the source crystals in the room. Oli and Deep immediately pulled a fist-sized, pure, transparent source crystal without a single impurity from a cabinet and placed it on the table. This one is worth over 130 million. Lucy reached for it, but Deep immediately pulled out another source crystal of roughly the same size and placed it on the table as well. Lucy hesitated for a moment, then took hers. Ori and Deep leaned back in her chair, her hands clasped over her stomach, looking at Rossi with a relaxed yet slightly oppressive air. Exchange information from the public tournament. Rossi weighed the source crystal in her hand and smiled faintly. I already told you everything I know. Do you think I can get it just by saying it again? Ori and Deep, you know what I mean? No need for beating around the bush. If you don't want to talk about the public tournament, you can exchange it for what you intend to use the source crystal for. Just one word from you, and you can take 100 million source crystals. Isn't that a good deal? If she hadn't stolen the vault, Rossi might have been willing to reveal some information in exchange, but she currently had over 16.9 billion in her storage space. 100 million wasn't enough to sway her. I use the source crystals for research and for spending, of course, Rossi said, looking at her. Ori and Deep shifted her posture, resting one hand on her temple. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. This condition will still apply when you want to talk. Now get out. She clearly didn't believe her. Losai shrugged indifferently. All right then. She turned and walked out, a slight smile playing on her lips. She was the third person to be asked this question. The 6 people in the group were probably all going to be interrogated. Ori and Deep was trying to trick everyone, hoping to extract useful information, but unfortunately, they knew nothing. Having declined Nicole's invitation to stay overnight, and deciding she wouldn't be going to the base anytime soon, Losai, finding nowhere else to go, decided to return to her dormitory at the United Academy. It was too late. There were only 1 or 2 people scattered around on the road. Just as Losai reached the academy gate and was about to climb over the wall, a figure slowly approached from a distance. Dale Dane is in our hands. If you don't want her dead, come with me. He held a gun, his eyes fixed on Losai's movements. He knew the difference in strength between them was too great. He would shoot if Losai made any unnecessary movements. Losai looked over. It was a black man, most likely from the Black River gang. Fine, I go with you. The black man, who had expected a long period of threats and intimidation, paused, then moved closer to Losai, pressing the gun against her lower back. Go forward. Losai obediently walked forward, and the black man's worries lessened considerably. Being the top player in the competition wasn't all that great. Now she had to listen to him. Just half a minute later, around a blind spot in the surveillance cameras, Lucy suddenly kicked out, striking the black man's wrist as he held the gun. The gun flew out of his hand and landed on the ground, along with the black man's face. Lucy had pinned him to the ground with a single move. The black man struggled, but found the hands restraining him incredibly strong. He couldn't budge an inch despite all his strength. Lucy, expressionless, scrutinized him from above. Where is Dale being held? The black man's eyes darted around, hesitating whether to tell the truth, but the hand on his neck tightened. He began to have trouble breathing. The hand on his neck was incredibly strong, and he even suspected Lucy could snap his neck with one hand. Chapter 214. Tell the truth, and I spare your life. Lucy's voice was calm, as if she were nothing more than a blade of grass, easily plucked. The black man sensed Lucy was serious and dared not lie to her anymore. No, we didn't catch him. The gang told me to stay here and trick you into going back. Snap. Lucy snapped his spine. The black man was lifeless. After stomping away the fingerprints on his neck, she casually tossed him aside beside a roadside trash can. Should she go find Dale? Lucy hesitated. She should know the Black River gang was looking for her, and had already hidden herself. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lucy jumped into the nearest sewer. The smell inside was quite pungent in the summer heat. She shut down her sense of smell and, guided by the floating giant turtle, successfully arrived at another Black River gang stronghold. The floating giant turtle, which roamed the universe searching for food, had evolved a super sense of smell, capable of smelling half the planet Agile from a distance. The Black River gang stronghold here is much better off than the refugee camp. It's located in the central part of the safe zone, clean and tidy. It's late at night, and only a few rooms in this 20-story building still have lights on. Lossie destroyed all the nearby surveillance cameras that could capture images of the building. Then, she boldly walked up the building as if floating on air. Having a foothold makes everything easier. The most luxurious office was empty, but Lossie wasn't in a hurry. After letting the floating giant tortoise sniff her, it immediately pinpointed her location. She turned and went to the Black River gang leader's villa. 4 or 5 ability users were guarding outside, but they were drinking and playing cards, quite relaxed. Lossie easily jumped onto the villa's roof. The ability users below didn't react, none of them had strong hearing. She confidently jumped onto the second-floor balcony. Her superhuman strength allowed her to land silently. Using her powers, she parted the curtain slightly, revealing 2 sleeping figures on a large bed, a beautiful white woman and an elderly white man. Rosie was filled with questions. The Black River gang leader was white, but after confirming it was him, Rosie opened the sliding door to the balcony and easily entered the room. This was the bedroom. Given the villa's heavy security, the elderly white man confidently hadn't installed any surveillance cameras. Rosie reached for his neck. Click. The elderly white man opened his eyes and instantly died. Wiping her fingerprints with the back of her hand, Rosie was about to leave silently when she remembered this man had died in the same way as the henchman she had just killed. She thought about how she could use her energy to break all his spine bones. That would be different. Although this elderly white man hadn't actually harmed her yet, Rosie had never considered herself a good person. She didn't hesitate to take action against those she disliked, those who posed a threat, and those she could easily deal with by killing them. After wandering around for a while, she returned to her dormitory at the United Academy with a sense of relief. The room was clean, and the blankets had a faint fragrance, suggesting that the dormitory supervisor or Nicole had washed them. After quickly checking that there was nothing missing from the room, Lossie flashed into her spatial dimension. The floating giant turtle was still imprisoned, unable to move. Having remained motionless in the forbidden forest for over 100 years, these past few days were a piece of cake for it. Lossie picked up the Purification Vine seed gun. She hadn't had any high-level mutated creatures to experiment on before, but now she had the opportunity. It was a pity she couldn't use it in the competition. She had originally planned to use it secretly. Floating giant turtle, I can remove the device from your body, but you have to cooperate with me in an experiment. The floating giant turtle, seeing the toy gun in Lossie's hand, agreed without hesitation. Loss fired the bullet into its mouth, and the giant turtle immediately cooperated, expressing its sensations and conclusions. I feel the radiation in my body has decreased a little, but I feel a bit uncomfortable. The high-level mutated creatures here mutated because of radiation. Radiation is essentially part of their bodies. Your bullet can dissolve some of the radiation, which is equivalent to dissolving their flesh, making their reaction even stronger. However, for low-level creatures or those without mutations, it might help them survive longer in environments with high radiation. Having figured out the effect with just one bullet, Lossie had to praise its experience. Keeping her promise, she used energy instead of her hand to reach into its stomach through its mouth, clearly feeling a metal device the size of a small 2-story villa inside. It's already ingrained in the flesh. Taking it out will hurt a lot. The floating giant turtle's mouth watered. The energy of the source crystal smelled so good, it wanted to swallow it whole. Hearing Lossie's words, it immediately said, "Take it, take it, take it. I'm not afraid of pain." Compared to a delicious meal, escaping the shackles that had bound it for over 100 years was naturally more important. Lossie pulled hard, and the floating giant tortoise's neck retracted halfway into its shell in pain. Pulling out the device was like tearing a piece of flesh from its body. With swift and decisive action, Lossie dragged it directly out of its mouth in one breath. If it weren't for her improved control over energy, she wouldn't have been able to budge this behemoth an inch. Accompanied by a stench and blood, the radiation transmission mother device revealed its true form. Black and silver metal, roughly cube-shaped, with few exposed parts and a smooth surface. Looking at it, Lossie asked, "Is this thing valuable?" The floating giant turtle gagged twice. "You know what, it's actually quite valuable. A brand new one would cost about 100 million interstellar coins, which is about 1 billion source crystals. 1 billion. Then, the source crystals I have left in my space would be worth 1.6 billion interstellar coins. Would that make me rich?" Lossie thought to herself. The energy quota her mother planet had to pay was 50 billion interstellar coins, which was worth 500 billion source crystals. What she had was far from enough. Should she save it for the mother planet's tribute, or focus on increasing her strength first? Planet Agile paid twice as much as her mother planet, 1 trillion source crystals every 10 years. The floating giant tortoise. For 1.6 billion, you could buy a small spaceship. It chuckled, if you purify all these source crystals and give them to me, I can use them as your spaceship. Spaceships need repairs, but I don't. All I need is some food. Loci rolled its eyes. It certainly had a good idea. 16.4 billion source crystals. No, adding the 100 million it just received, it now had 16.5 billion. It dared to ask for them all? Now it was just a prisoner. Even without giving it anything, it had to obey its commands. After using 3.6 billion source crystals, the dust in the space increased to the size of an acre. Now it could plant freely. Having not sold purification grass and Libra grass for so long, there were enough seeds in the space. This time, Loci waved its hand, planting 500 plants of each type of Libra grass and purification grass. More than 2 billion energy remained floating in the space. Loci sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Chapter 215. After these past few days back, she had integrated the energy within her body into her flesh and blood, and could absorb a little more. Overnight, the floating giant tortoise's drool was everywhere, making Loci even more delicious. Loci opened her eyes. This time, she had absorbed 50 million units of energy into her body. Half had already been integrated into her flesh and blood, and the other half still needed to be slowly digested. A few scattered source energy lingered around her. She took a deep breath, drawing all the scattered energy into her body. The floating giant tortoise twitched its nose. Why couldn't she smell anything? Just a moment ago it smelled so sweet, but now it tasted just like an ordinary person's. Had her sense of smell failed her? Loci had been too engrossed in absorbing energy before to notice the giant tortoise's saliva. Now that she was awake, she wished she didn't have a nose. She drew a circle in the air, gathering every drop of saliva into a water ball, and with a light push, sent the saliva ball directly into the floating giant tortoise's mouth. It stinks. Stop drooling. You're not a 3-year-old anymore, you're a tortoise that's lived for hundreds of years. Caught off guard by her outburst, the floating giant tortoise instinctively swallowed after choking. I'm not an adult yet, I'm still a child. Besides, I haven't eaten for over 100 years, I'm starving. Hearing that it wasn't an adult, Loci looked at it with suspicion. To contain it, she had desperately increased the space by 10 million cubic meters. With such a huge size, it claimed it wasn't an adult yet? How many years does it take for you floating giant tortoises to reach adulthood? Floating giant tortoise. According to the timeline on planet Agile, it takes 1,000 years. I'm only 500 years old, still very young. Don't you value respecting the elderly and caring for the young? I'm very young, you should love me. Looking at its massive size, Loci silently gave it a speechless look. You're over 400 years older than me, and I never seen you show any affection for children, yet you're thinking of eating me. The floating giant tortoise. How can loving your flesh and blood abilities not be a kind of love? Loci was too lazy to argue with it, turning to look at the source crystal mountain, only to find that the Libra grass and purifying grass had already matured and borne fruit. Loci was slightly shocked for 2 seconds, realizing that with the space upgrade, the growth rate might have increased as well. Since Little Left and Little Right were still asleep, Loci had to do it herself. Fortunately, she had absolute control over the space, and the harvest was quickly completed for 1 acre, which was then replanted. But something felt off. Was the energy in the space a little less, around 30 or 40,000? 30 or 40,000 was very little compared to 2 billion, and she wasn't entirely sure. After staying in the space for 10 minutes, a few seeds had sprouted, and the energy floating above was indeed a little less. So it was the energy that caused them to grow so fast. Loci had assumed the space had upgraded to allow crops that would take 3 or 4 months to mature to ripen in a single day. Separating the energy from the ash soil, Loci finally realized the ash soil crop's ripening time had decreased from 5 days to 4. The space's inventory was roughly estimated at over 10 million. Since she wouldn't be leaving soon anyway, she might as well make a little more. Loci released the energy to continue accelerating the ripening process. With a gentle movement of her hand, a ball of energy flew to Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu, encasing them in its spatial power. Loci had given them small, individual enclosures. How much they absorbed was up to them. Leaving the space, she took out her new bracelet, which hadn't been replaced long ago. It had no GPS tracking, so she used it without worry. The fight had barely begun when the news popped up on the Skynet app. The Black River gang leader had been brutally murdered, leaving no trace. 5 billion source crystals belonging to the Black River gang had vanished. Was it an attempt to evade tribute, or was it truly stolen? Losai swiped away the message and opened Fission. Oriendeep's message was prominently displayed at the top. Did you do it? Surveillance footage outside the United Academy showed a black man taking you away last night. Losai, yeah, you also found the guy I threw in the trash can. He actually tried to rob me. Quite audacious. Oriendeep, I meant the Black River Gang leader, not his underlings. Losai, the Black River Gang leader? I don't know. What happened to him? Playing dumb was a skill Losai excelled at. Oriendeep knew Losai wouldn't admit it, but she didn't press the issue. Since the Black River Gang was starting to fall apart, she might as well add fuel to the fire. And, incidentally, quickly get their share of the tribute. Oriendeep, you have many secrets and are a hero of the Deep family. I won't investigate you too much and will treat you with respect, but I hope you won't do anything detrimental to the Deep family. Lassie, our interests are intertwined. No one wants to destroy themselves. Seeing Lassie say this, Oriendeep felt much relieved. In a basement, Dale looked at the message on her bracelet, both shocked and happy. The Black River Gang leader's death would definitely cause internal strife for a while, and she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Once things calmed down and the leadership was replaced, even though Security Zone 3 was number 1, as long as they handed over 10% of the share, and the Black River Gang got 7th place in Security Zone 3, they would still have to hand over at least 10 billion source crystals. Adding the stolen 10 billion, by the time they finished dealing with all this, they would be severely weakened, and it's estimated that a large portion of the organization would have to be laid off. They certainly wouldn't be able to care about her and her brother's situation. She put on a hat and mask, preparing to go out to buy supplies. Half an hour later, when she returned, she found her brother lying motionless on the bed. She dropped what she was holding and lunged towards him, but was stopped by Laulev. Zach's fine, he's just asleep. The medication he's been injecting seems to be working. Let him sleep peacefully for a while. Laulev then rubbed his back, thankful he had stopped him. If Dale had lunged at him, Zach's already steady body would have been crushed. Dale stood still, somewhat bewildered, and tiptoed over, confirming that her brother was still alive. Ever since Zach's genes collapsed, his body had been enduring excruciating pain every day. Even the injected medication couldn't suppress it, and bottle after bottle of painkillers had little effect. Even when he slept, he tossed and turned in pain, unable to sleep. He had never slept so peacefully before, so Dale had thought her brother was dying. Dyer knelt by the bed, tears of relief streaming down her face, as she watched her brother finally get a good night's sleep. The bracelet on her wrist accidentally touched Zach's skin, and it immediately popped up. Green 1 radiation. She was slightly taken aback by the number. Because of the expensive medication her brother was taking, they couldn't afford a nice house, and had chosen a Green 8 location on the edge of the safe zone. Even if it were just an air quality test, it should be Green 8, not Green 1. Looking at her sleeping brother, she took out the bracelet and tested it again. It really was Green 1. She turned and waved to Lolev, who was sitting down rubbing his back. Lolev stood up and came over. He saw Dyer test Zach again, Green 1, and the value was very low, as if he had just been exposed to it. Chapter 216. Laulev was shocked. Zach's radiation level had previously been yellow 4. How could it have suddenly dropped so much? He couldn't understand it, but knowing the rarity and incredible nature of this, he instructed Dale not to tell anyone about the reduced radiation in Zach's body. Dale nodded in assurance. Zach was her own brother, and he had suffered countless hardships to take care of her. She would never tell anyone. She looked at her brother's relaxed brow. With the radiation gone, her brother should recover quickly, and they could return to their former happiness. Back in the dormitory, Losai relaxed on her bed. It was her fault for not handling her relationship with the Black River Gang well, leading to their pursuit. She and Laulev had a normal transaction, but she had received some help from him. Although she didn't want to be a saint, spending 10,000 energy to remove the radiation from Zach's body was some compensation. Most importantly, of course, was the 5 billion source crystals he just stolen from the Black River Gang. They were quite wary. Losai had only found one vault, and it only contained 5 billion. Now he had 21.5 billion source crystals in his own space, plus a lot of unabsorbed energy. Meanwhile, a spaceship in space received a message from its home planet. The mothership on planet D4-081-10607 had lost signal, and they were ordered to investigate the cause as soon as possible. The first mate, who was flanked by 2 beautiful women, one on each side and the other on the other, immediately pushed the women aside and stood up when the captain entered. The woman, half reclining on the sofa, reached out and touched the first mate's leg. "Captain, play a little longer." The real captain glanced coldly at the woman, who immediately trembled in fear, and hid behind the first mate, no longer daring to act rashly. The radiation transmission mothership on D4-081-10607 has lost contact. Orders have been given that we must go there immediately to investigate. The captain wore a white uniform with dark silver stripes. She was an imposing 1.8 meters tall, with pure white hair, and strikingly beautiful, almost inhuman features. A vertical line was hidden in her pale blue pupils, and her strangely upturned eyebrows possessed a unique beauty against her chiseled, pale face. Importantly, she lacked human ears. Something seemed to be moving inside her silver uniform cap, and behind her was a smooth, fluffy, clearly meticulously groomed white tail. The first mate had originally planned to enjoy himself a few more days, but it was all the 10,607's fault for causing trouble. After 2 quiet days, Planet Ager received news that the suzerain planet spaceship would arrive in 8 days. The Deep family quickly collected their share from Security Zone 3 and headed to Security Zone 1. For some reason, the suzerain planet spaceship always stopped at Security Zone 1. The other 3 security zones also needed to be reached with source crystals. Notified that they would depart the next day, Loci returned to the blacksmith shop, this time carrying 2 sacks of goods. The burly man's first words upon entering the basement were, "I don't have enough source crystals here, I need to get more." Learning from his previous experience, he had prepared 5 million source crystals, several times more than before. He first sent a message to the buyer, and then had Mike discuss with the source crystal shop owner that at least 10 million source crystals were needed. After so many transactions, Dahan was very confident in Loci's goods. Since there were so many, he simply tested 3 or 4 plants at a time, and picked out a dozen or so seeds from a handful. Without exception, they were all either green 1 or red 9. Even using this method, he still spent over an hour testing them. Combined with the price offered by the buyer, he arrived at a sky-high price of 86.2 million. After obtaining Loci's consent, he immediately had 81.2 million worth of source crystals delivered. Mike, not believing him, called directly to ask if he had added an extra 0. After receiving a negative answer, Mike hung up and went to collect the source crystals. Half an hour later, Mike arrived, accompanied by the source crystal shop owner and 2 bodyguards. A 40 million order was a considerable sum even in the black market, and the black market boss had specifically assigned an ability user subordinate to accompany him. These items could not be lost. After confirming the goods were fine, Loci waited for the buyer to make payment. However, the buyer was hesitant due to the large order, and sent someone to inspect the goods before making the payment. Only then could she leave with the source crystals, reminding the burly man before she left that she didn't need to keep so many source crystals in reserve. The burly man understood that Loci meant she wouldn't come again. Did she dislike so many people coming? He was about to ask when Loci had already walked away. Adding some odds and ends, the savings in her spatial storage increased from 21.5 billion to 21.6 billion. Qin Dinglan and Nicole learned that the source crystals would be transported to Safe Zone 1 tomorrow, and that Loci would be leaving as well, so they both made plans to have dinner together. Seeing that the two had chosen different places, Loci simply invited them both to meet at the same time. Under her questioning, she learned about the rift between them. Nicole lowered her head in shame. She knew she had done wrong. Luo, she hadn't expected Qin Dinglan to care so much about her, and her impression of her had changed considerably. The meal was eaten in somewhat silence. She offered a few words of comfort to the 2 women, leaving the rest to their own considerations. While Nicole was in the restroom, Luo, she said to Qin Dinglan, "I have something for you. I put it in the North Inner Ring Road, Area 1, where you'll be taking your next monthly exam. After I leave, you can choose whether to show it to others. Perhaps it can help you find a new purpose in life." Actually, she had originally intended to give it to Nicole, but after learning about the blood test, she changed her mind. Perhaps Qin Dinglan, who had decided to abandon everything and had no reservations, was more suitable. That evening, Luo, she left the city for the North Inner Ring Road. Initially, she planned to give it directly to Nicole, but now she had to put it away again. Back in the safe zone, Loci used source crystals to buy a lot of chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and sheep. Unsure how expensive things were in interstellar space, and with plenty of room left, she decided to raise some herself. On April 3rd, Loci boarded the vehicle heading to Safe Zone 1, officially bidding farewell to Safe Zone 3. Since her rebirth, she had unknowingly spent almost a year in Safe Zone 3. This trip to Safe Zone 1 only took 7 days. The convoy leader felt the recent radiation levels were mild. Not that the radiation had decreased, but it just didn't feel as intense. She spent a day shopping in Safe Zone 1 with Amy and Myos. The next day, April 11th, the D4-081 spaceship arrived on time. She had expected a spaceship as imposing as one on a small planet, but it felt only slightly larger than a floating giant tortoise. It was large, but not as large as Loci had imagined. On her home planet, she had seen a spaceship from the suzerain planet, 2 or 3 times the size of this one. She had been very curious and fascinated by such miraculous machinery. But that time, a 9-020 took away her dearest sister. The sleek, silver-black spaceship stood imposingly on a specially designated plaza outside the walls of Safe Zone 1. Chapter 217. The landing buffer, the blue jet blasts on the city walls blinding everyone, brought the spaceship to a stop. Representatives from the 4 security zones hurriedly disembarked. The city gates swung open, and the head of the Adlington family from Security Zone 1 stood in the plaza to welcome the envoy from the main planet. The side entrance of the spaceship opened, revealing a track connecting it to the ground. Everyone present held their breath, fearing the envoy would be difficult to deal with. Leading the captain and first mate, a well-trained group of less than 200 people, all dressed in silver uniforms, disembarked. The Adlington family head, supported by his clansmen and an interpreter, slowly approached, bowing respectfully. Emperor from afar, I am the head of the Adlington family from Security Zone 1. The source crystals offered are ready. Distinguished guest, you have come from afar. Our residence has prepared some food and drink. Please do us the honor of joining us. The interpreter, somewhat timid, lowered his head while translating. The captain didn't react much, but the first mate with a protruding snout and dog-like nose couldn't help himself, his tail wagging involuntarily. The White Fox captain glanced at him speechlessly. His ingrained habits were still there. However, since she needed to investigate the mother device, she wasn't in a hurry and had Chief Adlington lead the way. Chief, I am Devon Adlington. May I ask how the captain and first mate are addressed? The half-human, half-dog first mate cheerfully replied, Just call me Dobeth, Captain Sherry Bill. Chief Devon walked half a step behind them, flattering them all the way. Passing through the crowd at the city gate, everyone bowed slightly, knowing that those in a lower position were inferior. Standing in the crowd, Loci, at only 165 centimeters, wasn't particularly noticeable among the average height of 180 centimeters or more. However, Captain White Fox's casual glance caused him to freeze in place. Princess Losievka? What are you doing here? Everyone, including the first mate, turned to look in the direction Captain White Fox was looking. Through the diverse crowd, a pair of bright green eyes pierced everyone's hearts. The unsuspecting people on planet Agil followed her gaze to Loci, instinctively making way for her. Her straight, glossy black hair cascaded down her back like silk, parted in the middle, and slightly ruffled by the wind, revealing her exquisitely sculpted face, beautiful yet with a touch of aloofness. She wore a simple, form-fitting black A-line dress. Although not tall, her well-proportioned, healthy physique made her stand out in the crowd. Those who didn't understand Sherry's words immediately began translating after a moment of hesitation. Upon hearing the title Your Highness, the crowd was shocked, but their minds raced. Your Highness isn't a title anyone can use. Wasn't Loci a refugee? How would Envoy Sherry know her? The surname changed from Brenda to Eve. Wait! Ivica! Is that the super-large planet Ivica, rank B1? Soon, someone in the crowd recalled a kidnapping incident that shocked the universe 9 years ago. The 6-year-old princess of the B1 Imperial planet was kidnapped by interstellar pirates while inspecting vassal states. Nearly 10,000 people on board perished. The captain, before dying, desperately transmitted information about the kidnappers back to the B1 Imperial planet. The B1 Imperial planet spent enormous resources, issuing missing person notices on 90% of the currently discovered planets. The reward for even a single useful clue is a staggering 1 billion interstellar coins, and finding or rescuing the princess would net a whopping 100 billion interstellar coins, enough to buy a small planet. On planet Ager, there were countless missing person posters for Princess Rashievka, plastered everywhere from electronic screens to the most basic paper posters. However, a whole year passed without any news. It wasn't until 2 years after Princess Rashievka's disappearance, when Planet B1 announced the recovery of Princess Rashi and her frequent public appearances, that the matter gradually faded from public memory. Planet Ager, being relatively backward and rarely involved in interstellar affairs, had no idea what Princess Rashi looked like now, even though she had been found. Therefore, seeing her didn't seem strange to them. However, as an envoy from planet D4-081, Sherry was well versed in all major interstellar events and had a vivid memory of Princess Rashi, a unique being who frequently appeared in the news. Sherry was also quite familiar with her current appearance. The young girl before her bore a striking resemblance to Princess Losai, but upon closer inspection, Losai's facial features were more angular, possessing a refined yet wild and imposing air, giving off a subtle sense of aloofness and coldness. She was also shorter. Princess Losai, on the other hand, had a softer, more delicate face, like a porcelain doll, exuding a warm and approachable aura. She was also 170 centimeters tall. Realizing the differences between them, yet still looking at the almost identical face to Princess Losai, she instinctively apologized. "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. You look very much like Princess Losai-Ivka." Dobe stared intently at Losai, agreeing, "You know what, they really do look exactly alike. If Princess Losai hadn't shown up a few months ago, I would have thought she'd been kidnapped again." Losai looked puzzled, but inwardly, a storm was brewing. Could the original owner really be that Princess Losai? Otherwise, how could she explain her ability to absorb source crystals? This kind of ability had never appeared on planet Agil before. Perhaps it was possible for someone from another large planet. She feigned surprise. "It's nothing, you're too kind, Your Excellency. But who is this Princess Losai-Ivka you mentioned? I never heard of her." Looking at Losai's face, Sherry had the illusion that a princess from the Imperial Star was speaking to her, with such a polite, even somewhat humble tone, while she herself wasn't even worthy of shining shoes for a real princess. Ahem, Princess Lashievka is the little princess of planet Ivka, and also the planet B1. You and she look 9/10 alike. After saying this, Sherry considered a possibility. Could this person be a clone created by Planet 10607 in the likeness of Princess Lashi? Interstellar law stipulates that any clone cannot use unauthorized genes or faces, with fines ranging from a minimum of 100,000 interstellar coins to a maximum of 1 billion interstellar coins. If it were truly a clone of Princess Lashi's face, 1 billion interstellar coins would be inevitable, and they would also face sanctions from Planet B1. During the 2 years Princess Lashi was missing, clones with the princess's face were created without authorization. However, they knew that a fake could not become real, so they only reported it to Planet B1, gaining a lead on the princess and directly earning 1 billion interstellar coins. Unfortunately, Planet B1 later discovered the deception, not only executing the imposters, but also punishing anyone even remotely connected to this clone. Chapter 218. However, judging from everyone's curious reactions just now, could it just be a coincidence? Loxy suddenly realized, "I see. It's my honor to resemble the esteemed Princess Loxy." The floating giant tortoise, which had been quiet throughout the space, said, "You wouldn't really be that princess, would you? Your abilities are quite extraordinary." Loxy subconsciously replied telepathically, "I don't know, I don't have any original memories." Loxy stopped abruptly halfway through her answer, almost letting slip the truth, and quickly corrected herself. "I don't have my original memories, I suffered amnesia once." The floating giant tortoise, amnesia? Isn't that something only protagonists have? You're more like that princess. Sherry didn't reply to Loxy, but simply nodded slightly, then walked towards the city. The others quickly followed, all casting scrutinizing glances at Loxy. Especially Dobes, whose eyes crinkled with a smile, as he scanned Loxy from head to toe. The Imperial Princess. Though not the same person, their beauty is identical. How wonderful it would be to spend a night with her. Several Sage Zones understood Dobes' gaze, and quickly glanced at Losai, considering the possibility of offering her to him. The chieftain of Adrington secretly thought Losai was lucky. The envoys had barely arrived, and she had already been chosen by the vice-captain. The difference in strength between the two planets was too great. Although the other party was merely a vice-captain who accepted tribute, his true status was higher than anyone else on planet Aegir. With him as a backer, she could quickly gain a foothold on D4-081. Losai walked at the back with Amy and Mujoth. Amy frowned. That Dobes doesn't look like a good person at all. No, it doesn't even look human. Let's skip the welcome party. Myos agreed wholeheartedly. Lassie took in everyone's emotions. She had thought they could go to interstellar space smoothly, but now it seemed it wouldn't be so easy. Nicole's father, Morse, who was leading the team from Safe Zone 3, slowed his pace until Lassie approached, then said meaningfully, "Going to the party will bring you many benefits." Unexpectedly, Nicole's father, like the others, hoped she would offer herself. Lassie was speechless for 2 seconds before decisively refusing. The three of them left briskly, and went shopping again. At the party, Dobes, unhappy about Lassie's absence, was quickly attracted to someone else. Shirley looked at the beautiful woman dancing on stage, then at the infatuated Dobes, and sneered disdainfully. He couldn't even see through such a trick. No wonder he only reached the position of first mate after more than 100 years of service through connections. Sherry saw through the situation, but didn't immediately wake Dobes. It would be good for him to learn a lesson. Her only concern was ensuring the mission's successful completion. The next morning, Loci was woken to accompany Sherry's envoy on the investigation. Besides her, all the members currently in Safe Zone 1 who had participated in the finals of the tournament were also present, including Amy. Sherry had a small spaceship, capable of holding about 100 people, launched from the main ship. They arrived at the tournament evacuation point in less than half an hour. Sherry had already grasped the general situation yesterday. This time, she was looking for suspicious points. She knew perfectly well what had been buried here, though 10,607 might not know. Judging from the damaged ground nearby, the floating giant tortoise hadn't launched many attacks. Arriving at the crater created by the floating giant tortoise's attack on Loci, she asked, "Who created this? Which team was closest to this side?" The translator immediately and dutifully translated. Besides Loci and Amy's team of 3, one person each from Safe Zones 2 and 4 were present. These two were likely also heading to interstellar space. The 6th truthfully replied, "We don't know. It was there when we woke up." The team from Safe Zone 3 was closest. Sherry scanned everyone. She didn't believe these people could have survived the floating giant tortoise's attack unscathed. Surely someone knew something. Someone was lying, but it couldn't be ruled out that it might be one of the others who hadn't come. Finally, her gaze settled on Loci. No one from her team had died. Although someone named Hapos had survived by using his abilities to hold off 6 others, they were the closest, making them the prime suspects. Of course, it wasn't impossible that someone deliberately lured suspicion to Safe Zone 3 to protect themselves. In short, until the truth was revealed, nothing was certain. "You're Loci, right?" Looking at the other woman's predatory gaze, Loci feigned displeasure and frowned. "Yes." Sherry's voice held a seductive yet threatening undertone, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "What did you see before you fainted? Telling everyone will benefit you, and you get your share. As an envoy collecting tributes, I don't need to do these arduous tasks. I could simply take the goods and leave. But seeing you living in such radiation-filled conditions, my heart aches for you, yet I have no other choice. I can only do my part to help you investigate this strange event. If we don't find out the truth soon enough, it could lead to great calamity." Shirley's words were logical and well-founded, portraying herself as a compassionate and benevolent person. Rosie earnestly recounted the last scene witnessed by the others, then hesitated, seemingly moved by Shirley's words, before revealing a glimpse of information. Otherwise Shirley feared she would relentlessly pursue the matter. "I think I saw it had eyes? I'm not entirely sure. I was seriously injured and lying on the ground, only managing to glimpse it from afar through the woods before passing out. Maybe I was mistaken, so I haven't dared to say anything." Shirley inwardly thought that Rosie was indeed hiding something, but outwardly she didn't show it, praising her kindly. "What you said is correct. Is there anything more? For example, who did you see? This is very important to the entire planet 10607. Rosie shook her head guiltily. "No, that's all. When I woke up, I found everyone lying together." "Good. For the sake of your planet, please tell me if you remember any other useful clues." As she said this, Shirley was pondering the veracity of Rosie's words. Her behavior seemed normal, not like she was lying, but what a coincidence that her name was also Loci. The two characters were different, but the pronunciation was almost identical. She turned to look at the others. Investigating the floating giant turtle was the most important thing now. If she really was Princess Loci of B1 Imperial Star, Sherry would be certain without hesitation that Loci was responsible. Princess Loci of B1 Imperial Star possessed the ability to purify and refine source crystals. In the entire known history of the universe, in nearly 1,000,000 years, she was only the second person to possess such an ability. That's why when she disappeared, B1 searched almost the entire world for her. Chapter 219. With such abilities, given enough source crystals, one person could be worth a large planet. Life and death hung in the balance, determined by a single thought. But Princess Loxi was still alive, and well on B1 Imperial Star. Lox's resemblance to her was merely coincidental. The two looked so alike that Sherry couldn't help but connect them. Sherry tried to guide the group, but to no avail. The floating giant tortoise, with its enormous size, couldn't fly without removing the radiation and the mother device. If it had moved, it wouldn't have left no trace. But apart from the central area, the rest of the area was completely undamaged. Could someone have removed the mother device and eliminated the radiation, allowing it to fly directly back into space? Sherry was utterly baffled. She spent almost an entire day searching for the two heavenly eyes, only to find them completely shattered and unusable. With nightfall fast approaching, and nothing of value found, Sherry calmly issued the order to return. Lucy returned to her room in the Deep family branch. The room, which hadn't been monitored before, suddenly had two miniature cameras. Sensing this, Lucy didn't even glance at the cameras. She didn't care who installed them. She'd pretend she knew nothing and just get through this period quietly. While she slept soundly, Morse couldn't sleep. He knew about Princess Lucy's abilities on B1 Imperial Star, and he also knew about Lucy exchanging points for source crystals. Connecting the two, it was hard for him not to suspect Lucy's true identity. However, judging from Captain Sherry's attitude, it seemed he was certain Lucy wasn't the princess. After all, Lucy had been in the safe zone for many years, and there hadn't been any news of Princess Lucy disappearing again since she returned. Furthermore, Loci showed no doubt about her origins. If she truly was a princess, she should have rushed forward the moment Sherry and the others arrived, ordering them to take her back. Who would be so foolish as to give up such immense wealth? He wanted to message his mother, but felt it unnecessary, and after agonizing over this for half the night, he fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to him, Loci had already tentatively concluded that the original owner of this body was indeed a princess. However, she had no intention of acknowledging him. They already had an identical princess, most likely a clone, and had even withdrawn the search for the real princess, proving that they didn't truly care for this daughter, but rather wanted a tool with abilities far exceeding others. Going back to acknowledge him meant he would have no worries about food and drink, and everything he used would be of the highest quality, but he would certainly be bound and restricted for life. After cooperating with the investigation for 2 more days, they found nothing. Captain Sherry felt the 6 were no longer useful, and didn't let them accompany her for the next few days. April 17th arrived in the blink of an eye. He and He Meow, mother and daughter, suddenly came to the Deep Branch family requesting to see Loci. Upon hearing the servant's report, Luoshi raised an eyebrow. Coming at this time was hardly a good sign. He humbly pushed the immobile He Meow in her wheelchair, politely declining the servant's offer to help, and insisted on pushing her into Luoshi's room herself. Seeing He again, in just a few months, she had transformed from a woman in her early 20s into a frail, elderly woman. He Meow in the wheelchair was shockingly large. Even covered by a blanket, her body could be seen filling the entire wheelchair, with some flesh even spilling out from the gaps. The only thing that hadn't changed was her face. She was still so delicate and petite. Thanks to Yu's meticulous care, she was spotless, while Yu herself had a sallow complexion, oily hair, and alarmingly large dark circles under her eyes. Luoshi almost didn't recognize her. Yu pushed her daughter to an empty spot in the room, then turned and knelt directly before Luoshi, grabbing her hand and pleading desperately. "Miss Luoshi, please save Meow Meow. She's dying. I'd do anything for you." Sensing the strangeness in her hand, Luoshi calmly tightened her grip before pulling away. "I'm sorry, I don't know anything about medicine and have no treatment abilities. I can't help He Meow's genetic breakdown." He covered her face and wept bitterly, her head seemingly shaking from sobs, but actually swaying slightly from side to side. "I'm not forcing you, I just can't lose Meow Meow. You're not an ordinary person, you're kind. If you're willing to save Meow Meow, my daughter, and I will be your servants." Saying this, she began kowtowing on the ground without regard for anything else. He Meow frantically made he-he sounds from her wheelchair, but her body couldn't move an inch, only her eyes and mouth could barely move. Luoshi hurriedly helped He up, but she kept hitting the ground. Luoshi had to use some force to lift her up. "I want to help, but I'm powerless, Auntie. If only I had the ability to cure gene collapse, but I only have hearing. Even if you keep hitting your head until you die here, I can't help you." After another round of pleading, Hiyu's forehead was bleeding from hitting her head, but Luoshi wouldn't budge. In the end, she could only push He Meow away. After they left, Luoshi went into the bathroom, which had no security cameras. She opened her right hand, and there was a small note in her palm. "That vixen sent me to test you. She said you could save Meow Meow. Whether it's true or not, she definitely has bad intentions. You absolutely cannot agree. You already helped me, and He Meow a lot. I don't want to hurt you." After reading the note, she threw it into the toilet and flushed it away. A normal person might have been moved, but Loci sensed something amiss. She heard Captain Shirley was already 50 years old. The average lifespan of interstellar beings was 300 years. At 50, she was incredibly young, And yet, she became a captain who collected tributes. Her scheme only had the most obvious, easily discernible layer. Losai didn't believe it. Perhaps the note was her true intention, to make her act out of pity and guilt. Currently, her investigation had yielded nothing. She was in a state of suspicion, unable to confirm anything, so testing the waters was normal. He who had been subtly signaling her not to agree. Was she telling her not to agree to the first layer, or the second? Losai couldn't figure it out. Her emotions were a complex mix of fear, panic, worry, and a glimmer of hope. Losai stayed comfortably in safe zone 1, occasionally meeting up with Amy and Jose for meals or shopping. She was thoroughly enjoying herself. Sherry, who was waiting for Losai to fall into the trap, was extremely anxious. Was she truly just an ordinary person powerless, or had she seen through her trick? The investigation into the others also yielded no progress, but uncovered quite a few sordid matters. She couldn't return to report without clarifying the matter of the floating giant turtle, unless she could find a way to make up for the shortfall. So she went to Dobeth. The next day, Dobeth staged a scene of fury at the Adlington residence. These families assumed Dobeth was dissatisfied with the hospitality and wanted a bribe, so they all offered their money, eventually raising $1.5 billion. $1 billion was for the mother device, and the other $500 million was for the floating giant turtle. Using the floating giant turtle as the carrier of the mother device wasn't just a simple punishment. More importantly, its body could effectively contain radiation, reducing the possibility of the truth about radiation being discovered by Planet 10607. Chapter 220. The radiation transmitted daily was immense. While the sub-device could disperse the radiation, it wasn't instantaneous. Without the floating giant tortoise's flesh as a temporary carrier, the radiation at the mother device's location would reach terrifying levels, making it virtually impossible for any life to survive. Without cover like forests, coupled with the instantaneous lethal radiation, the discovery of Planet 10607 was only a matter of time, and war would be inevitable. Although it could be suppressed by force, it would only hasten the demise of 10,607. D4-081 preferred continued development, which was better for both itself and 10607. 500 million could roughly buy a suitable new carrier. Having wasted several days, Sherry decided to depart for the next subsidiary planet on April 22nd. 3 more planets required tribute. 2 days later, Morse found Losai and handed her a suitcase full of source crystals. Here are 15 million source crystals. The Deep family contributed 5 million, 3 million is support from several other families, and the remaining 8 million is... He paused slightly, then said seriously, it was raised by ordinary people. The others each contributed 5 million, but because you're popular, Security Zone 3 specifically raised an extra 3 million for you. Be careful in interstellar travel, and don't forget the people of your home planet and the Deep family. This support was also an investment. Currently, Planet Aegea lacks the capacity for interstellar development, and can only rely on the suzerain planet's ships to send a few people every 10 years. In the future, when technology advances and interstellar travel becomes possible, these people sent to interstellar space will be needed to understand the situation there. Building good relationships is essential. Except for Losai, the other 9 people also received a similar box, but with a few million fewer source crystals. Losai accepted it quite naturally, said a few kind words to him, and Morse left satisfied. But after he left, Losai gently stroked the cube-shaped source crystal, cut to the size of a bottle cap, and fell into deep thought. She couldn't help but think of her home planet, Kyushu, weak and without sovereignty. Everyone on her home planet, like everyone on Aegea, was a victim. Countless people died directly or indirectly because of the death of their suzerain planet, resulting in the current situation where everyone was struggling. Especially ordinary people, many couldn't even afford basic necessities. Yet they donated 53 million to 10 people about to go to interstellar space. Of those 10, some might die once they reach interstellar space, others might live a life of mediocrity. This money could very well become their means of enjoyment, completely forgetting about Aegea. Taking such a huge risk, everyone still managed to raise so much. Unconsciously, Losai's eyes reddened. Ordinary people were like rootless duckweed, repeatedly battered by the giant waves of the times. They had clearly tried their best, yet they couldn't change their situation. In the end, all they could do was pray for a savior, a hero, for all 10 of them to be the hope of the world. Looking at the source crystal shimmering with a faint blue light in her hand, Losai felt that perhaps she should do something for planet Aegea. Her own growth to this point was thanks to this planet. There were too many things she couldn't do, so she would plant a seed of hope for this planet. On April 22nd, Loci, and the others boarded the spaceship. They had already changed into matching silver-white uniforms, 2 sets for each person. The allowance for carrying supplies onto the spaceship was limited to 10 kilograms. After deducting the 2 or 3 kilograms of source crystal each person carried, the baggage allowance was only about 8 or 9 kilograms. Loci looked at the group of people standing with her, being instructed on the rules. There were only 8. Where was the last one? I am Captain's assistant Rafa Bill. In short, follow the rules. If you want better treatment, you can pay for it. Understand? After Rafa finished speaking, the 9 people answered in unison, understood. The captain's assistant, who had read Fox blood, nodded in satisfaction. These people were quite well behaved. Get on the spaceship. Rafa was rather short, only about 170 centimeters. Of the 10 people, only Loci was shorter than him. Everyone else was considerably taller. He didn't have human ears. A silver uniform cap covered them. He had 2 sharp teeth in his mouth, and his eyes weren't upturned, but rather slightly drooping. His round eyes and pure black pupils made him look quite cute. He had long, straight, orange-red hair, and a fluffy, smooth orange-red tail with a tuft of white hair at the tip. He didn't look very old. His slender and light body exuded a youthful charm. Loci yawned as she followed him, examining the spaceship. Just by looking at its specifications and exquisite craftsmanship, she knew it was incredibly valuable. They were on the spaceship for free, so the accommodations were basic. Men and women were separated, and it was like a university dormitory. 6-person rooms with bunk beds and desks underneath, each with a private bathroom, but utilities were extra. There were better rooms, but they cost extra and weren't cheap. A large, exquisite suitcase was already on the bed in the left-hand corridor. Someone had gotten on first. 5 of the 9 were girls. Loci was slow and only had a bed on the right side of the corridor left. After quickly unpacking, they gathered next door to get to know each other. The boys' dormitory was next door. If divided by family, the family consisted of 2 men from the Adlington family, 1 man and 1 woman from the Cheen family, 1 woman from the Liu family, 1 woman from Onado, and 2 women and 1 man from the Deep family. After a brief introduction, one of the men from the Adlington family glanced at the girls' dormitory and noticed the suitcase on the bed. Whose is that? He remembered that no one had carried this suitcase when they arrived. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking rang out, and a graceful, alluring woman of mixed race with dark hair walked over. She was wearing her own clothes, a fiery red halter-neck fishtail dress, with elegant, wavy hair draped over her shoulders. A soldier followed behind her. Almost simultaneously, everyone recognized her, Venus Adlington. Upon arrival, the soldier didn't let Venus into the dormitory, but instead took her luggage off the bed frame. Miss Venus, that's enough, please come with me. Venus smiled politely and kindly at the crowd, waving her jade-white right hand lightly. I be going now. We're all from the same planet. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to tell me. With that, she gracefully departed. The crowd was somewhat stunned. Someone they had only ever seen in advertisements was now standing before them. She was 100 times more beautiful in person than in videos, so beautiful that it made them instinctively hold their breath, not wanting to disturb her. Lassie was also somewhat taken aback. Venus was flawlessly beautiful, a perfect blend of mixed race, her exquisite and elegant face enough to appeal to all races. The boy who had just asked the question was the first to recover, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I thought this trip would be boring, but I didn't expect a big star to be with us. Another boy from Adlington, however, gave a knowing, cold laugh. Don't get your hopes up. We ability users can only stay in places like this, but she has a personal entourage, and can wear whatever she wants without following the rules. Who knows, hee. You forgot, at the welcome party last time, Venus was drinking with the first mate the whole time. She looked more like a hostess. Chapter 221. The woman's face froze upon hearing this, and she instantly lost any goodwill towards the 2 boys from Adlington. Venus was the daughter of the Adlington family. Among the 10, she had the best family background. Perhaps she had bought her way into this privilege? There were many places to spend money on D4-081, and they were still a little reluctant to spend it on the spaceship. After all, a nutrient solution costing 10 points in the safe zone cost 10 interstellar coins on the spaceship, which is 100 points, a 10-fold increase in price. The next planet Sherry was going to collect tribute from was about 20 days away, and everyone was carrying nutrient solutions, so they didn't need to buy food on the spaceship for the time being. The people on the subsidiary planets had limited space to move around, and Loci and her 9 companions gradually got to know the people from the other subsidiary planets. Before arriving at planet Aegir, Sherry had already collected tribute from 4 subsidiary planets, including Loci and her 9 companions, and 40 other people from other planets. As the group chatted, they discovered a common thread: similar disasters like radiation, zombies, and chemical pollution. Only one planet, only half the size of the moon, was considered normal. It had been taken over as a subsidiary planet, and its technology was extremely backward, having only just entered the industrial age. A few people discerned something different in this. April 28th, the Joint Academy's monthly exam. Qin Dinglan went to the exam with her teammates as usual. The team was missing Luoshi, and a new teammate had filled in. She seemed somewhat absent-minded all day. Nicole asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Qin Dinglan shook her head slightly. "It's nothing, just a bit of an upset stomach. I be leaving for a bit." Nicole, unsuspecting, told her to hurry back. Reaching a distance out of their sight, Qin Dinglan removed the sensor, tossed it aside, and sprinted towards her hidden supply depot. She had spent over $1 million on a motorhome and enough food for 6 months, plus enough water for 2 months. Weapons and purification spray had also cost over $1 million, leaving her with over $3 million, which she converted into the universal currency, source crystals. Starting the vehicle, she sped towards the address given to her by Luoshi. Ahead lay a high radiation area. She got out and sprayed the vehicle with a thin layer of purification spray to slow down the radiation's corrosive effects and extend its lifespan. After driving for only a few minutes in the high radiation zone, she spotted a patch of barren land. She stopped the vehicle, grabbed a shovel, and began digging in the center. A few minutes later, she unearthed a 24-inch suitcase. Upon opening it, she found a white letter, beneath which lay a white whip woven from plant fibers, a gun about the size of a toy gun, and a box of ammunition. Not wanting to waste the purification spray, she put the letter in her pocket, closed her suitcase, returned to her car, and quickly left the high radiation area. Only after reaching a safe area did she open the letter. To Miss Qin Dinglan, "By the time you open this letter, you should have already left the team. I wonder if you have changed your mind and decided to leave the Qin family. If you regret it or don't want to be the savior for the future of planet Aegir, I hope you can give these things to Nicole. Have you ever wondered about the strange patterns of rising radiation, the different radiation concentrations in different regions, and why radiation suddenly appears and becomes increasingly severe? The following words will answer these questions and reveal the truth about radiation. This is the truth about radiation as I know it. 80% of the content is accurate. You need to explore further to find out the specifics. This dead zone can no longer support any life because it lost the source crystal. You haven't traveled far enough to know that 1/3 of Aegir's landmass has become like this, irreversibly. As long as it remains under D4-081's control, its demise is only a few hundred years away. Shirley B wasn't conducting a well-intentioned investigation. She was on a mission to investigate the disappearance of the mother device and its carrier. A round trip with the new mother device would take at least a year. This is a golden opportunity to change Aegir. If there isn't enough time, you can bide your time and plan for the future. Your strength is far inferior to D4-081's. You absolutely cannot confront them head-on. Quiet development is key. The hardships of today are for a better future. Each generation has its own mission. Instead of resentment towards the times, leave them. If you feel lost and directionless after leaving the safe zone, the above information might offer some inspiration. There's a gun in the suitcase called the LX Purification Gun. The bullets are from a new species of purified grass, the seeds of the purification vine. Its uses are, well, that's all I explored so far. You can try to discover different uses for it when you have time. The seeds can be planted directly, but I'm not sure if their quality will decrease after multiple plantings. The whip is made from purification vine, and its effect is similar to the seeds. I also gave Sherry a radiation vine whip. Since you two are in the same situation, perhaps you could try teaming up. One person's strength is too weak on the road ahead. Only by working together can you move faster and more steadily. If you don't want to jeopardize the future of planet Aegir, I hope you hand this gun over to the right person. Keep the whip for self-defense. Finally, I left you some source crystals as seed money and a gift. I hope planet Aegir and all its inhabitants can live normal, happy lives. Your friend, Loci. The letter was packed with information. Qin Dinglan's mind raced as she tried to understand and process it. After grasping the general situation, she was conflicted about whether to become the savior. The responsibility was far too great. She sighed. She had nothing else to do anyway, so why not give it a try? Remembering the source crystals Loci had prepared for her, she opened her suitcase again, unzipping the other half. Inside was a full slab of light blue source crystals. It must be worth at least 100 million. Qin Dinglon was slightly stunned. Losai only received 100 million in prize money after winning the tournament. She kept all of this for herself. What would she do? Do you really trust me that much? Qin Dinglon lowered her head in silence for a long time, her nose stinging as she murmured to herself. For the first time, she was trusted and expected of so much, and with such upright and noble trust. From a young age, she was labeled shameless, a mistress. She never chose her birth. Even if she did nothing wrong, countless people still scorned her. Everyone told her that simply being alive was a mistake, that from the moment she was born, she was filthy. But what had she done wrong? Countless times she wished she hadn't been born, but even without her, there would be other children. Some people are destined to live a dishonorable life, even if they done nothing wrong. At school, everyone secretly cursed her behind her back, and worse, some cursed her to her face. Bullying was commonplace. Chapter 222. Through constant exposure and her own resentment, she learned to leverage her family background, not honorable, but the Qin family's wealth and power, to gradually reduce the number of people openly criticizing her. However, she knew those people still cursed her behind her back. But that didn't matter, because after their insults, they would still have to curry favor with her. She liked the smiling faces around her. It made her world appear simple, happy, and beautiful on the surface, even if it was fake. But occasionally, she also enjoyed seeing others' pretense crumble, playing pranks to embarrass those who had once cursed her, making them hurl insults at her. This way, she wouldn't actually take these pretenses seriously. From elementary school to high school, it was always like this. She had no true friends, only those who came for personal gain. Until she met Luo Shi. Even though Luo Shi clearly didn't like her, she still spoke up for her. Luo Shi wouldn't judge her solely based on her background, nor would she fabricate stories about her abilities based on her family history, calling her a vixen. Luo Shi didn't need her to give her anything. She only valued the person, not their background. This was normal treatment for ordinary people, but it was the first time she had experienced it in her 18 years of life. The moment she spoke up for herself, which others saw as merely a matter of speaking, was for her a moment she was willing to give her life for. And this letter, and the 100 million source crystals, she must have only told her that she was also someone worthy of trust, not the worthless BS **** others called her. Recalling the past, Qin Dinglon understood her own feelings. She murmured softly, "If it were you, it wouldn't be right for me not to take this mission." She then looked up, a confident smile on her face, and gazed out the car window at the world. "I've forgotten everything about Planet Azure and everyone else. You're lucky you met Lucy and me. This time, I save you." After packing her things, she started the car. Before leaving, Lucy sent her a long-distance message, instructing her to find He Miao in Safe Zone 1, and then go together to a deserted place. Rewind to the day before the spaceship's departure. Lucy received 8 million in donations from civilians, so she changed her mind about leaving and decided to give Azure one last push. She used her ability to disable the surveillance cameras in the room for 2 seconds, then pretended to be asleep, but secretly left the room. She found He Miao. Perhaps Sherry thought they were useless, because there were no listening devices in the room. Lucy removed the radiation from He Miao's body, but with one condition: help Qin Dinglon save Planet Azure. At that time, He Miao's deformed body recovered at a visible speed. Her physical abilities were twice that of an ordinary person, and she could speak normally again. She admitted the note was part of Shirley's plan, but her mother kept shaking her head, telling her not to believe either of them. She and her mother truly had no intention of harming Lucy. Lucy sensed her emotions and, confirming her words were true, felt relieved. If she dared to lie, she could immediately inject a new dose of radiation into her body. Qin Dinglon's strength alone was too small, and Sherry wasn't sure if she could join. He Miao was the helper she had found for her. She didn't say much to He Miao, only telling her to wait for Qin Dinglon's arrival, so they could save the world together. She didn't explain how to save it. They would find out when Qin Dinglon arrived. After painting a rosy picture of the future for her, he threatened her, saying he could save her, but he could also destroy her. If she didn't comply, he would return in a spaceship to kill her after the tribute in 10 years. Compared to 10 years, He Miao definitely wanted to live longer. She also hoped that Planet Agile would return to its original state. Given these two factors, she was unlikely to betray him, at least not for the time being. If she dared to tell Sherry the next day, he also had a way to kill her remotely. Leaving He Miao, Losai found Amy and asked her to send 2 messages to Qin Dinglon using specialized equipment after he left. 1. Find him meow. 2. Go to Hope Land XXX. Amy wanted to ask Losai what these messages were for, but she didn't say, probably not wanting to be known, so she didn't ask. Leaving Amy, Losai left the city, and took out a floating giant tortoise from his spatial storage. Yes, he took it out. Its size could be shrunk, but its original form was more comfortable, so it usually appeared in its original form. It shrunk to the size of 1 square meter, and Losai sat directly on it. She wasn't worried the floating giant tortoise would escape at this point, because she had its food supply. As long as it carried her, it would find food, much better than indiscriminately eating energy that belonged to someone else and getting captured. After feeding it a ball of energy, the floating giant tortoise whooshed away, creating a fierce wind in its wake, yet remaining invisible. A place that would take the fastest hovercar 8 days to reach, the floating giant tortoise covered in half an hour. Hope Land was once the second largest city on Earth, City of Hope. Due to radiation, people flocked to 4 safe zones, and these cities gradually fell into disrepair. City of Hope had an excellent geographical location, surrounded by mountains on 2 sides, with a large plain and fertile land, abundant water resources, and a major river flowing directly to the ocean. However, due to its high radiation levels, it was ultimately not designated as a safe zone. Looking at the city covered in vegetation, Losai stood atop a ruin, arms outstretched, gazing down at the earth. Since I took so many source crystals from you, indirectly destroying a vast expanse of land, today I return a clean slate to you. Energy overflowed from her body, so much so that a faint white mist was visible to the naked eye. Bathed in moonlight, she resembled a goddess saving the world. The mutated creatures around her, sensing the energy, began to stir. The floating giant tortoise roared, and the surrounding mutated creatures instantly fell silent. Losai initially thought the floating giant tortoise was a kind creature, but the moment it finished shouting "shut up," it swallowed a glob of overflowing energy. Seeing it hadn't swallowed much, Losai didn't mind. Losai released all the more than 2 billion units of energy within the space that hadn't been absorbed into her body. Under her control, the energy rapidly spread, gradually merging with the radiation, and finally disappearing from the world. Hopefully, the Earth returned to its former state, free of radiation. An area of 5,000 square kilometers was completely purified. Sigh. The instant the purification was complete, Losai heard a faint sigh, but it was just a gentle breeze, or perhaps she was imagining things. Floating giant turtle, did you hear someone sigh? Floating giant turtle, I didn't hear anything. Are you hallucinating? Also, I have a name, Stone. You don't need to keep calling my clan's name. Losai scratched her head. It was probably just the sound of the wind. She looked at Stone. Stone? Why is that your name? Chapter 223. Stone proudly raised its head. Although my race can live for 10,000 years, we are not immortal. A stone, as long as it is hard enough, can live for billions of years. My parents hoped I would live a long life, so they named me Stone. Luoshi, okay, from now on, I call you Stone. Where are your parents? They must be very worried about you being trapped here for so long. Stone, who had been happy, lowered its head slightly upon hearing this. They died. They were used as a radiation source, and were almost exhausted. Just then, that planet that was being used as a junkyard discovered its existence, and attacked it en masse. That's how it was gone. Luoshi realized she had asked the wrong question, pursed her lips, and awkwardly didn't know where to put her hands. This is a complicated matter. Stone's parents were innocently imprisoned on a strange planet, while the humans on that planet suffered from radiation-like harm for hundreds or even thousands of years, with countless deaths and living in misery. When they discovered Stone's parents, they assumed it was the planet's doing and killed them in anger. Everyone was a victim. The biggest mistake was made by the sovereign planet of that other planet. But it's a dog-eat-dog world. If you lack strength, you can only endure it. Only strength is the only truth. Losai pities the weak, yet she can't save them. Stone continued, his voice filled with barely concealed resentment. It's humans. No, it's hybrids of humans and other species. In short, these creatures who consider themselves superior beings have been hunting my race. Because we live longer, and our bodies are more resilient, they've been hunting us to use as carriers for radiation mother devices and other devices. We, who could originally live for 10,000 years, can only live for a few hundred years due to prolonged harm. Some were trained as mounts for human amusement, while others are still being used as vessels. Our race is dwindling. There may be fewer than 10,000 left in this vast universe. Some people may never even see a single one of our kind in their lifetime. 100 years ago, Interstellar protection laws were enacted, prohibiting the hunting of our race. Otherwise, there might not even be 1,000 left in 100 years.
Loci listened quietly, then couldn't help but ask.
So how did you become a vessel?
Stone snorted coldly.
When I passed EP191, I smelled the scent of the human who kidnapped my parents. I killed him, but I was too large, destroying many surrounding buildings and crushing several humans. Because I was deemed a highly aggressive creature by the Interstellar Court, and because I destroyed so much, even being a protected species was useless, I was handed over to D4-081. However, I don't regret it. My parents became vessels, and countless humans benefited from their influence. Although they were indirect, as long as they lived, they generated countless amounts of waste and pollution. That's why my parents were captured, therefore, they were also perpetrators.
I don't care if there are innocent people or not. I only know that my parents are innocent, Stone said firmly. Loci murmured quietly, not saying anything more. This was a mess. From every angle, there were innocent people, and there were reasons that led to the tragedy. It couldn't be judged by simple right and wrong. Stone was somewhat surprised not to hear Loci accuse him. After all, Loci and the people he had killed were of the same kind. Shouldn't everyone be standing on the same side? She was different from the others. If the floating giant tortoise had stayed by Loci's side before for energy, it now seemed genuinely loyal. Loci left the radiation vine seed and a gun at the coordinates, along with a letter, so Qin Dinglan would know what to do when she arrived. She patted the stone and sat on its back. Go find the subdevices. To slow down the radiation spread in this area, Loci needed to destroy the nearest subdevice. The moment she left, an invisible force shot out from the earth and flowed into Loci's body. Loci felt lighter in the air. She slightly raised her eyes to look at the sky and earth. The high-speed wind dispelled the heat around her. So refreshing. She didn't notice the force, only that she felt comfortable. The mother device had been inside the stone's body for over 100 years, so the stone roughly knew the locations of the subdevices. It easily found the two nearest subdevices on the ground and in the sky. Stone had said that without the mother device, the subdevice was practically useless, destroying it wouldn't be discovered, so Loci easily destroyed it. Without the subdevice transporting radiation, hopefully the spread of radiation into the vicinity of the Earth would be much slower, at least below moderate levels for the next 50 years. However, if the mother device were to be delivered again by D4-081 in 10 years, or even a year, the situation would be uncertain. After dealing with these matters, Loci had Stone take him back to save Zone 1. He couldn't save Planet Agile himself. Even if he purified the entire planet, their technology hadn't advanced enough, and their strength wasn't sufficient. They would still be enslaved by the Overlord planet, and radiation was only one of the reasons. 20 days passed, and the spaceship was about to reach its next affiliated planet. Rafa, who had appeared once before boarding the spaceship, reappeared. He smiled at the 49 people who had been summoned. A spherical device, resembling a telescope, floated in the air beside him, projecting a long list of payment details at Rafa's command. Everyone, it's time to pay. Dormitory 1 utilities. 500 star coins. Dormitory 2. Dormitory 24. 600 star coins. Dormitory 25. 550 star coins. The 9 girls from Planet Ager were in Dormitory 24, and the boys in Dormitory 25. In just 20 days, the 2 dormitories had spent 10,500 source crystals. In the safe zone, 10,000 source crystals would be enough for a family of 4 to live on for half a year, but on the spaceship, it was only enough for utilities for 20 days. The group secretly thought it was outrageous, but outwardly they didn't resist and quickly paid the fees. That afternoon, the spaceship landed on a pitch-black planet, slightly smaller than Agile, and about the size of Kyushu. Rafa had given prior notice that everyone would pay 500 interstellar coins upon disembarking, as they would definitely receive hospitality from the planet. However, this hospitality was due to D4-081, so people from affiliated planets had to pay. Rafa's smile, however, seemed somewhat gloating. The group had been cooped up in the dormitory area for 20 days, unable to go anywhere else, which had driven them crazy. They all paid their 500 interstellar coins to leave. Upon emerging, the oxygen level was very low, and everyone involuntarily began to breathe heavily, only to be met with a strong smell of coal. Everything was pitch black. Not a single building offered any light. Just when everyone thought the spaceship had landed in the wrong place, some black rocks on the surface were moved aside, and spherical creatures emerged from the tunnels. Chapter 224. Loci's eyesight was not only far-reaching, But her night vision was also excellent. She could see these creatures very clearly. They weren't animals, but humans, though very short, almost all hunchbacked, ranging from 1 to 1.4 meters in height, draped in heavy black clothing of some unknown material. Their skin was dark yellow, with flat noses but pointed tips and ears, large eyes, but extremely small pupils, as if covered by a white film, making them appear like visually impaired dwarfs. Lassie could sense a fluctuation of energy. Was it a source crystal? The leaders straightened up, their black robes opening to reveal various ornaments. Pale yellow raw stones, simply polished, hung from their necks, wrists, and foreheads on brown cords. These stones emitted a faint yellow light. The energy fluctuations emanated from them. Only the ornaments worn by the people in the very center were made of colorful stones, including a pale blue stone similar to the source crystal. The lead dwarf carried a black stone staff taller than herself, with a round, yellow stone the size of an infant's head embedded at the top, emitting the brightest light. She stepped forward and said to Sherry. Loci didn't understand. She hadn't been idle on the spaceship. She spent 100 interstellar coins to buy a book in interstellar language from Rafa. Her exceptional learning and memory abilities allowed her to understand interstellar language, but she couldn't understand a single word of the language on this planet. Sherry frowned. She clearly didn't understand either, but they had specifically brought their people with them to this planet. A 1.4 meter tall, dark yellow dwarf in a silver-white uniform stepped out from the crew and stood beside Sherry. Captain, the chieftain says this year's yield is poor, only 400,000 tons of black crystal coal. Of the 49 people, only Loci understood. The others had learned interstellar language, but couldn't yet hold a normal conversation. Shirley's eyes flashed with displeasure. No, 500,000 tons every 10 years, not a single ton less, unless you exchange it for topaz in equivalent value. The man looked apologetically at the chieftain and relayed Shirley's meaning. The chieftain understood that a reduction was impossible. She just wanted to try in case. She took a deep breath, made her final choice, and reached out to pull the topaz from the scepter. The people standing behind her sighed in surprise and reluctance. Had this day finally come? Shirley raised an eyebrow slightly. Was it no use? In the past, when the amount of black crystal coal mined was insufficient, they would at most use some small, fragmented topaz to make up the difference. This year, they were directly offering the topaz from the scepter. Something they wouldn't sell even for 1 billion interstellar coins before. The true value of that topaz was less than 100,000 tons of black crystal coal, but topaz of that size, completeness, and lack of cracks was incredibly rare. Some wealthy families loved collecting rare items. Even though topaz was essentially the same as source crystal, and that particular topaz was only worth 100 million interstellar coins, they were willing to spend 1 billion or even 2 billion interstellar coins to buy it. Shirley walked closer and personally took the topaz. After weighing it in her hand to make sure it was in good condition, she smiled for the first time. Chieftain, you're too kind. Since you're so sincere, I can't be rude. 400,000 tons it is. Please lead the way. Then she looked at the crew behind her. Prepare to move the black crystal coal. The more than 100 crew members immediately understood and returned to the spaceship to deploy their specialized transport equipment. The translator finished translating and then approached the tribesman. Seeing his pained and guilty expression, the chieftain, as if looking at his own child, gently patted his head. The surrounding tribesmen also came forward to talk to their long-lost comrade. Lassie and the others were left to languish on the black earth. After a long while, someone brought food, a mushy mass, and a roasted dried rat on a round wooden plate. Of course, this wasn't specifically for Lassie and her group. Everyone on the spaceship had some. The one who brought the food to Lassie was a little girl, only about a meter tall, just reaching her waist. The little girl stood on tiptoe, straining to hold the plate above her head so Lassie could easily reach it. Once Lassie received it, the little girl, biting her fingers and drooling, watched from the side, momentarily forgetting to go back. This planet had almost no plants, and other life forms were unimaginably scarce. This paste-like substance must be extremely rare, and dried rat meat was also a rare type of meat. Loci didn't want to eat it, and simply gave it back to the child. She knelt down, returned the wooden plate to the little girl, and looked at her earnestly. You eat it, I'm not hungry. The little girl couldn't understand, nor could she see Loci's face clearly. She only knew that her voice was very pleasant. Seeing that she didn't understand, Loci picked up the dried rat and fed it to her. Smelling the aroma, the little girl subconsciously swallowed. Loci put the dried rat into her mouth again, and only then did the little girl dare to eat. However, she stopped after only one bite. She sniffed, grabbed the plate,
and ran directly to her mother, sharing the rare food with her. Faced with such unpalatable food, half the others simply threw it back or threw it on the ground. Half of the food, like Losai's, was returned to the people of this planet. Looking at the food thrown on the ground, the people felt their pride had been trampled upon, but they still picked it up and ate it, otherwise, other members of their tribe would eat it. The people of the subsidiary planet finally understood why Rafa had smiled so strangely when they paid. It turned out that this planet had no normal food at all. The 500 interstellar coins were a complete waste, and they had inhaled so much coal dust that their respiratory tracts felt clogged. Losai looked around and sighed inwardly. She hadn't realized there were such miserable planets. Kasiri, Kasiri, Kasiri. A dreamlike voice rang out, seemingly close yet also far away. Losai observed the people silently. No one reacted. Was she the only one who could hear it? But what did Kasiri mean? She couldn't understand. She wanted to listen more, but then the sound disappeared. On the other side, the translator brought 3 enormous suitcases, as tall as him, from the spaceship. Inside, a small box contained glowing stones of various colors, likely similar to source crystals. Losai could sense the surging energy within. Besides these, there were nutrient solutions and seeds. The man didn't understand. Because of tradition, his people were starving, yet the chieftain still wanted him to bring back various gems and source crystals. The children reached for the nutrient solutions, but the chieftain stopped them with a stomp of her cane. The children hid behind their elders, looking timidly at the chieftain. The chieftain lowered her eyes. She felt for her people, but these things were precious and needed to be used wisely. Gaia. Hearing the repeated mention of Gaia, Losai thought, that must be the man's name. She silently noted it down, planning to ask Kasiri about it when she had time. Chapter 225. The man wanted to bring back more supplies, but each crew member had a baggage allowance of 40 kilograms, and these 3 suitcases were already overweight. He would have had to pay a lot more star coins, but fortunately, Captain Sherry, as his translator, increased his allowance to 100 kilograms, along with a reward of 1,000 star coins. On D4-081, he lived at the very bottom of the social ladder, doing all sorts of dirty and tiring work. After deducting rent, utilities, and other expenses, he could only save a few star coins a year. This trip would last almost a year, with food and lodging provided, and no work required, so saving 1,000 star coins was quite good for him. The supplies in these 3 suitcases were bought with money pooled together by his clansmen, who had gone to D4-081 with him. Resources were scarce on their home planet, and he and the chieftain had considered transporting a large quantity of nutrient solutions, but their home planet was remote, with almost no transport ships on the same routes. Hiring a separate ship would cost more in energy than the supplies themselves. Now, their home planet can't even scrape together 500,000 tons of tribute, let alone the exorbitant energy costs. He's already content to return once every 10 years. But the chieftain's face was grave. He patted his shoulder and said, Gaia, I'm sorry. Before the chieftain could finish speaking, Gaia's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, burying his face in his hands and weeping. He knew what it was all about. No wonder he hadn't seen his parents for so long. No, actually, he had a bad feeling when he first didn't see his parents, but he still held onto a sliver of hope. Perhaps they were still in the coal mine and couldn't make it in time. When the chieftain apologized, he knew his parents had died in the coal mine. Tens of thousands die in the coal mines every year. Most who could have lived 200 years die before they turn 100. This is the world's curse upon the black coal planet. Despite possessing abundant coal resources, including the relatively rare black crystal coal, it couldn't hold onto them. The black coal planet wasn't always like this. It had mountains, water, and trees, and its people lived on the surface. Although most of the land was covered in black open-pit coal mines, the mountains and water were enough to sustain 100 million people. The arrival of D4-081 changed everything. Besides offering tribute, they also collected surplus coal, which could be exchanged for various gems and resources. However, transporting ordinary coal was not cost-effective. They only wanted black crystal coal. The chieftain at that time, greedy and cowardly, ordered his people to mine black crystal coal. But as the top layer was mined out, the mining technology at the depths caused too many deaths. The chieftain then shifted his focus to the land beneath his feet. Digging just a shallow layer would provide a continuous supply of black crystal coal. Back then, everyone enjoyed the abundant resources and luminous gems obtained in exchange for black coal. The people of Black Coal Planet were naturally drawn to these luminous gems, and almost no one noticed anything amiss.
Those who suggested protecting their homeland were vehemently criticized. As long as there was enough black coal, the loss of these mountains and rivers wouldn't matter, since they had plenty of resources to squander. They continued this lifestyle for 500 years, until the surface black coal was completely exhausted. When people tried to dig deeper underground, the black coal seemed to have vanished, only found in very few places, and at extremely deep depths. The annual death toll was too high. They wanted to return to their former life nestled among mountains and rivers, where simply delivering black coal on time was enough. They no longer needed to exchange coal for other resources. But the mountains and rivers had completely vanished within 500 years. The entire planet was now covered in black mountains of coal deposits, almost devoid of any other color or vegetation. Desperate, they continued mining black coal, but could no longer afford the resources they needed. They began to eat rats, cockroaches, and other such creatures. Wooden plates became precious items, reserved only for honored guests. They moved underground, and now even eating rats is a luxury. Survival now depends on a potato-like substance that grows in the coal mines, but yields are low, it's mostly fiber, and most people are starving. With the scarcity of resources and coal mining, the death toll has risen dramatically. The total population has plummeted from a peak of 150 million to 30 million, and this decline continues annually. Nutrition has caused them to grow shorter, and the constant stooping while living underground has shaped them into their current form. Perhaps in 1,000 years, the black coal planet will be completely deserted. Faced with the grief of their people, a bewildered child held her mother's hand and softly sang a traditional song. She remembered her mother always singing this song when she was sad. Asher. Jekarsa, Babendu, Keshiriji. As the little girl's voice reached the ears of the tribe, everyone spontaneously began to hum along. Asher. Dorororake. As they sang, the black coal star people joined hands, forming a circle around Gaia, comforting him with the ancient song. This song, titled A Beautiful Tomorrow, has been sung from ancient times to the present. People sing it in birth, old age, sickness, and death, giving hope to their tribe and themselves. Even the first lesson children learn in school isn't words, but this song. Lassie and the others were involuntarily drawn in. Even the crew transporting the black crystal coal instinctively stopped to listen. Shirley didn't stop them, because she witnessed a miraculous scene. The various source crystal stones on the jewelry they wore floated up into the air, their light growing brighter and brighter, as if lighting lamps for them. The chieftain, who had been humming with her eyes closed, widened her eyes in disbelief at this sight. Her chanting didn't stop, instead, it grew louder and louder. She had never seen anything like it before. The legend is true. The legend is true. Everyone watched this miraculous scene. As the black coal star people's chanting grew longer and louder, the gemstones shone even brighter. Kasiri. Kasiri. Lassie frowned slightly. The voice came again, but its location was constantly changing, making it impossible to pinpoint its origin. It called out 2 or 3 times, and then disappeared. As the song was about to end, the gem seemed to lose its strength, falling to the ground, its light gradually dimming back to a normal glimmer. The chieftain, bewildered and flustered, touched the gem on his person. Why wasn't it shining? The children looked at the disappointed adult, confused. Everyone turned to the chieftain, anxiously asking why he had failed. The chieftain considered countless possibilities, finally looking at the topaz in Sherry's hand. All the black coal aliens present followed the chieftain toward Sherry. Though short, they formed a dense, imposing group. Rafa stood casually beside Sherry, showing no concern whatsoever. Chapter 226. The clan chief stopped 3 meters away from them, and said something no one could understand. The translator explained, "We want the yellow crystal back. The 100,000 tons will be given to you next time." Shirley playfully toyed with the yellow crystal in her hand. "I can consider it, if you tell me what just happened." The translator quietly translated Shirley's words to the clan chief. After a brief discussion, the translator conveyed the meaning, "As long as you promise to return this yellow crystal to us, we give you 10 tons of black crystal coal next time, and we tell you what just happened." Shirley raised an eyebrow. She hadn't been fooled. She put her hands behind her back, and hid the yellow crystal behind her back. "It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I don't have the power. I'm willing but unable. I must take the yellow crystal, but if you tell me your secret, I can apply to my superiors to reduce your tribute by 10,000 tons next time. How about that?" If this secret were valuable, she thought to herself, especially since she said apply, and she couldn't guarantee success. Rafa understood Shirley's meaning and smiled as he watched the people from the black coal planet. After understanding their meaning, the chieftain discussed it with his people for a while. One of them seemed to have given a hint, and the chieftain suddenly realized. In the end, the result given to Shirley was a refusal. They didn't want the yellow crystal either. Shirley's smile remained unchanged. She said a few words to Rafa beside her, and then returned to the spaceship with the yellow crystal. The people watched the yellow crystal gradually disappear into the distance, reluctant but holding back their tears. Suddenly, Rafa pulled an apple from his pocket and started eating it. The crisp sound and the faint fragrance spread around them. The children, who had never smelled such a wonderful aroma before, became excited and tugged at their parents' sleeves, wanting to eat. The parents were also incredibly tempted, but had to restrain their urges and soothe their children. The chieftain closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and ordered all her people to return underground. Now was not the time. The sins committed by their ancestors and the blessings enjoyed by them, now, their descendants, would have to pay the price. Unexpectedly, the chieftain was quite rational. Rafa had no choice but to stop her, offering a ton of fruits, rice, noodles, and meat in exchange for the secret. As she spoke, the crew brought in cart after cart of food from the spaceship, arranging it in a long row before them. Shirley even personally pushed out a whole roasted lamb. The sizzling aroma of the spiced, oily lamb immediately filled everyone's nostrils. Especially the Black Coal Star people, with their keen sense of smell, salivated uncontrollably at the mere smell. The previously obedient tribespeople stopped in their tracks. They were starving. They hadn't eaten proper food in ages, and even being half full was a luxury. The chieftain, gripping her scepter now devoid of its yellow crystal, slammed it to the ground. Go back. Anyone who disobeys will no longer be a member of my tribe. The chieftain was highly respected and held the most power among them. Most chose to return to their burrows out of fear of her authority. But there are always a few troublemakers among the crowd, especially when they are starving and cold. A dozen or so, taking advantage of the chieftain's inattention, ran over and frantically stuffed food into their mouths. Shirley didn't stop them, watching happily. Then, a spherical device beside Rafa projected a calculation page. Rafa quickly pressed the numbers. The more they ate, the higher the number became. Once someone spoke up, even those who had hesitated rushed forward, one after another, until almost half the tribe had charged. No matter how the chief shouted, it was no use. The translator yelled for the tribespeople to return, but they were so engrossed in their frenzied eating that they didn't care anymore. Even if they died, they wanted to die full. They had been starving for far too long. Now that so many tribespeople were eating, they believed the chief wouldn't drive so many of them out of the tribe, so they ate even more merrily. Some obedient tribespeople looked conflicted. Children, seeing everyone else eating while their parents prevented them from eating, burst into tears, rolling on the ground in despair. The scene descended into chaos, and a ton of food was being consumed in a frenzy. The chief, consumed by guilt, resentment, and unwillingness, finally began to sing a beautiful tomorrow again, and the tribespeople behind him joined in the chant. This time, the gem didn't glow, but the tribespeople who were still eating gradually calmed down, stopping what they were doing and turning to look at their emaciated, starving members still standing there. The chieftain raised her hand, and the tribespeople chanting behind her immediately stopped. She rattled off a long speech, and in the end, everyone returned to her side in shame. Rafa smiled and gave the final figure. Chieftain, your tribespeople ate a total of 20,000 interstellar coins worth of food. Some of the food you touched was inedible, so that's 15,000 interstellar coins. But seeing how hard you've been working, I give you a discount, only 30,000 interstellar coins. 30,000 interstellar coins is equivalent to 300,000 source crystals. The people of Black Coal Planet eat a lot, but for a short time, the actual cost of what they ate was at most 10,000 interstellar coins. Rafa and his people were really good at calculating. Lacking both black crystal coal reserves and money, the chieftain attempted to remove her gemstone necklace to settle the debt, but was stopped by her tribesmen. Several others contributed their own jewelry, pooling together gemstones worth 30,000 interstellar coins. However, Rafa looked troubled. We only accept interstellar coins. The chieftain was furious. These were universal energy gemstones, and he was deliberately making things difficult, but she was powerless to resist such a challenge. The people from the other subsidiary planets watched the spectacle with a mixture of understanding and disbelief. Finally, after some haggling, Sherry traded 2 tons of food for the secret. Only Sherry and Rafa listened when the secret was revealed. The translator kept the volume as low as possible to prevent the other crew members from overhearing and leaking the information. As for the simpletons on the subsidiary planets, who could barely speak, they weren't worried at all. However, out of caution, Sherry listened from a distance of 1,000 meters from Losai. She remembered that Losai's hearing range was 600. Losai squatted on the ground, idly drawing circles on the floor, but her ears had already picked up their entire conversation. The gist of it was a legend about the song. When a planet was in peril, if one could collect 100 different energy gems and sing a better tomorrow, the world would give its people new hope. The lyrics of A Better Tomorrow could be summarized as follows. The world will not abandon you. You will always be its beloved citizen. No matter how bad today or the past may have been, as long as you pray to it, you will surely see a better tomorrow. Hearing this secret, Losai understood why the people of the black coal planet, even when they were starving, were still collecting energy gems. Chapter 227. Although no miracles had ever occurred, it had become a tradition passed down through generations. People loved to adorn themselves with gemstones, especially since after the mountains and waters disappeared, leaving only blackness in the world, gemstones, capable of emitting light, were highly sought after. However, due to lack of money, only the chieftain and a select few could afford to wear these gemstones. Today's unusual movement of the floating gemstones made everyone realize that the legend might indeed be true. But they had only collected over 50 types of gemstones, far short of 100. No wonder they hadn't succeeded. The chieftain initially thought it was due to insufficient energy, so he wanted to retrieve the topaz. However, after being reminded by his clansmen, he realized it was because they lacked the variety. After hearing the translation, Shirley found it utterly absurd, and a surge of anger rose within her. A song plus 100 energy gemstones, and the world would help them? What a joke. The planet had energy, but it was lifeless. Otherwise, why did he remain unmoved when his own home planet was destroyed, even watching her die without taking any action? Thinking this, Shirley wavered again, because she had witnessed the energy gem rise to the surface. But what if it was someone from an affiliated planet? Who had the power to do this? She took a deep breath, told Rafa to watch over them, and returned to the spaceship. Rafa guessed what was going on. Born late, he hadn't witnessed the destruction of his home planet, so he wasn't particularly moved by the translator's words, only feeling curiosity. But Shirley was different. She was a witness to that disaster. Having obtained the information they wanted, Rafa kept his promise and gave them the supplies. After waiting several more hours, once all the black crystal coal was loaded, the black coal people brought up 10 of their people. The spaceship took off again. Resources were extremely scarce on this planet, and they had no intention of lingering. However, 2 tons of food had already been distributed, leaving little in reserve, so they needed to hurry for the rest of the journey. The black coal planet people looked around with great curiosity as soon as they boarded. Their technology was so primitive, the spaceship was practically a godlike existence to them. Of the 10 black coal planet people, only 1 was female. Rafa felt it unnecessary to give her a separate dormitory, as it would be wasteful, and they couldn't afford the utilities. So, he assigned her to Losai's dormitory, since Venus was absent and there was an empty spot. Their dormitory was next to everyone else's. Gaia carefully settled the 10 people, taught them how to use the bathroom facilities, and gave each of them 10 sachets of nutritional supplements, instructing them to take 2 sachets a day, promising to return with more when they ran out. As for the only female member of their race, she was left alone with unfamiliar people, so Gaia made a point of getting to know her. I am Gaia, and this is my tribeswoman, Gugu. She doesn't understand anything, and if she has offended any of your places, it was absolutely unintentional. I hope you can wait for me to arrive and handle it. He not only said this, but also wrote it down, worried that Losai and the others might not understand it, so he could easily look it up with a translator. Lossie smiled and said somewhat awkwardly, no problem. Gaia, hearing Losai's reply in Interstellar language, was a little taken aback, then smiled ingratiatingly and bowed slightly to Losai. Then I leave it to you. Losai, you're welcome. Can I ask you one question? Having received Gaia's permission, she asked what Kasiri meant on his home planet. Gaia was slightly taken aback. How did this person know his home planet's language? He then translated in Interstellar language. Where did you hear save me mean? This answer was beyond Losai's expectations. Who was calling for help? However, the spaceship was already some distance away, and thinking about it further was pointless. The little girl who brought me food? I thought Kasiri was her name, but I must have misheard. It might be something like Kasiri, or something like that. Hearing Losai say this, Gaia didn't think much of it. It must have been a mishearing. One day in May, Qin Dinglan finally arrived alone in Safe Zone 1. She encountered many dangers along the way, but with the gun and whip Losai gave her, she escaped unscathed. After some disguise, She used a false identity to infiltrate Safe Zone 1. She thought it would take some time to find He Meow, but as soon as she entered the city, she saw a person wearing a hat rush up and wave. It was He Meow. Since agreeing to Losai's request, she had been waiting near the city gate, otherwise, it would have taken Qin Dinglan a long time to find her. Fortunately, she had to get off the vehicle to register upon entering the city, which finally allowed her to see Qin Dinglan. Qin Dinglan and her teammates had met once before at the Haoyunlai hot pot restaurant, so Qin Dinglan recognized He Meow even though she was wearing a mask in the sweltering heat. Getting into Qin Dinglan's car, He Meow looked around nervously and excitedly. Was this where she would be staying from now on? She said somewhat reservedly, I promised Luo Shi I'd come with you, but I'm broke because of my medical treatment. I can only offer physical labor. If you get injured, I can treat you. Could my mother come with us? She can do cleaning, and her cooking is superb. I'm a little worried about leaving her here alone. Actually, he was more worried about He Meow. Heaven knows. When she woke up the next day and her daughter was back to normal, she almost fainted from joy. Upon learning that Luo Shi had helped with the treatment, but with the conditions, He immediately said she would support her wholeheartedly and would never reveal the secret. She didn't want to lose her only remaining family member. She was her own flesh and blood. He Meow knew her mother wasn't that kind of person, but just in case, she kept an eye on her mother all day, only feeling relieved after the main planet's spaceship had left. Okay, can you drive? Qin Dinglan had no objections. They were indeed short of logistics personnel, and Luo Shi had provided startup capital. The three of them wouldn't need much. He Meow nodded. Yes, my mom can drive too. Qin Dinglan directly asked her to direct them to the nearest car dealership, where they purchased a large truck and an SUV, both equipped with hovering and navigation functions. Spending 1.5 million source crystals at once, He Meow nervously sat in the truck's driver's seat. She planned to activate the navigation function on the other vehicle to have it follow her, but then Amy arrived. Amy had Qin Dinglan's photo, and had also checked He Meow's address. Ever since Luo Shi had asked her to send a long-distance message to Qin Dinglan, she had been very curious about what Luo Shi wanted the two of them to do. He Meow always came out alone, and would cover her face, making her unrecognizable to strangers. So, a while ago, Amy even thought it was He Meow's mother. Thinking they might not have each other's contact information, Amy decided to keep an eye on them too, intending to help if they couldn't find each other. Although following someone was shameful, Amy promised herself she wouldn't tell anyone what she saw. She just wanted to help. What if they were in danger? Reassuring herself with this thought, she followed He Meow with a clear conscience. Finally, Qin Dinglan arrived at Safe Zone 1 today. Chapter 228. Hello, I'm Amy, a friend of Losai's from the refugee camp. Do you need my help? Amy asked nervously. Qin Dinglan stared at her warily. During the latter half of the competition, the Heavenly Eye had lost all its information, so no one else knew about the friendly interactions between Losai and Amy. However, after the competition, news of Amy's dual abilities spread throughout planet Ajir, along with the fact that she had lived in the refugee camp in Safe Zone 3. Safe Zone 3 also discovered that Losai and Amy knew each other, but the extent of their relationship was unknown. He Meow pursed her lips. Qin Dinglan had only just arrived in Safe Zone 1, so this Amy had followed her. Seeing their wary expressions, Amy quickly explained, the message I sent you was entrusted to me by Losai. Hearing this, Qin Dinglan's wariness lessened. Losai must trust her to choose her as the messenger. She nodded slightly to Amy and tossed her the keys. Okay, come on over. The three of them then drove to He Meow's rented apartment. The presence of three expensive cars parked in the slum attracted the attention of passers-by, who looked on with envy at these luxury cars that were beyond their reach. No one dared to steal them though. They couldn't afford to offend someone who could drive such cars. He recognized Qin Dinglan and knew she would be coming, but why was Amy Adlington there? This pampered young lady had been quite the talk of the town lately. He often saw her on social media. I go cook for you, he said, knowing she might not be able to hear the rest of the conversation. She opened the refrigerator, took out the ingredients she had prepared earlier, and started cooking. Qin Dinglan didn't stop her. She was indeed hungry after not having a hot meal for days. Amy obediently sat down, and Qin Dinglan's first words were, "Do you want to save the world?" She was looking at Amy, assuming that Luo Shi had already told He Meow. Amy scratched her head, somewhat confused. Save the world? Back at her family home, Amy was somewhat absent-minded. Qin Dinglan had given her a little information, but even that was enough for her to digest for a long time. Just then, Mu Usi burst in, carrying a beautifully crafted anime figure. Amy, Look at my new figure. It was custom made by a master. Although the two were cousins, they hadn't initially interacted. Muyuesi only started getting to know Amy after learning she was Luoshi's good friend, and they gradually became friends. Amy was much better off than those from wealthy families. If everyone around her were like Amy, she wouldn't be so addicted to the internet. Looking at Amy lying on the sofa in a daze, Muyuesi put down the figure, stroked her chin, and circled her twice. What have you been up to lately? Leaving early and coming home late, and you look so listless today. Amy didn't answer. At the Adlington family, she mainly learned basic knowledge. She didn't have much else to do. She was now conflicted about whether to leave with Qin Dinglan and the others. She was already 16, and in 2 years she wouldn't escape the prospect of marriage. Many prominent families had already come to inquire about her, hoping to reserve her in advance, like merchandise. Muse hadn't been engaged because of her bad reputation, but because of her abilities. Her reputation had spread like wildfire, and families were flocking to her. However, Myoza's father felt sorry for her, and let her find someone she liked, without forcing her. But given time, she knew she wouldn't be able to escape it anyway. The family valued her and Myoz so much, if she ran away, it would cause a huge uproar. Thinking about it, Amy decided to stay. Qin Dinglan and her group only had 2 people. Their development would take a long time, especially since they still needed to get information from various safe zones, and some things couldn't be bought with money. What Qin Dinglan and her group were doing wouldn't harm the family, on the contrary, it would make Planet Ager better. Amy decided to stay with the Adlington family, and act as their inside man. After thinking it through, she focused her gaze on Myoz, who was standing there. Myoz's abilities were good, and she was also a freelancer. Should she develop her career a bit? However, being friends was fine, but being allies required further observation. She herself was still under Qin Dinglan's observation period. Qin Dinglan should know more. Myoz took a step back, feeling a little uneasy under Amy's gaze, and subconsciously rubbed her arms together. What are you doing? Qin Dinglan made a list, gave Meow 500,000 source crystals to purchase items, and then drove her SUV to the place Losai had mentioned. 3 days later, they arrived safely at Hope Land. The bracelet, which had been flashing yellow and green, turned green the moment they entered Hope Land. While driving, Qin Dinglan glanced at the bracelet occasionally, marveling at the fact that there was a low radiation area here. Most of the way up, they had been in medium to high radiation zones. But when she saw the number, she was completely stunned. It was green, 0.1. Even the very center of safe zones 1 and 3 didn't have such low radiation. Only specially designed sealed environments and laboratories could achieve such ultra-low radiation of 0.1. She silently memorized the area. Based on the information Losai had given her, she guessed there might be a large source crystal beneath. However, as she drove, she realized something was wrong. It took her a full 5 hours to reach her destination, yet the radiation level along the way was only 0.1. Upon reaching the very center, there was absolutely no radiation. She greedily inhaled the air. The absence of radiation was truly wonderful. The air here was the freshest and most refreshing she had ever smelled. Finding the spot Losai had indicated, she dug out a black plastic bag. Inside was a gun identical to the one she had used before, several magazines, and a large bag full of bullets. This time, they were gold-colored. Besides, this was a letter explaining the uses of the radiation vines. Finally, it said, if there isn't a suitable place, this can be used as a base. With a little cultivation, crops can be grown. The radiation is low enough that the crops grown will likely also be low radiation. If new people join in the future, don't mention me, just assume you happen to discover this place. After reading the letter, Qin Dinglan returned to her car, found a lighter, and burned it completely. She had thought Luo had only hidden a few things for her, but she hadn't expected her to leave such a large space for her. Although Luo hadn't directly said whether she was responsible, considering everything that had happened in the past. Qin Dinglan lowered her eyes. She couldn't betray Luo's trust. Grabbing the items, she drove back to Safe Zone 1. It seemed she needed to purchase even more. She also needed to plant the seeds of the radiation vine and purification vine, and order several more guns. Logically, if Luo had simply told the powerful families this information, they would have acted much better, given their wealth and influence. But this would have completely exposed her. The more people who knew, the more dangerous it would be for her. Furthermore, the interests of the powerful families were intertwined, and everyone had their own motives. It was too complicated. Telling them might just be used as a means for them to further their own interests. Once Planet Aegil was completely destroyed, The wealthy would have finished developing the source crystals and happily left with their spoils, leaving the ordinary people to die on the planet. Chapter 229. June 30th. The spaceship finally arrived at its next subsidiary planet. This time, the disembarkation fee had increased to 800 interstellar coins. It was expensive, but everyone paid anyway, plus an additional 100 interstellar coins to rent an oxygen conversion device. It resembled a headset, but with a transparent breathing mask covering the mouth and nose. Upon disembarking, they were surrounded by trees towering 70 or 80 meters high. Even ordinary ferns were 2 or 3 meters tall. Directly ahead were a series of ridiculously large stone houses, resembling a primitive village. Shirley and the others also wore oxygen conversion devices. Rafa and the others looked serious, seemingly not very confident in their control over this planet. The spaceship stopped with such a commotion, yet no one emerged. After waiting for 5 minutes, Shirley sent Dobes to check the situation. Dobes was reluctant, but under pressure from Shirley, he led the two men forward. Thump, thump, thump. The earth trembled slightly. Dobes stopped. Half a minute later, the footsteps grew closer, and everyone could see the humans on this planet. Giants, 6 to 10 meters tall, wore short skirts and bodices made of animal hides. Their skin was bronze black, their bodies painted with traditional patterns using a special white pigment. They wore various animal teeth around their necks, and the women wore brightly colored feathers strung on hemp rope in their hair. Loci raised an eyebrow slightly. No wonder they needed oxygen conversion devices after disembarking from the spaceship. This planet had extremely high oxygen levels, which explained the giant's height and the exceptionally tall plants. After learning the interstellar language, Loci didn't rest. She spent a considerable amount of interstellar currency buying books about interstellar life. The giants before her were rare, primitive megahumans, protected by interstellar law. They couldn't be forced, and their discovered planets couldn't be made vassals. They could only be priority trading planets. In simpler terms, the planet that first discovered the giants didn't have control over them, only the right to trade, and even then, it couldn't force a trade with the giants' consent. However, discovering the giants first wasn't without its advantages. If other planets wanted to trade with them, they needed the consent of the planet with priority trading rights. But it wasn't impossible for the giants to insist on trading with people from other planets. In that case, the planet with priority trading rights could collect a 10% tax from the other planet. So discovering a giant's planet did have its benefits. Sherry spotted the male giant with the most ornaments, bowed slightly, placed her right fist over her heart in a salute, and took the megaphone Rafa handed her, shouting. Giants couldn't hear very soft voices. She had to use a tool. Sherry gave a simple self-introduction in the giant language, explaining her purpose for coming. This was something she had specifically learned. She didn't know anything else and needed a translator. Giants are naturally capricious, acting entirely on whim. If she wasn't polite, the giant would completely ignore her. The deal failed, and over a month's worth of flight energy was wasted. However, the planet's information indicated that the tribe's leader was an older woman, but it seems there's been a change. The giant spoke casually, her voice perfectly normal to them, but to everyone else it sounded like a deep, muffled horn. The crew member responsible for translation immediately said, "They demand to see our cargo first." Shirley gave Rafa a look, and Rafa immediately went to the spaceship to retrieve the goods. However, he had only gone halfway when Rafa called out to the people on the subsidiary planet, "Hey, you guys, come here, help." Afraid they wouldn't understand, Rafa spoke each word carefully. "They ripped us off, and now they want our help. Shameless." One of them muttered under his breath, but then cheerfully rushed forward to help. Arriving at one of the warehouses, some people were responsible for driving small carts, while others were moving goods. Everything from food to daily necessities was available, along with 5 tons of black crystal coal. Giants are skilled at crafting, and black crystal coal can burn at temperatures approaching 2,000 degrees Celsius, burning for several times longer than ordinary coal, making it very popular on the giant planet. The giant chieftain bought all 5 tons of black crystal coal. Besides that, he mostly bought toiletries, brightly colored artificial ornaments, and thick fabrics, which were very popular with the giant women. However, they didn't want any meat, vegetables, or fruit. After smelling them, they even took a step back in disgust. The giants offered rare metal or animal bones and fruit in exchange. Shirley actually wanted to exchange for their wine, but they refused, so she chose other items. The fruit giant understood why these dwarves wanted metal ore, but he couldn't understand why they wanted the bones left over from their meat meals. If they wanted teeth and skulls, that would be understandable. They were symbols of strength, but they even wanted ribs,
and at a high price. But that was fine. It meant they would have to give up less metal ore and fruit. What the giants didn't know was that Shirley's price for the cleaning supplies and fabrics was 20 times the cost price. But the dwarves didn't seem to mind. Humans always command high prices for things they lack or that are scarce, but they never feel cheated, and that's enough. After exchanging goods for a while, both sides found something satisfactory. The giants happily held a bonfire party and invited the dwarves to join. The people from the neighboring planet were puzzled as to why they were exchanging fruit. Interstellar technology was advanced. They had all kinds of fruit. Surely they wouldn't lack this. They only understood the reason when they saw the giants bring out their fruit. A fruit about the size of a peach, as big as a small truck, was casually placed by the giant beside the fire. Next came watermelons, grapes, and bananas, each about the size of a car, the watermelon being the size of a house. A female giant took out a gleaming 3-meter-long sword and casually cut the fruit into small pieces, placing them next to Sherry. To prevent the tribespeople from accidentally stepping on them, the chieftain specially laid out an enormous white tiger skin on the ground for Sherry and the others to sit on. Seeing the fruit pieces, still half the size of a person, being handed to them, Shirley had a knife prepared, cut them again, and distributed them to everyone. The giantess, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly lay down and quietly observed the tiny figures. These people may look small, but they're quite nimble. Her words elicited a burst of laughter from the chieftain. Ha ha, yes, nimble yet powerless little people. This caused all the giants to erupt in laughter, the thunderous sound hurting everyone's ears. With a glance from Shirley, the translator, forcing himself to continue, translated the words. Chapter 230. Shirley scoffed. Foolish giants. If it weren't for the interstellar protection law, they would have been flattened long ago. Weak and unaware of their own inadequacy. The fruit was divided again and again, finally reaching Losai. Holding a slice of watermelon as big as her face, she took an expectant bite. Juicy, sweet but not cloying, crisp and tender, the watermelon itself had a rich and refreshing aroma, a rare delicacy. No wonder Shirley chose the giant's fruit. This stuff wasn't just in interstellar space. Even on planet Aegir, its rarity and slightly better taste than ordinary fruit would command exorbitant prices. After all, there was no shortage of wealthy people everywhere. With each bite, Losai had to use her oxygen converter to breathe. Occasionally inhaling the high oxygen air here was fine, but 3 or 4 bites would make her faint. Losai also tasted the remaining 3 kinds of fruit. They all tasted better than ordinary fruit. No wonder the disembarkation fee was 800, much more cost-effective than on the cold planet. The giants kept bringing over fruit, but they ate it all themselves. Sherry's group of about 200 people had enough fruit to fill them all. After the fruit was gone, the giants brought out roasted meat. Each piece was larger than a Losai person's, and this was already cut and portioned. They skewered the meat on sticks and kept turning it over the campfire. The giants' roasting skills were mediocre. They handed over a skewer when the outside was almost completely burnt. Sherry had it cut open, only to find that half of it was still raw. The people from the neighboring planet naturally got the burnt pieces. Sherry and her hybrids didn't seem to mind raw meat, and ate it with relish. Losai ate a few bites of the less mushy parts, and soon felt a surge of heat throughout her body. This meat was quite nourishing. Having eaten her fill, Losai examined the fruit seeds that had been tossed on the ground. Perhaps she could grow them in her spatial dimension. Stone, you can grow them. You can grow them. Bring them in, and I help you plant them. Losai replied telepathically, aren't you an energy eater? It had sharp eyes. It had guessed Losai's intention to plant the seeds after only a glance. Stone had gained a little of Losai's trust, and she no longer kept it completely confined. The spatial resources and dust were kept separate, out of its reach. All the previous energy had been used to purify the Land of Hope, so there was no need to worry about it stealing food. However, the space wasn't large enough. It had to shrink its body to move. At this moment, Stone had shrunk to about the size of an ordinary sea turtle, floating in the space, spinning merrily like a leaf in the wind. It's nice to change things up sometimes. I heard that the giant's fruit tastes the best in the universe, but their fruit has a long growing cycle, taking over 10 or 20 years to mature. But your space can accelerate ripening. It should be ready to harvest in 2 or 3 years. Losai, okay, I try to get some. The stone stopped spinning and started moving around. Staying in the space was really boring. Before, when it was bored outside, it could at least listen to the gossip of the people in the safe zone. In the space, without Losai's permission, it couldn't hear or see anything outside. Losai only granted it this permission when it needed help identifying things or disembarking from the spaceship. Especially after seeing the beauty of the outside world, it wanted to go out even more. Losai had just eaten a watermelon and found a seed, about the size of a palm, black and smooth. She discreetly placed the remaining large piece of roasted meat on top, and the watermelon seed was quietly stored in her spatial storage. The giants ate quickly, casually tossing away the fruit pits and seeds behind them. As the banquet progressed, the full crowd grew restless and began to wander around. Losai also got up to stroll. Wandering, she ended up behind the giants, collecting quite a few seeds, including banana seeds. The bananas here weren't cultivated, they had many seeds and little flesh, a problem for the giants, but not for ordinary humans. The flesh of one banana was more than enough for a whole family. She picked up another banana seed, but someone was too close, so Losai stopped storing it in her spatial storage and simply held it in her hand. The next second, a person from a neighboring planet emerged from the grass, holding a watermelon seed. The two exchanged a glance, both recognizing the seed in each other's hands. It turned out they both had the same plan. The man gave an awkward smile, then turned and searched in another direction. Lassie continued picking seeds, gradually realizing that it wasn't just one or two, everyone on the subsidiary planet was doing it. Shirley, having finished eating, planned to return to the spaceship to rest. The giant's goods wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. However, seeing everyone on the subsidiary planet carrying seeds, she said, "Overweight weight requires payment. Don't blame me for not warning you. These seeds can't be grown in ordinary environments, and can only be sold to professional plantations. The price they fetch might not even be as high as the overweight fee." With that, Shirley went inside, leaving Rafa to collect the fees. Lassie had been seen picking seeds, so she left one banana and one watermelon seed unstirred. Hearing this, she said, "I already used up some source crystals and nutrients these past few days, so my luggage is much lighter. These two shouldn't be overweight." Rafa paused, his hand still on the verge of calculating the fee. This Losai was clever enough to spot the flaw in Sherry's words so quickly. Glancing at the small amount of luggage she carried, Rafa let her in. After all, they had already agreed on a 20 kilograms baggage allowance per person, and it wouldn't be good to renege now. "All right, you can go in now." The group, who had initially considered throwing away their seeds upon hearing about the fee, were now hopeful again, each keeping 2 to 4 seeds. In the end, Rafa didn't receive a single penny. He was too lazy to check how much lighter everyone's luggage was. Letting them in with 4 seeds was already the limit. However, the Cole people were an exception. Since they had almost no luggage, only some gems and jewelry, they were allowed to bring in a dozen or so seeds each. The giants were relatively trustworthy. The next day at noon, they prepared everything and treated everyone to breakfast, fruit, and leftover roasted meat from the previous day. Mainly, the combined food for the 200-odd people wasn't even as much as what 2 giants ate. Giants delivered supplies to the spaceship's door with remarkable speed, and the ship was to depart again that afternoon. However, no giants wanted to board. They had no interest in interstellar travel. Time flew by. It was now December 1st, 3029, on planet Agel. Several other planets had offered tribute along the way. The spaceship finally returned to planet D4-081, also known as Planet Base. Using the cosmological calendar, it was currently the Desolate Era, the Seeking Light Era. The commonly used date was May 20th, 4998. Chapter 231. One day here is equivalent to 2 days on planet Agel. The planet is more than twice the size of Agel, with 1 sun and 2 moons, one of which is inhabited. The spaceship landed in a military critical area. Because the dormitories lacked windows, this was the first time they had seen the D4-081. Everywhere, floating devices of unknown purpose flew about, mostly in black, white, gray, and silver, bustling yet orderly. Surrounding them were high silver metal walls, with luminous white lines weaving through them. Ripples would occasionally appear in the air, like a transparent protective shield. The disembarking passengers underwent strict checks and registration. The soldier in charge looked at Losai and felt he looked familiar, but couldn't quite place him. There were so many people in interstellar space, it was inevitable that some would look alike. Losai lowered her head slightly. These past few days, she deliberately stayed up late every night and neglected her hair, making her look much uglier and breaking out in acne. If she used to resemble Princess Losai by 90%, now, without close inspection, she only resembled her by 70%. Otherwise, having the exact same face would be too troublesome. After a series of complicated procedures, Losai arrived at a room full of machines. After being given local anesthesia,
it took 3 minutes to implant a crystal below her left collarbone. After spraying a healing agent, the already small 3-centimeter wound was almost invisible. Now she could leave. To put it nicely, she was free. To put it bluntly, she was left to fend for herself. Following the uniformed soldiers out, everyone else was there, except for Venus. Carrying their suitcases, most people chose to travel in groups. The 8 people from planet Azure invited Loci, but she declined. Underfoot was a clean, flat stone floor. Looking up, they saw towering buildings and various floating vehicles speeding through the air at different distances. Brightly colored holographic projection advertisements were everywhere. Because this was a military stronghold, ordinary people couldn't approach. The group dragged their suitcases a long way before reaching a populated area. Various people and animals mingled around them, including a few who looked almost identical to animals, walking upright and dressed. Upon seeing the group emerging from the military base, their eyes lit up as they rushed over. Guide, taxi, accommodation, meals, all inclusive, starting from only 100 star coins. Stay at my place for only 50 star coins, and I'd be your free guide. Look at me, I have the most complete map and guidebook for Planet Base, only 5 star coins. Various shouts filled the air. Loci chose the smallest looking girl with white rabbit ears. The others were still choosing, or rather, still trying to understand what these people were saying. Finally, having secured a customer, Miss Rabbit, dressed in black overalls, pulled Loci away, afraid she'd be snatched away by someone else. Her head was only about 1.5 meters high, but with her ears, it was barely 1.7 meters. She was quite petite, with a slightly protruding mouth, a short nose, and a thin line down her philtrum, not parted. Hello, my name is Jenny. What price range are you looking for? 10 star coins is the worst, 50 or 60 star coins is mid-range, and 100 star coins will get you the best hotel nearby. But if you go to the city center, 100 star coins will only get you the worst kind of accommodation. My family runs a small shop. If you stay there, we can give you a 10% discount on food. If you need a guide, it's 20 star coins a day, but you have to pay for my transportation, not my food. Loci. Hello, my name is Loci, the west of east, south, west, north. What's the price for staying at your place? Seeing that the guest was interested in staying at her place, Jenny's eyes lit up with excitement as she explained. Sleeping on the floor and sharing a room with my family is only 10 star coins. A single room is 28 star coins, and a room with a private bathroom is 35 star coins. Sleeping on the floor? Loci had never heard of such a hotel before. Looking at how technologically advanced this place was, she had imagined it would be very luxurious. 35 star coins a room, I guess. Okay, Miss Loci, please come with me. I have a car that can take you. Jenny happily led Loci into an alley and untied her electric scooter. Loci, without any hesitation, picked up her suitcase and sat down. I just arrived here and thought everything was high-tech. I didn't expect to find such traditional things here too. Jenny twisted the throttle and sped off. Actually, it's not as nice here as you think. Every place has slums, and mine is one, so it's very cheap. If you want to see those advanced things, I can take you to the city center later. It should be what you're looking for, but of course, there will be a guide fee. Loci, let's rest for a bit first. Jenny chatted excitedly the whole way. This was the first time she'd gotten a customer. People from the subsidiary planet only came once every 5 years, and the timing was uncertain. Luckily, she had sharp eyes, and spotted the ship that had collected the tribute returning. She rushed over to wait. These people knew nothing. They usually had to spend a lot of star coins to buy information, and they could earn a considerable amount by bringing in a customer. 10 minutes later, she arrived at Jenny's house, an ordinary 3-story white building. Due to years of disrepair, some parts were slightly blackened, and the roof had been fitted with green corrugated iron. Similar buildings were clustered together nearby. The street was a slightly dilapidated, potholed 2-lane road, very congested, mostly occupied by trams. Jenny's mother was kneading dough in the shop on the first floor. Seeing her daughter return with a customer, she stopped what she was doing, quickly washed her hands, and came to help. What room would you like, guest? We have all the food here. We can bring it up to you. The aroma was irresistible to Loci. Having spent over half a year on the spaceship, she run out of her own nutrient solutions, and spent a lot of points buying the spaceship's own. The fruits, vegetables, and meat were ridiculously expensive. A plate of meat could cost 100 interstellar coins. Loci was really worried about the cost and only ate meat occasionally, relying mostly on nutrient solutions. Her stomach wasn't hungry, but her mouth was pounding. Seeing the delicious smell and reasonable prices, she immediately ordered 2 snacks, and 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable dish. The owner agreed, telling Jenny to take good care of Losai, and went to prepare the food. Jenny led Losai to the front desk, picked up a device, and scanned her left collarbone. Your account has no balance. Would you like to top it up? If you have energy gems, I can top it up for you directly, but there will be a 0.1% handling fee. Losai took out 100,000 source crystals from her pocket, 10,000 interstellar coins. Chapter 232. She unconsciously reached for the implanted crystal. It seemed everyone here used it to identify themselves, making daily life convenient, but it might be inconvenient for her. Jenny nervously accepted it. 10,000 was no small sum. Even with her family running the shop, it would take 2 or 3 months to earn that much. She took a professional device from the front desk, inserted the source crystal, and quickly got a reading. Exactly 10,000. Jenny, after deducting the processing fee, I top you up with 9,990. The room fee and other charges will be deducted after you leave. She then led her to a room on the 2nd floor. Suddenly, the door opened from the inside, and a group of rabbit-like children, who looked similar to Jenny, ran out. Sister! 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 Sister's back. Countless sisters came from their mouths, making Losai's head spin. Jenny awkwardly tried to calm her younger siblings. Quiet, quiet, we have guests, please be quiet. The 8 identical little rabbit figures stopped, blinking their large, black, grape-like eyes innocently at their sister. Jenny put her hands on her hips and said angrily, Didn't I tell you can't just go into the rooms on the 2nd floor? If you misbehave again, you won't be allowed to eat for a day. She then smiled apologetically at Losai. I get you a different room, one they definitely haven't touched. Losai nodded without objection. It wasn't a big deal. A different room would suffice. The room was small, containing only a single bed, a bedside table, a chair, and a bathroom. Losai changed out of her uniform, and into her black trousers, and white short-sleeved shirt. The perceived temperature here was below 30 degrees Celsius, which was quite comfortable. However, looking at her trousers, which were a bit too short, she seemed to have grown quite a bit taller, almost 1.7 meters now. Soon after, Jenny's mother brought in the food, and Losai thanked her. Jenny's mother suddenly said, Which planet are you from? Your interstellar language is so good. I didn't even realize you were from out of town at first. Losai replied, Planet Ager. I had nothing to do on the spaceship, so I've been learning interstellar language. That's impressive. You must have been learning for less than a year. It's really good. I won't disturb your meal any longer. If you need anything, just let me or Jenny know. With that, Jenny's mother left, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Looking at the delicious-looking food, Losai immediately devoured it. The food here was radiation-free and much cheaper than the low-radiation food on planet Ager. After finishing her meal and checking the room to make sure there was nothing extra, Losai slipped into her spatial dimension. She hadn't been there in a long time. Little left and little right showed signs of waking up recently, and should wake up soon. Stone, who had been dozing, sensed Losai's arrival and immediately flew to the gray soil, boasting, Look, look! The fruit I planted for you is so good. And all the chickens, ducks, and pigs I raised have had babies. Losai could see everything in the spatial dimension, but she still cooperated, saying, They're well planted and well raised. The technique is very skillful. There were gaps between the fruit trees, where Stone usually planted chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and sheep for them to eat. Now, the total number had grown from over 30 to over 100, all plump and healthy, and they had accumulated several hundred eggs. Hearing the praise, Stone proudly raised its head. There was only one peach tree, and Losai had collected about 10 grape seeds, but only planted 3, which were already supported by a wooden frame. Neither of these bore fruit. Based on the spatial flow and the time on planet base, it would take about another year. She collected 10 banana seeds, but Losai only planted 3. The giant's plants were too tall, 1 acre was barely enough to plant them all. Banana trees mature faster than peach trees, so they should bear fruit around the first half of next year. Losai collected many watermelon seeds, but considering the limited ground space, she only planted 4. She guided the vines outwards, so they wouldn't take up too much ground. Normal watermelons ripen in 1 year and need to be pulled up and replanted, but the giant's plants are different, and since they were planted in Losai's space, they seem to grow and bear fruit indefinitely. The watermelon was the first of the 4 fruits to bear fruit. It already had 12 melons, each weighing over 10 pounds. In another 2 weeks,
They should reach their normal size and be ripe. Stone's mouth watered. The fruit growing in the gray soil seemed even more fragrant than the local giants. I helped plant them. Can I have one later? Sure. Stone was now like a turtle to Losai, so she wouldn't be stingy with a watermelon. She went to the source crystal. She had given Qin Dinglan 100 million, and now she had 16.4 billion left, which was 1.64 billion interstellar coins. The tribute her home planet needed to pay was 50 tons of rare minerals, which she heard were worth 50 billion interstellar coins. She was still short 48.36 billion interstellar coins. According to the time on base planet, her home planet still had a little over 6 months before it had to pay its tribute. Time was of the essence. Losai glanced inside and left. Planet Agel had given her 18 million source crystals, equivalent to 1.8 million star coins. After finishing her own food on the spaceship, she spent a considerable amount on theirs, nearly 10,000 star coins. The same nutrient solution was free for the crew, and only cost 1 star coin for Gaia's people. However, on affiliated planets, it cost 10 star coins for their own people. Later, when food was running low, they simply raised the price to 20 star coins per serving. Losai carried the empty plate downstairs. Customers arrived at the shop, and Jenny and her younger siblings were helping their mother with chores. Jenny was genuinely doing chores. The other children were causing trouble. Seeing Losai approach, Jenny stood up, wiped her hands, and took the plate. Lassie, 20 star coins for a tour guide for the whole day, right? Hearing a job offer, Jenny's previously droopy ear immediately perked up. Yes, 20 star coins. Lassie looked towards the door. Okay, let's go now. Jenny happily put down her plate, quickly washed her hands, and was about to leave when her younger siblings grabbed her trouser leg. Sister, I want to go too. Me too, sister. Sister. Countless sisterly voices rang out, so Jenny had to squat down and say to her younger siblings, I'm not going out to play, I'm going to work. I bring you food when I come back, okay? After saying that, she quickly stood up and ran away from the crowd, waving to her mother and shouting, Mom, I'm going to be a tour guide, take good care of my younger siblings. The rabbit mother, who was cooking, sighed helplessly. The shop was busy, but it was good to earn money, so she let her go. Jenny was in a good mood after leaving the store, and happily asked Losai where they were going, then realized that Losai was probably new and didn't know anything. How about I take you to buy a Wi-Fi device first? What kind do you like? We have bracelets, rings, necklaces, glasses, headbands, and levitation-following ones, all sorts of things, she said, getting on her electric scooter, with Losai sitting behind her. The Wi-Fi device was similar to the bracelets on planet Aegir, essentially a mobile phone. Which is more convenient? Chapter 233. Jenny, driving, said, I'm using a ring type one, it's pretty good. The best is the floating follow type, you should have seen it. It's a round ball that moves with you, but the cheapest one costs 1,000 star coins, too expensive. She then looked at someone on the roadside. Look, that's one. An electric scooter sped past, and Losai only glanced at it briefly. It was something similar to the Heavenly Eye, the round ball that always followed Rafa was like that. Losai wanted to buy something better, and also check out the city center, so Jenny led her to the air station. Take the B31, it only takes half an hour, but it costs 5 star coins per ride. The air bus arrived quickly. There were many other people waiting at the station, all sorts of hybrids, half of whom didn't look as cute and natural as Jenny. They gave off a strange feeling, and Losai was a little uncomfortable seeing them for the first time. The air bus stopped smoothly, similar to the ones on planet Aegir, but better, larger, and composed of 3 sections. The bus was already quite crowded. Jenny pulled Losai along, barely managing to squeeze into a seat. The seats were interesting. Some were very low, only 20 centimeters high, while others were a meter high. This didn't feel like a human city, it was more like an animal kingdom. No fare was required. Everyone had a crystal, which was like an account. As long as there was money in the account, the fare would be automatically deducted. As for those with no money in their accounts, the bus would detect it and remind them through a loudspeaker. If you were shameless enough, you could ride once and pay later. If you didn't pay the first time and still couldn't pay the second time, the bus would automatically report the information to the nearest supervisor, who would bring the police to arrest you. The Airbus made several stops along the way, with people getting on and off repeatedly, allowing Losai to see the diverse population of this world. The smallest she saw was a rat-like human the size of a house cat, and the largest was a 3-meter-tall rhinoceros-like human. The bus traveled through increasingly bustling areas,
moving at 2 to 3 times the top speed of the hover cars on planet Aegil. Even in the air, there were numerous passing vehicles. There were designated lanes for both ascending and descending traffic, projected as long, rectangular, fluorescent lines. At higher speeds, these appeared as normal, long lines, and lane changes were not permitted. There were traffic lights at busy intersections. Speeding wasn't as easy as it seemed in the air. Upon arriving at their destination, Ginny pulled Losai out of the car. Come on, I take you to a store that gives out freebies. Everything's too expensive downtown, and I rarely have the chance to come here, but I often read shopping guides, so taking you shopping is no problem at all. They arrived at the store Ginny mentioned in less than 10 minutes. Compared to the surrounding glamorous shops, this one seemed a bit dim, but it was very clean, probably because it hadn't been renovated in a long time. Inside the store were 6 mixed-race individuals dressed in black suits and skirts, including cats, rabbits, and dogs. Ginny approached a sales clerk, who wasn't surrounded by customers, and looked at Losai. You can ask it anything you want to see. Losai was used to wearing bracelets, and wanted to look at bracelets, while also asking about styles similar to the Heavenly Eye. The playful sales clerk with cat ears hesitated slightly as she half raised her left hand, projecting a picture from it, adjusting it to Losai's height for easier viewing. Dear customer, I am DK8398, at your service. Based on your needs, I have selected the following options to introduce to you. Losai raised an eyebrow. It was a robot. No wonder her movements seemed a little unnatural. However, the suit and the machinery inside were really well made. When she stood still, you couldn't tell it was mechanical at all. Even her blinking was incredibly realistic. After listening to the various options, Losai finally chose a bracelet for 399 star coins, which came with a pair of headphones co-branded with a certain celebrity as a free gift. This bracelet was different from the watch from planet Aegir. The one she chose featured white and yellow daisies and a silver chain, with a green oval gem at the very center. All the devices were hidden inside this gem. After activation, the gem projected the binding. Losai followed the instructions and touched the crystal under her collarbone, immediately completing the authentication. With just a light touch, various installed software and a personal center would be projected. These items came in various styles, but the contents were actually the same. The levitation follower is generally called a poke ball on the planet base. While convenient, it requires an implanted crystal in the brain to function optimally. Upon hearing this, Losai decided against buying a poke ball. The risk was too great. With the bracelet, and having explored many places with Ginny, he learned more about the planet base. The planet base has only one country, the Kingdom of Base. There is no monarchy. Instead, an electoral system is used. There are 2 main factions, Base and Baris. The national leader is generally elected from these 2 factions, and the highest leader is called the Star Lord. Losai is currently in Babin, the capital of the planet base. Its area is the combined size of the 4 safe zones of the planet Aegil. From Babin, there are daily flights to nearby planets, and every 6 months there are also flights to the D4 superpower. To travel to other Imperial planets or planets in interstellar regions, one must board from D4. After wandering around for about 3 or 4 hours, the 2 return to Ginny's hotel. Due to the unique environment, a day here lasts 48 hours, with 20 hours of daylight and 28 hours of night. It's currently 4 p.m., 4 hours until nightfall. Lying in bed, Losai activated her bracelet and found quite a few useful items. The next flight to the D4 Imperial planet will depart in 2 months, and the only information available about their home planet, Kyushu, is, in the year 4973 of the Seeking Light era, a 9-020 discovered the small planet Kyushu and made it a subsidiary planet, designated a 9-020-0750. To rescue his sister, they first needed to reach D4 Imperial Star, which would take a month. A 9 Imperial Star and D4 Imperial Star were in different star systems, and it would take a year by spaceship. Once they reached a 9 Imperial Star, they would need to take another 2 months by spaceship to reach a 9-020. In total, it would take a full year and 5 months, which translates to 3 years and 2 months on their home planet, and that doesn't even include waiting time for other spaceships. Moreover, the travel expenses alone would cost 300 million interstellar coins. There simply wasn't enough time. Upon arriving in the new place, Losai granted Stone permission to see the outside world. After looking around in space, Stone asked, a 9-020? And that place called Kyushu? What are you going to do on that small planet? Chapter 234. Lassie rubbed her temples, wondering whether to speak or not. Sigh, there are people I cherish there. Anyway, I have to help them. Its stone brain raced. How could Lassie know people from such a distant planet, and even help them? Something was wrong. Could it be someone she met on B1 Imperial Star? That didn't make sense either. Back then she was a princess, and it was impossible for her to know people from such a small and remote planet. It couldn't understand. What is the primordial energy of that 9 provinces? They didn't extract primordial energy. They used ores and similar things as payment. The amount of minerals they wanted was scarce. After the previous developments, they probably wouldn't be able to pay the tribute this time. Lassie finished speaking dejectedly, feeling somewhat bewildered. Having come here on Sherry's spaceship, she had seen many planets. Except for Giant Planet, the other planets had extracted primordial energy, but the manifestations were different. Most planets, like Aegeel, produced something similar to source crystals. A few extracted other things, such as the black crystal coal of Black Coal Planet. Is the primordial energy of the mother planet manifested in those extremely limited minerals? The Black Coal Planet is even smaller than Kyushu, and the extracted black crystalline coal was enough to sustain them for a full 500 years. But Kyushu was only discovered 49 years ago, and it only paid tribute 4 times before it was exhausted. That shouldn't be the case. Had humanity already consumed too much of Kyushu's energy before? At this moment, Stone said decisively impossible. Even a small amount of a planet's primordial energy would be enough for you to pay tribute for 100 years, unless Kyushu was inherently barren. But in that case, the number of life on Kyushu should have drastically decreased, the environment should have deteriorated, and large areas of desert or dead land should have formed. What kind of disaster would that be for Kyushu? Losai. Kyushu is full of zombies, but the vegetation is lush. 60% of the land is planted. They shouldn't be the kind that's about to die. Stone was now even more certain. That or definitely isn't primordial power. If it were, the amount extracted would be enormous. Losai was even more puzzled. Then what's going on with Kyushu? Stone, it's possible it didn't extract. If that's the case, they won't be able to pay the tribute. The suzerain planet will probably accept other things. Perhaps the zombies will evolve crystal cores, which is also a kind of primordial power extraction. As he spoke, Stone suddenly stopped and looked at the small mountain of source crystals in the distance. Losai understood. He purified 10,000 source crystals and let it continue talking. Any more wouldn't do. He still had some to use. Having consumed the energy, Stone smacked its lips in satisfaction. There are 2 scenarios for the extraction of primordial power. One is like the Black Coal Planet, which extracted it autonomously from the beginning. However, the planet later sensed the danger and withdrew its primordial power. Otherwise, if the Black Coal Planet people had continued mining it, it wouldn't have lasted long. Withdrawing it allowed it to survive for a while longer. The other scenario is forced extraction, like on planet Aegeel. After suffering a radiation attack, it extracted its primordial power as a precaution against the radiation. Otherwise, all life on the planet would have died out quickly. However, the radiation on planet base is transmitted continuously, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the defense. But this also caused biological mutations, and you humans have also developed a potion that can mutate and grant abilities. Losai remained silent, deep in thought. Stone continued, "Don't worry, Kyushu will find a way to compensate the Patriarch planet for the insufficient tribute. Primordial power cannot be directly extracted, but they have countless ways to extract it. Since Kyushu is infested with zombies, they might try to evolve the zombies into crystal cores, which are also a form of energy. Humans have a certain probability of using them. Maybe by the time you get there, Kyushu will already have people with abilities. Even if they can't pay their tribute, the suzerain planet might use this to make a fortune, but it wouldn't directly destroy Kyushu." Hearing it say this, Losai's heart finally settled down, but she was still a little afraid of the possibility of something going wrong, because if that possibility occurred, countless people on the home planet would die. "You're a floating giant tortoise. How long will it take you to get there?" Stone carefully considered the route. "I'm not an adult yet. It will take me 2 or 3 years, but the adult members of their race can perform space jumps. They can get there in just 1 year." "A year still isn't enough," Losai sighed. "I find a way to get to A9-020 first." Leaving the space, Losai turned on her network computer, found the internet search box, and typed Lassie Ivka on the projected keyboard. The first result was her official introduction. Lassie Ivka, female, age 15. Born on May 25, 4990, in the Ivka royal family of B1 Imperial Planet, she is the second child of King Leon Ivka and Queen Pada Ivka Jolin.
She possesses the ability to absorb energy gems. She and her brother Lam were raised as heirs to the nation from a young age. She has represented B1 Imperial planet on numerous occasions, inspecting its subsidiary planets and helping to repair them, earning the love of the interstellar people. Interstellar age is calculated in 6-month increments, or 1 year on a small planet. Therefore, Princess Losai was born in 4990 and will be turning 16 in 4998. After quickly reading the official introduction, it was mentioned that Princess Losai has a white birthmark on her left arm. Losai couldn't help but recall the burn on the original owner's left arm when she first transmigrated in the same spot. Now it seemed Road had deliberately burned it to conceal the original owner's identity. The birthmark was gone now. Due to the injury and the body's self-healing ability, the burn had gradually disappeared, leaving her arm smooth without a trace. The birthmark seemed to have disappeared along with the scar. The introduction didn't mention a spatial dimension, which was understandable given their desire to keep it hidden. However, she noticed a loophole. If the original owner had a spatial dimension before, it's impossible that it wasn't filled with anything. When she awakened her own spatial dimension, it was empty. So, was her awakened spatial dimension separate from the original owner's, or had the original owner never awakened it at all? Losai was starting to doubt whether she was truly Princess Losai. Exiting the official introduction, Losai tried to find information about Princess Losai's abduction, but after scrolling through dozens of pages, she found nothing. Princess Losai's disappearance had been known throughout the entire interstellar space. It was impossible not to find related news online. Unless B1 Empire intentionally deleted all records related to this event after finding Princess Losai. After trying several apps, Losai still couldn't find any information and had to give up. Finally, after reading a lot of information about the Ifka royal family, she learned that B1 Empire wasn't the largest of the 40 imperial planets. Its area was even slightly smaller than the planet base. However, being ranked among the imperial planets meant its strength was certainly not to be underestimated. But after further investigation, Losai discovered that they didn't rise to power through weapons or technology, but through their people, and their rise to power was less than 6,000 years ago. Chapter 235. The Ifka royal family has many members, both men and women, most of whom are married off to other planets. Members of the Ifka royal family are highly sought after. This is because they are born with abilities, needing no aids, and their children born from unions have a 50% chance of possessing these abilities. They are born with divine bodies. Until Princess Loxi was born, displaying an extraordinary talent for absorbing energy gems at the age of 1, the entire interstellar space was abuzz. It's important to know that currently, 60% of the inhabitants of various planets have homeworlds facing crisis or even extinction. Princess Loxi's appearance undoubtedly gave ordinary people hope. Some even declared that they would take any member of the Ifka royal family, even married men and women, or even 200-year-old grandpas and aunts, as long as they were still fertile. The value of the Ifka royal family skyrocketed. Now, acquiring a member of their royal family is virtually impossible. Loxi felt a chill run down her spine. On planet Ageal, most of those reduced to commodities were women. In the Ifka royal family, both men and women were commodities, tools for reproduction. Thinking of this, Losai became even more determined not to let anyone discover her identity. Stone, what do you think? Should I get plastic surgery first? Losai had just granted Stone permission, and it had seen various information about Princess Losai. Stone, plastic surgery isn't necessary. Don't you have energy? Just inject that stuff into your face. The only problem is controlling how you prevent your flesh from absorbing it. It's a bit of a hassle. Finding it feasible, Losai acted immediately. She raised her cheekbones, widened her chin, and made her brows higher and deeper. Losai controlled it perfectly. Her face shape changed from a mixed race, yellow and white, to a more Caucasian look. It wasn't ugly, she looked more mature. Now she only resembled Princess Losai by about 4 or 5 points, and no normal person would mistake her for her. I need to change my hair color too, Losai thought, immediately ordering takeout. A knock came at the door, and she withdrew the energy from her face, reverting to her original appearance. She opened the door to find a cube with 2 small robotic arms. A screen in front of it displayed a smiling face. Identifying. Beep, identification successful. Please collect your goods. Losai was quickly scanned, her face and crystals flashing. The cube opened the door on the left, turning to let her see what was inside. It was the hair dye she had just bought. Losai reached for it. The cube closed the door, making a hard shape with its hands. Goods delivered. Thank you for your support. Then it floated down the corridor to the stairs. Pretty convenient,
Losai muttered, returning to her room. Half an hour later, Losai looked at her blonde reflection in the mirror. She really did look like a white person. Ding dong. A notification popped up on her computer. The universe is abuzz. Princess Losai Ifka is about to celebrate her 16th birthday. King Lion, the ruler of planet B1, announced that the princess will restart the entire planet B1-111 on her birthday, May 25th, to help the rare Rainbow Dashians return home. Loss opened the most popular social media app that Ginny had downloaded for her. The recommended video had already garnered over 1 million likes in just half a minute, and the number continued to rise rapidly. The video was a public announcement from the Ifka royal family, and the recommended hashtag was almost entirely its content. Loss opened the comments. Most were praising the Ifka royal family, King Lion, and Princess Losai. If the planet restarts successfully, those who have lost their home will have hope, and sooner or later they will be able to set foot on their home planet again. But one newly appeared comment caught Losai's attention. How many source crystals would it take to restart a dead planet? And how many planets would lose their source power because of this? Robbing Peter to pay Paul, lacking restraint and maintenance, and constantly plundering large planets. Sooner or later, the universe will be finished. This comment was spot on, but almost no one saw it. It was quickly drowned out by countless other comments. Restarting a planet requires countless energy gems, and these energy gems are obtained by sacrificing the lives of other planets. Losai calmed down and searched for information about Rainbow Dash. Originally, D4-081 didn't have much information about the distant Rainbow Dash, but because of this incident, countless bloggers began posting what they knew online. Rainbow Dash was an appendage of the B1 Imperial planet 5,000 years ago. It was shrouded in mist, and humans and cloud creatures sharing the planet's name coexisted there. Rainbow Dash, true to its name and resembling a cloud, is incredibly soft and fluffy, like a snow-white cotton candy. It has no limbs and moves primarily by wind and bouncing, capable of brief, autonomous flight. Besides its adorable appearance, it possesses a unique ability. It can find energy gems and, upon consuming them, excretes pure energy. This combination made it incredibly popular throughout the galaxy. The price of Rainbow Dash skyrocketed from 10,000 star coins to 100 million star coins, yet demand still far exceeded supply, especially among noble families, who considered owning a Rainbow Dash a symbol of status. Furthermore, because it excretes pure energy, it was in high demand on various planets and in laboratories. Within just 2 years, nearly 10 million Rainbow Dash were reduced to only 10,000. But gradually, people noticed something was wrong. Without a suitable environment, Rainbow Dash's condition deteriorated, and most of them died within a few years, no matter how well cared for. Because of the Rainbow Dash's previous presence, the Rainbow Dash planet had an excellent environment, full of energy. Just a few months' stay would improve one's health, and gradually, Rainbow Dash developed into a tourist destination. Various industries developed rapidly, but the environment was damaged. The quality of the Rainbow Dash's survival cloud deteriorated, and with large numbers of the species being hunted, the remaining Rainbow Dash were frightened, and many died. The number of Rainbow Dash offspring bred independently decreased year by year. Furthermore, Rainbow Dash's unique nature meant that even after searching through all the biological experts on B1 Imperial planet, artificial breeding, even cloning, was impossible. Leafy Dash. Less than 10 years after their discovery, the remaining few thousand Rainbow Dash fled en masse, and they were never seen again in interstellar space. Without the Rainbow Dash, the tourism industry on Rainbow Dash planet declined rapidly, eventually becoming completely worthless. B1 Imperial planet used various methods to exploit Rainbow Dash, and in just 200 years, Rainbow Dash was declared a dead planet. After watching a few videos, Losai had a general idea of what was going on. She thought of Stone and asked, "Have you ever seen Rainbow Dash?" Stone, standing beside Gray, replied, "You come to the right turtle." "I really have." Losai thought to herself, living long enough to see everything. She then asked Stone to tell her. "Stone, it was probably when I was not yet 100 years old, traveling through space with my parents. A bunch of grayish little guys were swept ashore by a turbulent current. They were only about the size of your head, probably about 100 of them. Huddled together, they were only about the size of a small car. They were too small for me. I wouldn't have seen them if they hadn't made a sound." Chapter 236. Stone, I rescued them. They didn't know where to go, and were searching for a new home, so I let them rest on my back. As a reward, they even expelled a ball of energy for me to eat. I swear it was the purest energy I ever eaten. Even yours is a little bit less. Losai raised an eyebrow curiously. And then? Stone. Then we reached the vicinity of a living planet. They were too hungry, so they went to that planet. My parents and I didn't stay and continued our journey. Hearing that Rainbow Dash was still alive, Losai was happy. Regardless of their abilities or value, they hadn't done anything wrong and shouldn't have been extinct. Which planet? Stone, I don't know. There are too many planets in the universe. Anyway, that planet wasn't very big, and the environment was average. It shouldn't have left the star system, where the B1 Empire is located. But so many years have passed, I don't know if it has moved. Well, as long as they haven't been discovered, that's good. Losai said, her hand unconsciously swiping down. The video updated again. Title: The relationship between the B1 Imperial Planet Ifka Royal Family and Rainbow Dash Planet. What kind of relationship could they have? Isn't it just the relationship between a suzerain planet and its subordinate planet? Although puzzled, Losai was successfully captivated. Regarding Rainbow Dash, everyone only knows about Rainbow Dash, thus ignoring the Rainbow Dash people. Rainbow Dash is extinct, but the Rainbow Dash people. The video suddenly disappeared, blocked for violating regulations. Losai had only watched the beginning. She hadn't expected the video to be blocked, as she hadn't even downloaded it. She could only search online, but to no avail. Considering she didn't plan to go to B1 Imperial Planet, Losai didn't delve deeper. She was more concerned with whether her other self now possessed the power to restart a planet. Did that mean she could do the same in the future? She looked at her hands. If she only purified without absorbing, her current limit was around 2.5 billion source crystals. To restart a planet the size of a Geo, she would need at least 1 trillion. Losai wasn't entirely sure, but at her absorption rate of 2.5 billion per day without rest, it would take 400,000 days, approximately 1,096 years. Losai looked down at her hands. Could this body be developed to that extent? How many energy gems would it take to cultivate it to that level? Even if she absorbed all the source crystals in her space, her speed would probably only reach 10 billion per day, and she would need to rest for many days after each absorption. If Princess Losai could truly achieve that, wouldn't B1 Imperial Star dominate interstellar space? Losai found the announcement again and discovered that B1 Imperial Star released it in March, and it took more than 2 months for it to reach planet base. That's quite a distance. At the same time, Losai realized she was wrong. They had released it so early, they were probably already restarting. Princess Losai's abilities were unlikely to be at the level of restarting a planet in a day. That kind of power was terrifying, enough to dominate interstellar space. B1 Imperial Planet wouldn't be so peaceful then. However, Princess Losai was definitely more powerful than herself now. After reading this, Losai was torn between taking the rock to A9-020 or taking the spaceship. The spaceship would take 3 months, and the rock was slow. Why not take the rock to D4 first, then transfer to the spaceship? Losai thought it was feasible, and searched for relevant information online, only to discover some bad news. Traveling to other planets requires visas and proof of spaceship travel. Without a visa, one is considered an illegal resident, unable to use spaceships or public facilities. Frustrated, she had no choice but to diligently search for information on how to buy a spaceship ticket from D4-081 to D4 Imperial Star, and the visa requirements. However, misfortune struck again. The ticket cost 100,000 interstellar coins, but that wasn't the most crucial issue. The visa required 3 years of residence in D4-081 with no criminal record and assets exceeding 500,000 interstellar coins. With outstanding achievements, the requirements could be relaxed. The requirements for residents of other planets or their affiliated planets are governed by a separate set of rules. With vacant eyes, Losai collapsed onto the bed. What bad luck. It seemed there was only one option: absorb the source crystals within her space, increase her strength, and then rob the treasury of planet base. Since interstellar strength reigns supreme, and the people of planet base can rob other affiliated planets, it's reasonable for her to rob their treasuries with her own strength. Without hesitation, Losai entered her space and began absorbing 16.4 billion source crystals. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Cloud Dash, a young woman, clad in a magnificent white, floor-length gown studded with countless jewels, stood atop a cloud, like a goddess. Countless large spaceships hovered above her, looking down like colossal beasts of the void, eager to devour their exquisite prey. Closer at hand, hundreds of smaller spaceships carrying reporters from various planets, their professional cameras pointed at her. After more than 2 months of depletion, the towering mountain of energy gems surrounding the young woman
was reduced to a few 100 billion star coins. The planet, already grayish-yellow and devoid of any protective atmosphere, was now increasingly shrouded in clouds. Sunlight bathed her in a golden glow, making the world seem to sparkle. The reporters, naturally, couldn't bear to miss this moment, snapping photos frantically. The girl trembled slightly, a metallic-tasting liquid welling in her throat. She swallowed hard, not daring to show any sign of distress. She had only rested 3 times in the past 2 months. Besides the physical exhaustion, her body had to endure the pain of continuing to purify the energy gem after pushing it to its limit. Not much left. Just 4 or 5 more days, and she could definitely finish on her birthday, definitely. May 21st. A whole day passed, and Losai emerged from the space, exhausted. She had absorbed 2.4 billion this time. She was too tired and needed to rest. After ordering some food, Ginny's mother carefully brought it over. "Are you alright?" Losai was a little confused. "I'm fine, what's wrong?" Ginny's mother lowered her head slightly, her ears drooping, not bothering to look at what was in the room. "Because you're staying here, your crystal signal was down, so the main system relayed it to me several times. At first, it didn't last long, and I thought it was just a bad signal in this room, so I didn't bother you. But last night, there was no crystal signal at all, and the system asked me to check your life or death. I thought you might have something to do, so I took it upon myself to check that you were still alive." Losai unconsciously touched below her collarbone, then smiled. "The boss was clever. Thank you. The room signal is indeed not very good. I might have to trouble you for the next few days. As a thank you, I transfer you 100 star coins. Please accept." With that, Losai opened her webcam, found her hotel information, and directly transferred 100 star coins. Jenny's mother's ears perked up immediately. After putting down the food, she tentatively asked, "Perhaps you need a device that allows the crystal to be stored separately?" Chapter 237. Seeing the curious look on Losai's face, Jenny's mother continued, "You might not know this since you're new here, but if this crystal loses signal for an extended period, the main system will consider it dead and send the police to the last known location to collect the body. If the signal loss is intermittent, it will be considered malicious concealment, making you an unstable individual. The police will summon you for questioning because many people who do shady things are afraid of being implicated, so they conceal their signals. At the same time, they can't do without this crystal, otherwise they become unregistered." Loss hadn't considered this aspect. She only been here a day and didn't understand many things. "Maybe I should buy one as a backup," Jenny's mother said softly. "It's a bit pricey, 950 star coins." Losai was about to transfer the money directly to her shop, but Jenny's mother opened her own payment code. Using a company account wouldn't be easy to explain. Seeing this, Losai promptly transferred 1,000 star coins to her. Jenny's mother immediately smiled and pulled a small, palm-sized, pure black device from her apron, along with a sterile packaged scalpel and tweezers. She pressed the switch, and the device's indicator light illuminated red. She pointed to a slot. "Just take it out and put it here. I have other things to do in the shop, so I head out now." She closed the door and left. Lassie raised an eyebrow. This shop owner was quite well informed, and her observation skills were exceptional. She had prepared everything in advance. She picked up the scalpel, made a 3 or 4 centimeter incision at the location of the crystal, and quickly removed the crystal with the tweezers, placing it into the slot the shop owner had indicated. The indicator light changed from red to green. After finishing, Lassie placed the device in the bathroom. Although she had checked and there were no cameras, having it nearby still felt unsettling. Ginny's mother hummed a little tune as she came downstairs. Ginny leaned over and asked, "Mom, what's the good news? You seem so happy." She raised her chin slightly and said smugly, "I made a little money. You did a great job, so here's 100 star coins for you." Ginny's eyes darted around, realizing her mother must have done some business with Lucy, though she didn't know if it was about selling information or something else. "Thank you, Mother. Mother is mighty." Lucy had slept all day and immediately went into her spatial dimension after waking up. Still recovering, she wanted to try the things she raised there. She bought all sorts of supplies, lit a fire, put in a pot, and cracked in 1 egg and 1 duck egg. After adding purified water and bringing it to a boil, she casually picked a handful of bok choy that she had planted among the fruit trees to feed the chickens and ducks, and tossed it into the pot along with noodles. While she was at it, she quickly seasoned it, and a bowl of egg and vegetable noodles was ready. She first tasted the egg. It had no eggy smell, the edges were crispy, and the inside was soft and tender. The flavor was incredibly fresh and delicious.
The bok choy was crisp and slightly sweet aftertaste, absolutely delicious. After finishing the entire bowl of noodles in one go, a sudden movement came from within the space. The stone floating beside Losai looked towards the gray soil with her. It was little right and little left. Little right's branch moved first, followed by the main trunk. With its swaying movement, the outermost layer of yellowish-brown vine bark fell off like mud and sand. Losai walked to the edge of the gray soil, and a minute later, little left also began to move. In no time, little right's old bark had completely peeled off, revealing its brand new appearance. The main trunk was a smooth, opaque, pale blue color, about the thickness of a rolling pin, and a little over 3 meters tall. Several thin, pale blue-white liquids could be faintly seen flowing up and down the trunk. Only 3 leaves remained on its head, the entire vine transparent, with a faint blue tinge. The original branches had vanished, replaced by countless tiny, slightly translucent buds that crisscrossed the main stem, like jewels embedded in the vine. "Master?" A youthful, androgynous voice emanated from Xiaoyu. Before Rossi could react, Xiaoyu asked again, "Who is it?" At this moment, Xiaozhua, having nearly completed its transformation, demanded with a strong voice, "What is it?" Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu had spent most of their time in this space, so it was normal that they hadn't seen a turtle and didn't recognize it. Rossi was about to introduce them when Stone became angry, angrily speaking to Xiaozhua in the Azer language. "You're the one who's a thing. I'm the floating giant turtle." Little Left was about to explode in anger when a vine, with a leaf suddenly sprouted from a bud on Little Right's main stem, slapping Little Left hard. "If you can't speak, shut up." Little Left shuddered, shutting its mouth in frustration. It hurt so much. How come even after evolving, it still couldn't beat Little Right? Stone snorted coldly, finally satisfied, no longer angry. Lassie introduced, "This is Stone, our new partner. The floating giant turtle can fly in space. This is Little Left and Little Right. Their original forms were mutated vampire vines from planet Agile." Little Right's previously retracted leaf-wrapped vine reappeared, but this time it was just a vine without leaves. "Hello, I'm Little Right." Stone, being somewhat polite, extended its right hand. "Hello." Little Left was still angry, and didn't shake hands. Lassie didn't force it. She looked at the two vines. "Besides being able to talk, what else is different about you compared to before?" Little Right withdrew its handshake branch and swayed from side to side. "Its combat power has increased a bit, and its range should be around 5,000 meters. I feel its defenses have also improved, and it can cultivate even better things, though the cultivation time will be a bit longer." Losai was quite satisfied with this change. The two vines had only absorbed less than 500,000 units of energy over this long period, which was already quite good. There were still 2.4 billion units of energy purified last night that hadn't been absorbed. Losai gave each of the 3 little guys 10,000 units of energy. "Eat up, we need your help in a few days. Can we go out?" Little Left became interested upon hearing this, and wasn't as greedy for energy anymore, mainly because it was still quite full. Losai, "Sure, it won't be long before I can take you to see the universe." Little Left excitedly said, "Okay, I promise to complete the mission." May 25th. Cloud Treasure Planet. King and Queen Lion, the B1 Star Lord, were present, along with many other Star Lords from other planets, who were also attending the ceremony, all witnessing this miraculous moment. Princess Lashi gazed at the last 100 million energy gems, took a deep breath, and began purifying them, continuously sending them to the planet beneath her. Her body was at its absolute limit, her face was deathly pale. With her last breath, she extracted the energy. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from each of the spaceships. Princess Lashi couldn't hear it. Through the glass, she only saw everyone applauding with a satisfied yet calculating look, as if appraising a precious commodity. But they quickly turned to congratulate their parents. Having completed her mission, she could no longer hold on. She struggled to prevent blood from gushing from her mouth, which dripped gracefully from the corner of her lips, staining her snow-white dress a crimson red. Then she fainted. Chapter 238. Unconscious, with no energy cushion beneath her feet, she plummeted from the sky. Princess Lashi had disguised herself so well that no one expected her to suddenly faint. Even with her good physical condition, such a height would be fatal. Queen Pata cried out in alarm, instinctively reaching out her hand, but too many things separated them, she couldn't save her. Leon frowned, immediately ordering a rescue, feigning concern. Those around them observed their reactions, their thoughts varying. Despite so many people, Princess Lashi was ultimately saved. King Leon ordered the princess taken away for treatment, then smiled and urged everyone to move to land and experience the planet's renewed energy. He gave his secretary a look, who immediately understood, and went to deal with Princess Lashi's blood, ensuring no part of her body fell into the wrong hands. In the past 2 months, hundreds of reporters had prepared press releases in advance, covering all sorts of scenarios, and any similar story, slightly modified, was immediately sent back. However, the distances between planets are simply too vast. Distant planets would take months or even years to receive this message. On May 31st, Loci finally finished purifying the source crystals within her space. Of the 16.4 billion units of energy, she absorbed nearly 6.4 billion, leaving the remaining 10 billion units still stored within the space. The space increased from 10 million cubic meters to 20 million cubic meters, and the area of the dusty soil increased from 1 acre to over 2 acres. Her 3 senses range increased to 5,000 meters, her physical defense and strength increased to approximately 10 tons, and her body's adaptability improved for the first time. For example, high or low oxygen levels, and even high or low temperatures, had little effect on her unless they were too extreme. Her speed has now reached that of the top speedsters on planet Agile, rivaling even hover cars. She could outrun ordinary people before they even see her. Previously, she only knew her energy could generate about 50 tons of force. Today she figured out the exact figure. Before, 100,000 source crystals, equivalent to 10,000 interstellar coins, were needed to generate 50 tons of force. Now, with the same amount of energy, she can generate 100 tons. With her current abilities, robbing the base treasury shouldn't be too difficult. After resting for a night, integrating as much energy as possible into her flesh and blood, storing some in her dantian, and roughly understanding the key locations in the capital, Babin, Lassie tore off a few pieces of paper, blocked the hotel corridor's security camera for 0.1 seconds, and quickly arrived at Ginny's public bathroom. Aiming at the external security camera, Lassie again blocked it with pieces of paper for 0.1 seconds, then leaped out of the window and disappeared into the nearest sewer. She carefully kept the pieces of paper. She might need them along the way. Upon reaching the sewers, Loci changed into the full robbery outfit Xiao Yu had personally crafted, revealing only her eyes. She stored the bracelet in her spatial storage and, following the map she remembered, began heading towards the city center. As she walked, she discovered that not only were there security cameras in the sewers, but this particular sewer was also in a different direction from where she intended to go. Frustrated, she threw on a coat and slipped out of a quiet alley. It was inappropriate to wear the hood on the main street, so she had to remove it. However, with energy filling her face and body, and through deliberate manipulation, she now appeared completely different from her original self, and she had even temporarily given herself cat ears. She traversed roads and sewers, changing clothes several times along the way. Constantly sensing the fluctuations of the energy gem, after 26 hours, she finally found a large energy fluctuation at 30 p.m. on June 1st. Seeing the increasing number of cameras in the sewers, Loci chose a relatively close exit. Looking at the high wall in the distance, she quickly reached its base. Inside was the political center. She looked up at the wall. It was protected by an energy shield. She tried releasing a wisp of energy to touch the shield. It didn't trigger an alarm, but instead merged with it. She could freely control her movement within that small section. It seemed she didn't need to force her way in. Soldiers constantly patrolled the wall. They were all carefully selected, but Loci's control over her body was now too strong. They couldn't detect any extraneous sounds. Once ready, the instant 2 soldiers crossed paths, Loci dashed inside. High speed inevitably created wind, but fortunately, Loci covered herself with energy, so her scent wouldn't leak out. One of the soldiers abruptly stopped, quickly scanning his surroundings. Finding no trace of people or animals, and with the energy shield functioning properly, he called out to the other, "Did you smell anything? There was something unusual just now." The other soldier, with dog ears, sniffed hard. "Nothing, just a skunk fart smell on you." "Did you accidentally fart again?" The soldier snorted angrily, clenched his fist, and turned to leave. He was still on duty, and had to resist the urge to punch him. Anyway, since the energy shield hadn't reacted, everything was fine. There were surveillance cameras along the way. Fortunately, Loci was fast enough. By repeatedly covering each camera with pieces of paper for 0.1 seconds, it was difficult for an ordinary person to notice. Humans would find it difficult to detect, but data is a different story. Even a mere 0.1 seconds, when such a reaction occurred continuously during monitoring, the system judged it as suspected malicious obstruction of surveillance footage and immediately extracted 2 seconds of footage from the area and sent it to the security department. Upon receiving the footage, the employee didn't think it was a big deal. The missing 0.1 seconds from the fixed surveillance footage barely affected the overall video flow, and he couldn't see anything wrong with it. Furthermore, due to the protective energy shield, the surveillance fluctuated almost daily, with different monitoring locations each day, sometimes lasting up to a second. There were no blind spots in the surveillance area. As long as the fluctuations weren't continuous or malfunctioning, there was generally nothing to worry about. The system would sometimes alert 3 or 4 times a day. Initially, the employee seriously reported this to the manager, but the manager was a very busy person and couldn't possibly handle every single one. To be truly responsible, he would conduct at least one major search per day. This was unbearable. After being scolded by the manager so often, the employee gradually learned to categorize system alerts. Although the reports are sent to the department head for a final decision, lower-ranking department heads generally don't review them. Only high-risk reports receive a perfunctory look. Even then, out of 10 high-risk reports, only one is truly dangerous. The employee silently rated the surveillance video as low risk and sent it to the department head. Relying on her exceptional observation skills and agile movements, Loci finally reached the vicinity of the vault. The immense energy fluctuations made her mind reel. However, there were quite a few guards nearby, and they all looked very strong, dressed in silver-black combat suits, one every 3 meters. Chapter 239. Loci stood in the air. There were no blind spots in the surveillance on the ground, but there were in the air. She was currently standing on energy, pressed against the wall of a black metal building, her entire body black, completely blending into the environment. Now she had 2 ways to get in. 1. Force open the vault, take the energy gem, and slip away. The energy shield wouldn't stop her anyway, but she would definitely be discovered. Those below were undoubtedly super powerful users. Whether she could escape smoothly was a question. 2. Lure them away before stealing. The second option was too difficult for Loci alone, but she had little left and little right. Little left, when you come out, go crazy. Little right, come in with me to steal the vault. Little left, come back as soon as I come out, don't linger. Upon receiving the order, the 2 little ones immediately agreed. Stone, what about me? Loci, you stay here, I have a great use for you later. Stone, upon hearing this, shrank back into its shell. She meant that she wouldn't be of any use today. Xiao's was shrunk to the size of a palm in Luoxi's hand, which she flung out, sending it flying 1,000 meters into the air. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of pale blue vines spread outwards from Xiao's body, the rapidly growing tentacles reaching a terrifying 5,000 meters in length. A 10,000-meter diameter encirclement formed around Xiao's, leaving no gaps. The soft moonlight vanished, replaced by the pale blue tentacle monster. Whoosh! The air raid siren immediately blared. Those outside had already witnessed this terrifying scene, even without the siren. Those inside peeked out for a second before fleeing for their lives. The vault was also covered, and the guards clashed with Xiao's branches. Loci had thought Xiao's had at most a dozen branches, but it turned out there were thousands, even tens of thousands. She sent a burst of energy worth 100,000 units, allowing Xiao's to hold out a little longer. The political center was teeming with extraordinary individuals, and Xiao's branches were being severed one after another. It was in pain, but with the energy replenishment, they quickly regenerated. It carefully destroyed some buildings, teasing the humans along the way, without actually killing them. The people near the vault used all sorts of abilities, gradually distancing themselves from the vault under Xiao's deliberate guidance. Loci stood in the air, her energy guiding her thoughts towards the vault doors. The first door opened smoothly. Loci only allowed it to open enough for one person to pass through, trying not to attract the attention of those around. There were 3 more doors inside, which Loci opened in a minute. Simultaneously, the system relayed various security concerns, including the vault door opening autonomously. The Minister of Security was frantically dispatching personnel to deal with the unknown creature in the air, while also arranging for the protection of ordinary staff and the relocation of critical equipment. He quickly gave orders, having just pulled someone from being crushed by a falling building, when news arrived that the vault had opened. Although even busier now, he immediately understood the reason for the attack, who dared to rob the capital's vault. He put down the person he had rescued, bit his leg and pushed off, leaping dozens of meters high and 300 or 400 meters away before crashing down, creating craters in the ground. In just 3 seconds, he reached the vault. Inside the vault, Xiaoyu's root system instantly enveloped all the source crystals. Loci, holding one of Xiaoyu's roots, used a thought to take Xiaoyu and all the source crystals into the space. After collecting the items, Losai immediately came out, only to be blocked by a middle-aged man with curly brown hair. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking down at Losai. Dare to steal from my vault? Commendable courage, but unfortunately, this is where you end up. I allow you to leave your name before you die. Losai rolled his eyes at him. He was quite confident in himself. Anyone daring to steal from the vault must be confident in his abilities. Instead of attacking immediately, he was showing off. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Do you think I, the head of the safe zone, am just a sitting duck? With that, he extended his right hand, palm facing Losai, and with a crackling sound, lightning exploded in his hand. Losai slightly raised his eyelids, and the man was instantly blasted away by an invisible energy blast. Even the lightning bolt that had only been half unleashed was bounced back, his once curly hair now a frizzy mess. After flying 200 or 300 meters, the man crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. He clutched his chest with one hand and half supported himself with the other, trying to get up. Who was this person? He hadn't even seen how the man attacked before he was sent flying, and even his own attack had been deflected. Faced with such a powerful opponent, he instinctively assumed that the other party was also a man. The next second, the giant tentacle in the air suddenly vanished, leaving everyone still struggling to resist stunned. The minister, however, looked directly at Losai's location. Seeing Losai staring upwards, his heart skipped a beat. Was that man trying to escape from above? As the Minister of Security, he knew the strength of the energy shield all too well. Even 1,000 missiles couldn't damage it in the slightest. So even though he was defeated by Losai, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as Losai couldn't escape, she would eventually fall into the clutches of the law. The next second, the scene he least wanted to see appeared. Losai easily leaped into the air in a few steps, about to touch the energy shield. The minister stretched out his hand, unleashing nearly 100 overwhelming bolts of lightning. The purple and white flashes, accompanied by a deafening roar, reached Losai in less than half a second. He believed that no one on planet base could withstand this attack. Losai turned her head, her amber eyes expressionless. Worried about being hit in the eyes, she had worn colored contact lenses. Even though it was only half a meter away from hitting her, the lightning seemed to collide with something, exploding into countless sparks, and a large portion was directly deflected onto the energy shield above. The energy shield flashed with a large fluctuation, dispersing the dense lightning. The sky looked like it had exploded into a beautiful, grand fireworks display. Amidst this beautiful scene, Losai silently disappeared. Losai moved swiftly, the entire operation taking no more than 3 minutes. Outside, countless weapons and men were already on guard. But Losai didn't need to walk on the ground. She simply used energy to escape at lightning speed. With a casual wave of her hand, she rendered all the aerial drones ineffective, sending them crashing to the ground. Losai had already run a mile away when a woman in a black short-sleeved combat suit with 2 small ram's horns on her head suddenly appeared before her, and a giant golden net suddenly appeared and attacked her. Losai reached out, her energy surging towards the net. Normally, the net should have been deflected, but instead, it was like hitting a rubber band. The section that was hit was stretched and propelled away, while the edge of the net stretched infinitely, continuing its relentless march towards Losai. Chapter 240. The woman's body trembled. Losai's attack wasn't entirely ineffective, but her gaze remained resolute, unwavering despite her injury. The net was about to hit Losai, but it crashed into a massive, transparent wall, unable to advance an inch. Taking advantage of this opening, Losai made a hasty escape. She had initially thought the net was easy to deal with, using only a small amount of energy. Realizing it wasn't enough, she simply created an energy barrier larger than the net, easily eliminating it. Having already disappeared into the sewers, Losai hurried back to the hotel, still pondering her opponent's ability. Was her ability some kind of control, or was the net her own power? If the net was metal, the woman was likely a metal-wielding ability user, but clearly she wasn't. The net appeared out of thin air. Was it formed using an ability like lightning, water, or fire, or did it emerge from space? Losai couldn't be sure, but this ability was very interesting. She had never seen anything like it before. The journey back was much smoother, taking only half an hour. To prevent any future investigations into the anomaly, Losai used the same method to return to her room. She couldn't let her own actions harm Jenny's family. Everything in the room seemed normal. After a quick check, Losai slipped into the spatial dimension. Little left, stuck in the dust, looked listless. In those 3 minutes, it had been attacked by at least 100 ability users. Heaven knows how much pain it was in. If it weren't for the energy Losai provided to constantly restore its strength, It wouldn't have been able to withstand even one wave of attacks. Little Right saw Losai enter, and happily grew a branch that swayed. Master, you come. Little Left also extended a branch, but it was broken. It said in a pitiful tone, it hurts. Losai grasped its branch, and transferred 10,000 units of energy to it. The branch immediately grew back. Although she knew Xiaozhua was deliberately holding back his recovery, she wouldn't hold a grudge against such harmless little tricks, since he had contributed this time. Well done today, one vine will be rewarded with 100,000 energy. It wasn't that she didn't want to give more, but Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu couldn't absorb too much at once. Even 100,000 would take a long time to absorb and digest. With that, Losai casually drew 200,000 of purified energy from her space, and placed them beside the two vines. Xiaoyu, thank you, master. The stone guarding the source crystal mountain rushed over upon hearing this. What about me? What about me? Losai didn't refuse directly, but asked, if I give you enough energy, can you accelerate its ripening? I need you to take me to A9-020. If not, she would have to go to base planet to buy some more goods. Stone pondered for a moment. It should be possible, right? Lil Right and the others can evolve. I'm no worse than them. I can evolve too, right? It wasn't actually sure, because there were no examples of this in its species, but a full stomach is always better than an empty one, and the evolution speed would definitely be faster. Well, it seems it's safer to stock up. Losai turned and walked towards the energy gem mountain. We see how it goes. Like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, the National Treasury's energy gems weren't stored in a single vault. This time, the vault received approximately 50 billion interstellar coins worth of energy gems, equivalent to 500 billion source crystals, in red, yellow, and green varieties. Besides that, there were also 40 tons of black crystal coal, presumably the batch Losai oversaw the collection of. Little Left and Little Right, after you two absorb 100,000 units of energy, if you want to level up, just tell me. There's plenty of energy. As for you, Stone, is 1 million enough? Can you sense how much it will take to upgrade? Hearing the number 1 million, it involuntarily drooled. Enough, enough, enough. Oh no, maybe a little short. I can't guarantee an upgrade. Losai glanced at it. Absorb it first. If you absorb 1 million and don't work hard, I make you spit it all out. You know my methods. Stone silently shrank its neck. Yes, I will definitely work hard. Seeing this, Losai reached out and channeled 1 million units of energy into it, also creating a separate enclosure for it to eat in. The stone rushed in and began eating the air. Looking at the 3 mountains of energy gems of different colors, Losai sat cross-legged and began absorbing them. This was just enough to pay for the minerals on her home planet, but she understood a principle today: only strength matters. Without improving herself, rushing over to offer tribute would be futile if she was too late. Only with sufficient strength could she possibly make it there, and even if she was late, at least she could take revenge. Now that she had stolen from the treasury of Planet Base, she could steal from A9-020, and then plunder all the other planets that had been raided. A small amount of energy overflowing from the energy gems absorbed by Losai was absorbed by the plants on the gray soil, and their maturation seemed to have accelerated considerably. The space was calm, but outside, chaos reigned. In addition to everyone in the security department, 2 or 3 more departments were added to assist in the investigation, and the Star Lord was paying close attention, inquiring about the progress once or twice a day. As for the Minister of Security, he was imprisoned for dereliction of duty, and the Deputy Minister is now in full charge. The woman with goat horns stood before the Deputy Minister and recounted the details of her battle with Losai. The rather elderly Deputy Minister rubbed her temples in frustration. Forget it, it's useless. You can leave now. Under immense pressure, even after 3 days of investigation by hundreds of people, they still couldn't find out where Losai had come from. Yes, sir. The woman with goat horns gave a firm and powerful salute, turned, and withdrew. Once outside, she looked at the energy shield in the sky, determined to investigate this matter thoroughly. The capital was simply too vast. With hundreds of thousands of surveillance cameras, searching by manpower alone was too exhausting. Losai left too few traces. Even if there was video footage of her appearing on the streets, there were so many people on the streets, and many dressed in black. Besides, she might have been wearing a different outfit outside. No one had seen her true face, and even if they had, they wouldn't recognize her. June 15th. The 3 little creatures absorbed their allotted energy, and Stone said goodbye before going to sleep to digest it. Losai had already purified 40 billion units of energy, but her body had only actually absorbed 1 billion. Adding what was left over, the energy in the space reached nearly 50 billion units. Losai stood up wearily. The more energy she absorbed, the faster she purified it. She walked to the edge of the gray soil. Over the past few days, the area of gray soil had grown from just over 2 acres to 4 acres. Now that there was enough space, she reorganized the gray soil. A separate plot of gray soil was enough for the peach trees to grow. A little over an acre for 10 banana trees. A little over an acre for 10 grapevines. The remaining gray soil was exactly 1 acre, which she planted, along with the transplanted, ripe watermelons, barely enough for 10 vines. Chapter 241. The 4 plants with 12 watermelons had all ripened, each as large as those on Giant Planet, some even 20% larger. With a wave of her hand, Losai severed the vines of the 12 watermelons, setting the watermelons aside. She picked the smallest one and opened it. The pure, natural free aroma instantly lifted her spirits. Little Left and Little Right pulled themselves out of the dusty soil and trotted over. Little Right curiously grew a branch and touched the watermelon rind. So this is what a watermelon looks like. Master, can I try some? Little Left nodded vigorously beside her. Losai cut off a piece weighing 2 or 3 pounds, giving the rest to them. Little Left and Little Right inserted their branches into the watermelon, making a gurgling sound as they sucked in liquid through straws. Half an hour later, Little Left and Little Right returned to the dusty soil, satisfied. The 3 leaves on their heads had swelled up, releasing a pale red liquid. The seeds were beginning to form. Losai finished eating the watermelon and collected all the seeds. She got up and started cooking with ingredients from her spatial storage. Usually, when she was too lazy to cook, she ordered from Ginny's place. After a simple meal, Losai continued absorbing the nutrients. Meanwhile, after tireless effort, the goat woman, who slept only 4 hours a day, finally reviewed the surveillance footage inside and around the political center dozens, even hundreds of times, and finally found a suspicious detail. She slowed down one of the cameras that captured the sewer opening, and finally figured out where Losai had come from. Although it was only a small part, it was at least a clue. She immediately sent the surveillance video to the deputy minister and continued investigating where that sewer led. The workload ahead wouldn't be any less, and might even be more. This sewer system ran through a fifth of the capital, with countless branches, and it was possible that she had entered it along the way. In other words, she now needs to check tens of thousands of surveillance videos, not only underground but also above ground. July 2nd. Stone finally woke up, and Losai stopped absorbing energy. Stone was still small, and showed no signs of change. Under Losai's expectant gaze, Stone opened its mouth. Hiccup. Hee, don't worry, watch me transform, Stone said immediately after burping. After saying that, it flew to a place far away from Losai and suddenly reverted to its original form. Good heavens, its size was twice as big as before. Losai had to crane her neck to see the top of its back. My current size is about the same as an adult floating giant tortoise, Stone said proudly. 1 million units of energy were a huge boost for it, completely making up for the losses it had suffered during its more than 100 years of being trapped on planet Ager. Losai was fairly satisfied. Are you confident about the spatial jump? Stone, I can jump, but I'm not very skilled at it, and spatial jumps consume a lot of energy and stamina. However, with your energy replenishment, the speed will be even faster. Hearing this, she felt much more at ease and waved her hand, summoning 500,000 units of energy. Absorb some more, we set off in a few days. Stone was actually a little full, but still agreed. While absorbing, it stored some of the energy in another small space in its stomach. Half a month had passed since the theft of the national treasury, and Losai had refined another 80 billion units of energy. Adding this to the previous 50 billion, it now had a total of 130 billion. Approximately 30 billion units of energy were actually absorbed into its body, of which 20 billion were stored in its dantian, ready for use at any time. The gray soil increased to 8 acres. The space increased from 20 million cubic meters to 50 million cubic meters. Her physical defense and strength increased from 10 tons to 50 tons. Her 3 senses remained unchanged at 5,000 meters. 100,000 source crystals could withstand 500 tons of force. It became increasingly difficult to improve later on. So much energy had only resulted in such a small increase. She had already planted the remaining watermelon seeds in the gray soil. Now she wanted to take another stroll around the Interstellar spaceship's boarding area. However, this time it wasn't to steal the energy gem. The opponent's defenses were definitely many times stronger. Meanwhile, the horned woman and her team finally followed the clues and found out which sewer Rosie had entered through. since she was the only one who had gone in through that alley and never come out again. They locked onto her figure and clothing, checking the surveillance footage. They thought they could finally find the thief, but then they discovered she had emerged from another sewer. Great, now they had to check another sewer, watching the surveillance footage day and night. Fortunately, the intelligence system has identified Losai's clothing on the ground, allowing for a large-scale search using big data. However, due to issues like the clarity of the surveillance footage, a precise search isn't possible. The system filters out 60% of the surveillance footage of people with similar clothing and builds, requiring further manual verification. While they were still working, Losai had already slipped to the starship boarding area. A ship was scheduled to take off today, and a long line of people were waiting to be checked and enter the waiting hall. Losai quickly circled around and reached the edge of the perimeter wall outside the launch pad. Security here was much laxer than at the National Treasury. The vast launch pad only had about 20 people, averaging one person every few hundred meters. There weren't many spaceships inside, only 4 in total. One was a medium-sized one, about the same size as the one Rossi had arrived in, entirely silver, with the flag and number of the planet base prominently displayed. Several people were standing beneath it. This was likely the spaceship that would be taking off today. Rossi quickly changed targets. Even though they were being a bit cheeky, so many people were here waiting for takeoff. Then she decisively chose the largest spaceship. According to the ticket information she checked online, this should be the spaceship heading to D4 in a month. Using her energy to open a corner of the aerial protective shield, Rossi rushed inside. The area was spacious and open. Even at her fastest speed, it would take her about 3 seconds to reach the destination. Red lights flashed around her. Beep, beep, unauthorized entry. Warning, unauthorized entry. While the others were still searching for the intruder, Rossi had just reached the spaceship and immediately stored it in her spatial storage. The massive spaceship vanished into thin air. All the staff looked over, only to see a dark shadow, moving with astonishing speed, soar into the sky and disappear from sight as if it were nothing, passing through the energy shield. The launch pad was still lit by red lights and blaring warning sounds. The staff looked at each other, stunned. It had all happened so suddenly. They weren't well-trained soldiers, and they hadn't had time to do anything before the thief had escaped. One of the staff members said enviously, "Is it spatial ability? This is the first time I ever seen such a large space." A colleague nearby said, "Is it an interstellar pirate? I remember one member of a theft gang had 10 million cubic meters of space." Chapter 242. Because Losai's figure was captured on the helipad, and after comparison, it was found that she was the same person who robbed the vault. The relevant video and other materials were quickly sent to the security department. The deputy minister was so angry he almost crushed the cup in his hand. What on earth was this person trying to do? Stealing from a vault and a spaceship, just how big was her space? How could it hold so much stuff? However, now that she had appeared on another route, there might be new discoveries. Back at the hotel, Losai didn't enter her space, but went out to do her usual shopping. She was leaving tomorrow, and after deducting room fees and food expenses, she still had over 5,000 of the 10,000 interstellar coins she had topped up. She bought some desserts and pre-made meals nearby, and checked out the next day. Wandering to a large river on the edge of the city, Losai took the crystal from her device, casually threw it into the river, and took off her shoes, disguising it as a suicide attempt. She was just an ordinary person. With so many people on planet base, countless people died every day, the police wouldn't waste time investigating. After doing all that, she turned and went to a forest park in the suburbs. She summoned the stone, shrinking it to the size of a house. "Are you sure I'd be fine with spatial jumps after using my energy shield?" "No problem. Your body is already incredibly strong. 100 trucks could run you over, and you wouldn't be hurt." The stone excitedly pushed off the ground, preparing to exert its power. This was its first time performing a spatial jump. "Okay, let's go." Losai took a deep breath, still a little nervous. Upon receiving the command, the stone unleashed its power, distorting the surrounding space. The next second, the person and the turtle completely disappeared, leaving only a large crater in the ground. The theft escalated, wanted posters littered the streets, and Shirley heard a lot about it. She couldn't help but think of Losai. Although news of Princess Losai had recently arrived, and the pupil color on the wanted posters was different from Losai's, that face kept flashing in her mind, making it hard for her to forget. She hesitated about reporting the news, but felt she was being too sensitive. Princess Losai was alive and well. After much internal struggle, she decided against it, thinking it was better to avoid trouble. Half an hour later. After a chaotic and dizzying turbulence, Stone, exhausted, stopped his space jump somewhere in complete darkness. Surrounding him were countless planets of all sizes and meteorites. Although a faint light allowed him to see the colors of the planets, they were all, without exception, dead. Stone floated in space. Where to go next? Loci drew a circle with one hand, creating a large protective shield on the turtle's back. Little left and little right eagerly emerged. The watermelon seeds they had nurtured had just ripened today, and they had already picked them and placed them in their spatial dimension. Both of them curiously extended a branch through the protective shield provided by Loci, wanting to experience the wonders of the universe. Crack! The pale blue branch slightly expanded, as if coated with a layer of frost, then emitted a sound like something hard shattering. Little Right hurriedly retracted its branch, but the extended section had completely frozen to death, falling to pieces the instant it was pulled back. So this is what the universe is like. It's not suitable for us living beings. Little Left also immediately retracted its branch, frantically shaking it as if burned, shouting, "Ouch! Ouch! 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 The universe is no fun at all. The universe is very cold, and the composition of the air is different from that of planet Aegeel. It's normal that you're not used to it." With that, Loci entered the space. "You three wait outside. I be out soon." "Don't move, Stone. The space can move with its owner, but the space itself cannot move while the owner is inside. Entering and exiting will always result in the same location." There were no landmark planets around, and she didn't know where she was, but the spaceship must have something to guide her, so she decided to activate the spaceship within the space first. The spaceship had restrictions, which Loci easily opened with a flick of her finger. She walked on freely, opening door after door. The spaceship had air and a gravity system, allowing her to walk normally on flat ground. After searching for more than 10 minutes, she finally reached the cockpit. Originally, it required identity verification to activate, but Loci used her energy to search the cockpit for a long time, bypassing the verification and forcibly opening it. The spaceship was indeed complex, but it also had very simple operating methods, including autopilot. After activation, Loci emerged, stood on the rock's back, and stretched out her hand. The next second, the spaceship appeared, floating beside the rock. Loci went aboard first, followed immediately by the three little creatures. The rock shrunk to the size of a normal sea turtle and floated beside her. After closing the hatch, Loci led the three little ones to the cockpit, letting them play on their own while she studied the spaceship's navigation system. Finding the location of planet D4, she immediately activated autopilot. The spaceship's self-location was displayed on the screen. It was now 0.0003 light-years away from Buzz Planet. The rock space jumping ability was quite impressive. The direction was wrong. The location of Planet Base was ahead of the flight path, not behind. The spaceship consumed too much energy. Although it currently had enough energy for 2 months of flight, to save money, Loci shut down all functions except for the cockpit and captain's cabin. After flying for a day, once Stone recovered, Loci temporarily stopped the spaceship and stored it in his spatial storage, then used it for a space jump. This time, with Loci's guidance, Stone didn't jump to the wrong location. This jump lasted 40 minutes, and Stone was clearly more proficient. Loci took out the spaceship again for transportation, alternating between the two. The speed was exceptionally fast, and with the purified energy support, Stone only needed a day of rest before it could perform a second jump. When the spaceship passed by Planet Base, their signal was intercepted. A spaceship stolen just 1 day ago is already in space? The leaders of Planet Base were dumbfounded. No one on the planet noticed the spaceship taking off. Unless it went to a remote and desolate place, it's impossible for such a large spaceship to start up unnoticed. The Deputy Minister of Security was stunned. Should they even continue investigating? The person was no longer on the planet. Currently, combining the two leads, they had only found clues that she had entered 3 sewer entrances, and based on this information, they could deduce that the thief had definitely entered and exited more than that. The fact that they couldn't find any further leads meant the perpetrator had likely been prepared and changed clothes multiple times. A year's search might not yield any results. At this moment, the woman with goat horns knocked on the deputy minister's office door. After receiving the minister's permission, she entered and immediately gave a military salute. "Minister, I volunteer to track down the thief." Chapter 243. The deputy minister was surprised for a moment, but understanding his subordinate's straightforward nature, he immediately refused. "No, the spaceship signal might not be available in real time. You lose track of it sooner or later. Besides, the other party's abilities are extraordinary.
going would be a waste. The planet just lost such a large batch of energy gems, there aren't enough funds to support your interstellar tracking. The woman pursed her lips slightly, knowing her request was impossible to grant, and had no choice but to turn and leave. The spaceship was still on autopilot. Loci entered the space and planted new watermelon seeds. 6 seeds were cultivated together, one for each of the 2 species, slightly smaller than the giant's watermelon seeds, with smooth, dark brown shells. He poured the pale pink liquid from the leaves into each seed's planting location, wondering what they would eventually look like. Time passed. July 14th arrived in the blink of an eye. What would normally take a month by spaceship to reach D4 Imperial Star was accomplished in just 12 days for Loci. Although reluctant to land, the spaceship currently only flies between the planets of Base and D4, and its map and navigation functions are limited to this region. To reach A9, they first need to find a way to obtain map information here. D4 truly lives up to its name as an Imperial planet. To the naked eye, it appears to be 5 times the size of Base. Through the white clouds, the entire planet appears a pale reddish-brown. Several inhabited planets orbit D4, and spaceships can be seen frequently passing between them. Loci had already stored the spaceship in her spatial storage, and was approaching in a shrunken rock. In the cabin of a small spaceship, most of the passengers were sleeping peacefully. A child stared through the glass at the girl sitting on a turtle outside, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Loci saw the little boy, smiled, waved before urging Stone to hurry. Seeing the man and the turtle getting further and further away, he quickly tugged at his father's clothes, who was dozing in the seat next to him. Dad, wake up. The man impatiently opened his eyes. Speak quickly if you have something to say. The little boy excitedly pointed outside. There are astronauts outside. And a giant turtle. He gestured wildly. Although the man didn't believe him, he glanced around casually. Seeing nothing, he angrily slapped the little boy on the back of the head. Do I look like an astronaut? If you keep making noise, I throw you outside and make you a real astronaut. With that, the man crossed his arms and went back to sleep. He could tolerate the child's constant noise, but there were so many other passengers in the cabin. The little boy, angry and on the verge of tears, his mouth drooping, could only manage a weak sob at his father's threat. He turned to look out the window, still unconvinced, but both the man and the turtle were gone. Meanwhile, Loci was nearing entry into the atmosphere of D4 Imperial Star when Stone suddenly said, Spotted, hold on tight. Stone's sense of smell was more acute than his own, and Loci didn't hesitate to trust it, grabbing the edge of the turtle shell he was sitting on. As Stone made a sharp turn, a pursuit missile shot out from beneath the clouds, creating a sonic boom. Stone wasn't slow, but pursuit missiles could also change direction. Loci reached out towards the relentlessly pursuing missile. Boom! The energy collided with it, exploding into a mushroom cloud in the clouds. One missile failed, but 3 more followed. Loci easily destroyed them with a single strike. The stone slowed its descent. I'm falling too fast. I'm probably being mistaken for a meteorite or something else, and I need to destroy it in midair. Loci understood. After the stone slowed down, no missiles were coming. The underground security department was also identified by the intelligence system. They didn't know what was coming, but for security reasons, they agreed to the system's suggestion to destroy and intercept it. Now that the system was no longer alerting them, the thing must have been intercepted. Everyone went back to their own tasks. There are many meteorites around planet D4. Almost every city has a meteorite interception department. The person and the tortoise carefully landed in a red park. Loci stored the stone in his spatial storage. As expected of a large planet, there were many hover cars and other vehicles flying around in the suburbs. The soil here is reddish-brown. The trees and plants, having absorbed some element from the soil, have leaves and trunks that are pale reddish-pink. People who like this color would definitely love this planet. It's dreamlike. There were no man-made hazards here, no high walls in the city. Loci entered the city center without a care in the world. Compared to smaller, dependent planets like Agel, this place was incredibly safe and peaceful. It was simply wonderful. Loci was unfamiliar with the local customs and culture since it was her first time here. Just as she was about to enter an electronics store, a sound rang out at the door. Asterisk beep. Entry without an identification card is prohibited. To reiterate, entry without an identification card is prohibited. Please leave immediately, or the police will be alerted. Asterisk. The electronic notification sounded, and Loci retracted her foot. It seemed she couldn't go to these legitimate stores. She strained her hearing and gleaned some useful information. 3 burly, drunken men emerged from an alley, and Loci stood before them.
One of them, with pale, powdery skin, sized Losai up and down. What's up? Loss, where's the black market? Where's the black market? What do I care? Don't block my way if you don't have anything to say. The man started shaking his head before he could finish. Loss tossed 2 energy gems, each worth 10,000 stars, totaling 2,000 stars. Their pale blue color was quite striking in the air. The 3 men's impatient expressions immediately softened, and they even rubbed their hands together excitedly. The black market has small and large ones. Which one do you want to know about? Losai tossed him one of the energy gems. The large one. The man caught it with both hands. After getting the address and asking for directions, Losai tossed him the remaining energy gem and turned to leave. The other 2, seeing their good friend earn a month's salary so easily, were extremely envious. Treat us. We have to treat you today. The distance was too far, and running on the main road would be too conspicuous, so Luoshi had to climb into the sewers. 20 minutes later, Luoshi climbed out again and, after asking for directions several times, finally found the entrance to the black market. Using his powerful hearing every time was too taxing on his brain cells. Luoshi would try to use it as little as possible. In a vegetable market, most of the stalls were unmanned, but a few owners were playing games by themselves. However, they were all very large and looked intimidating, and there were very few people buying vegetables around. Luoshi looked around and spotted 3 people coming out of the restroom sign, so he walked over. After rounding a corner, there was indeed a restroom inside, but on the right was a 3-meter wide corridor, with a sign on the ground saying under construction, do not enter. Chapter 244. Just then, someone came out from inside. Losai put on her hat and strode in. She entered through a downward staircase, but this wasn't the end. She had to walk through a long underground tunnel to reach a spacious area with several entrances around, from which people occasionally emerged. At the very front was a 3-door gate made of red leather, and inlaid with diamonds. Inside was the black market, where the sounds of cheerful trading emanated. 2 servants guarded each of the 3 entrances. As Losai approached, one of the servants immediately said, 100 star coins per transaction. Losai took a red energy gem from her pocket. She had timed it perfectly. It was worth exactly 100 star coins. The servant took the energy gem as usual, placed it on a testing device beside him, confirmed its value, and then gestured for her to enter. Please. The interior was luxuriously decorated, and besides trading goods, there were various arena battles, hybrids, insected beasts, mechs, robots, all kinds of competitions were available. There was bound to be one you enjoy watching. Lossie had no intention of joining the crowd. She bought what she wanted and left. But the stone in the space stammered, how could there be mother scent? It then shouted from within the space, Lossie. Lossie, take me there. I smell mother scent. She's still alive. Lossie hadn't asked it too many questions about its parents, such as how it knew they were dead. But the stone's agitation made Lossie suspect things might not be so optimistic, but she didn't want to discourage it. Following the stone's guidance, Lossie arrived at the hybrid arena. Seeing it there, a possibility occurred to her. Stone frantically flew back and forth in the space, its anxiety clouding its judgment. It couldn't fathom why its living mother would be in the hybrid arena. The previous match had just ended, and the host was warming up for the next one. After a speech, the surrounding audience impatiently shouted for the host to get off the stage and for the match to begin. The host, looking embarrassed, stepped down, and the referee entered the arena. The arena was a sunken, enclosed space. The lowest platform was 7 or 8 meters high, separated from the stands by an energy shield, protecting both the audience and the contestants from escape. The first to enter was a hybrid with black horns on his forehead, wielding an iron hammer. The second was about to appear, and Stone, growing increasingly anxious, cried out, "Here he comes, almost here." Before it could finish, it froze. A hybrid carrying a yellowish-brown shield emerged from the other side. The shield's patterns were the same as Stone's, but its edges were polished smooth. Losai asked telepathically, "Want it?" "I can get it for you." Stone remained silent for a moment, unsure what to say, before finally muttering, "Okay." Meanwhile, the host enthusiastically explained the origins of the hammer and shield from below the stage. The hammer was a creation of the giants, and the shield was made from the shell of a floating giant tortoise, both rare treasures on the black market. Losai didn't continue reading. Instead, she went outside and told the waiter her request. The waiter quickly contacted his superiors. They did have an interstellar navigation system, but it only covered major planets and large celestial bodies. Many remote planets weren't included, and each system costs 500,000 star coins, no small sum. If you only need navigation systems for Imperial planets like those in the A or B series, it's much cheaper, only 100,000 star coins each. Lassie opted for the more comprehensive one. 5 million energy gems were a small sum for her. Lassie was led to a quiet reception room, where an older man quickly brought an energy gem testing device and a small box containing a crystal the size of a fingernail. The man even mechanically activated it on the spot to verify the item for Lassie. After confirming its authenticity, Lassie pulled out a slightly transparent green energy gem, only half the size of her palm, from her pocket. The man skillfully activated the testing device. Star coins are electronic virtual currency, and to avoid revealing his identity, most people trading on the black market use energy gems. With the value confirmed, the man said, "Are you planning interstellar travel? We also have nearly 1,000 kinds of food for sale, with discounts for bulk purchases." Having more vegetables than she could eat from growing among the fruit trees in her spatial dimension, she declined the man's offer. Losai didn't leave the black market immediately after taking the crystal. She still needed to retrieve Stone's mother's body. The battle lasted half an hour, ending with the Horn hybrids crushing victory. Both were unable to stand. The staff quickly dragged them away along with their weapons. Following Stone's directions, Losai arrived at the entrance to the inner passage, but two people were guarding it. They were about to stop Losai when, in the next second, they seemed to be trapped by something, only their eyeballs able to move. Losai quickly walked inside. Everyone inside was busy with their own affairs, and no one warned her, so they assumed she was allowed in. Upon entering a room, the staff were about to put a hammer and shield into a safe when an invisible, body-worn barrier seemed to trap them. Lassie first took the shield, but since she already taken it, she decided to take the hammer as well. At that moment, the unusual behavior of the two guards outside was noticed by their colleagues, causing a small commotion. Lassie seized the opportunity to slip out, retrieving the energy trapped within the staff. It was still usable. A gust of wind swept past them. Some realized it might be an intruder, but it was too late. The guards suddenly regained their movement and shouted, "Intruder!" The group began to search, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Lassie, having left the black market, was quickly leaving the city. Inside the space, Stone leaned against its mother's shell, sobbing. It should have guessed, but it had been blinded by excitement at the time. Once they reached a safe place, Losai released it. "Time to go." "Thank you, Losai," the stone said, growing slightly larger to accommodate Losai, then initiated a space jump. After the space jump ended, Losai released the spaceship, inserted the crystal, and immediately searched for A9-020-0750. Unfortunately, the navigation only showed A9-020, not the home planet. However, having a sovereign planet was good enough. He selected it, and the spaceship began autopilot. When there was free time, Losai looked inside the space. The hammer was still there, and the stone's body was tucked into its shell, seemingly asleep or something. Its mother's shell, however, had disappeared. Seeing the stone like this, Losai didn't ask. Losing it wouldn't cause this reaction, it must have been hidden. One day in September, there were too many chickens and ducks in the space. Losai manually killed many, piling them up and setting them aside. Things in the space wouldn't spoil anyway. As for the excrement, Losai casually tossed it into space when he exited the spaceship. Chapter 245. The stones had recovered from their grief and were often playing with little left and little right, even eating 2 large watermelons from the space. Over the past few months, they had absorbed a considerable amount of energy, but showed no signs of leveling up. The seeds of the new variety of watermelon had also sprouted and grown considerably taller, resembling vines and small trees. It seemed that all the plants little left and little right nurtured were vine-like, as were the previous radiation vine and purification vine. If someone had said before that watermelons were growing on trees, Losai might have laughed, but now a watermelon tree was right in front of her. However, it hadn't been planted long enough to bear fruit. Because of the previous energy dissipation, the banana tree was showing signs of bearing fruit prematurely, already producing a huge, purplish-red flower bud. Little Right, looking at the navigation outside, said, "Master, we're almost at Rainbow Dash." This flight path happened to pass near Rainbow Dash. Losai exited the space and looked towards the location of Rainbow Dash from the cockpit. As they drew closer, they could roughly see a faint atmospheric halo around Rainbow Dash, with the planet itself displaying yellow, blue, and green hues beneath the white clouds. However, yellow and blue were the most common colors, with very little green. At this moment, the spaceship system sounded an alarm, Spaceship detected XX kilometers away. Course collision detected. Please change course immediately. Lassie, who possessed some spaceship piloting skills, immediately adjusted the course. She had learned a great deal by piloting a spaceship built on her home planet. Although this spaceship differed greatly from those built on her home planet, she understood the principles and could read the text. Over time, simple operations became no problem. As the two spaceships approached, Lassie realized what the other was. The B-1 Imperial Star ship was 10 times the size of her own. Her spaceship looked like a child next to it. Looking at the number on the spaceship, Lassie couldn't help but glance down a few more times, but the two spaceships quickly passed each other, and she didn't stop. What Lassie didn't know was that this spaceship was named Princess Ivka, practically a symbol of Princess Lassie. It rarely appeared, but when it did, Princess Lassie was almost always on board. Below, on the spaceship, Princess Lassie looked up in surprise. She was in the center of the ship, and could only see the metal ceiling, but she remained in that position for a long time. The maid beside her whispered, "Princess, are you all right?" The instant she finished speaking, Princess Lassie swung her hand towards the sky. The maid was startled. She knew the princess's power all too well, yet nothing happened inside the spaceship. Princess Lassie lowered her hand and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, good, I'm perfectly fine now." Meanwhile, in the spaceship's cockpit, King Lion frowned unhappily. Which planet's spaceship is this? This star system belongs to the B-1 Imperial Star. Other spaceships passing through here must report to their owner and pay a toll. However, the star system is vast, and not every smuggling spaceship will be discovered. Smuggling is a common occurrence. King Lion simply hadn't expected a spaceship to dare fly without investigation, and for him, the Star Lord, to stumble upon it. The first mate said, "It seems to be a subsidiary planet of the D4 Imperial Star." He didn't directly state the number, because even if he did, the king wouldn't know about the smaller planets. He could simply contact their suzerain planet. Intercept it. Truly audacious. King Lion immediately ordered. But the next second, a report came from below. Her Highness the Princess had used her abilities. King Lion immediately abandoned this place and rushed over. He knew his daughter's abilities all too well, and usually forbade her from using them, mainly to prevent her from escaping. Although he didn't need another clone, the genetic sample falling into other people's hands would have a huge impact on B1. This was already the 6th clone. All 5 of the previous clones had considered escaping, and all of them died. 2 committed suicide after failing to escape after learning the truth. 2 died from their bodies being unable to withstand the large amounts of purified energy, and the last one was about to escape, for which Lion personally issued the kill order. His lost daughter's genes seemed to have an innate rebellious nature. For this 6th clone, he repeatedly instructed everyone in the palace not to reveal her disappearance, not to let her discover that she was a clone, and to delete all related information online. Based on the experience of the previous clones, this one was the best he had ever created. The last reboot of Rainbow Dash was a highly anticipated event, bringing great prestige to the Ivka royal family. Everyone thought she wouldn't survive, and Leon even planned to awaken a pre-prepared clone. But she's still alive and well. That's fine. It saves him a lot of trouble. Editing and implanting memories is a huge undertaking. The first mate looked at the captain. "Should we intercept her?" The captain replied without hesitation, "Intercept her. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the planet lord." On another spaceship, Lucy was still staring at Rainbow Dash on her right. The spaceship would soon disappear from sight. Just then, a beam of energy shot rapidly from below and behind, aggressively rushing towards Lucy. The next second, it transformed into a gentle, bright female voice. "Come back and save me, or I tell everyone you're still alive." Energy control. The opponent was most likely a clone of the original owner. She hadn't expected to encounter them here. However, she didn't know how to use energy to transmit her voice. How could she reply? Just as Lassie slowed down her spaceship to prevent the energy transmission from failing due to the distance, the opponent's ship opened fire. "Wait, why the rush?" Lassie quickly maneuvered her ship, saying this aloud. Based on the fact that the opponent had asked her to rescue them, she knew it wasn't her doing. These past few days, Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu hadn't just been absorbing energy and playing on the ship. Lassie had taught them how to operate it, especially its onboard weapons. 2 vines extended 20 or 30 branches. Each vine could withstand more than 10 people and operate more than 10 different weapons simultaneously. All the enemy's cannons, missiles, and other projectiles were preemptively destroyed by the 2 vines. None could get close to the ship. Stone, with its excellent sense of smell and surprisingly good hearing, directed the 2 vines' attack positions from the cockpit. The captain of the Princess Itka hadn't expected the enemy to be so skilled. Although the first wave of attacks was only intended as a warning, and only 1/10 of the attack was used, the enemy had intercepted it flawlessly. Seemingly not easy to deal with, the captain immediately ordered, "Deploy the first and second fleets." The soldiers, who had been leisurely chatting on their ships, received the order and immediately became serious and solemn, changing into their combat suits as they headed towards the warships without hesitation. In just 1 minute, the Princess Itka had launched 2 large warships and 100 smaller combat ships. Lass's heart sank. The gap between the 2 ships was too great. They could fight in the early stages, but they would definitely lose in the later stages. Most importantly, the enemy was from B1 Imperial Star, and she couldn't use her abilities right now. Chapter 246. The original clone was already so powerful, yet it still needed to ask her for help. Using her energy now was tantamount to walking into a trap. She quickly formed words with her energy, then launched a projectile directly at the location from which the energy had just been transmitted, before immediately setting sail. In Princess Lox's room, King Lion was sternly questioning her. "Why did you use your abilities? Have you forgotten my teachings? You were born to save the universe, to possess such power. Don't waste your strength on trivial matters." Loxi lowered her head. In her memories, her father was a great and kind king, a Star Lord. He cared for his people, and worked tirelessly for the future of the universe, instilling in her a strong sense of justice from a young age. However, his methods were always oppressive. He always said that she had enjoyed the sustenance of her home planet and its affiliated planets, and should repay them. It wasn't like the weak planets she had colonized. She could have refused to absorb those energy gems. Her father always forced her to absorb them, and then spit them out, saying these things were for those poor planets. He constantly talked about giving back to the universe, but in reality, his mind was always preoccupied with how to seize more planets and exploit them. Even Rainbow Dash was activated for profit. From the initial brainwashing to later discovering her father's hypocrisy, she intentionally investigated some sordid matters in secret. However, she inadvertently heard from a maid that she had disappeared, but she had no memory of it. She began to pay special attention to herself. For 1 or 2 days each month, she would sleep extremely soundly, even though she clearly had many dreams every day. A month before restarting Rainbow Dash, she finally discovered her secret. She was nothing more than a clone that could be discarded at any time. No wonder her body ached terribly when she absorbed energy to its limit, yet her father never stopped her. Everything was fake, the memories, the affection, even herself. She thought of escaping, of dying. This life was utterly meaningless. She would die at Leon's hand sooner or later. But she was unwilling to accept it. Dying like this was too suffocating. She wanted to escape this cage that imprisoned her. But at the same time, she knew perfectly well that Leon's defenses against her made escape a pipe dream. Until she sensed another version of herself. No, her true self. Heaven hadn't forsaken her, hope had arrived. Princess Lashi feigned arrogance, saying, "It's always been my spaceship that's on top." That spaceship, from just a small planet, dared to fly on my place. I wanted to teach her a lesson. Hearing this, King Leon scrutinized the truthfulness of her words. Lashi could occasionally be a little temperamental, but today something felt off. He lowered his head slightly, gently patting Luoshi's head in a fatherly tone. "You're a princess, you can't be so willful." Then, his expression turned serious again. "However, the other party is using a smuggling ship. They certainly deserve punishment. I already ordered an interception." Hearing intercept, Luoshi's heart skipped a beat. She needed her to rescue her. It wouldn't do if she were captured. The next second, a surge of energy entered, imperceptible to others, but perfectly clear to her. The energy detection announcement sounded again in the room. To prevent her escape or other actions, energy detection devices had been installed in her main activity areas. "What have you done?" King Lion took a step back, looking at Rosie with some wariness. One of the 2 clones who had committed suicide had tried to kill him before his own death, though he hadn't succeeded. Therefore, he was very wary of the subsequent clones, injecting them with memories that fostered docility. Rosie stared at the contents of the message, then breathed a sigh of relief. Her mind raced as she answered, "Something got in." With that, she struck a wall, shattering a valuable porcelain piece several rooms away. Then, as if in pursuit, she struck many more walls, destroying much of the spaceship's furnishings. King Lion, though suspicious, dared not be careless in the face of this silent intruder. "Is it dead?" Rosie shook her head and immediately gave chase, wreaking havoc throughout the spaceship. Those around her wanted to help but didn't know where the intruder was, so they could only watch from the sidelines. After acting for 7 or 8 minutes, Rosie stopped and said regretfully, "It escaped." Didn't the surveillance detect it? To prevent being found out, she preemptively mentioned the surveillance. Even if a creature possesses abilities, like invisibility, it still has a temperature and can be detected by surveillance. The first mate, who had rushed over, lowered his head and whispered, "No." In front of everyone, King Lion comforted Rosie for a few moments, asked her to describe what the creature looked like, and then told her to rest. He then personally checked the surveillance footage, and indeed, there was nothing there. Could it be an extraterrestrial being? Extraterrestrial beings are very mysterious. Their species, numbers, abilities, etc., are known very little in interstellar space. Many believe they are beings from another dimension. The floating giant turtle is one of the few known extraterrestrial creatures. Leon felt something was off about Rosie's behavior today, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Shortly after, the first mate reported nervously, "We couldn't intercept that ship." King Leon frowned. Everything had gone wrong today. "Why?" he asked. The first mate swallowed nervously and said, "Their weaponry and defenses were too advanced. The ship suddenly became very fast. We couldn't damage it, and we even crashed 5 small combat ships. Investigate their background." Leon figured they were probably not sent by the small planet's government. Those small planets wouldn't dare to be so bold. Maybe they were robbed by interstellar pirates. "Yes, sir." The first mate breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they hadn't pursued the matter further, and turned to leave. In the cockpit, he and the captain were feeling relieved when 2 people suddenly burst in, wearing the captain's and first mate's uniforms. One of them said smugly, "Gag, the Star-Lord wants you to focus on investigating that spaceship. We temporarily taken over the cockpit." The expressions on the 2 men's faces froze instantly. They thought they escaped a disaster, but their joy was premature. The spaceship wouldn't normally be able to fly this fast, but Rossi used his purified energy instead of the unprocessed energy gem, instantly doubling the speed and easily creating distance between them and the warships. Princess Ivka. Lying on the bed, Rossi, whether out of relief or something else, snorted, a slight smile playing on his lips, seemingly in a good mood. "My other self is smart enough to forgive you this time. If you don't come at the agreed time, don't blame me for being ruthless." The message Rossi had just sent him was, "I'm not as strong as you. I can't beat your spaceship. If we get captured, we're both finished. I have important matters to attend to. I need 6 months to a year, at the latest a year later. Sorry." Finally, there was a signature, Rossi. Chapter 247. Ever since learning she wasn't Rhodes' child, Losai decided to forego her surname, retaining only the given name. Losa. Princess Losai murmured the other's name, Losai. She rolled over. Thankfully she still had hope. As the 2 spaceships passed each other, she sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the other's body. She was intimately familiar with this. It was identical to the energy within her own. Although the other had concealed it well, it couldn't escape her perception of energy. The energy within her was astronomical for ordinary people, but still insufficient for Losai. Her coming now, as she said, would most likely be suicide. She would wait for her a little longer. The Princess Ika once again docked on Rainbow Dash to host a grand banquet, inviting important figures such as the Star-Lords of various imperial planets. Ostensibly to celebrate Rainbow Dash's birth in the universe, it was actually for profit. Many dead planets possess unique creatures or highly valuable items, such as the Rainbow Dash and its inhabitants on Rainbow Dash. However, due to initial neglect or the lack of value at the time, they died without maintenance. With Rainbow Dash as a precedent, everyone wants to restore some valuable planets. This banquet is to allow other planets to witness the authenticity of the reboot, and then conduct what may be the largest transaction in history. Lashi is the most valuable bargaining chip and commodity, attracting countless people. Lashi had just fallen asleep in the middle of the night, when she was awakened by noise outside the door. She has excellent hearing, and even though the noise outside was kept as low as possible, she still heard it. It seemed the number of people watching over her, no, protecting her, had increased again. "Luo," she snorted coldly, inwardly muttering, "My cowardly good father." She then turned over and went back to sleep. He certainly wouldn't deal with her before she was crippled. December 5th. After more than 6 months of non-stop flight, surviving several interceptions, and even encountering interstellar pirates, she was only a few days away from reaching a 9-020. But Luo, she saw a familiar shadow in space, exactly like the blue-green planet she remembered. She stopped the spaceship and compared it repeatedly. It was indeed identical to the home planet she had seen when she first boarded the ship. The surprise came too suddenly. Luoshi was somewhat at a loss. She hadn't expected her home planet to be on her flight path. Thankfully, she was traveling by spaceship, not using a rock for a space jump, or she would have missed it. Upon arriving, however, she felt a pang of trepidation, a sense of returning home mixed with trepidation. Her current appearance was completely different from her pre-rebirth self. Would everyone recognize her? But at the same time, she was more worried about the situation on her home planet and quickly descended. Unexpectedly, before she even landed, several missiles struck. Losai immediately destroyed them, her brow furrowing. Before she left, her home planet hadn't installed any interception devices like meteorites. Stone, still flying, said, "Someone got here before us." Stone slowed down slightly, descending through the dark clouds and landing directly in the direction Losai pointed, at the small villa where she and Aunt Wong lived. During the descent, she saw the spaceship parked outside the base. Its serial number was A9-020. As the head of the R&D department, Aunt Wong was usually very busy, and with the arrival of the Patriarch Star, she wasn't currently at the villa. Luoshi purified all 500 billion energy gems, with 450 billion existing as energy within the space. The remainder was absorbed by Luoshi, some stored in her dantian. The space's size directly expanded to 10 billion cubic meters. Her three senses were 10,000 meters apart, her physical strength and defense reached 100 tons, and the area of gray soil was 30 acres. From being able to withstand 100 tons of force, with 100,000 source crystals, the energy of 10,000 source crystals was enough to reach 1 million tons of force. She activated her hearing, sifting through the noise to extract the information she needed. Just as Stone had said, the zombies on the mother planet had evolved crystal cores. At the same time, she also heard Aunt Wong's location. She was entertaining the Patriarch Star's people with the new leader. "Oh, Losai's been gone so long. I'm a little worried she hasn't come back yet." "Losai's so capable. She definitely come back safely, don't worry." Losai smiled knowingly, surprised to hear her name in the underground lab. She'd been gone for 3 years, and they still cared so much about her. She couldn't let them down. Losai immediately turned off her enhanced hearing. Hearing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of voices was unpleasant. She stepped out of the villa, glancing up at the overcast sky. It looked like it was going to rain. The two guards at the door were startled by Losai's sudden appearance, and immediately pointed their guns at her. "When did she get in?" Losai calmly looked at one of them. "Excuse me, can I borrow your phone? I need to speak with Aunt Wong." The two guards exchanged a glance. Who dared to use the name Aunt Wong? Was she close to Chief Wong? Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, could she be a newly emerged superhuman? One of the guards lowered his gun, only daring to hand over the phone to Luoshi when she didn't move. If the other party was a superhuman, resisting wouldn't help if they tried to take it. She hadn't asked for anything unreasonable anyway, so she gave up the phone. Luoshi quickly dialed the number she knew by heart. After a few beeps, the call ended. Luoshi scratched her head awkwardly. Aunt Wong was still the same, too focused on her work to answer the phone. She'd probably silenced it now, and wouldn't answer. Oh well, she'd just wait for her to return. There were people from the main planet there. She didn't have the right to intervene for the time being. Returning the phone to the guard, Luoshi turned and sat down on the white sofa in the villa's living room. The furnishings were unchanged. The walls and cabinets were adorned with many photos of her and Aunt Wong, as well as her sisters. Lucy's lips curled into a smile as she carefully touched the photos. She clearly remembered the location, time, and events of each picture. For example, this one featured her sister. It was her 10th birthday, and a birthday party was held for her in this villa. Many people she knew were invited, especially the older brothers and sisters from the lab, with whom she interacted most frequently. Thinking back, although she often cried because of the intense training, having these people, who were more like family than relatives, by her side made her truly happy. But as she looked through the photos, a picture she didn't remember suddenly appeared. Lucy picked up the frame. In it, she and Aunt Wong were standing on the base's perimeter wall. She had her arm around Aunt Wong's shoulder. Aunt Wong's slightly wrinkled face showed a hint of displeasure, but she still looked at the camera with affection, while behind them lay a field of dead zombies beneath the city wall. Chapter 248. Luoshi tried hard to recall, but couldn't remember anything related to the photo. With so many zombies dead behind her, it must have been a victory. The photo clearly showed her forcing Aunt Wong to take it to celebrate the victory. That was her style. Luoshi rubbed the frame a couple of times, then put it down. She lived here for 24 years. It was impossible to remember everything. Feeling thirsty, she turned and went to the refrigerator in the kitchen. Inside were the ceramic cups she, her sister, and Aunt Wang had made when she was 8 years old. All 3 cups were there. Her cup was clean, probably because Aunt Wang wiped it occasionally, but her sister's cup seemed a bit dusty. She picked up the kettle, poured herself a cup of water, and gulped it down in 2 gulps. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began outside. Bored, Luoshi listened to the rain, feeling sleepy, and decided to lie down on the sofa for a nap, while also integrating the energy into her body. This was truly her home. She hadn't felt this safe and secure in so long. She fell asleep almost immediately after lying down. She didn't know how much time had passed, but it was already dark when a familiar voice came from outside. The torrential rain pounded on the umbrella and the ground, creating a loud clatter that drowned out the voice. Luoshi woke up groggily at the sound and looked towards the villa's entrance. Helper Xiao Tian entered with Aunt Wang, holding an umbrella, followed by 2 guards in raincoats. Aunt Wang patted the water droplets off her clothes, then, as if sensing something, looked towards the living room. It was a pair of beautiful green eyes, rare in Kyushu, with long, wavy golden hair and deep-set features indicating a pure Caucasian appearance. Aunt Wang, dressed in an elegant white Chanel-style suit, strode over, and Esper, "What's your name? Did Luoshi send you?" Losai, who was about to greet her, paused. Something was wrong. She had died in space. Even if she were alive, how could she be so convinced she was still alive? How could she guess that anyone who came was someone she had sent? Losai lowered her eyes. So much could have happened in the past 3 years that she didn't know about. No wonder she had no recollection of that photograph. "Yes, my name is Alice. I'm Losai's friend." She smiled and extended her hand to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang hesitated for a moment before taking her hand and quickly releasing it. "Hello, Alice. Your eyes are beautiful. My name is Wang Bushin. You can call me Aunt Wang, just like Losai. She's been gone for so long. Why did she suddenly send you here? Did she encounter some difficulties?" Aunt Wang remained wary. The 2 guards and the assistant, Xiao Tian, kept a close eye on Losai, fearing she might harm Director Wang. Director Wang was highly respected at the base, a highly talented biological researcher. No mistake could be made. "Thank you for the compliment. Lucy is doing well, but I promised her I'd join your base, so I came back first," Lucy said, but then felt a surge of energy emanating from Xiao Tian. She had become a superhuman. Hearing Alice say this, Aunt Wang felt a little relieved. Lucy had indeed recruited quite a few talented people for the base recently. "May I ask what your superpower is, and what level you are now?" Different abilities are suitable for different positions, and I try to maximize everyone's abilities. Lucy smiled and blurted out, "Control type, I say level 2, with a maximum strength of 500 gene." As she spoke, she slightly raised her hand, and the 100-pound sofa next to her, which was empty, flew up into the air. Lucy slowly lowered her hand, and the sofa followed, landing perfectly in its previous position. Aunt Wang seemed satisfied. 500 gene at only level 2, not bad. "Do you prefer the protection within the city, or want to team up to kill zombies outside? You can decide the loot outside, but it's safer inside." Luoshi rested her chin on her hand, looking at Aunt Wang, whom she knew so well. "Inside the city, I'm a bit lazy and want to play for a few days first." Aunt Wang nodded in agreement. "Okay, the superhuman base provides accommodation. You can contact my assistant, Xiao Tian, later." Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. Luoshi stood up from the sofa. "Okay, then I won't bother you any longer." Aunt Wang gave her a look, and Xiao Tian followed Luoshi, intending to open an umbrella to shield her from the rain. But Luoshi strode out, and the torrential rain seemed to avoid her, creating a dry space around her, as if even the heavens couldn't bear to let her get wet. Xiao Tian was somewhat stunned. She was truly beautiful. Even though Lucy wasn't her true form, her exceptional features ensured she would remain beautiful no matter what, especially her ever-bright green eyes, which drew people in. She smiled gently at Xiao Tian. "Come on." Xiao Tian snapped out of her daze, realizing it was Lucy's ability, and immediately closed her umbrella and followed Lucy. Even after witnessing many superpowers, the fact that the rain would automatically part wherever she went in the downpour was still amazing. Aunt Wang waved for the 2 guards to leave from the sofa. She looked at Alice as she walked away, and for some reason, Alice gave her a sense of familiarity. Especially the way Alice looked at her, as if she had known her for a long time. But Aunt Wang knew perfectly well that she had never met or interacted with anyone with green eyes. Most of the white people were at another base, and even there, green-eyed people were few and far between. She clutched her heart, feeling inexplicably annoyed. Xiao Tian would handle things with Alice, so she didn't need to worry too much. It was just that the people on the main planet were making demands here and there, and wanted supplies, but the crystal cores had only recently grown, and there was no way to gather so many all at once. It was driving her crazy. Lassie used energy to block out the rain, but not the sound. The chaotic, rumbling rain continued all around. Xiaotian spoke loudly. Miss Alice, were you at the survivor base in the west before? Lassie pretended not to hear, and gently leaned closer. Faced with such a delicate face, Xiaotian's breath hitched, and she lowered her head, repeating somewhat shyly. Yes. Lassie chuckled softly. Xiaotian was almost 30, yet she was still so easily embarrassed. But she looked so young, like a college student buried in a lab doing experiments, slightly haggard. Xiaotian, you could have lived well in the western base with your abilities, so why did you suddenly decide to come here? Luoshi, I was bored. I got tired of it over there, and I happened to meet Luoshi, so I came over. By the way, what level is she now? She's quite powerful. Mentioning this, Xiaotian proudly raised her head, but her tone was humble, only level 3 just enough. Actually, Luoshi was already level 5, but to protect her, she only said level 3. Luoshi maintained a smile. She knew Xiaotian, whom she had grown up with, all too well. She had once been Xiaotian's proudest little sister, and Xiaotian always got excited whenever she mentioned her. Chapter 249. However, she needed to figure out first whether the other version of herself was a clone, or whether her physical body had survived and returned to Kyushu. If it was the latter, could the person inside the shell be the real Losai Ivka? Back at the western base, I heard that Losai had been to interstellar space. Is that true? Kyushu's suzerain planet was different from Ageel's suzerain planet. They accepted tribute, but didn't offer free interstellar travel. The fare to their spaceships was astronomical. So, when she went to interstellar space using the base's self-developed spaceship, it was no exaggeration to say that everyone was eagerly anticipating it. At this point, Xiaotian's smile faded, and he feigned ease, saying, "It's true, but our technology wasn't mature enough. The spaceship broke down halfway through the flight. Luckily, we had an escape pod, and the distance wasn't too far, so we barely made it back alive." Losai, I see. The spaceship did have an escape pod, but she hadn't wanted the spaceship everyone had worked so hard to build to be destroyed, so she hadn't used one, instead trying to pilot the ship to avoid the meteorite turbulence. Therefore, under normal circumstances, her body couldn't have returned alive. Xiaotian, by the way, Alice, where did you meet Losai? Is her mission going well? The test was coming. Losai knew that Xiaotian and Aunt Wang wouldn't trust her so easily. Huh? Alone? Wasn't Losai with others? She used to always go out in a team to kill zombies. Even now, with her superpowers, she shouldn't be strong enough to fight zombies alone. Xiaotian, without changing her expression, said, "Oh, Losai has a separate mission. I thought she was alone when you met her." Losai feigned anger. "Are you testing me?" "Of course not. And even if you weren't introduced by Losai, our base would still welcome someone with your abilities." Xiaotian, having lived for 30 years, handled the situation with ease. Losai snorted coldly and remained silent, ignoring everything Xiaotian said. Finally, Xiaotian escorted Losai to a fairly nice building, registered her with the dormitory manager, and left. With the key in hand, Losai arrived at her assigned room on the 3rd floor. It had a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room, and basic furniture, not bad at all. Braving the heavy rain, she went to a nearby mobile phone shop, took out the few remaining gold coins in her storage space, and bought a phone and SIM card. Due to a lack of communication with the outside world, the only common currencies on their home planet were gold, contribution points, and crystal cores. Many people had never seen other forms of energy gems, so she hesitated to offer them for sale. The mobile phone shop owner, seeing that Losai wasn't wet at all and hadn't taken an umbrella, realized she was a superhuman and made the transaction without even checking the gold. The rain outside gradually stopped, leaving a faint earthy smell in the air. With her phone, Losai immediately searched for herself. Various results appeared, the latest being nothing but achievements in killing zombies. The first result was a promotion for Losai, leading 2 other teams to kill a level 5 zombie king in the west, about 2 weeks ago. Reading through the list, it became clear that Losai had awakened mental attacks, somewhat similar to sonic attacks, effective against both zombies and humans. A month after her death, the base announced the interstellar exploration had failed, but everyone had returned safely. Knowing she wouldn't survive, she sent a failure signal back to her home planet. It was normal for them to know. But in just 1 month, they had created a clone of her, and even
She dared not think about it. If that were the case, her existence. Perhaps she should go see the 6th floor of the underground laboratory, a place she had never been able to visit. She used to be pampered by those around her, able to go anywhere, except for the last floor of Aunt Wan's laboratory, which was off limits. She sat on the sofa, a long trail of energy spreading out. After finding Sister Xiaotian in the office, Losai easily took her work ID from the pocket of her lab coat. She didn't forget to steal a lab coat jacket, a black wig, and contact lenses from the lab's private laundry room. Losai then used energy to reshape her face, applied makeup, and put on a mask. Unless you looked closely, you couldn't tell the difference between the two. Arriving at a laboratory entrance, known only to a few, Losai entered the password and successfully entered the 3rd underground floor. She walked with her head slightly bowed, carrying a stack of documents. People around her greeted her upon seeing her silver work badge. Sister Xiaotian, Assistant Xiaotian. Luo she simply nodded slightly, and continued walking without slowing down, pretending to have urgent business to attend to. Reaching the elevator, she intended to take the stairs, but someone was already waiting outside, warmly inviting her. Assistant Xiaotian, the elevator will be here soon. Luo she reluctantly stopped and stood aside to wait. Assistant Xiaotian, your skin looks whiter, and you're even more beautiful, said researcher Zhang, over 40 years old, a severe procrastinator, and a smooth talker. Old Zhang, are you finished with your experiment? Aunt Wang needs it urgently. Luckily, Luo she recognized him, and easily mimicked Xiaotian's usual tone and voice. Old Zhang looked up and scratched his sparse hair, looking embarrassed. Almost done, no rush. Oh right, I just remembered I have something to do, I be going now. With that, he turned and headed up the stairs, skipping the elevator. Seeing this, Luo she also went down the stairs. She didn't know who she run into in the elevator. She arrived smoothly at the 5th basement level. The 6th level required both a work ID and facial recognition authentication. There were 4 guards before the main entrance. Luo she, without changing her expression, walked past them to the door. She first used Xiaotian's work ID to bypass the first authentication, then directly opened the door with her energy. No alarm was triggered, and the guards didn't notice anything amiss. Luo she took a deep breath and strode inside. The lab wasn't small. Losai kept her eyes peeled and ears open, avoiding crowded areas and searching for anything suspicious. If it were cloning, there wouldn't be just one, there would definitely be many spares. Shaoli, add a little more solution to test subject number 14. Sensing the information, Losai walked in that direction. 2 doors, one an observation room, the other a display room. Shaoli, who had been called, pushed open the door to the observation room and was about to go to the display room when she saw Sister Xiaotian staring blankly into the observation room. Perhaps Losai's gaze was too complex, because Shaoli couldn't help but follow her gaze. There was nothing inside, only the clones in the display room could be seen through the glass. Sister Xiaotian, Sister Xiaotian? Shaoli waved her hand up and down in front of Losai. Chapter 250. Lossie snapped out of her reverie and chuckled softly. I was just about to check things out. Let's go in together. Lily, unsuspecting, opened the door and went in first. Lossie followed closely behind, her breathing slowing. 1, 2, 3. 14, 15. A total of 15 clone test subjects were placed in large glass tubes filled with a green solution. They ranged in age from young to old. 2 of them looked almost identical to Lossie, the youngest appearing to be less than 10 years old. They were naked, their faces calm as they immersed themselves in the liquid, a transparent tube inserted into their spines at the base of their necks. Lily was adding some kind of substance to test subject number 14 as instructed. Seeing Xiaotian staring intently at the test subjects, she couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, Xiaotian? Is something wrong? Luoshi, were they awakened? Do they have any memories? Xiaoli looked at Luoshi seriously and replied matter-of-factly, No, didn't you always know that? Luoshi, where is Luoshi's gene stored? Hearing this, Xiaoli realized something was wrong and slowly backed away. She recognized that the person in front of her looked like Xiaotian, but wasn't the same person. Xiaotian, why are you asking this? The moment she finished speaking, she found herself trapped and unable to move. Fortunately, she could still speak. Who are you? What do you want? She tried to turn her head to warn her teacher, but couldn't move an inch. Even if she could move, she would only see her teacher, who was also trapped. Everyone on this entire floor was forcibly trapped by Luoshi's energy. She still had deep feelings for this place, and wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. Where is Losai's data? Faced with Losai's question, Xiaoli shut his mouth. I don't know. Losai sighed, and stored all the clones into his spatial dimension. Xiaoli watched in disbelief, thinking Losai possessed both control and spatial abilities. Such a person was terrifying. After confirming there was nothing else of his own here, Losai left the exhibition room. Xiaoli's teacher, the observer, floated out and followed beside Losai. If you want to live a few more years, tell me where Losai's genetic data is? The old man trembled. He was among the most accomplished in biological research, but he was still just an ordinary person. It's all there, in Director Wang's office. This office referred to the office on the 6th basement level. Following the directions, Losai quickly arrived at Aunt Wang's office. It contained a large amount of data, but fortunately, the old man was quite familiar with it, and Losai quickly retrieved the paper documents. Looking at the photo of himself and Aunt Wang on the desk, Losai reached out and covered the frame. The genetic preservation environment was extremely demanding, stored in a low-temperature, sterile room at the very back. Opening the room door, one would expect to find some strands of hair or fragments of skin, but instead, it was filled with the internal organs, flesh, skin, head, and limbs of a premature infant's corpse, preserved separately in a pale yellow solution. Who is this? Losai asked, her stomach churning. The old man sighed twice. Losai's genes? Losai didn't know what to say, only voicing her doubt. An infant. The old man didn't hide anything. Losai already had all the data. The difference now was whether she would find it in the files or learn it from him. If he told her, he might get away with it and survive. Sai, Luo Shi is Wang Buxin's child, both biologically and technologically. Aunt Wang, who was taking a nap, suddenly woke up. She had dreamt again of her miscarriage, and for some reason, her heart palpitations were particularly severe this time. She reached up and touched her forehead, which was covered in sweat. She wiped it away casually, rummaged through the cabinet for some medicine, and swallowed it dry. She felt a little better, but she was still uneasy. She got up, intending to go to the lab. She hadn't seen Luo Shi in a long time. At Losai's prompting, the old man continued, unfortunately, she was pregnant once in her 20s, but there was a very important experiment at the time. She spent day and night in the lab, and ultimately miscarried at 8 months. That child is the one you see now, and also the Losai we know later. She couldn't accept it, so she thought of cloning. Cloning was forbidden before, but with the zombie outbreak, and coincidentally, her original experiment had recently succeeded, making her the deputy director, so she secretly conducted cloning experiments. The results of that experiment happened to be used to enhance human physical abilities, cloning. Luzi, the newborn, became the first test subject, and the results were excellent. Compared to children her age, Luzi had the best physical strength and intelligence. Unexpectedly, thanks to the Luzi experiment, she rose to the position of director within just 3 years. But Luzi herself said she was taken in, and she has some memories of surviving alone outside. She didn't believe Aunt Wang had completely mastered the memory manipulation technology. Her memories were so vivid, even remembering every detail. She had parents when she was 4, but they died later. She had relatives to help her when she was 5 or 6, and by 7 she was practically homeless. The old man said, her memories aren't fake, but few people remember things before the age of 3. She entrusted me with using various methods to try and erase her memories of the lab, then fabricated a backstory for her, making her live outside for several years. People who know their experimental subjects are prone to developing rebellious tendencies. Only those who believe they are complete and understand the hardships of life can be better nurtured. Losai fell silent, then asked one last question. Which clone was the one in space? The old man replied, the first one. Hearing this, Losai didn't know what to feel. She was relieved that everything she had experienced wasn't fabricated, yet it also felt like an illusion. The Losai outside now should be number 2. Taking her fragment, Losai flew out of the lab. Aunt Wang, who was about to arrive, received news of Losai's return. She smiled and changed direction to greet Losai. Cheers erupted throughout the base. Losai number 2 had killed the zombie king and brought him back. Luzi shed her disguise as Sister Oda, reverting to her Caucasian form. She stood on the roadside with the crowd pouring out of the building, waiting for Luzi 2's convoy to arrive. Perhaps the crowd was too enthusiastic, as it took more than 10 minutes for the cars to arrive, immediately followed by a frenzied cheer. The convoy consisted of 10 vehicles. Except for the drivers, all the superhumans leaned out of their cars, happily waving to everyone, including Luzi 2 in the first car. Luzi silently looked at her other self, the exact same face, the smile so genuine and fervent. She loved her home planet. She loved everyone. Chapter 251. Everyone around them was looking at them, but Loci number 2 in the car noticed a different gaze through the crowd. Lost number 2's smile didn't fade, but her eyes revealed confusion. Who was she? She seemed to be looking at her like she knew someone, with a hint of pity, sadness. What a strange person. Could she be someone she knew before? Hi. Mua. Loci, who had been feeling complicated in the crowd, suddenly received a warm wave and a flying kiss from Loci number 2. It completely interrupted her sadness. This number 2 was much more lively and cheerful than her. The people around her thought the flying kiss was for her and immediately started screaming at the top of their lungs, the sound almost like a sonic attack. Some enthusiastic fans nearly fainted from breathlessness. The car slowly drove away. Loci didn't follow and turned to enter the alley behind it. Lost number 2 looked back one more time and realized the white man was gone. Something felt strange, but she didn't think too much about it. As Loci walked, she reviewed the information in her spatial storage. When she arrived at Aunt Wang's villa, she understood why Loci number 2 had been so enthusiastic. It turned out that after waking her, no memories were injected. She was simply told that her amnesia was caused by a failed spaceflight, and that was it. Hearing and experiencing firsthand are definitely different. She was still a cheerful but somewhat immature child. Furthermore, she had been given an upgraded version of the potion researched by Aunt Wang, which greatly improved her strength and intelligence. Everything she learned after waking up was new. Her growth in just 3 years was quite astonishing. Loci paused for a moment. It was indeed a simple, direct, and effective method. After all, everyone in the base knew Loci. A few questions would tell her that what they told her wasn't false. At this moment, Assistant Xiao Tian, having finished her own business, wanted to check on Loci too, only to discover her work ID was missing. This ID could unlock many things. She hurriedly contacted Aunt Wang. Meanwhile, someone from the lab went to the 6th basement level and found something amiss with the people there, immediately reporting it to Aunt Wang and the others. Aunt Wang had already seen Loci 2 walking towards the villa. She inquired about the events of the past few days, not yet thinking of asking about Alice. But halfway there, 2 messages bombarded her. She could only tell Loci 2 to go back and rest while she rushed over to handle the situation. The closer she got to the lab, the more she learned and the more anxious she became. Her painstakingly cultivated Loci clone, along with various data and genetic samples, were all gone. Loci could hear the commotion over there, and knew she couldn't hide it anymore. She simply withdrew the energy that had trapped them. In the end, only Loci number 2 returned to the villa. After greeting the guards with a smile, Loci number 2 took off her shoes and socks at the door, rushing barefoot into the living room as if to give the sofa a big hug, but stopped abruptly when she saw Loci. You were following me. Loci, if one day you find out you were created, would you want to live or die? Loci number 2 looked at her like she was an idiot. Are you kidding? I'd rather live than die. As she said this, she thought to herself that if Aunt Wang and the others were in danger, she might be willing to risk her life to save them. Besides, she quite liked the people in the base, and she was willing to help them. A slight smile played on Loci's lips. Looking at her other self, so vibrant and lively, she didn't seem to dislike or fear her. She extended her hand. Hello, Loci number 2. Loci number 2's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Loci lowered her hand, literally. Do you want to see the other 15 versions of yourself? I just got them. I don't want to see them. What exactly do you want? Loci number 2's breathing became erratic. She had initially thought the other was joking, but now it seemed genuine. Loci gestured for her to sit down. I was commissioned by Loci number 1 to help Kyushu, but I unexpectedly discovered a huge secret. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out. Loci number 2 sat down. She was probably only 24 or 25 years old, with long, flowing black hair styled with bangs. She was about 1.68 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and sturdy figure. Her face was small and delicate, and her amber eyes shone brightly in the sunlight. So my amnesia was fake? I was just a clone. Loci, yes, I just found it. It's still fresh in my mind. With that, Loci held out her right hand, and a document about Subject 2 appeared out of thin air in her hand, which she then tossed over. Spatial abilities are very rare. Loci 2 raised an eyebrow slightly, caught the document precisely, and began to read it. At this moment, Aunt Wang, who had arrived at the lab, quickly understood the situation. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned and strode towards the villa. Since the other party wanted to steal her child sample, they certainly wouldn't let Subject 2 go.
After reading all the documents, Lossie too fell silent. Just then, the sound of screeching brakes came from outside the door. Both of them turned to look. It was Aunt Wang. The first thing Aunt Wang saw when she got out of the car was number 2. Seeing that she was alright, her heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, almost relaxed, but then she suddenly noticed the familiar yellow-covered document in her hand. Seeing the disappointed and confused look in number 2's eyes, she instinctively looked away, then glared angrily at Alice, the one who had caused all this. Was she a spy sent by the Western base? To ruin all her efforts. Luoshi, I explain things to you later. Come here first. At this moment, Sister Tian also hurriedly got out of the car, holding a gun and nervously watching Alice, afraid that she would harm Luoshi. The guards at the gate wanted to follow, but found that an invisible energy was blocking the gate to the courtyard. Hearing her name called out again by Aunt Wang with such concern, but not for her, Luoshi felt a mix of emotions. Lossie too, her eyes lowered, said, Aunt Wang, come here, let's have a good talk. She's someone the last Lossie sent. Aunt Wang, who had been furious, froze upon hearing this, and even Sister Xiaoyan lowered her gun. Wasn't Lossie's spaceship in an accident? How could she still be alive? Looking at the composed Alice, Aunt Wang thought of the child, and a tear welled up in her eye, but she quickly suppressed it. She walked over without further hesitation. Sister Xiaoyan didn't go in immediately, but told the guards outside to continue their duties as usual. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle if things got too out of hand, and the fact that Lossie was a clone couldn't be leaked. Sister Xiaoyan looked at Aunt Wang slightly hunched back. She was already 48 years old, and about to enter old age. Both she and Aunt Wang were no longer young. Chapter 252. Lossie number 1 was raised by Aunt Wang from a baby, created by her own flesh and blood. Even during the years she was sent away, Aunt Wang kept a close eye on her, though Lossie herself was unaware of it. Aunt Wang was with her until she was 24. It was impossible for her not to have feelings for her. Xiao Tian, due to her talent, became Aunt Wang's student at the age of 14. At that time, Lossie was less than 12 years old. When Aunt Wang was unavailable, Xiao Tian took care of her, watching Lossie grow up step by step, treating her like her own younger sister. At 16, she became Aunt Wang's personal assistant and learned that Lossie was a clone, which made her even more affectionate towards her. At first, she didn't understand Aunt Wang's actions, but Lossie's progress was indeed rapid. Gradually, she also noticed Aunt Wang's feelings for Lossie, even though she often arranged harsh and unbearable training for her, saying that only by reaching her limit could she break through. But she inadvertently witnessed Aunt Wang wiping away tears in a secluded corner after Lossie was injured during training. She realized that Aunt Wang didn't entirely treat Lossie as a tool, she was simply too complex. Her feelings were genuine, but so was her manipulation. Anything Lossie wanted, Aunt Wang would find a way to get it for her, no matter how expensive. She always chose the best food and drinks, even though she herself wasn't wealthy. Despite being the lab director, her salary was only twice that of a regular researcher, and she frequently rewarded those who worked overtime. Most importantly, she never embezzled or accepted gifts. She genuinely only took her fixed salary, and every penny of the research grants was used for experiments without question. She always wore her lab coat, even when attending meetings with the base leader, and her wardrobe only contained 2 sets of clothes for each season. If it weren't for the arrival of people from the main planet, she wouldn't have changed into her everyday clothes these past few days. And if it weren't for the food, drink, and lodging provided by the director, she'd probably starve to death. However, because of her experience outside, Lossie is mostly well-behaved, only asking for small toys. The only exception is after each grueling training session, when she asks for expensive things because she's angry. But as soon as she gets what she wants, her anger immediately dissipates. However, from the moment Aunt Wang decided to create and train her, their relationship became anything but simple. Aunt Wang's experiments have been quite successful. Lossie number 2 is a prime example. In just 3 years, excluding her special abilities, Lossie number 2's strength has caught up with Lossie number 1's strength over 24 years. The sudden evolution of zombies meant humanity was destined to lag behind. Fortunately, Aunt Wang's research and the training of many people allowed the base to survive the zombie horde with relatively low costs, and tens of millions of ordinary people were unharmed. With the crystal cores and her researched medicine, the number of people at the base who awaken special abilities is 10% higher than at other bases, and their abilities are also slightly stronger. If Aunt Wang hadn't used Lossie for her experiments, this zombie outbreak would have been a certainty of failure, with potentially more than half of the millions of civilians killed or injured. Aunt Wang felt guilty towards Lossie, Yet, she had done right by everyone at the base. Every all-nighter, every hospital stay here, was proof of her hard work. Thoughts drifted back to the present. Suddenly, it started raining heavily again. Xiao Tian hesitated, then decided not to go in, remaining at the door. Inside, Aunt Wang looked at the white-looking Losai. Why should I believe what you're saying is true? Losai, when she was 11, to fulfill her wish to see a tiger, you secretly drove dozens of kilometers with only 2 special forces soldiers and saw a tiger hunting. Aunt Wang remained silent. Few knew about this, but it wasn't unknown. Rosie then added, you would steal kisses on Rosie's cheek after she fell asleep. Rosie number 2 touched her own face, immediately glancing at Alice. Asterisk Aunt Wang, so you're that kind of person. Do you get kissed often too? Asterisk. Aunt Wang lowered her head awkwardly, quickly changing the subject, seemingly believing Alice's words. Where is Rosie now? Why hasn't she come back to see me? Rosie looked at her face seriously, noting the many wrinkles that had appeared in the past 3 years. She's on some planet in space, and can't come over for the time being. Aunt Wang wanted to ask so many questions, but in the end, she only managed to ask, is she doing well? Rosie replied jokingly, not well at first, but now she's doing very well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met someone as capable as me, who would have sent me all this way. That's good. Aunt Wang nervously clasped her hands on her lap. Lossie number 2 stomped her foot angrily. Aunt Wang, you're not even trying to deny it. I'm still here, at least try to fool me first. Lossie chuckled softly. Number 2 was really lively, judging from her expression. She probably already accepted the truth. Aunt Wang remained with her head bowed, looking somewhat restrained. Sorry, the information you saw is all true. Lossie number 2 snorted, shook her head, rolled her eyes, and said sarcastically, oh. Oh oh oh. Oh oh. The awkward atmosphere among the 3 was broken, and Aunt Wang was amused by her cuteness. Lossie exhaled a breath of stale air. She felt resentment towards Aunt Wang, but not hatred, and she couldn't hide her feelings for her. Although she had always called her Aunt Wang since childhood, she had always treated her like a mother. Now that it's been confirmed, it really is their mother, both genetically and biotechnologically. However, they already been given a new body, so for now, they leave it at that. It's better for the place they lived in since childhood to remain intact. Lossie began to recount what she knew, including the planet's primordial power, the appearance of zombie crystal cores, the suzerain planet's conspiracy, and the entire universe's colonial exploitation chain, among other things. The 2 grew increasingly angry as they listened, so the Kyushu's current state was all a conspiracy by the suzerain planet. The 3 talked for an hour, and the rain gradually subsided. Aunt Wang and Losai too lowered their guard against Alice. Just deal with the people from the main planet normally for now, get them to leave as soon as possible. If things get out of hand, you won't be able to defeat them, and the situation will be worse than it is now. I promised Losai I would help you. The crystal cores you're still short of for the tribute will be delivered tomorrow. Once they leave, I will eliminate all the zombies. You need to develop your resources quickly to escape your exploited fate. Aunt Wang agreed to Losai's instructions, though she was somewhat incredulous that she had such power to eliminate all the zombies. Finally, Losai said she would destroy the unawakened experimental subjects and requested that Alice not continue cloning. Aunt Wang agreed. As long as there were no zombies, having Losai was enough for her. She didn't need to train her, just live happily. After their conversation, Losai was invited to stay there, and she didn't stand on ceremony, immediately choosing a room. After Losai entered the room, Losai number 2 quietly approached Aunt Wang. Do you prefer number 1 or me? Aunt Wang, right now I prefer you. Losai number 2 snorted and pouted unhappily. I want to change my name. I am who I am, not a substitute for anyone. Chapter 253. Aunt Wang respected her choice and asked what name she wanted to change to, but she hadn't decided yet. After giving her a few instructions at the door, Assistant Xiao Tian went back reassured. The next morning, Aunt Wang made 2 breakfasts, then ate a few bites of scraps and bred herself before going to handle her work. Each unit provided 3 meals a day, so she could eat whenever she was hungry. Luo she got up first, looking at the long-awaited breakfast and eating it slowly. After finishing, she flew straight out of the city. Luo she number 2, who had stayed up all night deciding on her name, was about to announce it loudly when she realized no one was there. Luo she returned at 4 p.m. Hearing the noise, number 2 rushed out of the kitchen. Alice, I decided on my new name. Losai sat down in the living room, looking slightly tired. What is it? Number 2 chuckled. Bright moon, I like the moon. Losai nodded approvingly. A very nice name, Miss Bright Moon. Bright Moon happily wiggled her body upon receiving the praise. It was the first time she heard her new name spoken by someone else, and for some reason, she felt a little shy. You're quite a nice person. No wonder Losai is your friend. I'm in a good mood today, so I cook for you myself. She turned to go back to the kitchen, but halfway there, she suddenly turned back. You came from interstellar space and brought a lot of things, right? Let me try some. Bright Moon was very interested in new things. Losai immediately pulled out a whole chicken and a whole duck that had already been cleaned. This is good, you can try cooking it. I also got some giant watermelon, I cut it up for you later. She didn't have many sheep, cows, or pigs, she hadn't slaughtered any yet, so there was no meat. Unexpectedly, Mingwei became immediately interested upon hearing about the giants, and wanted to see just how big their fruit was. Lassie simply waved the door shut, the window was one way, so there was no need to worry. To Mingyue's delight, Lassie placed a gigantic watermelon in the most open space of the living room. Looking at the watermelon, which was taller than herself even when laid flat, Mingyue's mouth dropped open. My goodness! It's so big! Then, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lassie. Sister Alice, I want to eat it now. Lassie, in a doting gesture, used her energy to cut the watermelon in half on the spot, scooping out a 10-pound piece of the core, the sweetest and most delicious part. Lassie stored the rest in her spatial storage. One piece wasn't enough for 3 people to finish. The juice that had dripped from the watermelon wasn't spilled on the floor. Lassie controlled it, and threw it directly into the kitchen sink. Mingyue's eyes widened. She could already smell the refreshing aroma of the watermelon. Can I cut it? Of course. Losai placed the watermelon on the kitchen cutting board. Watching Mingwei enthusiastically and contentedly cut the watermelon, she saw a childlike side despite her mature appearance. After cutting, she filled 5 plates. Mingwei ate nearly 2 plates by herself, while Losai ate a little and then stopped. Satisfied, Mingwei went to prepare dinner. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Aunt Wang returned. She had been tired, but seeing the two of them immediately relaxed her. Mingwei announced her new name again, which Aunt Wang also thought was good. 700,000 level 1 crystal cores, 100,000 level 2 crystal cores, 1,000 level 3 crystal cores, 200 level 4 crystal cores, and 3 level 5 crystal cores. Is that enough? Losai asked, lying on the sofa eating a long-missed spicy snack. The nearby zombies had been cleared out, and their numbers weren't too large. She had gone to a more distant place today to get these. Aunt Wang was taken aback, then said, that's enough. Mingwei brought out all the food. Aunt Wang, come and eat. Today the chicken and duck are from interstellar space, and the watermelon is from the giant race. Aunt Wang first tasted a slice of watermelon. Just smelling the plant's natural aroma made it sound incredibly delicious. It was crisp, juicy, and sweet without being cloying, a rare delicacy. The 3 sat down, eating and chatting harmoniously, like a family. Towards the end of the meal, Aunt Wang suddenly said, there's someone else at A9-020, the former leader. I wonder if Luoshi has mentioned her to you. Luoshi understood she was referring to Sister by you. She said so. I go there after I finish dealing with things here. Aunt Wang was relieved. Be careful, and Luoshi too. Please pass on my apologies, I'm sorry to her. Luoshi, okay. Although the sect leader was surprised that the tribute arrived so quickly, they only enjoyed the food for 2 or 3 days before leaving. For the past few days, Losai had been wandering around the base, not retrieving the crystal cores. The large-scale zombie deaths would attract the attention of the people on the main planet, which would be bad. Once they left, Losai began clearing out Kyushu, starting with her own base. She didn't need to kill zombies first. The energy she generated easily reached 100 tons. With a flick of her finger, the crystal cores would simply emerge from the zombies' heads, extremely efficient. Within 2 days, all the zombie crystal cores near the base had been retrieved, and the teams that had ventured out received recall notices from the base. There were approximately 5 billion zombies, but because most were currently of relatively low level, the vegetation on the surface was decaying fairly evenly, so the extraction of Kyushu's primordial energy was not yet significant. There wouldn't be a secondary decay after Losai retrieved the crystal cores. If the zombies were densely packed, Losai could collect several million crystal cores a day. If they were scattered, it might only be around 1 million. The situation in Kyushu is currently relatively good, unlike the difficult task of restarting Cloud Dash. 4 months later, the people of Kyushu were stunned. Why hadn't a zombie horde appeared for so long? They were sending out large numbers of people every day, but no one knew what they were doing. Killing zombies made it difficult to guarantee a return time of 5 p.m. after leaving at 8 a.m. Even after the base announced that the zombies in Kyushu had entered the final cleanup phase, the people were still somewhat disoriented. Suddenly, they were going to be gone. What about the decades of fear and anxiety they had endured? Kyushu has 3 large bases and dozens of smaller ones. Ant Wong and the leader had already notified the other bases, and they believed the people had seen the changes in Kyushu themselves. Losai guaranteed that there wouldn't be a single zombie left in the major cities, but some remote villages might have been missed. The rest was left to the people of Kyushu to handle. Exhausted, Losai rested for a day at Ant Wong's villa, taking out banana and watermelon seeds. The bananas had ripened over the past few months. There were original giant varieties, and also improved versions by Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu. Growing giant fruits in the Kyushu environment probably wouldn't be very effective. They were mainly for research. More than half a bunch of ripe watermelons and bananas were also given to her. Losai wouldn't be able to eat many of them, even with them in her spatial storage. As for money, robbing the main planet would be enough. There was no rush to exchange these things for cash. Chapter 254. After a few brief instructions, Losai prepared to leave. But before leaving, she turned to Ant Wong. "Aren't you going to ask me what I'm going to do with those crystal cores?" Ant Wong now trusted Losai completely. The disaster that had plagued Kyushu was resolved because of her, so taking the crystal cores was only fair. Not asking for payment was already a great act of mercy. "You deserve it. If you need anything, I get it for you as long as Kyushu has it." "Okay." With that, Losai headed straight for the sky, disappearing into the clouds in no time. Once in the air, Losai took out the crystal cores and began refining them. The stone floated beside her, watching Losai, while Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu played on its back. "These crystal cores are worth hundreds of billions, and you're just going to work for this planet for free?" Losai replied while purifying energy. "Guess why I'm called Losai? It's my home planet, and it has never wronged me. I won't let it wither and die." The stone circled Losai. It had guessed a little over the past few days, but it still seriously confirmed with Losai. "So you're Losai 1, and then your soul transmigrated into the body of the real Princess Losai?" It sounded complicated, especially since the names were so similar. Losai nodded in agreement. The stone took a bite of the purified energy. "I never thought soul transmigration actually existed. I wish my parents had had that opportunity too. But you humans keep copying each other. Don't you find it terrifying to see someone exactly like yourself?" Losai: "Terrifying, yes, but the story of Princess Losai prepared me beforehand. When I found out I was a clone, I wasn't that scared, just a little confused and disappointed. Fortunately, the remaining clones haven't been awakened yet. They have no thoughts or memories. Go in and burn them." Even though he had a different body, looking at the face that was exactly the same as his former self still felt a little creepy. The moon in the world was enough to prove his past. Stone swallowed another ball of energy. "All right." Lassie sat in meditation above the base for 4 days, returning 1/3 of the crystal core's energy to the earth. The previously sunny sky suddenly darkened, and a light drizzle began to fall, the energy accompanying the rain. People didn't know what had happened, only that the rain felt exceptionally refreshing, relieving their long-standing tension. Ant Wong, having just finished a day's work, refused Xiaotian's assistant's umbrella, feeling the cool rain, and looked up at the sky, thinking, everything will be alright. Xiaotian simply didn't use an umbrella either. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Mingwen noticed the rain outside was different, and came out of the villa. Suddenly, a black dot seemed to flash in the sky. The 3 who knew Alice couldn't help but think of her. Was this rain her? A long-awaited rain after a drought. The crowd surged out of their rooms, spontaneously celebrating in the rain. They hadn't truly celebrated since learning the danger was over. Now they could finally live normally again. Most were caught up in the atmosphere, laughing and crying. In just a few decades, they had lost so much, their population plummeting from billions to tens of millions. Their lost family and friends had become zombies, gradually shrinking the living space of normal people. Grief and hatred intertwined, and everyone was in excruciating pain. After a day of revelry, the crowd awoke from a good night's sleep to find the earth sprouting with countless plants. How long had it been since they seen such vibrant life? Seeing this scene, Ant Wong and Mingwei were slightly taken aback. So that was the question Alice had asked before leaving. Ant Wong looked up at the sky, a strange tightness in her chest. Alice was too good, just like her own child, Losai. Stone, following instructions, scattered the clone's ashes outside the base. After leaving the eastern base, Losai didn't leave immediately. She purified the remaining 2/3 of the crystal cores and scattered them over the 2 large bases and the smaller ones, returning them relatively evenly to the 9 provinces. This added half a month to Losai's time. Fortunately, her purification speed had increased, otherwise, it would have taken her half a month. Now, her body was becoming increasingly difficult to improve. This time, over 100 billion energy gems had passed through her body, yet none of her bodily functions showed the slightest change. Even her spatial dimension hadn't expanded. Leaving her home planet, Losai embarked on A9-020. A surge of energy, beyond her perception, emanated from the 9 provinces and silently entered her body. 7 days later, Losai successfully arrived at 020. Her most important task now was to find her sister. Money talks, and she quickly learned her approximate location. However, she didn't go directly to rescue her. Instead, she decided to plunder their treasury first. The home planet needed to develop. It needed energy gems, weapons, spaceships, everything. Researching it herself was too slow. Simply stealing was more reliable. Besides, the home planet had already paid tribute several times, so receiving these things in return was normal, just a little more than she expected. This time, Losai didn't go through the sewers. She wore a mask, contact lenses, and a wig, walking normally on the street. They made their way to the treasury, where the energy shield, effective for others, was useless to Losai. 3 minutes later, one of the treasuries fell, and piercing alarms blared throughout the political center. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the thief. They thought the thief had left, but 3 minutes later, another treasury sounded its alarm. But it didn't stop there. A third, then a fourth. The attackers were too fast, they couldn't react in time. Soon it was the last one's turn. Having learned from the previous ones, all the ability users gathered around the treasury, most huddled in front of the door, which had been forcibly closed after being opened by the thieves. Even 100 ability users couldn't break through the treasury's defenses, so she had to exit through the main door. They wanted to see who dared to steal from their treasury. Not content with 1, they stole from 5. Greed knows no bounds. The excessively greedy never end well. Inside, Losai surveyed the vault. The materials were indeed of the highest quality, but not impenetrable. Their confidence stemmed from the thickest energy shields, both inside and out. Maintaining these shields alone was a significant daily expense. Losai took a deep breath. She had never used her full power before. 10,000 energy points equal 100 tons. 100,000 equals 1,000 tons. Estimating that this should be enough to shatter the metal, she reached out and lightly swung her hand towards the ceiling. The energy bypassed the shields and struck the metal barrier directly. Boom! The seemingly impenetrable vault was instantly blasted open with a large hole. However, Losai couldn't escape immediately, as powerful individuals were already guarding the area from the air. Chapter 255. Just as Losai took off running in the air, she was blasted into the ground by a variety of energies, sinking into a deep crater, dust billowing everywhere. Everyone's attacks were raining down on the crater like they were free. However, Losai had already made her escape. She had indeed been caught off guard by the attack, but that level of attack couldn't even break through her defenses. She wouldn't be hurt even if the ground was smashed to pieces. The fighting was intense, and the attacks only stopped after about half a minute. The wind ability user waved her hand, and the dust settled, leaving only a crater 100 meters wide, but no trace of the thieves. One of them said, shattered to dust? Possibly. The attack was too fierce, nearly 100 strikes. An ordinary person would indeed be reduced to nothing. However, the stolen goods hadn't been exposed. If a spatial ability user died, the space would also dissipate, and the items within would explode on the spot. Soon, professionals were called in to determine if there were any biological fragments. The leaders were summoned for an emergency meeting, where the Star Lord unleashed a torrent of criticism. Such crucial resources had been stolen right under their noses. These 5 vaults, while not holding all the funds, still contained a staggering 4 trillion energy gems. Adding to this the 1/5 of the recently collected tribute, which, while seemingly small, was a burden on these subordinate planets, requiring them to pay 30 trillion in tribute to the A9 Imperial planet. Even with a highly developed local economy, they could only earn a mere 10 to 20 trillion energy gems annually. While A9-020, -075, and 2000 appear to have many subordinate planets, 99% of them are actually defunct. Only a handful, perhaps a dozen or so, are truly alive and capable of collecting tribute. The long serial number is partly a facade, and partly refers to a dead planet. Though useless, occupying it is tantamount to claiming it as territory. According to interstellar law, The space within 100 million light-years of a planet is automatically considered part of its territory. Other ships passing by can legally and legitimately collect tolls. Why not take it? Inside the large pit in the vault, the appraisers shook their heads. There were no traces of human debris. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. When did that person escape? Everyone clearly saw her being thrown into the pit. Just as they were wondering, bad news came from the military base. They received an urgent summons to rush over and apprehend the thieves. But before they even boarded the vehicles, news came that it was no longer necessary. The person had already escaped. The military base lost 3 transport ships, 2 combat ships, and its only ship capable of space jumps. Needless to say, all sorts of weapons were gone. Even the blueprints were taken, including the energy gem conversion device and a ton of rare giant ore. Don't underestimate that ton, it's worth 1 billion energy gems. A 9-020 suffered heavy losses this time. It was practically looted. The Star-Lord hurriedly ordered the remaining valuable supplies to be guarded, as no one knew what the arrogant little thief would do next. Meanwhile, a large number of people were deployed to investigate Loci. 20 minutes later, before they could even sort things out, Loci had already arrived at the place specifically for guarding the hostages from the subsidiary planet. A small, 1.5-story villa housed about 20 people, plus a garden of a few dozen square meters. This was their entire living space. The area was surrounded by surveillance cameras, with more guards than they could muster. Fortunately, one of the windows had a blind spot. She hadn't seen Bayou for a full 10 years. Her memory of her voice was hazy. She approached silently, wondering if Bayou was still alive. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Before she could even enter the villa, she suddenly heard a chicken clucking. She turned her head and saw a chicken coop inside, with quite a few hens. A man's excited voice rang out, a pair of aces. Let's see who can beat me. Ha ha, you all played your twos, haven't you? Thud. The cards were slammed down with a loud thud, followed by a cold, dismissive female voice. 4SIXS bomb. No one played a card. The woman continued, nobody wants it? I already called the police. The man slapped his forehead in frustration. Why were you hiding a bomb? I should have played it first. The woman chuckled, about to win, and played her last card, a 9. The other players cheered loudly. Bayou, you're amazing. You almost let the landlord win. Hearing the familiar name, Luoshi, who was frantically trying to open the window, stumbled and fell inside. She had assumed hostages would be mistreated, but reality seemed a little different. The 4 people in the room all turned to look at the uninvited guest. The 4 looked at each other, wondering if they recognized each other. Loci dusted herself off and stood up. Seeing the strangers present, she didn't say much. Do you want to leave? The man who had just lost said, we do want to, but without money and legal status, we'd just be wandering this planet. Loci, I give each of you 200,000 star coins, whoever leaves. The energy gems they stole included tributes from these people's home planet. Consider it returning a little to them. The 4 exchanged glances again. Who was this blonde beauty saving that was so willing to spend so much money? 200,000 star coins were equivalent to 2 million energy gems. That was a considerable sum. Leaving here meant a long and comfortable life. If they used their skills, they might even be able to return to their home planet. Bayou was the first to agree. I go. The more people, the better, right? Luoshi, yes. Bayou immediately got up, opened the door, and went to fetch the others. Leaving only 1 or 2 people might incur punishment from the main planet, but if everyone left, it would be a different story. They couldn't punish every single affiliated planet. They could only say they weren't strong enough to keep an eye on them. 1 or 2 escaping was one thing, but if everyone escaped, it would be shameful enough. Besides, just traveling to each planet would take half a year. The 3 who were playing cards with Bayou hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. If they missed this opportunity, they might never have another. They either wait until the next decade, or they die here. Many might die in less than 10 years. After agreeing, the 3 immediately went to persuade their companions. Each planet typically had 1 hostage, and if someone wanted to accompany them, they could bring another person. Half an hour later, most people decided to take the money and leave. A few, initially afraid, saw everyone else leaving and decided to go too. They swarmed in, instantly filling the small room. The room was tiny, originally containing only a small round table and 2 single beds, nothing else. The conditions were poor, there wasn't even a charging port. Now, the table was covered with energy gems, precisely cut by Loci, each worth 200,000 star coins. More than 20 people each took one. At this point, Bayou questioned, Are you sure we can get out with the energy shield outside? Losai, of course, otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted time bringing these things out. She waved her hand lightly, and the window behind her opened to its maximum. Everyone looked at her with envy and anticipation. Perhaps she was doing this to save them. Chapter 256. Lossie waved her hand gently at them, and everyone floated into the air. I take you to a safe place, and put you down. After that, it's up to you. The group was a little nervous. What if, this person was sent by the sect leader to kill them, but couldn't kill them directly, so they gave them a pretext to escape before killing them. But since they'd been given 2 million energy gems, it probably wasn't that. Just as they were still mentally preparing themselves, the surrounding scenery suddenly transformed into long, colorful mosaic-like lines. It was too fast. They didn't even know how they passed through the energy shield. They only knew they were on a roller coaster, going up and down. To prolong the time it took for them to be discovered, Lossie sometimes walked through the sky, sometimes crawled through the sewers, destroying a large area of nearby surveillance cameras. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the outskirts of the city. Lossie put everyone down, and several of them immediately vomited. They'd been lying flat for too long and hadn't experienced such a shock. They were still a little unaccustomed to it. Going all the way, Losai distributed another 20 nutrient solutions to each person, exchanged a casual glance with Baiyu, and left. These people left quickly in groups. They knew their escape would be discovered soon. The most important thing now was to hide and evade the search. Once this period passed, they would be much freer. Baiyu declined invitations from several people. She was fairly close to travel with her and left alone. But she hadn't been gone long when Losai appeared before her. So you really came looking for me? Are you someone invited from the home planet? Baiyu, being a leader, wasn't unintelligent. Through a few glances with Losai, she guessed that she was here to see her, which was why she had decided to travel alone. She had assumed the person sent by her home planet would be a black-haired, yellow-skinned person from her base, but instead, she was a stunningly beautiful blonde. Lossie smiled and nodded. Sort of. Lossie sent me. My name is Alice. Hearing it was Lossie instead of her home planet, Baiyu was slightly taken aback. Is she doing well in Kyushu? 7 years after you left, that is, 3 years ago, Kyushu realized the tribute was insufficient. She risked her life piloting her newly developed spaceship to rescue you, but unfortunately, she encountered a meteorite turbulence and drifted to another planet. However, she's doing well now, and even sent me to rescue you. As she spoke, Lossie took Baiyu's hand and led her back to her home planet to a more secluded spot. Her wrist bones protruded beneath her long sleeves, revealing very little flesh. Baiyu didn't struggle and followed. Thank you for your hard work. But how was the tribute from her home planet resolved later? Among these hostages, one of them was sold into slavery by the suzerain planet due to insufficient tribute from her home planet, which also brought new hostages. This time she received no punishment, presumably because her home planet had made up for the shortfall in supplies. Lossie, the zombies have evolved crystal cores. Crystal cores are a type of energy gem, and we finally collected them all. Seeing that it was almost ready, a giant floating tortoise suddenly appeared before them under Lossie's will, startling Baiyu. What's this? Before Lossie could answer, she guessed, a giant floating tortoise. Although she had been confined to the small villa for 10 years, she still knew quite a bit. Stone proudly raised its head, correct. Then its body suddenly expanded to 10 square meters in size, enough for the two of them to sit on. The stone's positioning was perfect. Losai crouched slightly, and sat directly on it. Baiyu was a little confused, but still followed suit and sat on its back. Losai waved her hand, using energy to shield herself and Baiyu. The stone waved its limbs back and forth in place. Ready, let's go! Whoosh. 40 minutes later, the space jump ended, and Losai boarded the spaceship. Baiyu was still dazed after boarding. She had only heard about these things outside in 10 years, never seen them before. To be honest, her heart was racing. She wasn't used to it. There was a floating giant tortoise, and this Alice had even conjured a spaceship out of thin air. Did she have a super large space that could accommodate living beings? After setting the autopilot, Losai took out a watermelon and bananas, cut them into 2 plates, and placed them on an empty table in the cockpit. Eat first, the food will be ready soon. Baiyu didn't suspect anything. They had gone to so much trouble to rescue her, they certainly wouldn't poison her. But as soon as the food entered her mouth, she was so happy she almost cried. She hadn't eaten fresh food in so long. Luo she heated up 2 servings of self-heating rice, then brought out the kitchen utensils, and made braised chicken wings, steamed egg custard, and a stir-fried bok choy. The dishes were few in number but plentiful, so they wouldn't upset Luo Shi's stomach. Although Bai Yu and the others seemed to be leisurely playing cards, it wasn't until they touched Luo Shi's hand that they realized how much weight she had lost. In their memory, Bai Yu had a well-proportioned, muscular figure. The 3 dishes were ready in just over 10 minutes. Bai Yu ate half of the 2 plates of fruit, leaving the rest untouched, as if she had saved them especially for Luo Shi. "You're too kind, you've gone to so much trouble." I start eating. Receiving the self-heating meal, Bai Yu eagerly picked up a piece of bok choy, but the more she ate, the more heartbroken she became, tears welling up without her even realizing it. Losai wasn't hungry, and ate a few bites of vegetables before stopping. Bai Yu ate 2 boxes of rice, and almost finished all the vegetables. "Tell me about your time in 020, Losai said, putting her things into her spatial storage. "Xiao Zue and Xiao Yu would help with the washing." "Sigh, it's all tears," Bai Yu said, showing off a slice of watermelon, simply assuming it tasted so good because she hadn't eaten fruit in a long time. She used to have waist-length black hair and loved wearing ethereal gauze dresses. Now she wore faded long sleeves and trousers, and her hair was cut into a short bob. She was efficient and decisive, and the base had developed well and maintained good security under her leadership. 10 years ago, when the previous hostage died, a new person needed to take her place, and their status couldn't be low. Someone else could have taken the position, but she chose to sacrifice herself for her home planet. 020 is a piece of shit. I curse. After a barrage of emotion without any finesse, she finally calmed down, feeling that her overeating stomach had digested quite a bit, so she showed off another slice of watermelon. Losai remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she was slightly surprised. Bai Yu had always been a very kind and gentle woman, rarely swearing, and most making sarcastic remarks. In her memory, Bai Yu had always been an elegant and intellectual older sister. However, anyone would harbor resentment after being imprisoned for 10 years, and it was better to vent it. "Bai Yu, you said we're from an affiliated planet, handing over so many resources. Even if you don't treat us to the best food and drink, shouldn't you at least provide basic necessities? Instead, they only give each of us 2 nutrient solutions a day, and they're really poor quality. Being a hostage is like making you lose weight. The worst part is that you have to pay for your own water and electricity, and they don't provide any toiletries or changes of clothes. If you want to buy them, you have to earn money, but even going out requires application and payment. Is there any justice in this world?" Chapter 257. Those inferior nutritional supplements cause sepsis after just 1 month. To survive, you have to go out and work to earn money for food, but it costs 50 star coins per trip, and you have to carry a locator. If there's any intention to forcibly demolish something, the locator will immediately shock you. 1 shock will stun you. 2 shocks will kill you. Do you know how much the minimum daily wage is for 020? Only 60 star coins. And our status doesn't allow us to have formal jobs. We can only do odd jobs. If you can't find work outside, you suffer a huge loss. If you can't cover the 50 star coins for going out, they deduct your nutritional supplements, deducting more than half a month's worth. It's killing us. We originally planned to turn the garden into a vegetable garden and grow some vegetables ourselves, but that wasn't allowed. Fortunately, we saved up money and bribed the guards, barely managing to raise a chicken. Bai Yu complained about so many things, and Luo Shi gradually understood what kind of life she had been living all these years. 020 is really going too far. Quite a few people have died from exhaustion in this villa. For example, the previous leader of Kyushu died less than a year after arriving. Luckily, they were too lazy to bother, and only asked for new hostages the next time they offered tribute. Didn't they exchange the extra ton of ore Kyushu gave you for star coins? Including this time with the crystal cores, Ant1 gave you an extra 5 million worth of crystal cores to have delivered to you. Speaking of this, Bai Yu, who had almost forgotten about it, suddenly became furious. They said they charge a transportation fee for each ton of ore, but in the end, they only gave me 100 star coins. This time, I haven't even seen a trace of the 5 million. Luo Shi frowned deeply. 020 was truly outrageous. The two chatted for a while, and Luo Shi also mentioned some recent developments in Kyushu. Seeing that it was getting late, she told Bai Yu to go and rest. Bai Yu had already stood up to leave when she suddenly turned back and asked, "You've been to Kyushu? Is there another Losai there?" She knew about Aunt Wang's situation. Lost nodded. "Yes, she's changed her name to Mingwen now. I burned all of Aunt Wang's clones." "That's good." Bai Yu nodded secretly, then went to rest. Traveling through the night, Losai returned to Kyushu after a little over 6 days. In just over 10 days, many new buildings were under construction outside the base, and part of the city wall had been demolished. There was no one inside or outside the villa except for the guards. Lost took out the phone she had bought earlier, and it answered after just one ring. Aunt Wang's voice couldn't hide her surprise. "Alice, you're back?" "By you, she?" "Lost, yes." By you, standing beside her, said with a calm yet slightly excited tone, "I'm back too, Aunt Wang." Okay, I'm coming right now." The other end of the line hung up. With people able to go out normally again, and with the expansion and restoration of farmland, Aunt Wang had many things to do, but nothing was more important than Bai Yu today. She paused all document processing and called Xiao Tian to drive back. On the way, she thought of Mingwei, but she was out clearing out the remaining zombies and wouldn't be back for the time being. 15 minutes later, the two who rushed over saw the drastically changed Bai Yu, and their eyes immediately welled up with tears. Bai Yu cherished her long hair the most, but now it was short, and her thin figure showed how much she had suffered. Unfortunately, 020 wouldn't agree to exchange hostages, so even after enduring 10 years, she couldn't return. Seeing the stunned two, Bai Yu rushed over and gave them a big hug. Xiao Tian burst into tears first, and Aunt Wang, hearing this, could no longer hold back her own tears. "Bai Yu, you suffered so much." Luo she watched from the side. She had cried the night she found Bai Yu, and this time she managed to hold back her own tears. Bai Yu tilted her head back, forcing back her tears, and smiled, saying, "All right, let's go inside and talk." The three of them talked for a long time, with Luo she listening and even preparing dinner for them. After Bai Yu finished eating and went to rest, Luo she said to Aunt Wang, "I brought over some O20 stuff. There's a vacant lot in the east of the city. Find someone to guard it." Aunt Wang and Xiao Tian were both curious and quite excited about what could be stored outside the city. However, Luo she had previously released a room full of energy gems, nearly 1 trillion, but because of their high purity, their volume wasn't very large. Use these for now. Kyushu's development doesn't require them all right now. We find an opportunity to trade for supplies from other planets later. After a brief explanation, Luo she led the two directly from the air to the east of the city. Asterisk boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Asterisk a series of enormous objects appeared, and everyone had to crane their necks to see what they were. The huge commotion attracted the attention of the residents. Even from outside their homes, they could see the towering spaceships through the city walls. A company that Aunt Wang had arranged was still on its way. Seeing these things, they thought the main planet was attacking, so they sped up their journey. Even if they couldn't win, they couldn't let them crush the civilians. Luoshi, this is about half of 020's supply. We need to erase their traces before using them. Although we have spaceships, our strength is still lacking. Aunt Wang nodded mechanically. She genuinely hadn't expected that the little something Losai mentioned bringing would actually consist of 6 such large spaceships. The 1 trillion energy gems alone were enough to shock her. She knew Losai had a spatial dimension, but she didn't know it was this large. On behalf of everyone in Kyushu, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. You. Faced with Aunt Wang's impending long speech of gratitude, Losai quickly stopped her. "Stop! There's more. If we don't have this much, we can put it in the warehouse." At that moment, a dozen vehicles drove out of the city gate, each driver holding a gun, ready to fire at the first sign of enemy fire. However, when they arrived, not a single person disembarked from the spaceships. The company commander saluted Aunt Wang. "Director Wang, what's this?" Although Aunt Wang was merely the director of a research institute, her actual power was equivalent to that of the base leader. The leader had to consult with her on major matters, and only after obtaining her approval could anything be implemented. These spaceships were a gift from Miss Alice. From now on, they belong to our base. You be responsible for guarding them for the time being. The company commander and the soldiers behind him were stunned. These 6 spaceships were theirs? Aunt Wang was about to introduce Rossi when Rossi stopped her with a look. "We have other things to do. Thank you for your night watch." The company commander looked at the white woman who spoke. He didn't recognize her, but she was likely the Alice that Director Wang had mentioned. He instinctively obeyed. "Yes, sir." The three then went to the base's underground supply depot. 6 warehouses that had originally stored minerals were empty, barely enough to hold everything. Rossi unloaded various weapons, detection equipment, energy shields, and other devices. Most importantly, there were paper and electronic blueprints, clearly recording the principles and data of various equipment components. I removed the restrictions on those spaceships. You just need to re-enter the information. Aunt Wang and Xiao Tian wrote everything down, not missing a single word Rossi said. As they walked and gave their instructions, they gradually reached the outside. Losai looked at the two of them earnestly. Aunt Wang. Chapter 258. Being called Aunt Wang by Luoshi, Aunt Wang was a little stunned. Apart from a very few close relatives who called her Aunt Wang, everyone else addressed her as Director Wang, etc. However, Alice had helped Kyushu so much, so she didn't mind being called Aunt Wang. She just felt a sense of familiarity. If Luoshi calls you Aunt Wang, then I can call you that too, right? Luoshi said with a smile. Of course, Aunt Wang answered without hesitation. Lucy lowered her head slightly. I have to go, Aunt Wang. I don't know when we meet again. I have a lot to do. Aunt Wang was silent for a moment before saying, Your abilities mean you're not an ordinary person. You have your own path to walk. We're so glad you chose to help weak planets. It's our greatest honor. Be careful on your journey, do your best, and don't overwork yourself. Because my parents raised me well, she's always been this way, so now I can't quite ignore it. Saying this, Lucy looked up at the two of them earnestly. Please say goodbye to Sister Baiyu and Mingwe. Goodbye, Sister Xiaotian. Goodbye, Aunt Wang. With that, she jumped into the sky without hesitation, disappearing in the blink of an eye as just a black dot. The two stared at the sky, unable to recover for a long time. Alice and Lucy looked so alike that for a moment, when Alice called their names, they seemed to see Lucy. Once in the air, Losai took out her spaceship. She had given the spaceship she stole from Planet Base to her home planet, keeping only the spaceship from Planet 020 capable of space jumps. The navigation system was reinstalled on it. Stone and Little Left and Little Right couldn't resist emerging from the space. Little Right gently tugged at Losai's sleeve. Master, isn't that your home? Why are you leaving? Master still has to go save Princess Losai. Little Right, you idiot. Little Left, finally feeling smarter than Little Right, shouted loudly. Before he could finish speaking, Little Right lashed out with his whip. Wha? I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you hitting me? Little Right, you insulted me, you deserve it. Losai comforted him, stroking a vine with one hand. Bright Moon is already on our home planet. Going back now would make me feel like an outsider. Heaven gave me a second chance, and even gave me such incredible abilities, I should cherish it. Anyway, there's nothing to do on our home planet, so I just wander around. Little Right was clever and saw through Losai's intentions. So, Master, are you going to save other planets in the future? Losai touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly, wondering if he was being too foolish. Oh, just wandering around and looking around, helping out when I have nothing to do, and refining energy gems is also beneficial to me. Stone, this is good, life on the lower planets is too miserable. Hearing this, Losai couldn't help but look at it with new eyes. I thought you hated humans. Stone haughtily snorted. I hate all the Imperial planets, they are the real culprits. Good for you, good turtle. Losai gave a thumbs up in praise. It is now February 20th, 4999 of the Seeking Light era. Having stayed on the home planet for almost 5 months, calculated according to the home planet's time, it's only a little over 2 months in interstellar time. Now, 5 months have passed since meeting Princess Losai, and the 6-month agreement is almost here. With the spaceship and stone alternating, they can barely arrive by the end of March, but it's a bit energy consuming. March 1st. The spaceship, having just completed a space jump, needed cooling down, so it was currently flying normally in space. Suddenly, the spaceship sounded an alarm. 2 spaceships are approaching from 890,000 kilometers to the east. Losai slightly increased the spaceship's speed, not wanting to waste time on something unimportant. However, the other ships were getting closer and closer, even changing direction. The spaceship had mostly been traveling in a straight line. The other ships were clearly hostile. Unfortunately, the spaceship had just completed a space jump and wouldn't be able to jump again for at least 24 hours. As the distance closed, Losai gradually made out the appearance of the other ships, one large and one small. Normal spaceships have very smooth exteriors and mostly uniform materials and colors, while the larger one's hull was a jumbled mess of colors, black, brown, silver, etc., and was pitted and uneven, with some obviously modified parts. It looked somewhat dilapidated, but its size was enormous. It was a full 6 times the size of Losai's spaceship. The larger spaceship looked like a child next to it. The smaller one looked relatively new, only slightly smaller than Losai's. It was a passenger ship from a planet they had just raided this year. Now, the other side had dispatched many small warships to intercept them, forcing Losai to stop. Looking at the dinosaur skull and crossbones printed on their ship, Losai raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, space pirates again. Space pirates are undocumented, They can't normally travel to any planet and are confined to their spaceships, which are essentially their homes, so their larger size is understandable. The other side used a special device to broadcast. The Dragon Legion is here. Hand over all your supplies, and we spare your lives. At this moment, someone in the Dragon Clan recognized Losai's ship. The robbery of A9-020 had caused quite a stir, and a bounty had been issued, offering a reward of up to 5 billion star coins for the capture of the thieves or the recovery of the stolen goods. The Dragon Clan's captain, who was also their leader, smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this news. Your eyesight is excellent. A9-020 is willing to offer a 5 billion reward, proving that the stolen goods are worth far more than 5 billion. Take them down. The Dragon Clan captain had no intention of handing them over to 020. They were interstellar pirates. The other planet might deny responsibility after taking back the goods. It was certainly more profitable to keep the goods in their own hands. The subordinates began attacking Losai's ship, mainly because the deterrent effect wasn't strong, and the ship was still new. They wanted to keep it for future use. Losai activated the ship's built-in energy shield, blocking all attacks. Her energy had already secretly seeped into the larger ship. At the very bottom of the ship was a planting area, about 4 acres in size, mostly planted with vegetables, but they were poorly maintained and wilted, cared for only by 2 half-grown, dirty, and thin mixed-breed children with red animal ears. The rest was cluttered with miscellaneous items, but nearby were neatly stacked stacks of yellowed, discarded books, their edges yellowed and wrinkled, clearly frequently used. 2 floors up were the living quarters for ordinary crew members, roughly estimated at around 20,000 based on the number of beds. The environment could only be described as filthy and chaotic, and there was also an armory. The 4th floor was a dedicated mess hall and entertainment area. The 5th floor was much better, housing about 100 people. The living conditions were much better, most of the food was stored here, and there was also an entertainment area. Chapter 259. Lassie had originally planned to skim over this level, but suddenly sensed other activity. After the energy dissipated, she discovered over 200 men and women dressed in uniform, loose white dresses, including children as young as 10. Without exception, they were all very beautiful, but thin and bony, with yellowish hair and signs of malnutrition. Their eyes were vacant, and their exposed arms and legs bore numerous blue and red welts from pinching and whipping. Lassie could roughly guess at a glance why they were being kept. Quickly scanning this level, the 6th level mainly contained small warships and various equipment, weapons, etc. The energy gems and other valuable items were on the 7th level, along with many other things Lassie had never seen before. The spaceship had 9 levels in total, each with a different function. Lassie scanned the entire spaceship in less than 2 minutes. At this moment, her own spaceship's energy shield, having withstood 3 waves of increasingly powerful attacks, was on the verge of shattering. Losai withdrew the energy she had just probed, then thrust her hands outwards, with a sudden burst of power. The invisible energy seemed to radiate slowly through the universe, gently passing through her own ship. However, upon contact with the smaller warships outside, it possessed an overwhelming force. A transparent energy wave surged, blasting the small warships several kilometers away, billowing smoke as they plummeted into the endless universe, exploding halfway through their fall. The Dragon Captain was stunned. What kind of attack is that? A new technology? He wasn't saddened by the loss of his underlings and over 10 small warships. He was more concerned about Losai's move. As a bandit, he had to keep up with the technology, or he starved sooner or later. The first mate frowned deeply. When we resupplied on that planet last time, the informant didn't mention this. It probably doesn't exist. Should we still try to capture them? With such an attack, capturing them would likely require considerable manpower and resources. The captain tapped the cockpit table twice with his right index finger. Capture them. With their technology, the Dragon Legion status in interstellar space would undoubtedly rise to another level. The first mate immediately deployed 30 small warships and 2 large warships, including the weapons on board to both ships, a considerable force. However, just as the large warship opened its hatch, before all the warships had even flown out, the hatch slammed shut with the speed of a falling meteor, cleaving one of the warships in 2. The first mate was about to use his weapons to attack when he discovered the entire control panel had malfunctioned, including the pilots. All the doors inside the ship slammed shut, and the dozen or so people in the cockpit surrounded the captain. They were all ability users, and top-tier ones at that. What happened? The captain hadn't finished speaking when he was suddenly thrown backward and crashed into the wall. Thump thud. His body and head separated instantly upon impact.
The others were stunned, but they didn't even have time to utter a last word as their heads were severed and fell to the ground. Ability is nothing before absolute power. Perhaps they could withstand 100 tons of force, but what about 1,000 tons, 10,000 tons? The energy within Losai's body was almost enough to destroy a small planet, let alone a spaceship. The warships that emerged from outside, along with the captain and others, died simultaneously. The remaining people also perished within a minute, except for the 2 farm children at the very bottom and those who had been imprisoned. Losai packed away her own spaceship and the enemy's smaller one, not forgetting to discard the corpses inside the smaller one, before heading towards the Dragon Clan's ship. The previously closed hatch opened with a wave of her hand. Passing through layers of hatches, she first stored most of the weapons, energy gems, and food into her spatial storage. Then, she reached the 5th level and opened the cages. Hearing footsteps, the group huddled together, not daring to even look up. Only when a pair of clean, bright women's shoes appeared before them did a few people raise their heads. They had never seen her before, and judging from her attire, she didn't seem to be from the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan didn't have such a beautiful and clean woman. Her green eyes were calm and unwavering, looking at them as if they were normal people, not slaves. Her cool voice asked, "You are free now. Are you all from the same planet?" No, one of the women, who appeared to be an adult, cautiously replied, not truly believing Losai's words. Losai scratched his head. "That's troublesome. Who among you can fly a spaceship?" Hearing this, more and more people looked up. It seemed this person was telling the truth. They looked at each other, but no one answered. "None of you can? Fine, you guys go out and get something to eat on the 4th floor." Losai flung open the door of the large iron cage and led the way towards the passage to the next floor. After taking a couple of steps and seeing they still hadn't moved, Losai could only feign ferocity. "Come out if you don't want to die." Only then did the group get up and follow Losai. Seeing the corpses of the dragons along the way, they gradually became convinced they were truly saved. Many even trampled and spat on the corpses, showing no fear at the sight of the dead. They had seen far too many of their former comrades die at the hands of these people. Now that their revenge was complete, they only felt a sense of satisfaction. There were quite a few corpses in the 4th floor canteen as well. It was lunchtime, and many people were eating there. There were plenty of hot meals ready in the canteen, and the 200 or so people rushed over and frantically stuffed their mouths. Interstellar bandits roam the universe, and supplies are not always guaranteed. They are usually given leftovers and some low-quality nutritional supplements. Sometimes, if there isn't enough, they're given nothing at all. Halfway through their meal, the woman who had spoken first and a little boy brought bread and a bowl of clean meat broth to Losai. "Benefactor, please have some too." The little boy's voice was clear and slightly ingratiating. "Benefactor sister, thank you for saving us." Losai patted the little boy's head. "I'm not hungry, you eat first." Then Losai remembered there were 2 people on the lowest floor. They looked like they had been oppressed, so she didn't harm them. She scanned the entire 4th floor and found the pager. "The 2 of you farming at the bottom, come up to the 5th floor cafeteria." The 2 below, unaware that the Dragon Legion members were all dead, assumed the higher-ups were dissatisfied with their crops and cautiously ascended to the 2nd floor. Seeing the corpses scattered everywhere, one of the younger boys' legs went weak. The older girl pleaded hopefully, "Don't be afraid, maybe someone's coming to rescue them." The boy calmed down a bit. "Should we still go up?" The girl thought for a moment and nodded. "The one who called us must have killed the Dragon Legion members. Since they know we're here, we have to go." Hopefully, it wasn't some other interstellar bandits who raided the Dragon Legion. Hearing the last part, the boy's legs went weak again. Yes, some interstellar bandits do raid each other. Sometimes it's a skirmish, sometimes it's a desperate fight. Judging from the current situation, the Dragon Legion had lost. Wouldn't he have just escaped one trap only to fall into another? A short while later, the 2 arrived on the 5th floor. Seeing the people dressed in matching skirts enjoying their meal, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. She recognized them. Since the winter allowed them to eat as much as they wanted, they couldn't be completely heartless. Chapter 260. After scanning the room, her gaze finally settled on a woman dressed differently at the dining table. "Those 2 haven't done anything wrong, have they?" Rossi asked the woman and the little boy beside her. Both shook their heads simultaneously. "No, we never seen them." The girl overheard this, and, fearing Rossi might misunderstand and think she had done something wrong, quickly explained, "We were also captured and have been assigned to do hard labor and farm work down here. We never harmed anyone." Reassured, Rossi said to the 2, "Let's go eat." The girl swallowed hard.
She hadn't had a proper meal in a long time, and her stomach was constantly only 3/10 full. From the first to the 5th floor, the smells had made her mouth water involuntarily. After bowing to Rossi in gratitude, she and the boy headed towards the kitchen, their steps quickening considerably. Seeing that everyone was already full but still stuffing their mouths, Losai slammed her hand on the table, her expression cold and authoritative. "That's enough. You can eat and drink normally from now on, just don't stuff yourselves to death." The unusually timid group, now tamed, trembled and obediently stopped eating. She gathered them together and began asking questions. "Does anyone know how to pilot a spaceship? Even a little bit is fine." She still had to go to be one imperial planet. She couldn't personally escort them all home. Some shook their heads, others said they didn't know how. The girl responsible for farming, having observed for a while without finding anyone who knew how, and now emboldened by her meal, slowly raised her hand. "I read many books on this, but I never actually tried it." Blue knows a little. Blue, whose name was called by his sister, shrank back. Everyone was looking at him. He was still somewhat afraid. "Lucy, all right, it's just the two of you. Anyone else want to learn spaceship piloting? Come on over. The rest of you are free to do as you please, but don't touch the weapons." They thought only a few would follow her, but everyone came. Their thinking was simple. They were afraid of the empty spaceship, and with so many people on the ground, what if someone came back to life? While they were somewhat afraid of Lucy, they also trusted her. After all, she had killed so many people single-handedly, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. If she wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. She wouldn't have waited until now. Upon reaching the cockpit, Lucy easily unlocked the access pass and looked at the few who were truly interested in learning. "My name is Lucy, the Xian West. What are your names?" The girl answered first. "Jianger, this is my younger brother, Blue." The woman who had spoken earlier also intended to learn. "Anda." "Lucy, all right, the spaceship can be piloted on autopilot most of the time. What you mainly learn is how to change course when encountering danger, defense, and attack." Although only these three were truly interested in learning, the others listened attentively. After teaching them for most of the day, Losai even let the three of them practice. She recorded first-person videos of her explanations, so she could review them later. Now, they're basically capable of flying, and with permission from the cockpit, they can open the storage rooms. "I have other matters to attend to. You can decide where to go next. The ship has enough food for 6 months' worth of normal living. The navigation system has information on every planet. The nearest one will only take 5 or 6 days. Once you land on a planet, you can sell the ship and some of its weapons. You get a good amount of money, enough to live on the new planet. I can't help you return to our home planet. You have to rely on yourselves." Although Losai had taken all the weapons from the warehouse, she hadn't touched the corpse. There were still many items that could be sold. After only half a day together, everyone had just accepted that they had been rescued and that Losai existed, and now she was leaving. Enda tried to stop her, but there are no spaceships outside. Taking a warship is too dangerous. She had assumed Losai was going to travel in the combat ship within this spaceship. Combat ships are primarily for attack and speed, but their endurance isn't very good, and besides, they're smaller than this spaceship, making them vulnerable in danger. "I have a spaceship. Good luck, I'm going now." With that, Losai strode away. The others followed her for a long time, bewildered, until she easily opened the hatch with a wave of her hand, realizing her capabilities, and feeling much more at ease. Back in the cockpit, they consulted the navigation system and discussed which planet to go to. After checking, they found that the 200-plus people came from 14 different planets. Since their piloting skills weren't proficient, they couldn't send everyone back one by one. Finally, the minority yielded to the majority, and they decided to go to the closest of everyone's home planets, which would take about half a month, not too long. The further they went, the higher the probability of encountering danger. Everyone was only half-baked and dared not fly for long periods. Jianga learned the fastest. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she repeatedly confirmed the route and destination were correct before clicking autopilot. April 1st. Lossie and Stone successfully approached B1 Imperial Star. From a distance in space, it appeared predominantly yellowish-green, with almost no large oceans, resembling large rivers flowing through it. Lossie's landing was slow this time, avoiding being mistaken for a meteorite and blown up. She didn't know which city she landed in. Lacking an identity crystal, she finally found a slightly run-down internet cafe. The old man, knowing she was unregistered, immediately raised the price, demanding 300 for the internet cafe originally priced at 269. Losai didn't bother arguing with him, But just as she was about to leave, the old man started selling fake crystals again. A 1-month validity cost 1,000 star coins, a 1-year validity cost 10,000 star coins, and a permanent one cost 100,000 star coins. Outrageously expensive. Losai didn't plan to stay long and had no intention of buying any crystals, so she left. With a webcam, Losai casually found a step by the roadside to sit down and began searching for information. She was currently in a small second-tier city. The capital of B1 Imperial Star was about 2,000 kilometers away. Having determined her route, she searched for information about Princess Losai. Busy with official duties, she might not even be here. It had been almost 7 months since their last meeting. She had restarted a subsidiary planet of A6 Imperial Star, expected to be completed in April, and should be on her way back now. Finding a secluded corner, Losai rested in her spatial dimension for a day. The next day, once the stone had cooled down, she teleported directly to the capital, Ifka City. The palace where the Ifka royal family resides is also named Ifka Palace. However, she hadn't expected such strict controls in the city. Nearby smart surveillance detected that Losai was humanoid and lacked any internal crystal sensing, immediately classifying her as an undocumented resident and taking her to the police station. Losai was originally strolling around the streets, looking at some interesting things. B1 Imperial Planet wasn't the largest of the existing planets, but its strength was still relatively high. Every ordinary street was lined with a dazzling array of goods. Chapter 261. Her greatest interest was still food, but without crystals, she couldn't even easily enter a shop. Out of caution, she limited her hearing range to 500 meters. As she walked, the sound of a bullet being chambered suddenly reached her ears. She pretended not to notice and continued walking normally, but the next second, she slightly pushed off with her calves, propelling herself into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. A few police officers, who were fairly quick-witted, fired 2 shots into the sky but missed. They assumed she was just an undocumented immigrant and had only sent ordinary auxiliary police officers, lacking any special abilities. Arriving in the suburbs, she flashed into her spatial dimension. She couldn't go to the city for the time being. She sat cross-legged and began purifying the remaining 2 trillion plus energy gems in her spatial dimension. Of the 4 trillion stolen from A9-020, she gave 1 trillion to her home planet, leaving her with 3 trillion. However, she had been purifying energy in her spatial dimension every day while on the spaceship. Now she had a better understanding of her upgraded body. Purifying energy gems can enhance one's abilities, and the initial changes after energy absorption are indeed significant, but now they are negligible. The body's energy absorption capacity is saturated. Any further forced absorption will slowly dissipate or flow into the dantian, lower abdomen. However, to use energy attacks, the body still needs to store some energy. Currently, the spatial volume has increased from 10 billion cubic meters to 15 billion cubic meters. 10,000 units of energy have increased from 100 tons of strength to 150 tons. The area of the gray soil has increased from 30 acres to 40 acres. The distance between the 3 senses has increased to 20,000 meters. The body's strength and defense remain almost unchanged, still at 100 tons, less than 101 tons. The space stored over 600 billion units of purified energy, after deducting what was used and what was supplied to Xiaozhua, Xiaoyu, and the stone. Now, the body has essentially reached a new level, no longer needing to absorb energy, only continuously purifying it. For this universe, it's truly a chosen workhorse. Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu, having absorbed enough energy, have fallen asleep again. The stone, meanwhile, is busy harvesting peaches. The only peach tree is ripe. It needs to separate the flesh from the pit and then replant it. 40 acres. It's constantly busy. It also cultivates 10 acres of watermelons and bananas, 5 acres of the original variety, and 5 acres of the improved version for Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu. Besides these, there are many more vegetables and staple crops, which can be harvested on average every 4 days. The stone is either planting or harvesting. Luckily, it has some control over its actions, otherwise, it would be exhausted. The number of chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and sheep had multiplied several times over, and a considerable amount of meat had been stockpiled. The current reserves in low-size space were enough to feed everyone on the home planet for a day. Seeing that she had reached her absorption limit, Losai stopped at the opportune moment, ate a simple meal in the space, and then left. She turned on her internet, and began searching for valuable items from the Avika royal family. Most importantly, she needed to find out the original owner's genetic sample. Otherwise, even if she rescued Losai,
they would continue to create new clones. This information certainly wasn't available online, but it might give her a clue. Various pieces of information flashed through her mind, and finally, she focused on Princess Losai's personal medical team, with a doctor named Devin Porter. After researching the doctor online, and comparing his photos and videos on social media with a detailed map of Ivka City, Losai pinpointed his approximate location. He quietly made his way to an affluent neighborhood. Surveillance was everywhere, but fortunately, the houses were spaced far apart and had excellent greenery, allowing him to blend in. What surprised Losai most was that each villa had the owner's name engraved on its gate. After searching for a while, he finally found the Potter family home in the center. A television was playing from inside, along with a woman's laughter, presumably Devin's wife. According to Devin's social media accounts, he had a mixed-race wife and a son, and Devin himself was also mixed-race. Because their parents were both mixed species, their generation had undergone a significant hybridization, and their mixed blood couldn't be identified by a single species. Losai shielded himself with energy to prevent his scent from being detected. B1 Imperial Planet also uses a 48-hour clock. It was currently 8 p.m., and it would be dark in 4 hours. Lucy sat in a tree in the garden, observing the house. Besides security cameras, there was an alarm system. If the cameras were damaged or obstructed, the alarm would sound. She slightly flicked her right index finger, and a stream of energy passed through the wall and into the house, finding the study. It contained many paper books, but unfortunately, no documents or electronic devices were left behind. After searching unsuccessfully, Lucy withdrew the energy. A short while later, a disheveled child of about 10 years old, wearing a blue short-sleeved school uniform, returned. His face had pale white scales, and his mouth protruded in a pointed shape, somewhat like that of a snake or lizard. He also had 2 black, pointed horns like those on a Doritos chip on his forehead, and his feet were unusually large. Only 3 fingers were visible, with sharp, long, black nails. The gate to the yard opened automatically upon recognizing the owner. The mother greeted him at the villa entrance. "Arrow, welcome home. Did anything interesting happen at school today?" The child excitedly recounted his school adventures, and the mother and son chatted and laughed as they entered the house. An hour later, the mother had prepared dinner and, seeing her husband hadn't returned, called to urge him. He said he was working overtime and would be back soon. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, Losai heard a car and the sounds of a man and a woman. However, the car didn't stop directly in front of the house, but at the entrance to this affluent neighborhood. "Dr. Devin, can't you really come in for a bit?" A soft, charming voice asked, accompanied by the sound of fingers twirling the hem of her clothes. "My family is urging me to come home. I have to go." "I definitely make it up to you next time I have time off," a refined yet slightly hoarse male voice replied. Seeing Morgan turn away, Devin could only comfort her. "Morgan, my darling, you're so understanding." Then, without further ado, they started kissing, for a full 5 minutes. Losai thought they were going to stop, but then they went straight to, "You know?" Losai was speechless. They were incredibly bold and disgusting. After a quick 10-minute finish, Morgan got out of the car, and Devin sprayed cologne inside before daring to drive home. Upon arriving home, Devin warmly embraced his wife and child, expressing his guilt for not spending enough time with them. His wife stepped back somewhat disgustedly. "Why have you been wearing so much cologne lately? You know my sense of smell is very sensitive. This scent is too strong for me." Chapter 262. Devin quickly lowered his tone and apologized. "I've been developing a new drug lately, and all the different smells mixed together are really awful. It makes me want to vomit even when it's on my clothes. You can't stand such a strong smell. I get a lighter one next time." Hearing her husband say this, his wife still didn't let him off the hook. "Humph, how many times have I told you these past few days? You still haven't changed it." "Devin, I was just trying to save money, so I can take you to the Cloud-Planet during the annual leave. That perfume was a gift from my junior colleague in the office. It's quite expensive. I can't waste it. I replace it with a new one as soon as it's finished." His wife's happiness finally surfaced when the topic of travel came up, and she ushered Seven into the house. "Has it recovered already in such a short time? Will it still be barren when we go?" "No, the energy there is plentiful, and the plants are growing very fast. The sooner we go, the better. The energy hasn't been fully absorbed by the planet yet, so we can absorb some into our bodies. Once we're fully integrated into Rainbow Dash, going there will be the same as going to any other planet, unless Rainbow Dash reappears." Devin patiently answered his wife's questions. Listening to their conversation, Losai pondered how to extract information from Devin.
Killing or kidnapping him was definitely out of the question. It would immediately alert the Afika royal family, who would hide Losai's genetic sample even deeper, perhaps even in multiple locations. Even if she destroyed one, countless others would emerge. Forcing him to reveal the truth was risky. After all, he served the Afika royal family. If she let him go, he would likely tell them immediately, which wasn't safe either. After careful consideration, she realized she had to start with his family and lover. Devon was still there, so Lucy decided to go check on Morgan's lover first. Hearing was always on, so he wasn't far, and was still within her range. She quickly followed, arriving on the street outside. There were 3 people waiting for the hover bus, 2 women and 1 man. The 2 women didn't speak, and Lucy couldn't tell who they were. They had been too far away before, and the trees had blocked her view. She had only heard their voices, not seen their faces. Lucy was now hiding in a tree in the green belt behind the platform. The only man was taking out lipstick and a small mirror from his bag to touch up his makeup. One of the women glanced at him, and although she looked away quickly, the man noticed. He slammed the mirror shut with his left hand and glared at the woman. "What are you looking at? Never seen a man put on makeup before?" "Humph." The woman awkwardly walked away, moving to a spot further away from the man on the platform. Losai was stunned. So Dr. Devon's affair was with a man. Morgan suddenly looked back, feeling like someone else was watching him, but a quick scan revealed no one else. In that instant, Losai also got a clear look at him. Dangerously dangerous golden vertical pupils, fair skin, deep-set, prominent brows, and eyebrows that weren't hair, but rather yellowish-brown scales fading towards his forehead. He slightly opened his mouth, releasing a bright red tongue. Still no smell, he turned back to face the spot, relieved. A chill ran down Losai's spine. Thankfully, his scent was completely masked by the energy. Morgan had long, slightly wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. He was probably 2 meters tall, but very thin. The people of B1 are all very tall. No, to be precise, the more developed the planet, the taller the people, especially some mixed-race individuals, who can reach 5 or 6 meters. Dr. Devon was about 2.5 meters tall, making Morgan appear petite next to him. Furthermore, while browsing Dr. Devon's social media, there was a group photo of his medical team, and Morgan was prominently featured. Interesting. So the perfume her junior gave her was most likely a gift from Morgan. Should she approach Morgan or Devon's wife? However, even if a couple knows about a husband's infidelity, they might not necessarily side with an outsider. Morgan seems easier to approach. Just then, the hovercar Morgan was to ride and arrived. Rossi flicked his right hand, and a ball of energy attached itself to Morgan. This way, even if they were tens of kilometers apart, Rossi could find him, a kind of enhanced ability. Morgan's place was quite far away. It took Rossi half an hour of winding travel to reach it. Contrary to his imagined bourgeois lifestyle, he lived in a rather old apartment shared with others. Rosie used her energy to survey his room. It was a very ordinary room, fairly clean overall. He had 5 or 6 bags, the patterns a bit ugly, probably designer brands. The only unusual thing was a photo of him and Devon in white coats on the bedside table. Judging by the picture, they seemed quite affectionate. After a moment's thought, while Morgan was taking a shower, Rosie controlled the paper and pen in the room to write a message, tore it off, and placed it on his bed. When he returned, the first thing he saw was the letter. There was no other sound or scent. He held out the letter, his eyes still cautiously scanning the room. Could it be someone with special abilities? "Come out, let's talk this over." No one responded. He carefully picked up the paper. It read, "Do me a favor. Devon or money, your choice." He quickly glanced at the paper, repeatedly spitting out the letter. What did the sender mean? Did the person reading the letter still have someone in the room? He opened the wardrobe doorway, then checked under the bed. He searched every possible hiding place. Nothing. He went to the window and drew back the curtains. Cars streamed by below, but there was no one suspicious. He closed the curtains again, sat on the bed, and pondered for a long time. He looked out at the empty room and said, "You want to know about Prince Rossi? You might not be able to afford this." Rossi, perched in the tree, raised an eyebrow. He was quite clever. He guessed his intentions without asking a single question. The fact that he hadn't mentioned Devon made things rather intriguing. Having received no reply, Morgan assumed the person who left the letter was gone. The next second, a pen on the bedside table flew up. On the paper in his hand, he wrote, 10 million. Morgan initially thought it was 10 million energy gems, but the suffix gradually appeared, star coins, which was 100 million energy gems. His eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had managed to infiltrate Princess Lox's medical team through connections, he was currently just an ordinary nurse doing odd jobs, earning only 2,500 star coins a month. To earn 10 million, he would have to work non-stop for over 300 years. But that wasn't enough. He whispered, Princess Lox's price is more than that. Loxy added another 0, but he still felt it wasn't enough. After some final discussion, they settled on 500 million. So what exactly do you want me to do? Morgan asked. He had been so engrossed in the discussion that he had been fantasizing about living a good life that he had forgotten to ask this mysterious person what their purpose was. Chapter 263. Lossie wrote, Princess Loss's genetic sample, all locations. Morgan was startled, thinking she was being far too delusional. I don't know a single thing, let alone all of them. He had initially thought she wanted a single hair or a fragment of Princess Lossie's nail, or at worst, blood. Instead, she demanded the locations of all her genetic samples. Lossie calmly wrote, the price you agreed to is either death or finding a way to complete the mission. Morgan frowned. If I die, Princess Lossie will become suspicious, and you have no chance of getting the genetic sample. Let's pretend nothing happened, and I won't tell anyone about today's events. Lossie, your status is low enough that I can make you die suddenly from an illness without anyone suspecting anything. If you dare to tell anyone, even living in the palace, I have ways to kill you. Morgan gritted his teeth, but was powerless. Given her control, he was certain she wasn't lying when she said she could kill him. Today was truly a day of terrible luck. I shouldn't have let money cloud my judgment. You probably know Princess Rosie is a clone. If you want to create a replica of her, I can try to get you a genetic sample location, or a single hair. That's all I can get. It's not that I don't want to work for you, it's just that everything related to Princess Rosie is under constant surveillance. As medical personnel, we have to undergo a full-body scan after each contact. If anyone is found carrying any part of her body, they be executed on the spot. A single hair is my limit. He didn't know this before, but after drinking with Devon one time, he learned this secret. Devon sobered up instantly the moment he uttered the words. Morgan swore he never seen Devon so fierce before, his eyes filled with scrutiny, as if he were considering whether to kill him. Fortunately, Devon spared him out of consideration for their past relationship, and he promised not to reveal anything. Lossie slowly wrote, I only want the genetic sample, everything. If you can't find someone else, can't you? Morgan immediately thought of Devon, Princess Lossie's attending physician. If he had any connections he could currently use, he might have access to Princess Lossie's genetic sample, and he would be the most likely to know. However, he couldn't possibly know everything. Why don't you go to Devon? My status is too low, I really can't do anything. Lossie, he's more loyal to the Ifka royal family. You're different. Even if Devon threatened him to reveal it, he'd probably report it as soon as he left. Even if he could kill him later, Lossie's genetic sample would definitely have been transferred long ago. She figured Princess Lossie couldn't escape on her own, so something special must be binding her. Just to be safe, she didn't use her energy to search the Ifka royal family extensively. What Lossie didn't know was how much danger this choice saved her. Looking at the words on the paper, Morgan, despite being annoyed, laughed out loud. Devon was loyal, more loyal than a dog. I figure something out. For something so risky, there has to be some deposit. Lossie, the yellow plastic bag in the trash can downstairs. Morgan immediately got up and went downstairs, rummaged through the trash can, found the yellow trash bag, felt its contents, confirmed it was the energy gem, and eagerly returned to his room to open the bag. He didn't often handle energy gems, but he roughly knew their value. Though small, they were extremely transparent, worth about $1 million. His golden, vertical pupils gleamed with longing, he already decided how to spend them. A piece of paper he casually tossed on the bed flew to his side, bearing a few extra words. Be discreet, don't deposit into your account, the system will detect it as abnormal. Morgan pouted and rolled his eyes impatiently, but he still took it to heart. Lossie didn't leave immediately. After a while, Morgan, dressed elegantly in high heels and carrying a small handbag, went shopping. He didn't go to the bustling, bright streets, but instead went to a second-hand market, exchanging energy gems for several bags and a few pieces of clothing. After shopping, he went to a bar and stayed until late at night. Lossie, unsure where to go, entered a space in a tree below his building to rest. The next day, after watching him go to work, Lossie went to Devon's house. Now only his wife was home. She took out Devon's clothes, intending to throw them in the washing machine,
but hesitated for a moment before bringing them to her nose and sniffing. They'd been married for 8 or 9 years. Devon had never used perfume before. Something must be wrong with him. After sniffing for a while, she vaguely detected a fishy, musty smell and a hint of saliva. She clutched the clothes tightly, threw them heavily on the floor, and stomped on them a few times in a fit of anger. But after calming down, she still picked up the clothes and threw them in the washing machine, then sat on the sofa, hugging her knees and weeping. She might not be able to get accurate information from Morgan, so Losai decided to try both. A piece of paper and a pen appeared before her, on which were written words that pierced her heart. "Your husband is cheating on you." Larry, startled by the sudden paper, instinctively grabbed a sofa pillow as a precaution. "Who are you?" Rossi added, "It's a man." Upon hearing this, Larry was instantly enraged. Forgetting the danger, "He dares." Rossi remained silent, waiting for her to react. "Who is it? Who is that person?" "Rossi, do me a favor and I tell you." Larry, "Okay, tell me." Rossi didn't answer directly, but instead said, "Do you hate Devon? He betrayed you. I can give you a large sum of money." Larry wasn't stupid. She realized that what this man wanted her to do was related to her husband, and her husband was connected to Princess Rossi. Previously many had approached her, but the area was heavily guarded, and most were apprehended before they could even get close. She had seen a couple, but at the time, her relationship with Devon was still good, so she refused them all. But now it was different. Her husband's infidelity, and with a man at that, was unbearable. The thought of sleeping in the same bed with him made her feel unclean. The thought of her wedding vows made her nauseous. Clutching her pillow, she silently resolved, "Devon, I told you before, if you dare betray me, I make you pay. It's Princess Lashi, right? What do you want to know?" Lashi reiterated her purpose, promising her 100 million, and that if the truth came out, she could take her to live on another planet. Leary pondered seriously, "I know one of them now, but Devon probably doesn't know the whole story." As her husband, she had inadvertently learned that Princess Lashi was a clone over time, and understood the gravity of the matter, never daring to mention it to anyone else. Chapter 264. Unexpectedly, this information alone was worth 100 million. "Lashi, the more the better. Here's a deposit of 1 million, under the tree in the yard." After a brief exchange, Lashi left the items, and went directly into her spatial dimension. In the afternoon, Devon returned. Lashi observed Larry's actions and speech. He was reasonably cautious, so there shouldn't be any problems for now, but getting information out of him would take some time. She turned to Morgan, who was muttering to himself, "He didn't come." Lashi looked at the banknotes he had prepared and replied, "He came." Morgan reported on today's progress. Basically, he hadn't gotten anything out of him yet, but tomorrow was his day off, and he had invited him for drinks. Lashi knew it wouldn't be that easy. She planned to wait until Princess Lashi returned before taking action. Morgan chuckled, nervously rubbing his hands. "Give me another million, I want to dress up nicely for the date tomorrow." Lashi was speechless for a moment, then gave him 100,000 energy gems. The next day, Lashi came to Larry's place again, but there was still no progress. However, to intensify her hatred, she told her husband about his date with the other man. Larry was even more disappointed. "He told me he's working overtime today." Although her husband was Princess Lashi's attending physician, he also conducted his own experiments in his spare time, and occasionally worked overtime. So, even though they had planned to go to the amusement park with the children on their day off, she had no choice but to accept the overtime. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again, her eyes filled with disappointment. She stood up. "I go see." Lashi followed, partly to watch the drama unfold, and partly to prevent Larry from impulsively rushing out. Fortunately, Larry remained rational. Upon seeing Morgan, she understood everything, the perfume no wonder. April 10th. After several days of running around, Losai learned from Larry about the location of another gene sample, quite smoothly. However, judging from Larry's words, Devon probably didn't know the other locations. Losai watched her eyes first move downwards, and then to the right. She was lying. Losai didn't act yet, just hadn't expected her to betray them so quickly. Human hearts are unpredictable. As for Morgan, she was just a freeloader. She'd taken 2 million from him, and only managed to extract half a bit of information, just a suspicion, not entirely confirmed. However, combining what Larry gave her, Losai had pinpointed a location, but it wasn't necessarily true. She couldn't act yet. Meanwhile, on the same day, the Princess Itka returned. Watching the spaceship approaching in the sky, Losai released a suitable amount of energy around herself, The other party should be able to sense it. Princess Luoshi, who had been pale and being helped into her dress by her maids, smiled upon sensing the familiar energy. The maids, who were selecting suitable jewelry, saw the princess, who had been sullen, finally smile and immediately asked, "Your Highness, what made you so happy?" Hearing this, Luoshi's smile vanished instantly. "You have no right to ask." These maids, though called maids, were actually all top-tier ability users, there to guard her. Any unusual behavior from her would be reported. She spent her days either reporting or preparing to report. Even if they were all together, they couldn't defeat her, but she only had one life. If she killed them and couldn't escape, she would be the one to die. The maid pursed her lips slightly, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. She remained silent, quietly applying blush to the princess's pale face. The spaceship landed, and Princess Lashi, dressed in magnificent attire, appeared before the assembled reporters. The flashes were blinding, but Princess Lashi seemed oblivious, calmly smiling and waving to the cameras. Behind her followed the most powerful generals and soldiers of planet Ifka, all wearing sunglasses. Many soldiers stood in a long line, maintaining order and protecting the princess. Lashi watched from afar, perched in a tree. Clothes make the man, and even though 99% of faces are the same, the person before her felt completely different. She was a true princess, exquisitely beautiful, elegant, and dignified. Princess Lashi sensed the arrival of another version of herself. Her smile widened, and her greeting to Lashi became even more enthusiastic. The reporters, thinking she was being greeted, were frantically pressing the shutter button to capture this breathtaking moment. Besides reporters, there were also many ordinary people here. With her outstanding performance in restarting the planet twice, Princess Lashi had become a highly sought-after idol for everyone on B1 Imperial Planet and throughout the interstellar world. Now, the streets within a kilometer radius were packed with people of all colors. Lashi casually touched her bracelet. She had been forced to wear it because of her unauthorized energy emission last time. Every time she emitted energy, it would be detected and transmitted to her father, and her living space was shrinking. Lashi had initially wondered why her mother hadn't sent her a message, but seeing her subtle gesture, she roughly understood what was going on. Things were far more complicated than she had imagined. The enemy must have developed numerous devices to restrict Princess Lashi's abilities. Fortunately, as long as she was far enough away, things shouldn't be too difficult. Lashi used energy to form words, explaining the 2 gene samples she had found, and asked if she could go to the palace, and if she knew the location of the other gene samples. After all, judging from the large number of people behind her, it was clear that getting out would be difficult. Princess Lashi shook her head to both sides, indicating that it was impossible. Lashi could only think of another way. At this moment, someone from the civilians on the next level suddenly raised a banner that had originally been pure white. "Please, Princess Lashi, save our home planet." A petition written in blood by 10,000 people. Lashi could clearly smell the blood on it. The pure white banner was almost completely stained red by the names formed by blood. A dozen or so people shouted loudly. Just as the soldiers were about to control the riders, a third of the crowd raised their hands. The network projector cast lasers, forming electronic banners with the surrounding people, all pleading with Lashi to save their home planet. Princess Lashi's smile froze. Her upbringing had instilled in her a love for commoners, and she harbored a lifelong dream of saving the universe. However, her understanding of human suffering had always remained superficial. Only upon seeing the blood-written letter did she truly grasp its weight. She could clearly sense that the blood on it belonged to far more than 10,000 people, perhaps even 20,000 or 30,000. It was too heavy. In the past, when she appeared in public, the signs held up by the public featured her cartoon image, filled with words of encouragement and praise, and everyone wore a happy smile. But today was different. They were silent, in pain, numb yet tinged with a glimmer of hope, and all these emotions were directed at her alone. Others might observe them with a few seconds of silence, quickly discarding those feelings once they left. Chapter 265. Like Lashi, she could sense human emotions, and those seemingly intangible feelings weighed heavily on her heart like a mountain. Half of the surrounding soldiers dispersed to stop the crowd, while the general behind Princess Lashi extended his right hand, pushing her forward with his arm. The road wasn't long. Her personal hover car was just 200 meters away. Lashi was quickly led into the car, and the driver immediately sped away. Banners in the crowd were torn down or forcibly closed by the soldiers one by one. Many people cried out, loudly questioning the soldiers. Didn't the Star-Lord say that raising Princess Lashi was for a better future for the universe? Why didn't you save our planet? It's about to die completely. Why? Why do you take our things?
You keep exploiting us. Why? Without you, we could have lived peacefully on our home planet. You are a mask of hypocrisy. You are nothing but plunderers. Please, questions, and curses echoed through the chaotic crowd. Losai waited half an hour until the crowd gradually dispersed before leaving. Princess Losai couldn't come out, nor could she use her abilities. One-way communication was useless. After spending a day wandering around the outside of Ika Palace to get a general idea of its layout, Losai hid in an open park, searching for a possible breakthrough. After several hours of fruitless searching, Losai thought of Qin Dinglan. If only she had that ability, she could easily pinpoint the location of the gene samples. Now wasn't the time to save her. Losai activated all her hearing, letting all sounds flood her ears, her brain racing to try and sift through the noise for useful information. The energy shield of Ika Palace was peculiar. She couldn't hear anything inside. Nearly half an hour later, rubbing her temples, she deactivated her enhanced hearing. She had found a good place, the black market. For someone like her, without official status and unable to show herself, the black market was the most convenient option. Entering the black market, Losai went straight to the slave trading area. 90% of the slaves were mixed-race individuals of varying appearances and builds, each possessing their own racial traits, and 10% had acquired abilities. A waiter enthusiastically inquired, "What type of slave does the customer want? Or simply tell me the purpose, and I can recommend one for you." Losai, "Something for mind control or illusion, the kind that creates illusions." The waiter looked troubled. "Slaves with these abilities are very rare. There might only be 1 or 2 a year." Losai frowned slightly. This was probably the largest black market in the capital. If even this place didn't have them, she'd have to look in other cities. As he spoke, the waiter clicked a few times on the screen projected by the internet cafe, and then a picture of a little girl appeared. "If your requirements aren't too strict, I have another candidate here. She's just turned 10 years old, and her ancestors included bamboo rats, rabbits, ferrets. A total of 8 genes, but the human part is still predominant. As you can see, she's quite cute. Her only drawback is that she has weak mind control, and she's very frail, and has very strict requirements for food." Losai looked at the little girl on the screen. Her fair face had a pair of round, deep red eyes filled with moisture, very little white in them, a small, round, pink animal nose, and a pair of small rabbit teeth peeking out. She had a head of slightly messy, thick, short white hair, topped with a pair of light pink, triangular, fluffy ears. She was undeniably cute. Losai raised an eyebrow slightly. Weak abilities didn't matter. She possessed the ability to improve her strength as long as she absorbed nutrients properly. "What does she usually eat?" she asked. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the waiter tried to be more tactful. "Some large fruits, the kind grown in high oxygen environments, like those from giants." Losai's lips curled into a smile. This was perfect for her. She had more space than she could eat. However, her dietary requirements were indeed rather demanding. Both giant fruits and fruits grown in greenhouses with high oxygen levels were quite expensive. How much? The waiter wanted to quote a high price, but considering the little girl was practically unsellable, he finally admitted honestly, "I won't try to fool you. She's not very capable, but has high demands for food, so those with money won't want her, and those without can't afford to keep her. I give you a bottom line, 15,000 star coins." 15,000 star coins was indeed very cheap. The average wage here was only 2,000 to 3,000, meaning you could buy a slave for less than 5 or 6 months' salary. And some of the slaves on display here, those useless slaves who were only good-looking, could sell for 20,000. In the end, Losai negotiated the price down to 12,000 star coins. Only when the girl was brought directly to him did Losai understand why the other party was willing to offer such a low price. The girl was already emaciated, even thinner than when he first arrived on planet Ager. He was now breathing heavily, feeling like a gust of wind could break him. The slave collar that fit perfectly around other people's necks was half empty on hers. She tried to open her eyes, but could only manage a tiny crack before fainting. The waiter was startled. She couldn't die before even reaching her employer. Thankfully, after checking her carotid artery, she was still alive. The waiter, his face full of obsequiousness, said, "She's alive. She recover in a few days with proper care." Rossi took her from the waiter's arms, but she was completely unconscious and couldn't support him. Rossi had to carry her in a princess carry. She was ridiculously light. Rossi carried her like a piece of paper. Watching Rossi leave, the waiter breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he almost lost her. He barely broke even. Leaving the black market, Rossi didn't dare linger on normal streets. He quickly headed to the park with the child in his arms. The wind woke the child for a moment. She struggled to open her eyes, but only caught a glimpse of a pair of worried green eyes. The world around her seemed to be rewinding. Had her prayers worked? Would the time traveler take her back to the past? She exhaled sharply, unable to inhale for a long time. Listening to her weakening heartbeat, Losai channeled about 100 units of energy into her body. She was too weak to handle too much at once. Upon arriving at the park, Losai flashed into her spatial dimension, controlling the energy to circulate throughout her body. Seeing that she was feeling slightly better, Losai had a thought, and a watermelon was instantly sliced and flew over. She grasped it in midair, and the watermelon instantly turned into juice, precisely flowing into the mouth of the half-reclining little girl. After this series of actions, her condition finally stabilized. Stone, watching from the side, looked on with disdain. You humans are really strange. Why are you so keen on hybridizing with other species? Anyway, the floating giant turtle only dates turtles of its own kind. Hybrids were anything but aesthetically pleasing to it. Chapter 266. Lassie, you probably don't know much about this. These hybrids were created through artificial research, initially intended to give humans certain advantages of animals. However, it became too widespread, and at the time, they weren't recognized as human, but they were also victims. With the support of some humans, after about a century, these hybrids were finally recognized by the interstellar community, and given the same status as humans. Animals have a much better reproductive ability than purebred humans, and most hybrids with animal genes inherited this trait. After thousands of years of reproduction, purebred humans now make up less than 20%, with the majority being hybrids. Stone's eyes drooped in disdain. Ugh, you humans really know how to create trouble. Lassie admitted this. With so many people, there are always some bad ones mixed in, especially among the rich and powerful. Bad people always succeed more easily than good people. Stone tilted his head. Laurie is looking for you. Lassie had now completely granted Stone permission to hear and see everything, except for not being able to enter freely. Everything was free. Lassie raised an eyebrow. It was already dark. Wasn't Devin home? She turned and went to a tree in her yard. Besides Larry, even her child wasn't home. Lassie conjured a pen in front of her. Devin's eyes lit up, then immediately furrowed. Devin's acting strange. He probably realized I was trying to trick him, and became suspicious. The child hasn't come home all day. When I asked, he told me he changed the child's school, and switched it to boarding. Tears welled in her eyes. What should I do? He's a pervert. The child won't have a good life with him, and might even be led astray. You're so rich and capable, could you help me find out which school my child is in? She rattled off several boarding schools she thought were possible. Lassie nodded, controlling the pen in agreement. Larry burst into tears, thanking her profusely. Even after the pen fell, she cried for a long time, still worried. It looked very realistic. Lassie watched for a long time before leaving. The stone in the space tentatively asked, Are you really going to save that child? Lassie, she's acting, setting a trap for me. Did you hear anything? The stone could hear sounds from half a planet Agile. Ika City wasn't that big. If the stone wanted to, it could definitely hear something. The stone chuckled, You're not stupid. That child is eating candy at Lift School right now. The Ika royal family has prepared a trap for you. Lassie was relieved and turned to go to Morgan's residence. Morgan, engrossed in a lively online chat, was startled by a pen that suddenly floated towards him. He quickly chuckled, Still alive? Looks like you're not so bad for nothing. Didn't fall for it. He even knew that Lucy had placed the pen against his neck, ready to stab him open at any moment. But Morgan remained unperturbed. He closed the internet, casually crossing his legs, and said, Haste makes waste. I know you also contacted Larry. Hedging your bets is certainly safer, but Larry is too impatient. Her attempts to extract information are too obvious. Lucy manipulated a piece of paper towards him and wrote, How did you know? Morgan tossed his hair with his newly manicured nails, appearing relaxed, but his body was slightly tense. Well, I'm Dr. Devin's confidant. Although he didn't tell me directly, I figured it out from our conversations. When hiring someone, you have to find a smart one, right? Lassie, too clever, didn't get a single useful piece of information out of him. After reading the first few words, Morgan thought the other party was genuinely praising him, but he was immediately proven wrong. He took a deep breath, telling himself he needed to make money and stay alive, and couldn't get angry. If you still want my help, you have to pay more. After all, the mission difficulty has increased significantly. If you have an extra 200 million, I get you drunk on Devin in a few days. He had barely finished speaking when a black pin pierced his throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly staining the ceiling red. Morgan clutched his neck, confused as to why the other party had suddenly attacked. Based on their interactions over the past few days, he thought the other party was easy to get along with, always giving hundreds of thousands whenever asked for money. How could this suddenly? He reached for the headboard, but this time the pin pierced his entire skull, and he collapsed instantly. Lossie reached out slightly, retrieved the energy gem Morgan hadn't finished spending, and made her escape. If the other party were truly that clever, why would she suggest getting Devon drunk at such a crucial moment? Devon was on high alert now. Getting him drunk was clearly malicious. He could even sense his wife's infidelity, let alone a mistress. Unsurprisingly, Morgan had also been turned or threatened. He sent him on his way, sparing him the pain, taking the money without accomplishing anything, and he was just a mistress. Fortunately, he hadn't deposited the energy gems into his account. To avoid arousing suspicion, he only spent less than $1 million these past few days. However, Rossi was puzzled as to why the other side hadn't set a trap for her with Morgan. If Larry was worried she'd find out early and disappear after failing, using the child as bait as a precaution, they were planning to capture her there. Setting a trap for Morgan would be a good option, but with her current perception range, she would definitely detect it long ago and wouldn't even bother coming. Meanwhile, more than 10 kilometers away, Larry died in his home, his skull pierced by a pin, just like Morgan's. Traitors are punished, you know. Arriving at a corner of the park, Losai instantly teleported into her spatial dimension. She was cooking for herself when the little girl woke up. She opened her eyes blankly, her blood-red pupils filled with confusion. The surroundings were pitch black, yet filled with many objects and food. The most striking thing was the vast expanse of land in the distance, covered with ridiculously large fruits, like those of giants. Hearing the movement from Losai's side, she slowly turned her head, and saw a very tall, but not terrifying figure. She lowered her head, and touched her neck. The slave collar was gone. Suddenly, Stone appeared in front of her. "Hey, what's your name?" Stone's appearance was so sudden, as if he appeared out of thin air, that the little girl was startled and lowered her head. Shao Si. Shao Si? That's a good name. I'm Stone." Stone extended his right hand towards her. Shao Si looked up slightly, somewhat bewildered, then cautiously and quickly touched Stone's one-piece hand. Luo she had just finished cooking her food, and was controlling a wisp of water to slowly drip down, so she could wash her hands. After a quick wipe, a table and 2 chairs flew over, and the food was automatically placed on them. Luo she looked at Shao Si. "Come and sit down." Chapter 267. The moment the words left her lips, Losai sat down, and a large plate of sliced watermelon, bananas, and peaches flew over from the other side of the square table. Smelling the aroma, Shiosi swallowed hard. She remembered she had been bought. "Yes, master." Remembering the black market's instructions, Shiosi cautiously uttered the title before sitting down as Losai instructed. Looking at the fruit so close to her, she pursed her lips, wanting to eat. Losai had just picked up her chopsticks when she heard Shiosi's address, which sounded a little awkward. Only Xiaozua and Xiaoyu called her that, but she wouldn't mind if they called her by her name. However, seeing someone as human as herself call her master still made her feel uncomfortable. "Just call me Losai." Shao Si tilted her head, blinking her bewildered red eyes twice. "Princess Losai?" Shao Si had recently heard people in the black market frequently mention Princess Losai, and had even seen her picture. Her master resembled Princess Losai quite a bit, but her hair was a long-dyed golden black, her face was more striking, and her pupils were the same beautiful green. "Losai, half and half. My she is the she of the West. The fruit is yours, eat as much as you like. Tell me about yourself." Half and half? Could her master and Princess Losai be related? Shao Si was puzzled but knew that as a slave, she shouldn't ask too many questions. The black market had taught her many rules of conduct for slaves. However, this fruit really was for her. Shao Si eagerly picked up a banana and ate it in small bites. She mainly lacked energy, and she didn't seem that hungry right now, probably because of her master. She stopped after taking a few bites and began to tell her story. "When I was born, I had white hair. My parents thought I had a genetic atavism. Later they found out that I had albinism and was allergic to other foods. I barely survived with the help of medication. I only discovered by chance that I was not allergic to the fruits of the giants. But my parents had too many children, over 80 of them underage. Even with the help of my older siblings, it was still overwhelming. Later, my mother lost her job, and my body developed a resistance to the medicine, absorbing less and less. They said I was a burden and sold me. Xiaoxi spoke quite fluently and logically, seeming more mature than other children her age. Luoxi knew that families with small animals often had many children, but she hadn't expected her family to have over 80 underage children. Adding the adults, there must be 100 or two. No wonder the names were so perfunctory, though they sounded nice. How old is considered an adult in your family? Xiaoxi, 14. I'd be an adult in 4 years, and I can do a lot of things. I can do all the housework. Luoxi, isn't your older siblings earning enough to support you? Xiaoxi was a little afraid Luoxi would look down on her. Our people are naturally small and not very strong. It's so hard to find employment now, we can't even do manual labor. But actually, we're very hardworking, we can do anything. Lassie didn't speak, but let her eat first. A whole watermelon. Xiaoxi only ate about 2 pounds, the rest was eaten by Shirtu, including a slice of banana and a peach. Satisfied with her fullness, Shirtu lay down. After eating, Lassie injected 500 units of energy into Xiaoxi's body. With energy and food, her body recovered quickly. How many people can your mind control ability control at most? Xiaoxi looked down and poked her fingers. Right now, I can only control 1 cat. She knew she was weak otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to sell them. Lassie squatted down and stroked her head, her eyes gentle yet undeniably serious. Since I bought you, you're mine. I can treat you well, but the condition is that you must obey me, understand? Xiaoxi nodded earnestly. She knew her place. A slave. Even at home, on the black market, no one had ever given her so much food. She had to cherish this master, and besides, she was a kind person. You stay here for now, Losai said, then left the space. She was confident she could improve Xiaoxi's abilities within a few days. Her current goal was to select people to be controlled, primarily those who knew the location of the genetic sample. Losai searched online for renowned researchers and doctors within Avika, preferably in biology. Now that the Avika royal family knew someone was looking for the genetic sample, they had definitely moved the location. Devon was useless now. Losai rubbed her temples in frustration. She shouldn't have acted herself in the first place. She should have just bought someone from the black market. Unfortunately, she hadn't considered this possibility. Inside the Ika palace, Princess Lashi, seeing the general, who was never far from her side, could no longer contain her anger. General Wei, you even follow me to the bathroom. Don't you know the saying, don't look at what you shouldn't see? General Wei, his face stern, replied, I'm just following orders. I won't see you from outside, so you can wash up without worry. There's another part about don't listen to what you shouldn't see. Princess Lashi rolled her eyes, but then coughed, unable to catch her breath. General Wei's voice was like a cold robot's. To ensure your safety, I must stay outside. Please forgive me, Your Highness, and take care of yourself. Call me anytime if you need a doctor. Princess Lashi covered her mouth, coughing incessantly. Not wanting to argue with the general any longer, she slammed the bathroom door shut. When the coughing subsided, she opened her hand. There was a small clot of blood on it. She wanted to use the little energy she had left to heal herself, but remembering her escape plan, she held back. Losai might be making some moves outside. Old Man Leon, to guard against her, had her release all her energy, claiming that research showed that absorbing and purifying energy after its release would yield better results. Fortunately, she had a backup plan. She still had some energy left. Although she knew his scheme, she had no choice but to comply, since he still saw nothing about her. If she disobeyed him, and he noticed something amiss, she might not even have a chance to escape, let alone survive. Anyway, he had many gene samples. With the edited memories injected, she'd be an obedient daughter. Losai's search outside yielded nothing, so she could only enter the space to rest. The next morning, Stone woke up and suddenly started sniffing Losai as she made breakfast. Why hasn't your Sid disappeared yet? Losai sniffed herself. There was indeed a messy smell from the outside environment, but it was normal, so she didn't pay much attention. Stone, the space is full of fruit and vegetable scents. The smell you picked up from outside should have disappeared by now. At least that's how it usually is. Xiaoxi was awakened by the voices. She rubbed her eyes and twitched her nose. There's camphor tree fried chicken. Smells. She listed more than 10 smells in a row, and Losai could match them all. The camphor tree was the one she had squatted over, and the fried chicken was the one downstairs from Morgan. Chapter 268. Of course, Losai could smell these scents herself, even more, but she had showered the night before, and thinking about it carefully, something really didn't seem right. Could it be that Morgan picked it up from Larry? Stone, It might be someone with special abilities. Don't go out yet. Listen to what's happening outside. Because Stone and Loci trusted the space completely, they slept soundly that night, and didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. Loci activated her 3 senses. It was a park, not small, with about 100 people strolling around during the day. She scanned everyone one by one. Some were sitting on park benches resting, some were chatting in groups, mostly older people, but there were also some young people being affectionate. For the time being, she couldn't see anything unusual. However, she had installed several very hidden cameras at the point where she entered the space. Without her abilities, it would be difficult to spot them immediately. They had clearly come prepared. Loci knew she couldn't underestimate the Avika royal family, so she stayed put. After 4 hours of observation, she discovered that over 20 people hadn't left. Although they kept changing positions, chatting with companions, or playing online games, it was lunchtime, and they practically had the entire park covered in images, yet they wouldn't leave. However, they remained cautious and didn't communicate about the matter. Requests and instructions were relayed through the internet. Loci lay in her spatial dimension, not in a hurry to leave, occasionally channeling energy into Shuzi's body. She didn't believe they could hold out indefinitely. She had more food in her spatial dimension than she could eat until she died of old age. A day and a night passed, and the park's inhabitants changed, but Loci still hadn't appeared, and the number of people planted there gradually decreased. Meanwhile, the person in charge of the investigation was being pressured by King Lion. Since Dr. Devon reported the case, the king took it very seriously. However, considering it was likely a group operation, they didn't rush to arrest anyone to apprehend them all at once. Instead, they set up several layers of traps, trying to find the group's headquarters. Devon noticed something was wrong with his wife, and, through sweet talk, successfully got her to cooperate in arresting the suspects. Through his wife, Devon suspected Morgan had also been bribed, and after a passionate encounter in bed, he confessed. One layer of the traps involved rescuing the child, but it was likely only going to catch one person. If the other party didn't believe them, they would definitely go to Morgan's side. However, Morgan's abilities were elusive, and he was very cautious, making him difficult to catch. Therefore, they brought in a special ability user to fix the scent of the entire area around Morgan's conversation, relying solely on the natural smell of the environment. Although Morgan was dead, they could investigate the suspect's movements. Meanwhile, Larry, several kilometers away, also died shortly after, further convincing them that the case involved a group. They reviewed surveillance footage near the 2 individuals and captured the terrorist's image. However, the footage was limited, even slowing it down tenfold. Her figure was barely discernible. She appeared to be a woman of mixed Asian and Caucasian descent, approximately 175 centimeters tall, who had previously dyed her hair blonde, but the color had faded. After investigation, they identified the person whose scent stopped at the park as the most suspicious. If all went well, they could follow the trail and apprehend the entire group. But the trail went cold, completely dead. How the individual detected the unusual scent and managed to escape, it remained a complete mystery. This person could control the scent for 10 days without it dissipating. Even washing one's skin wouldn't help. After a day and a night of disguise, not a single person appeared. Realizing they might have been discovered, only a fool would leave this place. They reduced their guard by half. Now they weren't even aiming to capture them all. Capturing one alive would be enough. After 5 consecutive days without a single person appearing, the number of people disguised was reduced again, leaving only 3 on guard. Loci stretched. Xiaoxi's abilities had successfully upgraded after her training these past few days. However, without a test subject, she didn't know the full extent of her abilities. She herself couldn't be controlled by her, and it was useless against the stone. Another 10 days passed. Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu woke up, and her scent had disappeared. Her appearance was almost unchanged, except her color was paler, and her entire trunk was barely translucent. Her abilities in all aspects had improved to some extent. No new abilities had appeared, but it was still quite good. After these few days of unlimited eating, Xiaoxi had gained a little weight. She was still thin, but not as terrifying as before. At the same time, her mental control had improved again. Master, Sister Loci, are we leaving? Little Silk sometimes mispronounced the address. She knew where she was these past few days. She'd been stunned when Stone mentioned it. She couldn't believe such a thing existed. She only heard of mustard seed spaces on the black market. They could be custom-made in various styles, mostly rings and necklaces, but the smallest, 10 cubic meters, cost 5 billion star coins, and 100 cubic meters cost 1 trillion star coins. The reason they were so expensive was because mustard seed spaces were extremely difficult to create. It required selecting individuals with spatial abilities, and using their flesh and bones to create them using special methods. Even out of 1,000 attempts, only one might succeed. Space manipulating abilities are already scarce, and the failure rate is so high, naturally driving the price to an astronomical level, yet there's still no market for them. Generally, only the lords of large planets, and the wealthy can afford them. Leaving important items out in the open is never as reassuring as having them in one's own hands. When Xiaoxi heard this from the black market waiter, she was incredibly grateful that her ability wasn't space manipulating, otherwise, she wouldn't even qualify as a slave, having been skinned, bled, and had her bones ground to dust. When she learned this was a space, and not some underground chamber, Xiaoxi asked fearfully, "Is it made of human flesh?" She knew that living beings couldn't enter a mustard seed space, so she assumed it was a more advanced space, using more human flesh and blood. Hearing it wasn't, she wasn't so afraid looking at the space anymore. However, this also gave Losai a reminder. King Lion cared so much about Princess Losai's genetic sample. Even if there were well-cultivated clones outside, he would definitely store the genetic sample in a mustard seed space as a precaution. Being discovered might actually be a good thing. Lassie was indeed planning to leave. She reached out and peered through the security cameras outside. Energy surged through the space, instantly destroying the cameras. The destruction of the cameras would immediately alert them, so Lassie left immediately. She traveled to the greenery in front of Ika Palace, a place bursting with flowers and towering trees with dense canopies. She had originally intended to stake out some important figures and have Xiaoxi take advantage of them. She had just opened a popular webcam app to search for familiar photos when the first video she saw was about the 5,800th anniversary celebration of the Ifka royal family in 5 days. Chapter 269. Her eyes lit up. What a great opportunity! But the Ifka royal family would definitely be even more vigilant. According to information from Larry and Morgan, there were 2 laboratories within the Ifka Palace, one above ground and one underground. They were quite large. Previously, a portion of them were likely located there, but now they were probably moved or some remained. However, another possibility was more likely. With National Day approaching, many people were coming and going within the Ifka Palace. After staking out the palace for 2 days, Losai made her move. She had originally wanted to be more selective, but the people investigating her were probably close to finding her here. After all, she wasn't invisible. Some surveillance cameras would still capture her movements. This time, she was following King Lion's older sister, Duke Hela. She followed her smoothly to Hela's ducal estate. It was just an ordinary energy shield. She easily slipped inside and hid in a corner of the garden. Her young husband came out to greet her. "Why do you look unhappy?" Duke Hela took off her coat and tossed it to a servant nearby. "It's all because of that child, Rosie. She's become increasingly disrespectful to her elders, taking advantage of her abilities. How can I trust someone like her to manage planet Ifka?" The surrounding servants lowered their heads even further and retreated consciously. A handsome man took Hela's hand, saying meaningfully, "Oh dear, isn't there her brother, Prince Doyle? He's exceptionally talented and amiable. Your Grace, there's no need to worry too much." Hela gave a soft snort. She meant the same thing. Everything will be alright soon. Doyle is good, but my brother's been acting strangely lately. He summons me to the palace every few days, and his words always seem to carry a hidden meaning. Has he discovered something? Losai, eavesdropping outside, perked up her ears. What did soon mean? King Lion was in good health, only a little over 100 years old. He wouldn't abdicate until he was over 200. Would Duke Hela be about to make a move? With National Day approaching, it certainly seemed like a good opportunity. Losai wanted to continue listening, but the man inside waved his hand, and his and Duke Hela's voices seemed to vanish. Helpless, Losai could only wait for the right moment. An hour later, Duke Hela went to the bathroom. Now! The nearest window opened with energy, and Losai rushed in. She could hear the servants' positions inside, easily avoiding them. Before the bathroom door was even opened, Losai had already used energy to control Hela inside, then quickly slipped through a crack in the door. Hela's eyes were open, still sitting on the toilet, unable to even blink. Losai quickly pulled her into her spatial dimension. Little Silk was already prepared, starting to control Hela the moment she entered. Hela, already immobile, was forced to look directly into Silk's almost completely red eyes. At first, she didn't understand why the little girl was staring at her, but gradually her consciousness began to freeze. "It should be alright now," Silk said, looking at Losai. Losai walked up to Hela and asked her a question.
Do you know that Princess Losai is a clone? Hella's voice was calm, like a robot's. Yes. Losai, tell me everything you know about Princess Losai's genetic sample, and the locations of the clones that have already been created. Hella, the top floor of laboratory number 1 in the palace. She mentioned 3 places, but only one of the ones Larry told her matched. Losai, anything else? Hella, Leon has been keeping it from me. I investigated a lot before finding out that Losai is a clone. The only genetic samples I found so far are these. Losai, you're going to support Doyle to the throne? When are you going to do it? What preparations have you made? Hella's expression changed at this, but her eyes remained unfocused. No, he's just a decoy. The position I worked so hard to seize is naturally mine. I'm planning to act on National Day. Leon is too cautious, his guards are all handpicked by him, making it difficult for me to infiltrate them. But I turned General Oris against me. He's currently responsible for guarding Losai. On National Day, the soldiers accompanying him will be replaced by my carefully selected individuals with the ability to control desires. If Princess Losai shows even the slightest dissatisfaction with Leon, he can amplify it infinitely, driving Losai into madness and killing Leon in front of everyone. Then I feign the execution of Losai and support Doyle to the throne. I then have countless ways to remove him from power, and the entire planet Ifka will be mine. It sounds feasible. Princess Losai's power must be immense now. Lassie asked the most important question. Has Leon figured out a way to counter Princess Lassie's abilities? Hella replied, I'm not sure, but he's been researching it. Lassie frowned slightly and asked many other questions, including the procedures for National Day. After a barrage of questions, Lassie realized that Leon likely considered her one of Hella's people and was probably keeping a close eye on her. But that was fine, it would save her some trouble. 10 minutes passed. If she didn't leave soon, it would arouse suspicion. Lassie brought Hella out with Little Silk and made Hella sit back on the toilet. Make her forget everything that just happened. Change the time flow to her constipation. Little Silk immediately complied, mentally prompting herself, return to normal in 1 minute. Lassie pulled Little Silk back into the space. She turned to leave, but the next second a dagger appeared in her hand, swiftly approaching Hella, less than a centimeter away, the silver tip about to pierce her eyeball. Hella remained dazed, without any fluctuation or movement. Lassie had just loosened most of her restraints. She could blink and move her mouth. Confirming she was truly under control, Lassie immediately left. A minute later, Hella's eyes gradually focused. She shook her head, wondering why she had been so distracted while using the toilet. Feeling it was about time, she left the bathroom. Lassie observed her outside for half an hour, making sure she hadn't noticed anything amiss before leaving. More than 10 hours later, night fell. Hella went to the bedroom, where there was a separate energy shield. She frantically turned on her computer, glanced at the time, unsure of what had happened, but something felt off during her time in the bathroom. Someone had been there, but she hadn't noticed at all, had no recollection of it, only remembering being constipated. But she only gone to the bathroom to urinate. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. The person who had sneaked in so silently possessed incredible abilities. She dared not show any abnormality. What if they hadn't left, and knowing she noticed something was wrong, came to kill her? Only now, as night fell, did she dare to investigate. The manor's energy shield hadn't been attacked. Could it be someone from inside the manor? She reviewed the security footage. The first time, she didn't see anything unusual, but she was convinced someone was there. She started slowing down the playback, and sure enough, she saw a blurry figure with long hair. Chapter 270. Her face wasn't even shown. She couldn't help but think of Leon. His words today had been subtly alluding to her. Had he sent someone? What had this woman taken from her? Or what did she know? She rubbed her forehead, a sudden sense of unease creeping in. The National Day plan was going to be difficult. Would her confrontation with Leon have to become public? Every time she saw Leon's face, she felt nauseous, just like her stepfather, who had killed her mother. Over 100 years ago, Hella's mother was Queen Ifka, their half-siblings. Hella's father was the legitimate queen consort, while Leon's father was merely a commoner. During an inspection tour, the queen consort, as if under a spell, fell in love with Leon's father. She gave birth to Leon, the third child. The second child died prematurely, leaving only Hella and Leon. As the son of the queen consort, and backed by a prestigious family, Hella's ascension to the throne should have been a certainty. But on Hella's 15th birthday, her father was stabbed and never woke up again. Although Leon's father was of humble status and ostracized by many members of the royal family,
who believed he was unworthy of the position of queen consort. At that time, Leon's father was the only one in the entire palace with a child. His status rose because of his son, and with the queen's favor, he still became the queen consort. She was originally playful, but after her father's death, she began to study diligently. However, her mother's health gradually deteriorated. Knowing the importance of the nation's future, she studied even harder, vowing to govern the country and its affiliated planets better, making it the most powerful planet in the universe. She also frequently traveled to other planets to seek out renowned doctors to treat her mother, but they could not find anything wrong. When Hela was 25, her mother, the queen, passed away, leaving a will that placed Leon's father temporarily in charge of the planet, making him king. She found it utterly ridiculous. Her own bloodline was there, yet an outsider was in charge. 90% of the royal family members, who had previously opposed him, changed their tune, allowing him to ascend the throne without objection. Too few opponents could stir up any trouble. Hela sat on the throne for a full 50 years, reaching 75 years old, yet still possessing a youthful appearance. With special interstellar remedies, one could live to 300 years old without illness or disaster. She was in her prime. But Leon's father naturally abdicated in favor of Leon, who was 70 at the time and possessed the ability to metallize objects. She was utterly hopeless. She had too few supporters. For years, she had suspected foul play in the deaths of her mother and father, but had never found any useful clues. Leon has been king for almost 70 years now, and she's finally uncovered a bit of the truth. It's all inextricably linked to Leon's father. Of course, Leon knows what Hela is doing, and has been trying to find a legitimate reason to deal with her, but both are shrewd and experienced, over 100 years old, and neither can truly defeat the other. This National Day celebration was supposed to be the decisive moment, but now this unexpected turn of events has occurred. Is it still not enough? She clenched her fist tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh. No, she absolutely wouldn't give up until the very last moment. There are still 2 days until National Day. She must investigate, even if contacting Oris now is too risky. If this woman were truly one of Leon's people, she should have arrived long ago. However, it's possible this is the first time she's noticed something amiss. In any case, it's not yet a hopeless situation. Reaching a large tree, Loci vanished into her spatial dimension. The reason she didn't destroy the surveillance cameras was that if Hela didn't notice, destroying them would immediately reveal a problem. Conversely, if Hela realized something was amiss and checked the footage, she would only see her own back. Destroying them or not wouldn't make much difference. Hela couldn't die now. She was still needed to distract Lion. She had also investigated quite a bit about the Ifka royal family, including the previous king's affairs and Lion's. The eldest prince, Doyle Ifka, possessed the ability to manipulate energy. He was born to Lion's previous queen, who was from a collateral branch of the Ifka royal family, just outside the 5th degree of kinship. However, she died young, shortly after giving birth to Doyle. Princess Loci was born to the current queen, Pata, and her situation was strikingly similar to the previous generation. However, Lion had many more children, a total of 10, but only Doyle and Loci stood out. Most ordinary people didn't recognize or even know anything about his princes and princesses. Because their mother was just an ordinary person, they were born without any special abilities. Although Lion possessed the bloodline of the Ifka royal family, the bloodline might have become weaker with each generation, resulting in less effective results. Queen Pata's online information indicates she was a commoner. When she gave birth to Loxi, before her abilities were discovered, she was merely a common concubine. It wasn't until Loxi's talent manifested, and she received consistent love and support from the outside world, coupled with the death of the previous queen, that Loxi's mother was crowned the new queen. However, she held little real power, and was merely a figurehead. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. April 30th, the National Day of Planet Ifka. The capital city of Ifka was bustling with activity. The city, quiet yesterday, had undergone a complete transformation. Everywhere were colorful projections, instantly transporting the inhabitants to a cyberpunk world. Most people were celebrating this important day, comparable to the New Year celebrations in Kyushu. Many envoys from other imperial planets also came to celebrate. While this might not be a major national celebration on ordinary days, it was a once-in-a-decade event, so other planets sent gifts as a token of their appreciation. The envoys from other planets arrived a few days in advance, so the national celebration wasn't too chaotic. At noon, the celebration festivities began. The blue sky and white clouds over Ifka City gradually darkened, as if shrouded in a black curtain, revealing dazzling stars. Then, electronic fireworks lit up the entire sky, incredibly realistic and three-dimensional, with a variety of patterns and beautiful displays, no less impressive than real fireworks. The fireworks lasted for 10 minutes, ending with the words 5,800th anniversary of the founding of IFCA displayed in the sky. The invisible black curtain receded, and the blue sky and white clouds reappeared. The platform was now filled with people, half of whom were members of the royal family, and the other half were important national leaders. The viewing platform below was filled with envoys from other planets. The outermost layer consisted of 500,000 civilians who had prearranged their attendance, clapping, gasping, and singing the national anthem. They were the perfect atmosphere maker. Standing prominently at the front of the platform were King Lion and Queen Pata, dressed in exquisite traditional attire, with the heirs to the throne, Doyle and Rosie, standing beside them respectively. Before going on stage, Lion made a point of checking Rosie's bracelet to make sure it was still on. Hela, also dressed in their traditional clothing, stood behind them. She was behaving normally, having learned from Oris why Lion was acting strangely. It seemed another group was about to make a move, and Lion was now pinning the blame on himself. Chapter 271. Upon learning this news, she hesitated, wondering whether to adjust her plan and let the other side make the first move. However, the other side had most likely already discovered her plan, and if she didn't act according to the plan, they might not make a move. Chaos, even more chaos, was better. Just in case she had a backup plan, if Leon didn't die, she would never be able to sit on the throne. Lost in the tree, using energy to write words to tell Princess Lashi what might happen next. Princess Lashi on the platform smiled and nodded, as if agreeing with her father, who was giving a speech. Lashi, are you confident you won't be controlled? Princess Lashi shook her head. She wasn't sure, and besides, she didn't have much energy left. Even if she were controlled and went berserk, she might not be able to kill Leon. The soldiers standing around the platform were among the most powerful people on planet IFCA. General Oris only deserved to have one person standing behind him. His soldiers didn't even make it to the bottom of the platform. As for the person Hela had planted, they were most likely in the viewing platform below. Lion gave a 10-minute speech, and then it was Queen Pata's turn. Princess Lashi on the stage was getting restless. Why hadn't Hela's people made their move yet? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a faint energy approached. It wasn't the energy of the energy stone, but the power of an ability user. It's coming! Princess Lashi took a light breath, intending to feign being controlled. The ability, though seemingly insignificant, was incredibly powerful upon reaching her. Princess Lashi sensed danger and tried to stop it, but her energy was insufficient. At the same time, the bracelet that detected Princess Lashi using her ability immediately transmitted a warning to King Lion. Leon abruptly turned to look at Princess Rosie. Didn't she know how important this was? What was she planning? They were surrounded by elite ability users, much stricter than before. Had she gone mad? Leon guessed correctly. Rosie had indeed gone mad. Her clear green eyes became cloudy, as she slowly raised her head to look in their direction. Rosie, who had little energy left, forced the energy from her flesh and blood under her control, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Leon. General Oris behind her put on a show, attempting to block her, but Princess Rosie was too fast. Even a top-tier ability user couldn't stop her, of course. Even if he could, he'd be half a second too slow. At the critical moment, another of Leon's trusted generals stepped forward, an invisible barrier directly blocking Leon's path. Princess Rosie's attack was terrifying. The other general coughed up blood. The barrier held for less than half a second. This was enough. The other soldiers had already positioned themselves in front of Leon. The first soldier in uniform swung his arms upwards, sending the energy veering off course and hurtling towards the dome of the platform. A huge hole was punched through the incredibly sturdy dome. Chaos erupted on the platform, as members of the royal family scrambled to escape the danger. Princess Lashi was electrocuted by the bracelet the instant she unleashed the energy, her body crackling with blue-white electricity. Her remaining energy was insufficient to withstand the shock, yet she still stood and launched a second attack towards Leon's position. Realizing that they couldn't defeat her now, Oris also exerted all his strength to stop Princess Lashi, successfully knocking her unconscious. Hela didn't even know that Lashi's bracelet was malfunctioning, nor that her energy was nearly depleted. Fortunately, she had sensed something was wrong beforehand and had a backup plan. If Princess Lashi were in good condition, the chances of her successfully killing Leon, while under control, would be quite high. What a pity. Hela descended the platform with the crowd, her eyes constantly glancing upwards. Why wasn't the other side taking advantage of the chaos? What were they waiting for? The National Day opening ceremony, broadcast live, became a joke. Reporters frantically wrote news articles, spreading this sudden farce throughout the entire planet Ifka. Leon glared at the now descended Hela, then immediately ordered his men, Princess Lashi is under control. Take her down to rest. Oris immediately led his men down the platform, but 4 ability users accompanied him. Leon straightened his clothes and went to the microphone to reassure the crowd. The security on the platform was too tight. Lashi hadn't planned to go up, but now they were down. They quickly swept through the crowd. Their speed was indeed imperceptible to ordinary humans, but the probability of detection by artificial intelligence and ability users was not low. She swiftly reached the stage, only 10 meters away from Princess Losai, but an invisible barrier enveloped her, the barrier held by the escorting ability users. Simultaneously, weapons and attacks from the powerful ability users on stage arrived. Losai deftly flipped, moving from right to left. The attacks all struck the barrier to the right of the ability users. One of the 5 people inside frowned slightly, but didn't cough up blood. He could barely withstand the attack. However, another terrifying force, precisely timed, erupted from the left. Those inside, except for the already unconscious Princess Losai, felt their hair stand on end. Even though everything around them was intact, without a single breeze, they could feel the overwhelming force within. The barrier, impenetrable by so many weapons and abilities, instantly shattered like a mirror struck by a bullet, covered in countless spiderweb-like cracks before exploding with a deafening roar. And that wasn't all. The terrifying aftershocks continued towards them, blasting all 5 into the air. Except for the barrier user, the defenses and attacks of the remaining 4 were rendered useless by this energy, like floating on air. Oris coughed up blood in midair, unable to believe his attacks had been so utterly ineffective. Lassie stored Princess Lassie in her spatial dimension, blocking the second wave of attacks. Her face paled, and she headed straight for the palace. The attacks had been too numerous. King Leon's ability had even metallized the outermost layer of the energy shield, which was rapidly extending inwards. Fortunately, her shield was thick enough to allow her to escape. Leon appeared panicked, but inwardly he was delighted. He wanted to see who dared to be so audacious. After instructing the others, he hurried to the palace, but managed to glance at Hela not far away. Why did she show no joy whatsoever? But the initial attack by Loxy was clearly her doing. He wasn't sure about what happened later. If it really was Hela, having Loxy as a gene sample would be enough. There was no need for the entire sample. Could it be the real Loxy? Besides her, Leon couldn't think of any reason why the other side would want the entire sample. Any organization would be satisfied with just a small portion of the gene sample. If they had the ability to protect it, they could make a fortune. There was absolutely no need to take such a huge risk to acquire all the gene samples. Chapter 272. Although she disappeared for so many years, and was very young at the time, she possessed the ability to survive in the universe. As long as she still had the ability, she could thrive on any planet. Perhaps she could even return now. Moreover, 2 planets had their treasuries stolen, and the energy shield showed no reaction whatsoever. Only Rosie could have done that in the entire universe. Leon assured him that all of Rosie's clones were under his control. It was impossible for her to travel such a long distance to steal from other countries' treasuries. He naturally thought of his daughter, who had never been found. Leon didn't have time to think too much. Regardless of whether the current clone Rosie was useful or not, even if she was useless, he couldn't afford to lose her. He had already laid a trap at the royal palace, luring him in. Leon was eager to confirm her identity. However, Rosie didn't enter the palace at all. Instead, she was waiting for him on the only way in. Lion knew someone was coming to steal the gene samples, so why would he foolishly leave them in the palace? Losai was betting on Lion's cautious nature. Important things are naturally better kept in hand. Little left and little right were twisting their main stems to stretch their bodies. Finally, they had something to do. Stone couldn't go out this time. He looked at the unconscious Princess Losai. Those eyes are beautiful, but her condition isn't good right now. Little Silt followed behind Stone. She wasn't useful now, and couldn't disturb her sister Losai. Losai took a deep breath. The car was here. She and Little Left and Little Right appeared simultaneously, their branches growing rapidly, instantly transforming into blue, writhing tentacles that enveloped Lion's hover car in nearly 100 layers. The hover car, unable to withstand the immense weight, slammed heavily onto the 10-lane road, completely encroaching on the surface. The thick, massive sphere crushed all the surrounding vehicles. For convenience, the hover car Leon was riding in wasn't very large, containing only 3 people besides himself and the driver. These 3, accompanying Leon, were naturally not to be underestimated. Lassie made a grasping motion in the air, and the hover car, which should have been crushed into a pancake, only flattened by an inch before abruptly stopping. The entire vehicle suddenly metallicized, becoming even harder. At the same time, the other three emerged, their eyes filled with ruthlessness. One of them frowned, and the surrounding air vanished, creating a vacuum space around him. Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu's vines expanded by 0.1 times, the scene the man had anticipated, expanding to twice their size and shattering, did not occur. If Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu hadn't undergone their second evolution, this attack would have severely damaged the two vines, but now it was still a little short. Moreover, Lassie had given the two vines a considerable amount of energy, enough to withstand the attack for a long time. As for Rossi herself, she was completely unaffected by her energy shield, and with her physical strength, she could easily remain in a vacuum for an hour. Before Rossi could unleash her second wave of attacks, her body suddenly became immobile. The restraints were incredibly strong. She couldn't break free immediately. Rossi could enhance Little Silk, and Leon would definitely use Princess Ross's people to enhance theirs as well. These people's abilities were not to be underestimated. The last person's attack was poison, a single, round, purplish-black drop of venom, no bigger than a fingernail, flew towards her at lightning speed. Despite being so small, it exerted immense pressure on Rossi. Leon also emerged from the car at this moment. Although her appearance was different, seeing her green pupils, his heart pounded wildly. It was her. It must be her. Daughter? I'm your father! He shouted, his eyes fixed on the drop of venom. However, Losai remained unmoved. She was the original owner's father, not his own. The venom was only a meter away from Losai. Just when the four of them thought they had it in the bag, a slight smile appeared on Losai's lips. Their bodies were immobilized, but their energy wasn't completely shut down. It was just that using hand gestures made exerting force easier and faster. The venom was incredibly effective, easily penetrating a layer of energy and continuing its advance. Meanwhile, Leon and the other three were blasted away by the energy, crashing heavily into Xiao Zhuo's vines, spitting out blood. Xiao Zhuo's branches branched out even thinner ones, attempting to pierce their bodies, but to no avail. However, Xiao Zhuo then rapidly sprouted countless smaller branches, piercing their mouths, noses, and ears, sucking up a mouthful of their blood, causing each of them to shrink by a fifth. But the next second, Xiao Zhuo's branches were severed, and it could no longer advance an inch. Meanwhile, the venom pierced through nearly 20 layers of energy before finally stopping. The vines that fell to its feet instantly pierced through hundreds of layers of vines, continuing to erode into the ground, their extent unknown. Lassie launched another attack, but Leon metallized it, abruptly stopping it in midair before it fell. 3 of Little Left's branches were severed by Lassie's ability. It was truly reckless, daring to drink even the blood of a poison user. If she hadn't seen the 3 vines that had drunk the blood rapidly turning black, about to reach its main body, it would have already said goodbye to the world. The opponent's poison could even penetrate energy. Xiao Zhuo felt a moment of unease, then fought desperately against the ability users outside. Loxi didn't dare waste any more time, forcefully breaking free from her restraints. The 4 of them were troublesome enough. If they waited for the main force to arrive, her survival was uncertain. Loxi immediately channeled 1 billion units of energy from her Dantian, completely surrounding the 4 of them and compressing it at top speed. Leon panicked. He knew Lox's abilities all too well, so she was always accompanied by countless ability users disguised as soldiers, ensuring she didn't retain too much energy during purification. The poison ability user amplified their venom this time, making it large enough for one person to pass through, but the color was much lighter. While it did corrode several layers upon contact with the energy, it was like a candle flame trying to burn an iceberg against 1 billion units of energy, utterly overestimating their own strength. Leon's desperate metallization only managed to melt a third of the venom, the energy continuing to compress without diminishing its power. From start to finish, less than 30 seconds passed. While placing the severely injured Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu into her spatial dimension, Losai used her energy to violently push away all the surrounding ability users and quickly escaped. Fortunately, the battle didn't last long, and many ability users didn't arrive in time. After creating some distance, Losai ascended directly into the sky, only stopping and entering her spatial dimension after passing through the clouds. She had already stored the bodies of Leon and the other 3 in her spatial dimension. She immediately injected energy into Xiao Zhuo, Xiao Yu, and Princess Losai for healing. Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu were only severely injured but not exhausted, and recovered quickly. Princess Losai, having forcibly extracted the energy her body had absorbed, wouldn't wake up for a while. When Losai felt she was almost recovered, She was about to go find the mustard seed space Leon was wearing when she found Xiaoxi squatting on the ground, covering her mouth and nose, diligently rummaging through a puddle of mud with a wooden stick. Chapter 273. Since the item hadn't exploded, the mustard seed space should still be intact. At this moment, Xiaoxi stopped moving, suppressing her fear as she scooped the ring-shaped mustard seed space from the mangled flesh. She excitedly turned around, holding the ring in her hand. Sister Luoxi, I found. Before she could finish speaking, her eyes momentarily lost focus, then quickly returned, her initial excitement replaced by terror. Luoxi patted her head and took the ring. The mustard seed space didn't need to recognize an owner. Anyone who held it could see what was inside. The ring was very light, appearing to be just an ordinary silver ring, but it was actually carved from human bone, its color only made closer to metal after being soaked in various potions. Within 2 seconds of holding it, she could see the scene inside. It wasn't small, about 2,000 cubic meters. Half of it contained almost transparent, high-purity energy gems, while the other half, containing potions, weapons, and a small amount of nutrients, occupied a small corner. At the same time, there was a thin, almost imperceptible layer of mist inside. Others might not immediately perceive its mystery, but Rossi clearly recognized it as purified energy. Because the quantity was sufficient, the concentration was visible to the naked eye. Leaving aside the sheer number of energy gems, the mist alone filling the entire space was roughly estimated to be equivalent to 200 billion energy gems. Finally, Rossi looked at the group that had startled Little Silk. A quick glance revealed nearly 1,000 clones of various ages. Rossi really wanted to applaud Leon, but unfortunately, he couldn't see it. Having seen his own clone before, and knowing he was one, Rossi had thought he wouldn't be shocked anymore. Looking at the densely packed glass jars filled with solutions of different effects, she was both amused and exasperated. Cloning a few dozen was one thing, but 1,000 was practically using them as guinea pigs for Loxi. No wonder Xiaoxi looked terrified. Imagine 1,000 identical people standing before you, a princess of a nation. After seeing this, you wonder if the entire country was full of clones, and you just didn't know it. Then, among the jars of clones, she discovered a small mountain of grayish-white powder. She sniffed it lightly. The smell was that of cremated remains. Unsurprisingly, it was Lox's too. Leon was genuinely afraid of genetic samples leaking out. He didn't even dare leave the ashes out in public. Most noteworthy was a small glass tube, no bigger than a finger, contained in a separate instrument. It contained bright red blood, presumably the original owner's blood. Loxi didn't deal with it immediately, planning to wait until Princess Loxi woke up before making a decision. Chaos has completely broken out outside. The king and Princess Loxi have both vanished. Hela and Doyle are outwardly searching for them, but secretly plotting to eliminate each other and seize the throne. The envoys from other imperial planets are busy watching the spectacle and scheming to get a piece of the pie amidst the chaos. Loxi, of course, is taking advantage of the situation to happily steal from the royal treasury. But before she leaves, Loxi makes sure to remove the bracelet from Princess Lox's wrist. Some members of the royal family, who usually only receive a fixed share, also want a piece of the pie, making the palace a complete mess. To be on the safe side, she first thoroughly investigated the 2 laboratories within the palace, then quickly searched the entire palace before finally arriving at the treasury undetected. There were few people guarding outside, still whispering about the day's events. Loci, with a swift and unexpected move, knocked them all unconscious. Entering the treasury, she immediately destroyed all the surveillance and defensive weapons. As expected of an imperial planet, the treasury alone was the size of an entire base on planet Aegil. Loci moved as if she owned the place, taking this, taking that, and wanting that too. She was too fast. The moment the surveillance system malfunctioned, the relevant departments received an alarm and immediately contacted the personnel on duty. When there was no response, they dispatched people. The fastest superspeed user to arrive only caught a glimpse of a shadow heading towards the sky. Just as Loci entered the space, Princess Loci awoke. She opened her green eyes, stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings for half a second, then looked at Loci. At first glance, they didn't look much alike, but the next second she sensed the energy on her face. She had used this to alter her appearance. This is a space? If it were a secret base or something, there would be no need to make it completely dark. It's impossible to see everything without lights. Yes. Loci moved a sofa behind her, and Princess Loci, pale-faced, stood up and sat down. Only then did Princess Loci seriously examine the space. The main character is treated well, even has a space like this.
Looking at the vast planting area and the tall fruit trees, she remarked with curiosity, this could sell for a lot of star coins. There were also many harvested crops and vegetables, and clean meat, piled up like small mountains. But the most eye-catching thing was the mountain of energy gems. Even after Loci purified them, there were still many left. Of course, there were also the stolen energy gems, which, under her control, were stacked into a gigantic cube so large that one had to crane their neck to see the top. There were also quite a few weapons and various devices, but they all looked vaguely familiar. She took a deep breath. She felt very comfortable here. Then, with an impeccable smile, she looked at Loci. Can I absorb some to heal, sister? Loci's sister? Princess Loci. Yes, I was born after you, so calling you sister shouldn't be too much of a stretch. Loci coughed twice, acknowledging the address. Whatever you like. Sister, you're so kind. Princess Loci covered her heart with her hands, her face filled with gratitude. Despite having almost the same face, everything she did and every expression was pleasing to the eye, as if she possessed an innate elegance and nobility. Having received Loci's consent, Princess Loci didn't stand on ceremony. She directly controlled the 100 million energy gems to fly over, and quickly absorbed them with her eyes closed. Little Silk and Little Right, who had been hiding, finally emerged from the shadows. Little Left tried to reach out and poke Princess Lox's face, showing its curiosity. Although it and Little Right looked like ordinary people, a closer look revealed the differences. But this person was different. Not only were their appearances almost identical, but their auras were also nearly identical. However, Little Left's branch was swatted away by Little Right before it could even get halfway out. Little Left was displeased but didn't try again. The four little creatures didn't speak to disturb her, instead engaging in lively conversation. Loxy could barely make out half of what they were saying. They were mostly discussing cloning and humans. Little Silk, on the other hand, was exceptionally talented, quickly becoming friends with Little Left and Little Right, and able to communicate without speaking. In less than half an hour, Princess Loxy had absorbed 100 million energy gems. When she opened her eyes again, her complexion was rosy, and all her previous injuries had healed. Chapter 274. Little Right and the others hid again before Princess Loci opened her eyes. Loci took out her ring, wanting to discuss their next move with her, but Princess Loci looked towards a huge watermelon in the field. Who are these cute little guys? Can I get to know them? Little Silk was a little scared of strangers, and hid behind the watermelon first. Little Left and Little Right had only ever fought people, and had never interacted with anyone other than Loci, so they were also a little lost and hid with Little Silk. As for Stone, he was just there for the fun of it. Little Silk, clutching the hem of her clothes, was the first to peek out from behind the watermelon. She told herself to be confident and not embarrass Sister Loci. As soon as she came out, Stone followed. Little Left and Little Right shrank back, following behind Little Silk, not daring to show themselves. Xiaoxi bowed her head. My name is Xiaoxi. Princess Luoxi, still in her dress, sat on the sofa, smiling kindly as she extended her fair, jade-like hand. Hello, Xiaoxi. I'm Luoxi, the She of Hope. Xiaoxi quickly shook her hand. The stone floating beside her immediately offered its right hand. I'm Stone, the floating giant turtle. Luoxi smiled sincerely. Hello, Stone. I never expected to see such a rare floating giant turtle here. I'm so honored. Flattered, Stone happily circled her. Hee hee, you have good taste. Princess Luoxi covered her mouth and chuckled. What an adorable little turtle. Then she looked outside at Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu. She had never seen plants grow like this before. They must have mutated. Xiaoyu extended a branch from its main stem, and, stealing itself, reached out. Hello, I'm Xiaoyu. Hearing that it could talk, Princess Loci's face showed undisguised surprise. After a friendly handshake, she asked, the right and left and right? Receiving an affirmative answer, Princess Loci looked at Little Left. Then you must be Little Left, hello? The usually bold Little Left was now shy, not even daring to extend its branches, only softly replying hello. Loci couldn't help but laugh. She then waved over a sofa to face Princess Loci and tossed her the ring. I plan to destroy all the clones. What are your plans now? Princess Loci quickly examined the clones for 5 seconds. Her surprise at seeing so many clones was no less than when Loci had seen them before. It's better to be destroyed. Having the same face and the same blood is unpleasant for both you and me, clones. She tossed the ring to Loci. Aren't you planning to take over planet Ifka? I was thinking of giving you the position. I can just be the queen's younger sister and travel around. Loci was silent for a moment. Outside,
People were fighting over the planet, but neither she nor her counterpart wanted to take over Ifka. I have things to do. Princess Losai blinked her large eyes, as if she understood her thoughts. It's more convenient to handle things with planet Ifka. Losai knew this, of course, but she was hoping Princess Losai would manage it so she could come to her if needed. Come on then. Princess Losai shifted her body slightly. No, sister, it's tiring. Losai didn't want to get involved either. She had little experience, especially with such a large planet and so many subsidiary planets. Outside, Hela had already led a coup, but the palace was filled with elites, and with their support, Doyle hadn't lost yet. Hela had originally planned to support Doyle first, but who knew that the other side would act so ruthlessly? Not only was Leon dead, but 4 of his other powerful bodyguards were also gone. She felt that with her current deployment, she might be able to take them down directly. The envoys from the other imperial planets were also quite powerful. Half chose to bet on one side, while the other half remained neutral. Winning would naturally bring many benefits, but losing would severely impact interplanetary trade. A great battle was imminent. Under the combined power of various abilities, the sky instantly turned pitch black, thunder roared, and most of the city of Ifka was engulfed. With the king just dead, and these events now unfolding, the people were in a state of panic. Many lacked the power to stop the immense energy brewing in the sky. Just 3 minutes into the fight, Hela's men prepared themselves. With a single, powerful strike, a bolt of lightning crashed down towards the palace, its force enough to destroy half of it, the very reason she was so confident of seizing the throne. However, Princess Lashi descended from the sky. With a flick of her wrist, the menacing lightning vanished completely. Everyone stopped what they were doing, watching silently as Princess Lashi gracefully descended. Doyle's eyes narrowed, a bad premonition rose within him. When Lashi was kidnapped, he assumed it was because they wanted her abilities, but now she appeared unharmed. The situation was different. Hela immediately sensed something was wrong. Given Lashi's current popularity, a single word from her could place her on the throne, even if Lion had a will naming Doyle king. Father has just died. We should be discussing how to govern the country well, not fighting amongst ourselves, Rose said calmly, yet with an undeniable authority. Doyle spoke first. You're here now not just to seize the throne, but to claim it. Father intended to pass it on to me. I am the rightful heir. Hela retorted, anyone can make empty promises, they can't be proven true. For the better development of the country, the one with the strength should take it. The 3 couldn't discern each other's governing abilities, but Hela was undoubtedly the most senior. My strength is between my aunt and brother. Naturally, I am the strongest. Thank you for your support, Aunt, Princess Rose said, not caring which strength she was referring to. Might makes right. That wasn't what Hela meant, but Rosiel continued, is no one objecting? Especially my brother? Doyle gritted his teeth, but couldn't utter a word. After a 3-second pause, she said reassuredly, since that's the case, it's settled then. With such a major event happening, the most important thing now is to appease the civilians and reassure them. No one objected. Was it because they didn't want to object? It was because Princess Loxy had them all under her complete control, silencing them completely until she finished speaking. Only then did the crowd realize the difference between themselves and Loxy, and dared not utter another word of objection. Princess Loxy looked at the onlookers, a friendly smile on her face, but her voice was as calm as still water. Gentlemen, today's events have been sudden. Please return to the embassy to rest. Tomorrow, the National Day celebrations and the enthronement ceremony will be held together. We hope you will grace us with your presence. Ignoring their responses, she turned directly to Doyle and Hela, saying, I have something to discuss with my brother and aunt. Please come with me. Chapter 275. Throughout the journey, Rosie radiated energy, exuding both approachability and a powerful sense of pressure. The previously chaotic palace attendants stopped and bowed, uttering, Your Highness, Your Highness. Some quick-witted individuals, witnessing Rosie's ascension, called out, Your Majesty the Queen. This infuriated Doyle behind them. Hela was initially angry, but considering Leon's death and the fact that a woman was now in power in the Ifka royal family, she felt somewhat better. Rosie walked ahead unhurriedly, radiating an air of quiet authority. Because of her immense popularity, Leon had prepared a particularly lavish gown for Rosie, exceeding the standards for a princess. The white gold floor-length gown, worn by her as she passed through the palace, resembled a coronation ceremony. Upon arriving at the main hall, Princess Rosie calmly ascended the throne. There was no one else present besides them. Aunt and brother, you both know I'm a clone. I won't stand on ceremony. I retrieved all the genetic samples. If you behave yourselves from now on, I won't be ruthless, otherwise, I won't be polite. The two standing below the throne didn't look too good. Princess Loxi continued, the power father gave you before now belongs entirely to me. Do either of you have any objections? Doyle retorted, did you orchestrate today's events? If I inform everyone of father's death, how will you maintain your position? Ha ha ha. Loxi chuckled, her eyes looking at him like he was looking at a small, weak animal. So you want to die here now? I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. Looking at the once docile Loxi now so arrogant, Doyle couldn't help but take a step back. Aren't you afraid people will say you killed your father and brother? Princess Loxi, history is written by the victors. No matter how horribly you died, what I say to the world doesn't matter. Who will investigate? As long as I achieve even a small feat, the world will only praise me, they won't remember you. At this moment, Doyle suddenly smiled, and you still want Pada's life? Before he could finish speaking, Princess Loxi on the throne waved her hand, and the men who had been escorting Queen Pada to the palace gates suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed, lifeless. Brother, you have no chance. Princess Loxi shook her head in disappointment. The moment Doyle heard this, he sensed something was wrong. The previously quiet air suddenly became turbulent, especially around Princess Loxi, as if 1,000 sharpest knives were thrusting at her simultaneously. The air itself twisted eerily. But Loxi remained unmoved. No matter how many dangers surrounded her, she couldn't advance an inch. She stared at Doyle expressionlessly, and in the next second, Doyle vanished. Thump. Doyle, who had just vanished, suddenly crashed into an invisible barrier, falling from the ceiling of the hall, his head covered in blood. He tried to disappear a second time, but just as he was halfway invisible, his pupils shrank violently, and he collapsed, never to rise again. In his last moments, he glanced at Loxi on the high platform, his sister who had always been superior to him since childhood. Later, she disappeared and was never found. Her father began cloning her, but this made her an endless expendable resource, receiving no affection from him whatsoever. Doyle, on the other hand, regained his father's favor, and the promise that the throne would be his in the future. As for the clone, she was merely a tool, to be used from Lion to Doyle's reign, to be supplied to planet Ifka for countless generations, inexhaustible. And now he'd been killed by a tool. Hela lowered her eyes slightly, not looking at Doyle's death. Princess Loxi looked at her. Is there anything else, Aunt? Hela took a deep breath, the difference in their circumstances too great, and resignedly replied, no. Thankfully, all those men were dead. Then I won't see you off. Princess Loxi finished speaking, and said to the outside, Mother, come in. Hela moved and turned towards the door. Pada pushed open the door from the outside, walking in with her head down, looking flustered. As they brushed past each other, Hela couldn't help but glance again at the woman with green eyes. She was so lucky. As Hela stepped out, the door closed automatically. Princess Loxi waved her hand, and a comfortable sofa appeared in the hall. Mother, tell me about yourself. Pada, dressed in a magnificent gown, carefully sat down, placing her hands on her abdomen. Before speaking, she quickly glanced at the stiff-faced Doyle. You already know you're a clone? Princess Loxi nodded slightly. Pada continued, I am a Rainbow Dashian raised by the Ifka royal family. Loxi, who was eavesdropping inside, and Princess Loxi outside, were both stunned. They knew Queen Pada's identity might not be so simple, but they hadn't expected this. Pada, For millennia, the Rainbow Dash planet had been influenced by the pure energy emitted by Rainbow Dash. Half of the Rainbow Dashians were born with various abilities. Unlike the artificially enhanced abilities of today, they had no side effects. The reason the Ifka royal family is so popular now is because most of them possess Rainbow Dashian blood. Thousands of years ago, after discovering the special nature of the Rainbow Dashians, the Ifka royal family secretly kept the Rainbow Dashians, who possessed exceptional talents, in captivity. Furthermore, a certain number of Rainbow Dash people were selected to infiltrate the royal bloodline. However, after so many generations of changes of throne, almost only the current rulers truly knew about this. But the current rulers could only have so few offspring, resulting in fewer children with exceptional abilities. Therefore, they would occasionally bestow some men and women upon other members of the royal family. If any showed outstanding talent, they would take them back to raise themselves, ensuring the strength of the throne and reducing threats to those below. At the time, over 1,000 Rainbow Dash people were selected and raised in captivity. However, due to the lack of an energy environment provided by the Rainbow Dash, and the fact that each generation reproduced, the bloodlines became increasingly mixed to maintain genetic purity, and abilities became highly uneven. Even when the Rainbow Dash people were forced to marry members of more distant bloodlines against their will during captivity, their numbers continued to decline. Now, only a little over 400 remain. Many other Rainbow Dash descendants were captured along the way, regardless of their talents. As long as they existed, it was fine. Even so, many still suffered from physical defects. Now, only the current rulers know about the captive Rainbow Dash people, and they will not easily inform their offspring. They would only reveal the location of these people's captivity when they inherited the throne, and force them to choose one or more Rainbow Dash people as spouses. Leon's father was one, and so is Pada now. Both were chosen from this captivity. However, Leon's father, after finally becoming king, did not choose to save his people. Instead, like previous kings, he chose to continue exploiting and capturing the Rainbow Dash people, repeating the instructions of his predecessors to Leon, the heir to the throne. By then, most of the people's intelligence had diminished, yet Pada still heard condemnations of Leon's father from his people, demonstrating how furious he was about his actions. Chapter 276. He was clearly a victim too, but after tasting the power, he resolutely betrayed the cause and strengthened the defenses of the captive lands to prevent anyone from escaping. Until Leon ascended to the throne, he initially had some resistance, but since none of the children besides Doyle possessed any real ability, he changed his mind. He chose Pada, who was considered relatively normal. For the first 2 years after giving birth to Loxie, she didn't show any abilities, and he thought she was just another useless child, even considering choosing another from the Rainbow Dashians. But in the 3rd year, she displayed unprecedented abilities, purifying energy gems, a terrifying and powerful power. Leon was overjoyed, announcing it to the entire universe, deeply grateful for his ancestors' policy of captivity with the Rainbow Dashians. When Princess Loxie was 4 years old, he began arranging inspections of the subsidiary planets. He was determined to make her a rising star in the universe, to make Ika the #1 planet in the universe, and then he would be the true Star Lord, the Interstellar Lord, surpassing all other planets. But as everyone knows, Princess Loxie was kidnapped and disappeared by interstellar bandits when she was 6 years old. Leon was frantic with worry, but knowing her chances of survival were slim, he began preparing a clone a month after Rosie's disappearance. The genetic sample had been taken shortly after she awakened her abilities, and it came in handy then. 2 years after her disappearance, the completed clone was released, announcing the return of Princess Rosie. Several clones died during this period. The current clone is Rosie 6. After recounting everything, Pada humbly looked up. "I'm sorry, I was restricted before and couldn't tell you all this." Telling her would only hasten her death. It was she who secretly told Loxie the truth back then. But she died right before her eyes. Leon threatened that if she dared to tell anyone else, he would immediately kill the clones, killing them one by one, blaming all the clones' deaths on her, and threatening the lives of the Pada tribe. Watching her daughter die before her eyes, and her people, she was terrified. She pursed her lips, stood up, and knelt heavily on the ground, pleading, Can you let us go?" Pada had pleaded with Leon before, but had been harshly rejected. Heaven knows how terrified she was of being rejected by Loxie now. That would mean her tribe would have to endure for at least another 100 or 200 years before they could have another chance to plead. Especially seeing her daughter, so changed, exuding authority even without speaking, she felt hopeless. She was like a proper emperor. Doyle, not far away, was proof of that. She feared that her daughter, for the sake of the country and the honor of the Ifka royal family, might make the same choice as those before her. Besides, she felt she had wronged her daughter, and her daughter's rejection was understandable. Princess Loxie waved her hand lightly, preventing Pada from kneeling before her, and returned to the sofa. Princess Loxie looked in a certain direction. "Come out, let's discuss this together." Pada, confused, followed her gaze. Beside the previously empty, intricately carved pillars of the hall, a girl with a figure strikingly similar to her daughter suddenly appeared. The girl had long, black, golden curly hair reaching her waist, and wore a white, fitted black and white tracksuit. When she looked up, Pada's attention was completely drawn to those green eyes. Loxie took a step forward and appeared beside the throne in the next instant, sitting directly next to Princess Loxie. The throne was large, easily accommodating both of them. Pada murmured in disbelief, "Daughter?" Loxie returned a polite smile. Pada was the original owner's mother, but not her. Most importantly, she hadn't inherited the original owner's memories, so she had no idea about feelings. She only felt sorry for Pada and the Rainbow Dash aliens. Pada instinctively stood up, wanting to approach. "Are you a clone?" She took 2 unsteady steps, desperately needing to know the truth. Lassie slowly shook her head, but faced with such an intense gaze, she looked away, somewhat flustered, and said to Princess Lassie, "Release them, give them their freedom. Rainbow Dash has already restarted anyway." Princess Lassie had no objection. "Okay, that's what I meant too, but Rainbow Dash is too far away, we need to find a way to protect it." Lassie stroked her chin, thinking seriously, "Can we bring them over? If it's just the two of us?" Startled by her bold idea, Princess Lassie leaned back, then said, "We can try." Queen Pata held back her tears. She wasn't oblivious to her daughter's estrangement. She returned to the sofa. One daughter had left her at a young age, enduring countless hardships before returning. The other daughter was a clone, and she could only watch as Leon used her as a tool. She had no power, and could do nothing. She was a terrible mother. Seeing the beautiful woman heartbroken, Losai hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Mother, you should go and rest. We still have a lot to take care of." Losai was almost 18 years old now, and her appearance had blossomed. While she might not be considered a rare, stunning beauty, she was certainly a rare find, especially with her unparalleled aura. As for the mother, Pata was naturally exceptionally beautiful. The Ifka royal family, besides selecting capable individuals, also valued good looks. Pata was only in her early 40s, her face without a single wrinkle. Standing next to Rossi, an untrained I would mistake her for sisters. Her eyes reddened, her broken and self-reproachful expression making everyone want to protect her. Hearing her daughter call her mother, Pata's tears welled up instantly, but fearing her daughter would find her too weak, she happily wiped away her tears. "Okay, I go cook for you. You all go ahead with your work." Outside the hall, many people awaited the new king's orders. Seeing Queen Pata emerge, their expressions varied. Previously, this queen had no real power, merely occupying a position. Everyone was just going through the motions. Some from wealthy families dared to contradict or mock her, while others simply ignored her. But now the situation is different. Her daughter will be the new queen. Although she doesn't know the new king's attitude towards Pata, she is still his biological mother, so he certainly won't treat her badly. Those who used to look down on her now bow slightly, offering flattering words, and trying to glean information. Pata isn't stupid. She didn't reveal that the real Rosie had returned, only telling them to wait for the new king's instructions before returning to her palace. An hour later, Princess Rosie emerged in her formal attire. She recognized everyone waiting outside. She assigned tasks to those who were generally agreeable, and sent the others away for the time being. Those who received tasks were overjoyed. It represented the new king's approval, and a future in the center of power. Those without tasks left dejectedly. They now had to go back and consider their future. Assigning tasks one by one, and handling some matters herself, it was already 8 p.m. by the time she finished. Exhausted, she returned to the main hall. "We agreed to split it in half, but I'm doing all the work." Loxie emerged from her spatial dimension and patted her shoulder. "Oh dear, I'm not familiar with this place, and I was afraid of giving myself away. You have to work hard these next few days." Princess Loxie pouted. "You can put me in your spatial dimension. You can act outside, and I provide guidance from inside." Chapter 277. Loxie scratched her head awkwardly, realizing she hadn't been fooled. "Sigh, you have to do it yourself. Even though I've been in the space lately, I've been studying diligently." Princess Loxie, "All right, you do it tomorrow. I rest in the space." Finally getting some rest, she received a warm dinner invitation from Pata. Loxie put Princess Loxie into her space, transformed back into her normal form, and, led by palace attendants, arrived at Pata's palace. Loxie couldn't move within her space, so she had to come out, leaving Princess Loxie inside. The attendants, seeing the queen had changed her clothes, didn't say anything and quietly led the way. All the attendants in the palace were dismissed. Pata had prepared an exquisite 9-dish meal and soup, looking expectantly at her two daughters. It looked very good. Loxie smelled it to make sure it was all right, then took a bite, and was immediately amazed by the taste. Princess Loxie explained from the side, "My mother loves to cook in her spare time. Her skills are unmatched by many master chefs." Although she was queen, Pata was subject to many restrictions, and cooking was one of her few hobbies. Seeing her two daughters enjoying their meal, she felt happy and content for the first time. Princess Loxie, after eating a rib that fell off the bone with a single bite, said, "I replaced the people in charge of the Rainbow Dash planet with my own people. For now, we won't let them out, but they can have whatever they want. Many of them have intellectual disabilities, and we're afraid they might cause trouble if they go out. Once things are settled on Rainbow Dash, we send them back." Pata blinked her big eyes twice. "Can I go see them?" Princess Loxie, Of course, but tomorrow there's National Day and our coronation ceremony. We can go after that. After staying up all night, Princess Losai thoroughly cleaned the palace. She wouldn't tolerate any corrupt officials, and she cut corners on unnecessary expenses. The energy wasted was the lifeblood of other planets. The next morning at 10 a.m., with the help of her attendants, Losai changed into the coronation dress that had been hastily made overnight, and finally donned a crown of energy gems as clear as crystal. Don't underestimate these energy gems. Although they may not seem numerous, each one is worth 100 million star coins, and they are among the purest. At Losai's request, many unnecessary procedures were omitted from the coronation ceremony, which was completed in half an hour. Then, as the official queen of planet Ifka, she held a National Day ceremony. The procedures were similar to yesterday's. Except for some parts, where she needed to speak personally, the rest were handled by designated personnel. Losai, wearing the heavy dress, had to maintain her best demeanor for a full 2 hours. Of course, this wasn't the end. She changed into casual formal attire, and began greeting distinguished representatives from various fields, as well as attending the crucial military parade. Watching the warships flash across the sky, she thought about the various warships that were now almost empty in her space. They had all gone into her pocket, only to be released again. Half of the energy gems were also returned for basic operations. From 10 a.m. until 3:35 p.m., she persevered outside for 25 hours before finally being able to rest. Losai went into her space to sleep, while Loxi came out to hand over the duties. With the new emperor's ascension, there were too many things to handle. The two worked tirelessly day and night for half a month before finally finishing everything, and the new rules they established completely overturned the previous regulations. Several dukes and earls were also purged. Those who obeyed were spared, those who disobeyed were stripped of their titles and demoted to commoners, and those who dared to rebel could say goodbye to the world. No matter how powerful they were no match for Losai, who now held complete control of the Ifka royal family. With so many capable individuals, most had already submitted without her even lifting a finger. They just didn't understand why the new queen's changes to the rules seemed to be abolishing the constitutional monarchy and attempting to return power to the people. She didn't want to be queen, but they did. However, Losai didn't need to explain to them. During this time, she also discussed some cooperation with envoys from several other imperial planets and saw them off. Meanwhile, because Queen Losai had been working day and night for half a month, word gradually spread from the palace to the outside world, and many rumors about her decreased. Most of those rumors were spread by former subordinates of Lion and Doyle, who were dissatisfied with her ascension to the throne and claimed that she had orchestrated King Lion's death. Rosie publicly announced Doyle's death as a result of his dissatisfaction with her ascension to the throne, his failed assassination attempt, and his own death. Rumors circulated that Doyle was the King of Lion's preferred heir, and that Rosie had killed him to seize the throne. Of course, Rosie paid no heed to any of this. A million people might say a few words, but she only needed to utter one to silence them all. Her position was not merely for show. The revised constitution was promulgated on May 25th, Rosie's 18th birthday. All other online voices vanished, replaced by discussions of the new constitution. Legally savvy bloggers worked overnight to edit videos, sharing their interpretations of the new constitution online. In short, every article of the new constitution was beneficial to the common people. Now nobody cared about Leon or Doyle anymore. Queen Rosie was the best. However, Queen Rosie didn't show up on her birthday. Until June 20th, the residents of planet Ifka noticed what appeared to be another planet in the night sky. To the naked eye, there were many clouds, and the yellowish-green land beneath them was faintly visible. Planet Ifka had 4 active subsidiary planets, with frequent exchanges and spaceships traveling to and from it almost daily, visible to the naked eye. They were used to seeing 4 faintly glowing planets and countless stars every night, so the addition of another one startled them considerably. Rosie and her companion lay panting on Rainbow Dash. "Tired, so tired," Rosie said, staring blankly at the sky. She was so exhausted, she could barely lift her arms. She and Rosie had actually been dragged to Rainbow Dash, though they were practically useless. They had secretly set off for Rainbow Dash long before the new constitution was promulgated. Only a few trusted people knew. After more than a month of back and forth, it was finally brought here. Ministers flocked to the palace to request an audience with Queen Losai, only to find Queen Mother Pada there. Pada stopped the ministers, who wanted to send troops to investigate, and told them the truth. The previously anxious crowd fell silent. Had they misheard? Queen Losai had dragged Rainbow Dash over? Was that even humanly possible? But they soon learned the truth.
After resting for a few hours, Loci returned to planet Ifka and held a grand but simple ceremony the next day. The Rainbow Dash inhabitants kept by the Ifka royal family were sent back to Rainbow Dash. After its reopening, Rainbow Dash developed tourism again, and now there are many houses there for them to stay in. Chapter 278. However, shortly after Loxi ascended the throne, she closed tourism to Rainbow Dash, and now it's completely deserted. Besides the Rainbow Dash inhabitants, Loxi also arranged for dedicated personnel to protect them, preventing anyone else from sneaking in and causing trouble. At the same time, she announced a major piece of news. All tributes from affiliated planets were cancelled, but to obtain protection from planet Ivica, a new world treaty needed to be signed. The cost varied depending on the size, population, industries, etc. of each planet. Planets that signed the New World Treaty must also cease collecting tributes from affiliated planets, and the protection fee could not exceed 20% of the planet's annual revenue. In short, it was much, much cheaper than tributes. As long as they developed normally, they could afford the fee. They couldn't really be fools, wasting manpower and resources to help those small planets for free. Upon hearing this news, the humans on the various planets had different thoughts. The 4 closest planets immediately came to Loxi to ask what she meant. The lowest-ranking planets would certainly be willing to sign the New World Treaty, but the situation is less certain for the planets that are both suzerain and subordinate. Although their tributes are high, they also receive substantial tributes from the lower-ranking planets, so overall they still make a profit. If they sign the New World Treaty, they can no longer collect tributes, and relying solely on their own development without mining the planet's intrinsic energy gems will significantly slow their progress. Furthermore, the lowest-ranking planets cannot bypass the suzerain and directly sign the treaty with planet Ifka. They are willing but unable. The weakest of the 4 planets was the first to agree to sign the New World Treaty. He didn't have many subordinate planets, making this treaty more advantageous. With the first one, a second would naturally follow. Loxi wasn't in a hurry for the others. Some planets were too far away to receive the news for many days. Evkati strongly recommended that all industries replace the use of energy gems with renewable energy. The current depletion of various planets is due to the excessive use of energy gems as power sources. From daily life to space travel, a gradual replacement is necessary to prevent the tragedy of planetary extinction. Loxi and her companion didn't intend to hide this news, and it quickly reached the ears of other planets, including the fact that she had dragged Rainbow Dash to their side. Many suspected Loxi had gone mad, while simultaneously awe of her powerful and terrifying strength. Some planet lords scoffed disdainfully, trying to be a good person, thinking she can change the world just by having some ability. It's wishful thinking. But for Loxi and her companions, cooperation was unavoidable. After all, she was the only one in the universe with such power. For those smaller, less powerful planets, Evercati became their most coveted destination. Having dealt with a backlog of work accumulated over the past month, Loxi and her companion announced another piece of news. Planet Ifka will spend energy gems worth 100 trillion star coins to repair some planets on the verge of collapse, with priority given to planets that have signed the New World Treaty. Upon this announcement, the number of planets that had previously signed the New World Treaty surged dramatically. Loxi and her companion took turns working, one handling matters during the day and the other at night. With 48 hours in a day, the palace servants were divided into 4 shifts, and to outsiders, Loxi appeared to be working tirelessly day and night for the people, causing her popularity among the common folk to soar. The ministers were busy every day, barely having time to rest. However, some, seeing that Rose hadn't rested in so long, couldn't help but advise, "Your Majesty, all the matters have been arranged. Why don't you take a break?" Although they knew her body had the energy to sustain such intense work, everyone needs rest. Rose appeared at that moment and replied, "It's all right. I rest whenever I have free time." The minister sighed. In his eyes, Rose only rested during mealtimes, instantly establishing her image as a diligent and benevolent ruler. Several days passed, and Rose and her companion continued to consider which planet to repair. More and more planets were signing the New World Treaty, and many people from other planets were petitioning outside the palace. Even planets below B1 were petitioning, but these planets were not currently under Rose's consideration. Finally, they chose B1-021-001 as the first planet to be repaired, allocating 2 trillion units of energy. This wasn't a complete repair, of course, but it was all free, and no one dared to object. Besides, no one but Loci could purify the energy and inject it into the planet. Simply burying the energy gems in the ground wouldn't be enough for the planet to absorb them on its own,
and the energy gems were too valuable. Someone might secretly dig them up. Once it was decided, Loci set off immediately. This planet was chosen because it wasn't too far away, making travel convenient, and it would also allow people on other planets to see more quickly that she was serious. The 100 trillion came from the IFCA treasury. These energy gems were collected from affiliated planets anyway, so it was essentially returning them. Over the years, the tributes paid by each planet have far exceeded 2 trillion. While this 2 trillion isn't enough to repay the debt, it's the price of past sins, and it's quite generous of Rossi to be willing to repay so much. 2 trillion is a considerable sum. At Rossi's current purification rate, it will take about a month. The people of planets B1-021 and -001 have been waiting eagerly. When Rossi arrived aboard the IFCA, enthusiastic cheers erupted everywhere. The planetary lord wanted to welcome Rossi. After all, she was the lord of B1 Imperial Planet and the queen of the IFCA royal family. However, Rossi immediately refused upon disembarking, asking them where they wanted the energy injected into the planet before commencing operations. Arriving aboard a small spaceship on a barren, black wasteland, the Star Lord of B1-021-001, slightly hunched over, carefully pointed to the area below. This is it. This used to be the most fertile part of our planet's soil. Sadly, it has become like this. Even before landing on B1-021-001, Loci had already seen the entire planet from space. Half of the not-so-large planet was dead, devoid of life. Loci was in charge of the first restoration, while the other Loci handled various affairs in her palace, not venturing out. They hadn't yet revealed the existence of 2 Locis. These matters wouldn't be released until Loci returned. Queen Pata quietly arranged flowers nearby. She was happy now. Her daughter was by her side, now an empress, unlike those who only cared about plundering. She understood the hardships of small planets, and her people had returned to their home planet. She believed things would get better from now on. Chapter 279. More than 2 months passed in a flash. Loci returned to the palace. Recently, she felt something was wrong with her. When she left B1-021-001, it felt like something had entered her body. Objectively speaking, she felt no discomfort, but after sensing something enter her body, Loci felt uneasy all over. Could it be that B1-021-001 had a special ability user, marking or attacking her? She was able to sense these things because she had been upgraded again after refining the 2 trillion energy gems. The spatial volume increased from 15 billion cubic meters to 20 billion cubic meters. The range of her 3 senses increased from 20,000 meters to 50,000 meters. The area of the gray soil increased from 40 acres to 100 acres. Her physical strength increased from 100 tons to 200 tons. 10,000 units of energy could generate 200 tons of force and defense. The bottleneck in her body had finally been broken, and her physical strength had increased once again. The palace also collected a lot of gray soil, which Loci stored in her spatial storage. The area of gray soil increased once again, from 100 mu to 1,000 mu. The 4 little guys in the space were stunned. 1,000 mu of land stretched as far as the eye could see. Could they really complete it? Little Left, however, was full of enthusiasm. It had a lot of strength but nowhere to use it. I have branches, I can do it. Loci transmitted her voice. It's okay, I use my abilities. You guys just keep an eye on things. Little C, your main task is to study. Little C only had a primary school education, so Loci downloaded a lot of materials for her to study. Of course, Little Left and Little Right, who were practically illiterate, also had to study. Stone would also look at some materials when he was bored. Loci told Loxy about her strange experience on B1-021-001. Lox's eyes widened immediately. I had the same feeling when I restarted Rainbow Dash, like something entered my body, but I couldn't find anything unusual, right? Loxy nodded emphatically in agreement. The good news was that Loxy had the same symptoms, and was still alive. The bad news was that they still didn't know what it was. Helplessly, they could only pretend nothing had happened and continue their lives as usual. The stone in the space darted around with its eyes, seemingly guessing something, but said nothing. Just a few days after returning, Loxy and Loxy discussed the next planet to repair. This time, Loxy would go out, while Loxy would stay home. The ministers hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. While they were doing good deeds, they also needed to prioritize their own planet. With them out every day, where would they find the time to handle government affairs? Unexpectedly, the next second, all the government documents that had been piling up for over 2 months were delivered to them, complete with detailed solutions. The ministers could only reluctantly take their tasks and go about their business. On a distant imperial planet, the Star Lord of A1, having heard of Empress Lox's remarkable achievements, was deeply inspired and moved. He decided to emulate Lox's actions, including but not limited to reforming the system and helping to repair weaker planets. They didn't possess Lox's ability to directly purify energy, but they developed a machine capable of doing so. It was extremely expensive to build, and the materials were scarce. Currently, they only had one machine, and a second one might not be ready for at least a year. It was a technological breakthrough, but the purification process was very slow, only able to purify 10,000 energy gems per day. If 2 trillion energy points would take Loci a month at her current speed, then this machine would need 547,945 years, less than 550,000 years. A little over a year passed in the blink of an eye. October 1st, year 5000 of the Seeking Light era. The 100 trillion energy gems were all used up, benefiting a total of 36 planets. The benefits vary depending on the size and degree of decay of each planet, ranging from a minimum of 2 trillion to a maximum of 5 trillion. Loci was on her return journey in her spaceship. Meanwhile, Loci was still handling state affairs in Pada's palace, while Little Silk studied nearby, and Little Left and Little Right, one buried in the soil and the other soaking in water, seemed quite comfortable. Stone was showing off the fruits produced in Loci's space. Being queen was great. She had acquired many new seeds of fruits from the giant race. Now, besides the watermelons, peaches, grapes, and bananas she had planted before, there were also oranges, cantaloupes, lychees, and more, a total of 20 varieties. The gray soil in Loci's space now covers 10,000 acres, yielding an abundance of produce, all of which she sold, even devaluing the giant's fruits. The space's output is astonishing. What she sold accounted for 90% of the giant's fruit market, with merchants from other planets coming to buy fruit almost every few days. She kept the profits for herself, occasionally giving Pada and Loci a little pocket money. Although they were wealthy, their own businesses were few, far fewer than Loci's. Royal family members weren't allowed to spend as much as they wanted. Everyone had their own spending quota. As for the energy gems she stole from Evika's treasury, she returned them all. She only needed to purify the energy gems to improve herself. Her body couldn't absorb much energy, so keeping so many was of little use. Moreover, a nation's operation requires money in many areas, and there are so many subordinate planets. Now, 70% of them have signed the New World Treaty. After discussing it with Loci, she decided to do some basic repairs on each surviving lower-level planet. There are many areas that require money. The National Treasury has a lot of energy gems, but when distributed among the planets, each planet receives very little. Fortunately, with policy support, 15% of the industries on planet Ifka have switched to new energy sources instead of energy gems. The less energy gems are consumed, the more likely the weaker planets are to survive. Lion's mustard seed space was given to Loci, but their contents were divided equally for emergencies. Loci's electronic office equipment suddenly sent an urgent message from the minister in charge of the planet's external defense. All documents from ministers and officials requiring the Queen's decision are sent here. Loci reviews and approves them as needed, but the documents can only be sent out after the other person returns. It takes 2 months at the earliest, 3 months at the latest. However, if there were truly urgent matters, Loci would send them out in advance, ostensibly saying that Queen Pada was handling them. Loci opened the urgent message. Large combat ships from planet A9 and planet A8 have been detected on planet B1-39. Large combat ships from planet B4 and planet C2 have been detected approaching planet B1-08. Their flight path will pass by this planet. The message was sent 16 days ago. If traveling in a straight line, they should arrive at planet Ifka this afternoon. It's a very concise sentence, but Loci knew how much information it contained. Small smuggling ships from other planets do exist, but official ships like these would always negotiate in advance, obtain permission, and pay a toll before flying over other planets' territory. Especially with combat ships like these passing by, not reporting is tantamount to provocation. Planet Ifka could simply annihilate them, and no one in interstellar space would say anything. Chapter 280. Lassie tapped her fingers on the table. One planet was one thing, but now 4 Imperial planets' warships had arrived. Their intentions were clearly malicious. She quickly issued orders to various departments. Pada, standing beside her, asked worriedly, "Are they going to attack us?" Lassie typed rapidly, replying without looking up, "Most likely." Ifka planet's strength is only slightly above average among the Imperial planets. With Lassie still out of the picture and so many energy gems consumed, they probably think they have an opportunity. One planet attacking them might not guarantee victory, but what about 4 or more? If a planet was a highly coveted prize, especially since controlling it would allow them to blackmail Lassie. With the right methods, what did the Empress matter? She still have to obediently become their tool. Lassie issued order after order. The ministers assumed Pada was issuing them, but Pada had indeed handled some urgent matters when the Empress was away for over a year, and she always handled them very well according to Lassie's instructions. Everyone obeyed her orders without question and immediately began deploying defenses and attacks. Planet Ivka entered a state of emergency preparedness, with combat ships taking off one after another. Air raid sirens sounded, and civilians, escorted by police, gradually entered air raid shelters. Actually, with current technology, the probability of being destroyed while hiding in an air raid shelter was still quite high, although they were much sturdier than ordinary houses. All residents of Ivka City have been evacuated. The main defense device is ready. All residents of Doro City have been evacuated. The sub-defense device is ready. All residents of Shashi City have been evacuated. The sub-defense device is ready. Coco City. Reports poured in, one after another, the entire population of planet Ivka evacuated within 3 hours. Losai lowered her voice slightly. Activate. Her voice reached the ears of the leaders of each city, and everyone pressed the activation device immediately. Beep! Streams of energy rose from the city center into the atmosphere and dissipated. 5 minutes later, the energy in the air had fully expanded and contacted the energy of other cities, gradually forming a protective shield completely enveloping planet Ivka. This was planet Ivka's most powerful defense. This energy shield had to be maintained, and its destruction would have unimaginable consequences. The activation of the energy shield also signaled the completion of the final preparation. Losai's specially designed communication device allowed her to communicate simultaneously with the leaders of various departments and cities, enabling immediate dispatch. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but Queen Losai hadn't returned yet. They were puzzled but didn't question it. This person's command had been personally granted by Pada, and they could only obey. As Losai was about to leave the palace, Pada's eyes, filled with a myriad of emotions, condensed into a single sentence: "Be careful, protect yourself." Okay. Losai had already changed into a black and white fitted combat suit. The moment she stepped out of the palace, the attendants outside paused for a moment, then knelt on one knee in salute. "Your Majesty." With their voices, Losai disappeared into the horizon. The attendants slowly rose and looked up at the sky. "When did your Majesty return?" They exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Losai went directly to outer space, outside the atmosphere. All of planet Ivka's combat ships were stationed outside, protecting the planet. She was small, difficult to spot in space unless you were very close, and since she was standing at the back of her ship, no one had yet noticed her. For nearby planets had also entered a state of emergency preparedness, deploying numerous ships to guard their respective planets. The more distant planets were the first to detect the enemy and immediately relayed the information. 35 Tier 1 combat ships, 270 Tier 2 combat ships, 510 Tier 3 combat ships, and a rough estimate of over 1,500 Tier 4 and 5 ships. Losai frowned upon receiving this unfortunate news. A Tier 1 combat ship was equivalent to 500 Tier 4 ships, while her side only had 5 Tier 1, 15 Tier 2, 120 Tier 3, and 2,000 Tier 4 and 5 ships. The disparity was enormous. And this was even with each of the other planets deploying only a small number. While attacking planet Ivka was important, it was also crucial to leave a large portion of the fleet to protect their own planet in case of a sneak attack. Half an hour later, the group finally saw the ships. All the AB system Imperial planets, except for A1, A2, B2, and B3, had arrived. This included C1 and C2, totaling 18 Imperial planets. The two sides faced off, the enemy surrounding the entire planet Ivka without immediately engaging in battle. Through special equipment, the two sides established communication, and Losai received their message. "On behalf of the 18 Imperial planets, I am communicating with B1. If you surrender, we will not destroy a single inch of planet Ivka." Losai spoke to his superior on the communication device, asked them what their purpose is. The message was quickly sent and received a reply. "Planet Ivka, including all its subordinate planets, belongs to the 18 Imperial planets, including Empress Loxi. If you do not submit, we will fight until you are willing to." This is taking advantage of the situation. Loxi had her people relay the message. "Aren't you afraid Loxi will come back to cause trouble?" the 18 Imperial planets. We control the lives of trillions of your people. If she dares to attack, everyone will die because of her. Based on Lox's actions since taking power, the people of the 18 Imperial planets believe she is a saint, and will definitely be soft-hearted and unwilling to sacrifice so many lives. Loxi couldn't help but sneer. What do you mean by dying because of her? They, the 18 Imperial planets, are the ones who have been clamoring for revenge and murder. Before she could reply, another message arrived: surrender. You can't win. As long as you surrender, not a single person will die. Your Empress won't be back for at least half a month. There's no hope. Not dying for now, the messenger thought to himself. Loci remained silent, simply instructing her men to hold them off. The person in charge, sweating profusely, pondered what to say in response. Lost in the back of the spaceship, Loci pulled out Stone. Go to the largest one first. Stone, okay, watch my space jump. The vastness of space made it seem the two ships weren't far apart, but even at Loci's fastest speed, it would take several minutes, even with her recent upgrade. Short-distance space jumps were child's play for Stone. She could jump continuously for an hour without a problem. Then, the people on the IFCA battleship saw the enemy ships, which had previously been so arrogant, slowly plummeting or drifting aimlessly, as if they had lost power and were being carried along by the cosmic currents. Chapter 281. Loci destroyed 5 Tier 1 warships in a row, and Planet 18 panicked, beginning to maneuver their ships. But could this be faster than a space jump? Clearly not. Seeing their ships completely out of control, they panicked. Captain, everything's malfunctioning. We can't even open the hatches. They couldn't even escape in the escape pods. If no one rescued them, they would be stuck inside, waiting for food, air to run out, and then dying. The captain immediately sent messages to other ships for help, but the other planets were too busy running away from the unknown attack to rescue them. But not everyone was a fool. This unknown attack was definitely the work of Planet IFCA. Shooting them down would stop the attack. The commanders of the first few warships to react launched an attack immediately. The first wave of attacks consisted of 4 Tier 1 warships, but IFCA's side was no pushover either. They precisely engaged and intercepted the attack mid-flight. But the second wave of attacks suddenly intensified, making it virtually impossible for them to block it all. At the critical moment, Loci released Little Left, Little Right, and Little Silk. Little Silk followed Little Right, and Loci created an energy shield for her. Little Left and Little Right had evolved twice in the past year, becoming significantly stronger than before, and could even function normally in the cold, icy universe. Little Silk had also grown considerably under Loci's guidance. Given a little time, she could easily control everyone on an entire spaceship. Little Left and Little Right surged in power, instantly enveloping 2 spaceships. Little Right used its branches to protect Little Silk and send her to the hull of the enemy ship. Little Silk extended her will, directly controlling everyone in the cockpit. The ever-helpful Xiao Yu led Xiao Si to the next warship. Xiao's will was much simpler and more direct. Just cause as much destruction as possible. As soon as the 2 kids left the already controlled spaceship, the people in the cockpit seemed possessed, turning the ship around and attacking their teammates directly. Controlling 1 warship was equivalent to destroying 2, the effect was significant. However, most of the second wave of attacks still managed to hit. The warriors of IFCA fought back with all their might, but there were too many of them, and some couldn't be stopped, heading straight for IFCA's planet. Fortunately, the planet's shield was very sturdy. It could withstand about 100 of these stray bullets. The problem was that if their own warships couldn't stop most of the attacks, the energy shield would probably only withstand about 10 attacks before being breached. Theoretically, as long as there were enough energy gems, the energy shield could continue indefinitely, constantly self-repairing. But the fear was that enemy attacks would sneak in during the repair process. Destroying even 1 sub-device would greatly weaken the energy shield's effectiveness. Hearing the explosions in the sky, although they hadn't breached the defenses, the people in the air raid shelter were still terrified. They clung tightly to their family and friends, wondering if they would survive. The children, with their weaker emotional resilience, had never witnessed such a scene before and immediately burst into tears. The news spread like wildfire, filling the air raid shelter with the cries of children. Eventually, even some adults began to weep. One mother, holding her child tightly, tried to remain calm despite her own fear, comforting her child. Her Majesty Rosie will definitely come to save us. She is the best Star Lord. She certainly won't abandon us. Though she said this, her smile was more like a grimace. Queen Lox's whereabouts weren't hidden. They all knew she wouldn't be back for another 2 weeks, and it wouldn't be enough time. But the child, unaware of this, believed her and sobbed, holding back tears. Really? Mommy, I miss our home planet. The mother, her eyes red, stroked her child's head. You will. Queen Loxy is here to repair our home planet. Soon we be home, our real home. The child finally stopped crying. The others also thought of the powerful and kind queen, comforting themselves and their companions. Perhaps if she returned early, they could be saved. But the next second, another attack came, much stronger than the first. Even hiding in the bomb shelter, their eardrums felt like they were about to burst. The tears they had finally managed to stop flowed again with fear, and the sounds of struggle before death echoed everywhere. Suddenly someone shouted, "It's all Rose's fault. If she hadn't been so arrogant, no one would have bothered attacking us. Her abilities are a menace." With one person leading the charge, a few others who were dissatisfied with Rose joined in. As more people listened, some with weaker resolve were swayed. But before the police and soldiers could restore order, someone slapped the person who had spoken ill of Rose. The person who had been slapped turned around. Everyone was looking at him, and he couldn't immediately tell who had hit him. He opened his mouth, intending to say a few more bad things before he died, but before he could speak, he was slapped again on the back of the head, the sound echoing loudly. Immediately afterwards, everyone else who had spoken ill of Rose was slapped several times from a distance. At this point, a bolder person retorted, "Queen Rose has only done good deeds. How is she arrogant? Even if she tries to be discreet, repairing a planet is such a big undertaking. Everyone on the planet being repaired can see it. No matter how discreet she is, someone can easily find out." Exactly. Since Empress Loxy ascended the throne, she has been diligent in her duties. Our affiliated planets have benefited, and so have you locals of Ithaca. The system has been updated, royal power has been significantly weakened, so many industries have been opened up, so many new jobs have been created, and everyone's salary has increased by at least 20% this year. You can report any unscrupulous companies without a second thought. Could you have enjoyed these benefits before? Even if you had another 500 years, you still wouldn't. Yeah, my company used to not even sign contracts and frequently delayed wages, and we had to work overtime every day without pay. But since the Empress's new system was introduced, we have the basic 3 days off a week and various basic benefits, and our salaries have increased. We can afford a house in a few years. Those who spoke ill of Loxy were quickly silenced. Some who were dissatisfied were even beaten up by the crowd, forbidden from speaking ill of their wonderful Empress. Above planet Ithaca, Loxy and Stone, working together, took down half of the level 1 warships in just 1 minute. The remaining ships, with the cooperation of Little Left, Little Right, and Little Silk, were also nearing their end. The Tier 2 and lower tier warships wanted to help but didn't know where to begin. Attacking the strange blue vines risked damaging ships already trapped within them. The Ithaca planet warships, their attention largely diverted, had an easier time. Although they didn't know who was helping them, they diligently blocked all attacks, relieving pressure on the protective shield below. Having dealt with most of the Tier 1 warships, Loci stood atop the last relatively intact Tier 1 warship. Compared to the ship, she was quite inconspicuous, but the other ships still spotted her. Chapter 282. Who is that person? She could move freely in space without any protection. The spaceship's probe zoomed in, and everyone saw her clearly. In the endless, dark universe, countless stars shone for her, and her green eyes held undisguised rage. Panic erupted. It's Rosie. Wasn't she still on her way? It's over, the information was wrong. In stark contrast to the panic on Planet 18, was the shouts of the people on the Ithaca planet's warship. The Empress is back. Her Majesty Rosie is back. Rosie didn't open her mouth, but her voice reached everyone's ears. Surrender, or die here. Her tone was cold and indifferent, as if she spoke casually, but no one dared to disregard her words. A ceasefire was declared. Of the 18th planet's Tier 1 warships, only the one at Rosie's feet remained intact. The commanders of each planet were either dead or had disappeared, and power was naturally transferred to the Tier 2 warships. Those in charge of a warship are all quite capable, but compared to Loci, they are far inferior. With all 35 Tier 1 warships destroyed, their resistance could only prolong their deaths. It was utterly ineffective. C1 and C2 were the first to surrender, followed by the others. They were simply no match for her. Loci alone could easily defeat all the ships here. If they had known she was back, they would never have attacked at this time. Lossi's voice came again. Line up. If you dare to cause trouble, I find you even if you escape to the ends of the earth. Then your fate will be uncertain. Loci then transmitted a message to her own warships. These are spoils of war. Keep a close eye on them. Make sure the ships remain stationary in the western plains. After giving her instructions, Losai steered the warship she was on to the Sisi grassland. Level 1 warships were incredibly valuable and couldn't be wasted. She only severed some crucial connections. With repairs, they were still usable. After settling the ship, she began retrieving nearby level 1 warships from space. Of the 35 warships, she recovered 20, the remaining 15 had drifted too far and disappeared. One level 1 warship was worth 5 years' income for planet Ivka. Adding warships of other levels, Losai had instantly recouped 150 years' worth of income. Planet Ivka's warship reserves had now reached number 1. Even without Losai, other planets would have to consider whether they could defeat planet Ivka with its vast fleet of warships. All the hostages were imprisoned in Losai's specially designed energy cages. Many of these cages contained powerful individuals, making them difficult to confine in ordinary cages. Inside were also several members of royal families from other imperial planets, including a princess and a prince. Suppressing his fear, the prince tried to reason with her. "I am a prince of A6 imperial star. Queen Losai, aren't you afraid of offending A6 imperial star by locking me up?" Losai, who had other matters to attend to and didn't have time to watch him, paused, looking at him as if he were an idiot. "Your homeworld has 25 Tier 1 warships?" She hadn't even mentioned the Tier 2 and 3 ones. Even the most powerful A1 imperial star only had 20 Tier 1 warships. Other imperial stars would have even fewer. This prince wasn't thinking straight. He should be worried about whether his homeworld would come to ransom him, and whether Losai would directly destroy his homeworld. The prince choked, and Losai left without waiting for him to say another word. The warships also carried a large amount of other supplies, including numerous energy gems for piloting the spaceships, and a considerable quantity of various combat weapons. Now, things had become more complicated. It took Losai 5 days to handle everything, including demanding ransom from the 18 imperial planets and repairing the warships. Of the 25 Tier 1 warships, 10 were kept in the capital, Ivka City. The remaining 14, including smaller Tier 2, 3, 4, and 5 warships, were distributed to several important cities on the planet. Losai kept one for himself, along with several others of different tiers, intending to give them to Kyushu after things settled down. He kept only one relatively small speed-type spaceship for himself. The distances between imperial planets are vast. News takes at least a month to travel back and forth, so Losai wasn't in a hurry to handle official business. However, news of Losai's feat quickly spread throughout Ivka's affiliated planets. Their sense of security was overwhelming. Other planets would have much more to offer than a powerful leader, and their leader was so friendly, having ended years of exploitation. Less than half a month later, as Rahi was about to return, the signing rate of the New World Treaty had soared to 90%. In a small room in the palace, Hela was talking to Rahi. "You have 2, right?" Ever since Rahi ascended the throne, Hela had been reviewing everything that had happened. She was certain that a woman had rescued Rahi, but she wasn't sure if she was a clone like Rahi. Until recently, when Rahi appeared silently during the siege of the 18 imperial planets, her suspicions only grew stronger. Rahi, focused on handling state affairs, replied, "Yes." This time, she had no intention of hiding it. Now that the regime was stable, and Rosie was back today, so many people on the spaceship knew she had been inside all along. Her appearance would immediately expose her deception when compared to theirs. Hearing the answer she wanted, Hela inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. "Which clone are you?" She had assumed Rosie was one of the clones who had escaped, or perhaps a clone personally awakened by Princess Rosie. Rosie didn't even look up. "I'm the original. The other one is number 6. She would announce this to the world tomorrow. Hela was just getting a head start. "The real one? You're the missing Rosie?" This was the least likely answer Hela had imagined. "Losai, yes, but my name is Losai now, the West of West." Hela was surprised for a moment, then didn't press the matter further. "Was it you or number 6 who decided to cancel the tribute?" "Losai, I proposed it, and she agreed." Hela looked at Losai seriously. "You do indeed have such capabilities now, but the universe is infinite. Besides the interstellar space we know now, there are many unknown dangers in the far reaches." Losai sensed the implication in her words, stopped her work, and looked up at her. "Tell me more." The 2 servants in the hall were stunned to hear that the queen had 2. Hearing that there was something even more important, they served Duke Hela tea and immediately withdrew from the hall, fearing for their lives if they listened any longer. Hela glanced at Losai's seat. Since it was a private office, she was only sitting on an exquisitely carved wooden chair. She sighed softly, her tone complex. "When I was young, I also dreamed of sitting on the throne, becoming a good queen praised by the world, and helping those who lost their home planet to no longer be displaced. But with the ascension of Leon's father and his father to the throne, I only wanted to reclaim my position by any means necessary, and I have long forgotten my original aspirations. Chapter 283. You seize the throne, and while I'm not happy about it, I accept it. The throne should belong to the capable. I once mocked your subsequent actions, thinking you were overestimating yourselves. Without the energy gems, Ikara would only fall behind other planets. However, what you did was indeed beneficial to the people, something I had wanted to do but forgot. You even did better than I imagined. However, I still had doubts about you until the day of the siege by the 18 Imperial planets. That completely changed my opinion of you. Do you know why the A1 Imperial planet imitated you? Losai shook her head, waiting for Hela to continue. I know a legend about a dead planet. Legend says planets have life. They have their own consciousness. Losai tilted her head. That's it? Hela, that's it. That was too brief. Losai said, continue. Hela, A1 Imperial planet is the source of the plunder and exploitation chain. How could it possibly abandon the countless tributes from below? They are also the planet with the longest history of development. They must know things we don't. Something's definitely amiss. The ruler of A1 Imperial planet is a mixed dragon race, with a normal lifespan of up to 1,000 years. They've been invading others for 10,000 years, yet the number of rulers has only been 10 generations. The current ruler, Long Yu, has been in power for 900 years, and has never changed the policies of his ancestors. On the contrary, he has increased the tributes, and the people of the subordinate planets are living in misery. Losai, it definitely feels like a conspiracy. Hela, he's copying you now. I don't think it's because he's had a change of heart, or because he pities ordinary people. Perhaps he's trying to curry favor with the planet? Appease a planet? That's certainly a novel idea, Losai thought, recalling the voice she heard on the coal-black planet. She was certain the voice wasn't from anyone present at the time. She assumed it came from a great distance. If Hela meant it, could it have come from the planet itself? If the planet had consciousness, the situation on the coal-black planet was dire. Continued development would surely lead to its demise. Was the voice of Kasirai pleading for help? But she visited many planets, and none had emitted a similar sound. However, after recently repairing the planet, the feeling of something entering her body had intensified. It seemed she had to make time to visit the coal-black planet. I understand, I investigate. Losai temporarily agreed with Hela. Hela left it at that. She couldn't draw too many conclusions, leaving Losai to decide for herself. She stood up. All right, I be going then. But halfway there, she turned back and said, it'd be better with the two of you here at ease. Call me if you need any help. Although she didn't have much power now, she had worked hard for the throne for so many years, accumulating a lot of knowledge, some of which Rossi might not know in a short time. Rossi nodded earnestly. Okay. That night, the ease returned. Everyone in the palace was stunned. The queen was disembarking from the spaceship, but who was the queen standing before them? The more than 200 people present were completely bewildered, utterly bewildered. The minister who had originally come to greet Rossi with something suddenly found his mind both confused and clear. They said the queen had returned, and what important figures on the spaceship required her personal reception. No wonder the political affairs that had piled up for months were all resolved in just a day or two after her return. So there were two queens. Someone with a poor memory tried to shout that someone was impersonating the queen, but was stopped by those around them. Didn't they see how calm both queens were? If someone were truly impersonating her, the queen would have dealt with her immediately. Luoshi knew about the siege of the 18 imperial stars during the descent, and seeing Luoshi appear openly, she understood her meaning. Happily, she quickly approached Luoshi and gave her a big hug. Sister, you worked so hard these past few days. The surroundings were unusually quiet. Everyone heard that sister. Was Queen Luoshi a twin? They never heard of it in all these years. Luoshi patted Luoshi, who was 2 or 3 centimeters taller than her. You worked hard too, go back and rest. Then she looked at everyone present. Disperse, everyone. There's an important announcement tomorrow. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Only when Losai and Hela's figures were out of sight, did they dare to begin their discussion. Everyone walked quickly, buzzing with excitement. Big news. The latest, biggest gossip. They have plenty to chat about with friends and family today. But were the two empresses equally powerful? Wouldn't that make them even stronger? Everyone was incredibly excited, eagerly anticipating the important announcement the empress had mentioned for tomorrow. Back in their chambers, the two briefly exchanged recent news. After listening to Hela's account, Losai seemed thoughtful. Could that anomaly have been caused by the planet? We helped them, So what they give should be good, right? Could the A1 Star Lord want this? Lossie, possibly. She then told Lossie about the sound she heard on the black coal planet, planning to visit soon to investigate. Lossie, sure, but be careful. It's so far away. Leave this to me, I handle the ransom. Lossie chuckled, when I get back, we pull off something big. Lossie's eyes lit up at this. Lossie seemed to understand Lossie's meaning instantly. The next morning at 8 a.m., Lossie and Lossie, both dressed in matching queenly gowns, appeared before reporters, the event broadcast live. Lossie wore black and gold, Lossie wore white and gold, their 3-meter trains exuding power. Actually, the news had already spread the night before. Since Lossie hadn't silenced them, they tacitly agreed to speak. By the time the broadcast started, each media outlet had at least 1 million viewers, while other entertainment broadcasts had almost no viewers. Lossie spoke first, reciting her prepared lines. She gave a general account of her background, but didn't explicitly name anyone when mentioning her wanderings on planet Aegil, and only briefly touched upon her childhood hardships. Finally, she shared her vision for the planet's future. After Rossi finished speaking, it was Ross's turn. She accused Leon of his crimes, but didn't mention anything about Pata and the Rainbow Dash. Their speeches were concise, lasting less than half an hour. They announced that the throne would be shared equally, with equal power and responsibility. Reporters were not allowed to ask questions at this event. The live stream ended after Rossi finished speaking, leaving some viewers still somewhat bewildered. The internet was flooded with discussions about the dual queens. The 4 nearest planets quickly learned of this news, meaning they now had another queen to protect them, and their power was even equal. Chapter 284. Empress Loxi. No, they already knew the terrifying power of Empress Loxi during the siege of the 18 imperial planets. Now, with 2 of the same power, wouldn't that be an instant takeoff? And those elusive vines were also quite astonishing. After handing over planet Ifka to Loxi, Loxi packed a few things and prepared to go to A9 to discuss the ransom before heading to Black Coal Planet. Loxi and Pata came to see her off. Be careful, come back quickly. Loxi reassured Pata. Sister has a space, everything will be alright. Although they didn't know why Loxi chose Imperial Planet A9 as her target, anyone who dared to attack Planet Ifka would have to bear the consequences of failure. Loxi gave the 2 a big hug, took out a stone, and disappeared. With a faster warship and the upgraded stone, Loxi reached A9 in just 1 month. The news of their failure probably hadn't even reached them yet. On her first visit, Loci randomly landed in a city. Her energy extended to the nearest internet cafe, and after using a demo machine to search for basic information, Loci teleported to the capital of A9. Arriving at the political center, Loci stepped onto an energy shield in the air, instead of passing through it directly. She hadn't noticed it before, but now she realized that one of the most powerful functions of the energy gem was so complex. No wonder the energy creatures she purified could directly absorb it. The energy generated by these devices could kill a creature by absorbing just 2 mouthfuls. The energy shield, sensing the anomaly, immediately sounded an alarm, and those below rushed towards Loci. Some soldiers launched the first attack, but Loci didn't even flinch, the attacks were deflected. It wasn't until someone with sharp eyes recognized Loci. Star-Lord B1? The siege of planet Ifka by the 18 Imperial Stars was conducted secretly, without being announced to the world, so many were unaware. While they were still wondering, Star-Lord A9 hurriedly arrived. He wore a black and gold robe, a crown of some kind of golden mineral on his head, and his steps were slightly hurried. Empress Loci? Your presence is an honor, why not sit down and speak? He knew he was doomed when he knew Empress Loci was coming. He hadn't won the war, otherwise she wouldn't have come knocking. But news of being targeted hadn't yet reached other planets. Was he the first? However, this speed was indeed a bit too fast. Perhaps she just happened to be here on business, and hadn't returned to planet Ifka at all, otherwise, the timing wouldn't make sense. He knew the latter probability was low, but he still retained a sliver of hope. Loci chuckled lightly, observing the complex expression on Star-Lord A9's face, and easily passed through the energy shield, slowly descending. The onlookers were utterly astonished. No one had ever been able to pass through the energy shield out of thin air. While Queen Lox's abilities were widely known, and it was understood that the energy shield was useless against her, witnessing it firsthand was another matter entirely. The A9 Star-Lord couldn't help but recall the theft of her subsidiary planet, N9-020. It seemed only this person before her could accomplish such a feat. But even if she wasn't queen before, she was still a princess. It was impossible for her to lack an energy gem from a subsidiary planet. No matter how many doubts she had, Now was not the time to ask. The surrounding soldiers gradually formed a circle around her, but out of respect, they didn't get too close, leaving her ample space. A 9-star lord's mind raced with various thoughts, but his face remained friendly as he gestured behind him. Please. Losai only asked one question. Did you send people, or did you agree to the siege of my planet? Now, her face was cold. Despite being only 1.8 meters tall, she didn't appear weak at all, surrounded by soldiers over 1.9 meters tall. Her expression was composed, exuding an air of authority. A 9-star lord leaned back slightly, his instinctive urge to retreat being abruptly stopped by him. This matter is a long story, and there must be some misunderstanding. Why don't we go inside and discuss it further? He still wore a smile, but a strong sense of malice emanated from him towards Losai. He was an ability user. Losai remained unfazed. The next second, a 9-star lord's body straightened, and he fell backward on the spot. No one saw Losai make a move, but at this moment, she was the prime suspect. The encirclement tightened instantly, and the ability users and armed soldiers were poised to attack. The next second, everyone in the political center froze, forced to watch as Losai slowly walked towards the Star Lord's main hall, their Star Lord's body floating stiffly behind her. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when the sound of air being torn apart rang out overhead. It was the warship that the A9-star Lord had summoned before his death. Unfortunately, it was too late. Even if it hadn't been too late, it wouldn't have changed his fate. His fate was sealed the day he decided to launch the siege of planet Ifka. Losai waved her hand, and the warship stopped motionless in the air. Easily taking control of the entire political center, Losai released her energy and quickly surveyed the area, finding the propaganda department. She randomly selected a person and some equipment, controlling them to come to her side. Start a live stream for me. With that, she released control of the person before her. The junior employee, staring at the upright Star Lord on the ground, felt his legs go weak with fear. Shaking, he found the webcam for the official account, opened it, and cautiously asked, Do you want to force a push? Loxy raised an eyebrow, showing some awareness. Yes. The junior employee, after opening it, wondered if he should help hold it up, but the webcam flew up on its own, finding a suitable angle to aim at Lox's upper body. The live stream began, but Loxy didn't speak immediately, waiting until there were enough viewers before slowly opening his mouth. I am Loxy, the Star Lord of B1 Emperor. Behind me is your Star Lord, who will soon be completely finished. The live stream, with tens of millions of viewers, immediately erupted in chaos. An official account stunt? You have to admit, the Star Lord's corpse looks pretty realistic. No, this isn't a 9-star Lord. Our Star Lord isn't this pale. Dead people are always pale. Account hacked? The actress is pretty. Does she do restaurant reviews? Hey, stop joking. The higher-ups just issued an alert. It's real. If it really is Queen Loxy, it's quite possible. I call her the most powerful in the universe. I quite like Queen Loxy. The moment her New World Treaty came out, I knew she was definitely a good person. Comments refreshed rapidly. Most people still didn't believe it. Even though it was an official account, it wasn't impossible for it to have been hacked. With the forced push notifications, the number of viewers in the live stream quickly exceeded 100 million and was still growing rapidly. Chapter 285. Loxy spoke again. Just over a month ago, on October 1st, 18 Imperial planets violated interstellar law by attacking my planet, Ifka, without any wrongdoing. Among them was a 9 Imperial planet. According to interstellar law, I have the right to retaliate against these 18 planets without being punished by interstellar law. Having stated her official reason, Loxy smiled mockingly at the camera. Of course, if you want to punish me, you have to see if you can defeat me. She slightly raised her chin, displaying the demeanor of a superior. I declare that, as a defeated planet, a 9 Imperial planet officially becomes a subordinate planet of B1 Imperial planet, its designation changed to B1-067. If you have any objections, feel free to come find me. I'll be waiting for you in the political center. The comments section went wild, with nothing being made visible before the next comment was pushed away. No, is she serious? It seems like she's really not joking. She came alone? I'm in the capital, and I haven't seen any large spaceships or warships. Wow, suddenly we gone from an Imperial planet to a subordinate planet. Star-Lord, you really bitten off more than you can chew. I feel like I'm still dreaming. I sleep a little longer, and I be fine when I wake up. She's actually quite nice. She didn't attack us. It seems she only killed the Star Lord. You guys are amazing. Loxy, seeing that it was about time, said one last thing before turning off the live stream. The remaining 17 Imperial planets, are you ready? Some people wanted to praise how cool he was, but the live stream was over, so they couldn't post it. The entire planet A9 trembled, but not completely. The internet was full of recordings and discussions of this short 3-minute live stream, but in reality, everyone still felt a sense of unreality. People still had to go to work as usual, there wasn't a single warship in the sky, so they probably weren't planning on using force. Oh no, the other side had already used force, but it was far too forceful, they wouldn't have the chance to bully civilians like them. The capital did experience a slight commotion, as countless warships flew towards the political center, attempting to kill Loci. Unfortunately, they were frozen in midair before they even got a chance to get a foothold. The civilians below, who had initially wanted to take cover, inexplicably stopped in their tracks upon seeing the motionless warships in the sky. Is this Empress Loci's doing? So powerful. No wonder she was unscathed even when the 18 Imperial planets were besieging her. Do you think our subordinate planets can receive the same treatment as the original subordinate planets of B1 Imperial planet? The kind that don't require tribute, only protection money? Many people on the streets pulled out sunflower seeds and chatted idly. No way, they're really angry. If they hadn't stood up for them, planet Ifka would have suffered countless casualties and been exploited by 18 other planets. If I were the Empress of Ifka, I definitely wouldn't let those 18 Imperial planets off so easily. Yeah, if only our planetary lord were Empress Loxi, it would be so much better. Unfortunately, we're just a subordinate planet. Sigh, the distance is too great, we can't manage them all. From what she's saying, she wants to search all 18 Imperial planets. She doesn't have the energy to manage them all as if they were her own planet. Loxi didn't care about the outside discussions. She only knew that she controlled each person who came, and killed those who disobeyed. After waiting for 3 hours, everyone who was supposed to come arrived, the rest were just small fry. Looking at the A9 planet's high-ranking officials standing in rows, like soldiers at attention, Loxi began her speech. After killing another batch of disobedient people, those remaining were either obedient or cowardly. A junior staff member from the propaganda department followed behind Loci, too intimidated to lift his head as he watched the important figures staring at Empress Loci and, incidentally, at him. Having dealt with the situation sufficiently, and having emptied the capital's treasury, Loci planned to leave. He figured he could escape, but the truth would eventually come out. Before leaving, however, Loci hung the complete corpse of the A9 planet's lord on the city wall outside the political center. This was the price of attacking planet Ifka. 5 days later, Loci casually stole something while passing through A9-020. Not much, just the entire capital's treasury. 4 days later, Loci arrived in Kyushu. From the air, the vegetation, which had been somewhat sparse before, was now denser, but some deserts seemed to have expanded. The survivor base had changed drastically, the old houses were almost gone, replaced by newly built high-rises, twice the size of the previous base. As soon as she landed, Loci turned on her hearing to see if there were any changes, but all she heard were the cries and laughter of babies, which startled her so much that she quickly turned off her powerful hearing. Sure enough, with improved living standards, the population had naturally increased. She carefully calculated that she had left last February, and now it was already past November. According to the conversion between interstellar time and her home planet's time, it had been 3 years. The surroundings had changed drastically, but this villa remained unchanged, with 2 soldiers still guarding it. Loci took out the phone she had bought earlier from her spatial storage and dialed Wang's number after a long time. This time, the call wasn't hung up, it even rang for only a second before being answered. Alice or Loci? Wang's voice was filled with undisguised surprise. Loci, whose appearance had long since transformed into Alice's, said, "Loci asked me to bring you supplies." Hearing it was Alice, Wang didn't show any disappointment, but rather unusually happy, saying, "Wait a moment, I'd be right there." 10 minutes later, not only Wang arrived, but also Mingwei, Baiyu, and assistant Xiao Tian, arriving in a hover car. The area had progressed rapidly in the past 3 years. Mingwei was the most emotional. As soon as she got out of the car, she ran over and hugged Loci tightly. "Sister Alice, I missed you so much." Loci gently ruffled her hair, her tone like she was coaxing a child. "I missed you all too. There's new fruit this time." Wang clasped her hands in front of her stomach, somewhat reserved. "Are you alright?" Loci, "Very well." Hearing that Loci was alright, Wang smiled with satisfaction. "That's good." Baiyu chimed in, Alright. Alice has come all this way, and the interstellar journey is long. Come in and sit down to talk. Once inside, Aunt Wong rummaged through the refrigerator and pulled out a normal-sized watermelon to cut. This is from the seeds you gave us. The yield is still unstable. Although it's small compared to the giant's fruit, the large ones weigh over 200 gene, 100 kilograms. The refrigerator couldn't hold them all, so I packed the smaller ones. The taste isn't as good as the original, but it's better than a regular watermelon. Hearing this, Luoshi became excited. She immediately pulled out lychees and other new fruits. Mingyu's eyes lit up when she saw them, and after getting Luoshi's permission, she began peeling them. The 5 of them had a fruit party, and everyone ate until they were stuffed. After eating, Luoshi told the others some interstellar information she knew. Of course, she still kept some of her own story hidden. Her feelings for her home planet were complicated, and she didn't want to reveal her true identity right now. She didn't even tell Luoshi that she had transmigrated from another world, pretending that she was the original owner of this body. Chapter 286. She then requested several more warehouses. Aside from a small amount of energy gems, most of the contents were weapons, spaceships, and warships acquired from the A9 treasury. Of course, there were also spoils from the siege of the 18 Imperial Stars. 3 Tier 1 warships, 100 Tier 2 warships, and many more. Kyushu's war reserves were definitely greater than A9-020's. Even without Losai, they wouldn't be afraid if 020 suddenly came looking for trouble. Besides these, there were many advanced medicines and seeds of medicinal plants, many of which Kyushu lacked. Most importantly, the most advanced renewable energy technology. She feared that if Kyushu grew stronger relying solely on energy gems, it would also succumb to plunder. However, technologies like space jumps and other spaceships were indeed inseparable from energy gems, otherwise, Losai wouldn't have provided more. Some industries could indeed operate without energy gems, but they still needed to be learned. They could do without them, but they couldn't be ignorant of them. At least they needed to ensure the planet's operation under special circumstances. Of course, there was also the information she had downloaded on her phone beforehand, especially regarding technology. It took another day to purify a significant amount of energy and inject it into Kyushu, almost restoring it to its pre-zombie state. After staying for a week, Losai had to leave. She had many things to do. Her request was sudden, but Aunt Wong and the others still brought out gifts they had prepared beforehand, some saying they were for Losai. There were many things, and not to fill 2 trucks. The items themselves weren't particularly valuable. For example, some were sweaters that Aunt Wong had knitted herself in her spare time, and there was also a specially formulated shampoo, etc. She remembered that Losai liked the faint scent of osmanthus. Mingwei gave her interesting trinkets she found while doing missions, sometimes a uniquely shaped stone, sometimes a pretty seashell, and even some plant specimens she made. She specifically chosen the pretty ones. She was too embarrassed to give away the ugly ones. One of the stones was even a high-quality, bright green jadeite. She carved one half into a decorative piece and made a jade bracelet from the other half. Sister Bayu was more practical, giving her a lot of pre-made dishes. She was a little embarrassed as she handed them over. It's often inconvenient to cook when you're traveling, so these are all homemade. They keep for a long time frozen, and I didn't add any additives. They're very healthy. Just heat them up, and they're ready to eat. Sister Xiaoyan, Of course, there were other things too. Everyone gave a variety of gifts. Luoshi accepted them all. The dishes were all her favorites, and they all remembered them. They didn't say which were for Alice, and which were for Luoshi. They probably sensed something, but seeing that Luoshi didn't want to bring it up, they tacitly kept quiet. With her things, Luoshi set off again. On the spaceship, Xiaozhua was helping to heat up the food. Xiaoyu and Xiaoxi were studying, and Shirtu was munching on fruit. They passed a planet beneath A9, which looked severely withered. Loxi landed and saw that only a small town-sized area remained of habitable land. There were only a little over 1,000 humans left, all of them very thin. Within 100 years, humanity here might face extinction. Loxi stayed there briefly for 5 days, returning a portion of the energy gems she had taken from the A9 treasury to the planet below. The feeling of something entering her body before leaving became increasingly pronounced. There was no discomfort. Instead, there was a faint, purifying sensation. Before, it was just a feeling of unease. She tried calling out to the planet, but there was no response. She could only continue her journey towards the black hole planet. Not long after she left, the people of this planet miraculously discovered that new plants were sprouting outside their last sanctuary. Was everything about to be restored? For so many years, their land had been constantly shrinking. This was the first sign of expansion. A miracle. These were miracles. It must be the goddess in the sky who helped them. It must be. Unfortunately, the energy loci gave this planet was only enough to restore about 1/6 of its original size. However, this was still a significant amount for the 1,000-odd people. This planet was relatively small. 1/6 of its original size was enough for about 100 million people to live comfortably. If it were as crowded as a city, it would barely be enough for 400 to 500 million. Too many energy gems had been consumed in the course of history. There weren't enough energy gems to restore all the planets. They had to replenish each planet a little bit at a time. February 4, 5001. Black Coal Planet. Compared to the other still living planets, it was extremely dark here, almost without any light. Unable to pinpoint her previous landing spot, she simply stopped wherever she could find space. It was eerily quiet. Even with her hearing focused, it was the first time she heard anything more than a faint, almost chaotic beating. Only a gentle breeze rustled through the air, and occasionally, loose rocks tumbled down from the coal mine. Even the sounds of cockroaches were rare, and there wasn't a single plant in sight. The oxygen was even thinner. Standing atop the coal hill, Loci looked around and called out, "Kasiri?" No response. Loci called again, "Black Coal Planet," but still no reply. She tried channeling some energy into it, 500 million units, but still no response. Luckily, this was what she recently looted from D4, and D4-081, she had plenty more. She considered this a return payment on behalf of the suzerain planet. So she had no choice but to search for the black coal people first. After circling half the planet, she finally saw a familiar place. However, when she strained her hearing, she heard no human voices nearby. She searched the surrounding area for a long time before finally finding the black coal people who had already moved. They still lived underground, their caverns connecting to form a small city. One by one, the workers who mined the black crystal coal returned, and dinner began. Everyone lined up, receiving bowls of various shapes and sizes of white and yellow porridge. After everyone had received theirs, they didn't eat immediately. Instead, they held hands and sang a beautiful tomorrow. Ever since triggering that miracle, the chieftain had required everyone to sing a hymn before each meal, but it hadn't been triggered again. This time, everyone sang without much hope, as usual. Asher, Jekrsa, Babendu, Kusher Regi. Everyone kept their eyes closed, unaware of the energy gem gradually lighting up. Some children, unable to contain their excitement, cautiously opened their eyes and exclaimed, "Mommy, it really lit up." Those around, hearing this, hesitated to open their eyes, fearing the children were playing a trick on them. Some children were mischievous and liked to joke. However, they slowly opened their expectant eyes nonetheless. Watching the energy gem light up faintly and slowly rise, the crowd was shocked and overjoyed, speechless, yet no one dared to utter a sound, and the chanting of the hymn continued unabated. The clan leader, who had been standing on the platform with her eyes closed, heard the murmurs of her people below, and couldn't help but open them. The 7-colored energy gem necklace she wore had already taken flight, its light the brightest, though much dimmer than during the previous miracle. Chapter 287. The chieftain dared not stop. She slowly raised her arms, signaling her people to sing louder. And Loci heard his voice again. "Kasiri." The voice only uttered one sentence before falling silent, leaving Loci no time to reply. Suddenly, all the energy gems of the black coal planet people underground turned grayish-white, losing all their energy and drooping. The chieftain was shocked, looking around but seeing nothing amiss. Following the hymn's guidance, they were to collect 100 different energy gems. She knew that even a miracle wouldn't restore the entire planet, but the sudden anomaly of the miracle gave her a bad feeling. The planet seemed even weaker. The others were also terrified, and the underground area became chaotic. The chieftain was also panicked, but had to feign composure and reassure her people. A bolder citizen asked, "Chieftain, why have the energy gems turned out like this?" The chieftain pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, It's because the planet accepted our tribute. A good sign. As long as we work hard to collect 100 different energy gems, it will definitely recover." The chieftain hadn't lied about the strange occurrence earlier. She genuinely believed it was due to the planet accepting tribute, but whether it could recover was still uncertain. The people below cheered with joy. Was a brighter tomorrow truly on its way? Even the food that was previously unpalatable tasted better. However, some were worried. The environment was deteriorating, and the food available to each person was dwindling. Could they survive until the next return of their people? Survival in interstellar space was difficult without considerable skill. Those who had gone to interstellar space only managed to return by accepting tribute, and even then, they brought back only a handful of energy gems. Even if they could hold out for another 10 years, what about 20, 30, or even 100? These energy gems are worth a lot of money. What if the next offering isn't enough, and they don't have these energy gems to pay off their debts? What will they do? They don't know, but they can only numb themselves, quietly enjoying the moment's pleasure. Living happily is always easier than living sadly. They finished their meal in a few bites, rubbing their empty stomachs. Time to go dig for black crystal coal again. Taking advantage of the few people around, Loci bent down and entered the cave. She had just entered a fairly spacious area, barely enough to stand upright, when she was spotted by the children of the black coal planet. They chattered away, and more children surged over, completely surrounding Loci, chattering in a language she couldn't understand. A little girl recognized Loci and forced her way in. She pointed at Loci, then at the sky, then tilted her head and asked how she got there. Loci flapped her arms, like tiny wings twice, flew over, then pointed to herself and placed her hands on the ground. Seeing that Loci wasn't aggressive, the surrounding children began curiously tugging at her clothes and hair, almost fighting over her touch. The girl, watching Loci's actions with a mixture of understanding and confusion, cautiously pulled her along by the fingertips of her left hand. Seeing the thin, large-headed children following her, Loci, to avoid trouble, simply waved her hand, and thousands of nutrient solutions rained down from the sky. All the children, regardless of their shock, reached out to grab them. They were desperately hungry. These things looked very similar to something called a nutrient solution they had eaten years ago. They were all in strips. The little girl glanced back, her dark eyes filled with longing. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, she still led Rossi forward. She remembered this beautiful older sister. About 4 years ago, she had given her food. She only ever ate such delicious food on her birthday, and even then, the portion wasn't as large, though it was a rare treat when she ate it with her mother. As they walked, something was suddenly shoved into the girl's hand. She looked down and saw 3 nutrient packets and a soft, golden yellow object wrapped in clear plastic, about the size of her palm. Rossi, bending over in the burrow, made a gesture of tilting her head back to eat, indicating that it was edible. The little girl glanced quickly at the kindly smiling Rossi before lowering her head, her ears slightly burning. Rossi was the most beautiful human she had ever seen. The little girl said thank you, though she wasn't sure if Loci understood. She continued leading the way, carefully tearing open the nutrient solution and savoring each small bite. It tasted wonderful, like the fruity aroma she smelled during the trade with the sect leader. She gently squeezed the small cake, the sound of plastic wrapping echoing in the quiet cave. She finally brought it to her nose and inhaled the faint fragrance. She couldn't quite describe it, but it smelled much better than the pervasive smell of coal mines. She wondered what it would taste like. She sniffed contentedly, but didn't open it. She wanted to save it for her mother's return. Loci, sensing her thoughts, took out another small cake from her spatial storage and handed it to her. She put the remaining 2 nutrient solutions and one of the small cakes into her bosom before tearing open the other small cake to eat. Just as the cake was about to touch her lips, the little girl held up her hand, offering it to Loci. Loci paused slightly, then politely took a small bite before pushing the cake back to her. Looking at the sensible little girl, Loci felt a surge of affection and gently patted her head. The girl swallowed, then took an expectant bite. In the dim, almost lightless cave, her eyes gleamed with an almost frightening light. So the food outside is this delicious. She eagerly took a second bite. So sweet. She had drunk sugar water before. When her father died in the mine, the chieftain gave each victim's family some supplies, including a spoonful of white sugar. Her mother had taken a little to make herself a bowl, exchanging the rest for more filling and satisfying food. That bowl of sugar water was the best food she had ever eaten besides nutritional supplements, but now, with this yellowish stuff, sugar water could only rank second. She ate half a small cake, but couldn't bear to finish it. She saved half for her mother, and the unopened half for later, which she could exchange with the chieftain for more food. The little girl wanted to know the name of the cake. Pointing to the words on the packaging, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Loci. Loci said, word by word, little cake. Little cake? The little girl tried to imitate it earnestly. Although the 3 words were a little difficult for her to pronounce, she learned them very well. Loci patted her small head, giving her approval. The little girl lowered her head and giggled, silently practicing the words little cake in a low voice. After walking for more than 10 minutes inside the cave, the 2 finally emerged and arrived at the mining area. Chapter 288. The black crystal coal from the previous mining area was becoming increasingly difficult to extract, so they moved to a different location. The mine pit before them was enormous, nearly 2 kilometers in diameter and over 500 meters deep, all excavated manually. Many people were carrying or hoisting plastic buckets of ordinary coal or upwards. As far as the eye could see, the pit was densely packed with people, like numb machines, navigating narrow spiral paths to bring coal up and then back down. Just then, a section of the path where black coal was piled up suddenly collapsed, and 7 or 8 people standing on it fell in. Many more were still at the bottom. Since the pit was mostly composed of coal and rock, the death toll would likely double. The little girl's eyes widened in shock. She cried out helplessly and reached out in that direction, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't know if her mother was in that spot, but she knew that such a tragedy had claimed the lives of her people. Their families would be heartbroken. Without labor, their families would be devastated. Food was scarce in the tribe. Even though the chief didn't want to lose any of his people, he had to prioritize those who could work so the tribe could continue. At the critical moment, the dilapidated coal mine road suddenly stopped in midair, then slowly rose to the ground and gently lowered back down, without a single casualty. All eyes were drawn to this miracle. The little girl's heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, finally settled. She looked at Losai, who had already lowered her hand. It was this older sister who had saved the tribe. The elderly chief, appearing from nowhere and supported by another tribesman, strode unsteadily towards the spot where the tribesman had just been lowered. The little girl pointed at the chieftain and said a few words anxiously. Lassie understood what she meant. She was indeed looking for her. She slowed her pace and walked towards her, the little girl having to take large strides to keep up. The group that had just been rescued were surrounded by the tribespeople in 3 concentric circles. It wasn't until someone glanced in Lassie's direction and loudly alerted the tribespeople that everyone turned their attention to her. The tribespeople tacitly made way for the chieftain at the far end, allowing her to see the situation clearly. The chieftain was still wearing the rope from which the energy gems had been strung. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She vaguely remembered Lassie. She was one of the people who had come down from the main planet with her, and she hadn't thrown away the food the tribespeople had offered, but that was all. This woman was present during both instances of the Sacred Hymn's miracle. Could she be involved? And how did she arrive on the black coal planet so silently? The chieftain had many questions, but she was 99% certain that the person who had just saved her people was her. None of her people possessed such abilities. For now, Losai seemed friendly. The chieftain's serious expression softened slightly, and she placed her right hand over her heart, bowing to Losai. "Thank you for saving my people." The others followed suit, bowing and saying the same thing. Losai didn't understand, but she let Little Silk out. Mind control is a very mysterious thing. It doesn't necessarily require language. The key is consciousness. A gasp rippled through the crowd, making Losai even more enigmatic. Losai turned to the little girl, then pointed at Little Silk. The little girl didn't quite understand, but nodded nonetheless. Little Silk controlled the little girl, and Losai said, "I give you 100 kinds of energy gems and 5 tons of food, but I want to see you chant the sacred hymn again." The little girl stared blankly for a long time, seemingly still switching between 2 languages, before finally translating after about half a minute. The chieftain watched Losai warily, only relaxing when she was sure the little girl didn't seem distressed. "What do you want?" After the translation, Losai said earnestly, "I have something to ask him, about the black coal planet itself." The chieftain, "Are you sure you won't harm our planet?" Although she desperately wanted the 100 energy gems, she would absolutely not agree if the other party intended to do something bad, even if they were starving and possessed energy gems that could potentially save the entire planet. Losai, "I swear on my honor, I absolutely won't." It was a seemingly casual statement, yet the chieftain inexplicably felt a sense of belief. She herself found it somewhat unbelievable, but looking at Little Silk, she wondered if this person's abilities were causing her misjudgment. However, she simply felt a fondness for Losai, for no apparent reason. Not only the chieftain, but everyone else felt the same way. She seemed to radiate a light, though they told themselves it was probably because she was so fair-skinned. But just standing there, she was inexplicably likable. After careful consideration, the chieftain made one last condition: "We need more food. Transporting these ordinary coal mines by spaceship might not be cost-effective. You have space, and it won't affect you. You can take as much as you can fit." Losai agreed to give them 10 tons of food. The chieftain calmed himself and called all the tribespeople back. He then took Losai back to the largest cave, where food was usually distributed. Because it needed to accommodate all the tribespeople, the space was vast, with 3 levels along the edges, the highest reaching a height of 5 meters, which was very welcoming to Losai. To show her sincerity, Losai brought out all the food from her space, allowing the chieftain to choose personally. By this time, the cave was already crowded with people. Looking at the brightly colored and exquisitely packaged food, their mouths were already watering even before they smelled it. The chieftain was also incredibly tempted by the fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat, but mostly opted for the unlimited portions. Losai's space only had 2 tons of nutrient solution, which she didn't usually consume, and she didn't keep any for herself since the chieftain took it all. Looking at the mountain of food, the chieftain ordered most of it to be moved to the warehouse and guarded, keeping only a small amount for a lavish celebration. She wasn't entirely sure why Losai wanted to communicate with the planet. What if the other party wanted to destroy the planet? At least, they could have a good meal before everyone died. However, Losai then pulled out 10 enormous watermelons as a bonus. These 10 watermelons alone weighed about 5 or 6 tons, showing her considerable generosity. The chieftain's expression shifted, and her favor towards her increased even further. Lossie had the little girl relay her message. This is watermelon. It won't last long. The temperature here isn't high, so even if it's uncut, it's best to eat it within a month. The chieftain understood her meaning. She was providing this kind of perishable food so everyone could have enough to eat. If it were something that could be stored, she would definitely save it up and eat it slowly. Immediately afterward, Lossie took out 100 different energy gems from her spatial storage, each worth 100,000 or more. If she hadn't robbed the treasuries of 4 planets along the way, she wouldn't have been able to gather so many different kinds of energy gems. Chapter 289. The clan chief counted the energy gems until she saw the yellow crystal she had traded with before. Its familiar size and feel, it was the very one she had given away. She picked it up with slight trembling and readorned her scepter. The remaining energy gems were placed on the table. Lossie had Little Silk release the little girl from her control and asked her name, Tata. Lossie crouched down and held out her hand. 10 nutrient solutions and 2 steaming bowls of rice with spoons still sticking out of their sockets appeared out of thin air. Tata, still somewhat dazed from regaining consciousness, didn't understand how she had suddenly arrived here. Smelling the food, her nose worked before her brain. She pushed the food towards Lossie, indicating she didn't want it. The small cake and the nutrient solutions were already more than enough for her. Lossie patted her head, gesturing for her to accept it. It was her reward for helping. After some refusals, the clan chief finally spoke up, and Tata accepted. After accepting the food, she glanced at the expressions on everyone's faces, and handed one of the rice bowls to the chieftain. The chieftain merely patted the sensible child affectionately, but didn't accept it. It was her hard-earned money, and although it smelled delicious, as the chieftain, she wouldn't take a child's food. Tata's eyes darted around, and she chattered away for a while before the chieftain finally accepted one of the rice bowls, but then gave her 20 nutrient supplements. Lossie raised an eyebrow slightly. The clever child was naturally more concerned with food that would help her live longer than with a delicious meal. At this moment, among the tribespeople returning, one was Tata's mother. She had first gone back to her cave to check on her child, then came to the large cave to look for her. However, before she could find her, Tata saw her first. Tata raised her arms and called out to her mother, startling the honest and unassuming old woman. Only the chieftain and those of high status were allowed on that platform. How could Tata be there? She hurriedly went down to the platform, intending to apologize to the chieftain, but Tata stepped down first, happily sharing her day's events with her mother, and boasting about the food she had received. Of course, after boasting, she immediately handed all the food to her mother for safekeeping. The mother glanced up at the seemingly divine Losai, then quickly bowed her head, thanked Losai, and pulled her daughter to a less crowded corner. The mother and daughter ate their rice bowls, taking turns eating. The adults were too shy to crowd around, while the child watched with drooling eyes. Tata's mother looked at these children, especially those who had helped her and her daughter. She was conflicted, but ultimately left the decision to her daughter. Now that she was older, she had her own ideas. Tata looked at the half bowl of rice left. She was actually quite full. She always only eaten fist-sized portions, and this bowl of rice was too much for her and her mother to finish together. She ate 2 more big mouthfuls, then had her mother eat a little more. She then called over her close friends, giving each of them a small spoonful. Finally, there was a little left. She chose to give it to those who had bullied her in the past. Seeing their guilty yet irresistible expressions as they ate, a glint of light shone in Tata's eyes. With just half a bowl of rice, she successfully gained over a dozen loyal followers. Once everyone had arrived, the chieftain distributed the food, 2 people per nutrient solution, and each person also received a palm-sized watermelon. Many people, drawn by the aroma, couldn't resist sneaking a bite. Losai called Tada back, and had Little Silk control her again. Tada's mother watched her anxiously but didn't stop her. This outsider probably wouldn't harm her daughter, otherwise she wouldn't have given her so much food. The chieftain stretched out a hand, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Osher. Jekrsa. With her lead, the crowd began a grand chorus. Osher. Jekrsa, Babinduo, Keshariji. The energy gem on the stage began to glow and gradually floated up. The crowd dared not stop, singing with all their heart. Losai finally heard that voice again. She looked at Little Silk beside her. Little Silk shook her head. She couldn't hear it, and neither could the controlled Tada. Losai looked at the densely packed heads below and asked, "Are you from the Black Coal Planet?" "No Onoka, Kashiridoro." Losai repeated it to Tada, who then translated it before Little Silk spoke it aloud. "Yes and no, save humanity." Losai frowned slightly. Who exactly was it? There are now 100 kinds of energy gems. According to legend, can you make this world better? Black Coal Planet, but I don't want to die. Save humanity. I can tell you anything you want to know. Losai, how? Black Coal Planet, come to the deepest part of the earth. I'd be waiting for you here. Losai, will saving this planet kill me? Black Coal Planet, not for now, but after they finish mining the black crystal coal, we still can't escape our fate of death. I'm dying, come quickly. With that, it vanished. All the energy gems instantly turned grayish-white, falling to the ground with a thud. Losai could clearly sense the energy being absorbed into the earth, while even more energy surged back from below. Over time, plants might grow, though ordinary people wouldn't notice anything unusual immediately. The chieftain and his people were both surprised and delighted. Had they succeeded? But nothing had changed around them. The chieftain reassured her people, telling them to calm down. She looked at Losai. This person seemed to have communicated with the planet, and perhaps she knew what was going on. In fact, less than a year after the person named Sherry exchanged the secret of a better tomorrow, she returned. They brought 100 energy gems, and the chieftain, to verify the legend's truth, chanted with her people. That time, the energy gems didn't light up. They were like ordinary stones. The miracle didn't reappear. The chieftain couldn't say whether she felt relief or disappointment. If there truly was a miracle, the ancestral planet would definitely have taken it. But without the miracle, it seemed they had no better tomorrow. After that failure, the people from the main planet, furious, took the energy gem and demanded a ton of black crystal coal, claiming it was for travel expenses. Lassie didn't answer the clan leader's question. She was still confused about the situation and only told her to wait. After asking Shiasi, who wanted to stay outside, Lassie went to the top of the mine pit alone and jumped down. At the bottom of the pit, a powerful energy force revealed a vertical tunnel large enough for one person to enter. The clan leader and the clansmen rushed over, only to see a tunnel stretching endlessly into the darkness, its destination unknown. Surrounded by darkness, Lassie descended at a freefall speed, neither fast nor slow. After an unknown amount of time, the surroundings suddenly became empty, emitting a faint yellow light. Chapter 290. She opened her eyes, still slightly unaccustomed to the light. All around her was energy, and solidified energy gems. Upon entering, Losai felt exceptionally relaxed. The energy concentration here was even higher than in the main space, though the area was much smaller. Suddenly, a yellow object rushed towards her. Losai instinctively defended herself, and the yellow thing crashed into the energy barrier with a loud bang. Looking at the object lying on the ground, Losai blurted out, "Rainbow Dash?" Although she had never seen Rainbow Dash in person, she had seen many pictures. Rainbow Dash came in various shapes, but the most standard resembled the 3 curved clouds from the animated series. However, the one before her was somewhat haphazard, its body messy like a poorly made marshmallow, its color not white but a pale yellow. Losai recognized it at first glance because this species' form was unique in the universe. It was truly extraordinary. Upon being recognized, Rainbow Dash excitedly chattered away, frantically rubbing its small body against Losai's cheek. Losai scratched her head, unable to understand a single word. She regretted bringing Tada and Silk down with her. Never mind that for now. Losai checked the Earth's core. Besides energy and energy gems, there was nothing else. She stored the yellow Rainbow Dash in her spatial storage and prepared to leave. It's worth noting that the Earth's core was protected by a very thick layer of energy, but this energy posed no obstacle to Losai. In fact, it could be a great source of nourishment if necessary. She didn't absorb or take a single ounce of it. This world was already withered enough. Back on the surface, the black coal aliens were still waiting at the crater. Losai stopped next to Silk. Tada was also there. The chieftain staggered over, intending to ask what had happened. Lassie waved for calm, then pulled out Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash stood in Loss's hand and started chattering away. The chieftain and the tribespeople looked on, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Apparently, they shared a common language. Tada, seeing that Lassie couldn't understand, patted her chest to indicate she could control herself. Then Lassie roughly understood what Rainbow Dash was saying. The legend of a better tomorrow was indeed true. It could indeed help the black coal planet recover, but at a price. With the Earth's last remaining energy reserves, the planet could only recover for about 100 years. During this 100-year period, black crystal coal would cease production, and new plants would grow fewer and fewer as the 100-year period approached, eventually withering away. With 100 years of normal life, all the energy from the Earth's core would be released to the surface. Once the surface energy was depleted, the planet would die completely. These 100 years can be considered the planet's final gift to its life forms, a buffer. Those with the ability can leave during this time, while those without will perish with the planet. As for how Rainbow Dash entered the core of the coal planet, it forgot. It only knew that it had been far too long, even forgetting its original language, only remembering the language of the coal planet, and that its name seemed to be Rainbow Dash. So when Lassie called out the name Rainbow Dash, it reacted as if it had seen a long-lost relative. However, Lassie explained to it that its species was Rainbow Dash, just as she was human. Rainbow Dash understood, and for a moment it felt lost, realizing it had even forgotten its own name. But it quickly rallied. Since there was a species called Rainbow Dash, it must still have its own kind. Looking at its pitiful state, Losai gently told it that its people had all hidden themselves and might not be found for a while. Rainbow Dash's pale yellow body was due to absorbing some energy from the energy gems it ate, while the energy gems on the black coal planet were yellow. However, it could also expel purer energy. Over a long period in that special environment, this pure energy had a certain probability of forming energy gems. Because of its existence, the energy gems in the Earth's core didn't decrease. Instead, they slowly increased over time. Although the amount was small, given enough time, it would accumulate to a considerable quantity. Rainbow Dash could eat energy gems, but the actual energy it absorbed was quite small. Their unique physiological structure meant they didn't need much energy to maintain their activities. It was probably deliberately placed there. The thick layer of energy on the outermost layer of the Earth's core was probably to prevent it from escaping. However, even without that layer of energy, it couldn't possibly break through so much soil and rock to emerge from the Earth's core. If no one rescued it, once the beautiful tomorrow system activated, it would never be able to get out again, and without food, it would eventually die inside. Its relationship with the Earth's core is peculiar. While its hearing isn't very far-reaching, capable of penetrating the ground, it could still hear the outside sounds when the Collings chanted hymns. Thinking of this, Lucy waved her hand, completely burying the burrow she had created, just in case a Colling accidentally fell in. She didn't ask the Collings what she truly wanted to know in front of them, but instead took Tada and Little Silk to a secluded corner. However, given that Rainbow Dash had forgotten many things, Lucy was still unsure whether it actually knew. After being questioned, Rainbow Dash looked completely bewildered, even though it had no facial features. I think I might not remember. Losai remained silent for a long time. Sure enough, she shouldn't have believed that Rainbow Dash, who had even forgotten its own name, could remember anything else. However, finding Rainbow Dash was a good thing. Losai planned to take it back to Rainbow Dash's planet, which was gradually recovering and, with people she had arranged to guard it, was very safe. But the situation here wasn't resolved yet. Losai asked the chieftain whether they wanted the remaining 100 years, or to keep it so they could live longer. The chieftain was conflicted. If she could, she would naturally want the planet to live forever, but both choices meant the planet couldn't remain intact. They still had a large tribute to pay. Choosing the former meant certain death if they couldn't pay the tribute, while the latter meant they would only be barely surviving without food. Coupled with the ongoing mining of black crystal coal, the tribe would probably only live for another 200 or 300 years before finally dying. Despair and confusion spread, and Losai could sense the deep sorrow emanating from the Black Coal Star people. She had considered gathering the people from various planets together, thus reducing the number of planets needing repair. However, everyone had an emotional attachment to their home planet, and most didn't want to leave unless absolutely necessary. Some were even willing to die with their home planet. She hadn't decided on a course of action yet. She would consider the opinions of the masses after dealing with the 18 imperial planets. She would take their suggestions into account, but personally, she preferred to group the people from several planets together on one planet, since the energy gems weren't enough to restore each planet to its former state. Loci waited a long time. Most of the Black Coal Star people participated in the discussion. The chieftain scanned each of his people's faces, finally landing on the ground. This was the home planet that had nurtured his people. In the end, they chose the latter. They couldn't bear to let their home planet die so soon. Loci respected their choice, and asked Tada to inform the chieftain to stop mining black crystal coal. The clan leader was puzzled. If they didn't mine it, the black coal planet might die even sooner, when the 10-year mining period was over. Chapter 291. Lassie didn't hide anything, directly revealing her identity and future plans. She guaranteed she could resolve the exorbitant tribute payments to Black Coal Planet before the next decade's payments expired. Upon hearing her identity, the clan leader nearly knelt in awe. A planet without even technology had attracted such a powerful figure as the B1 Star Lord. No wonder he felt a connection to Lassie. She was a Star Lord destined by heaven. The clan leader immediately believed Lassie's words. She promised never to mine black crystal coal again. The well-being of their home planet was paramount. After giving a few brief instructions, Lassie flew into the sky to begin refining the energy gems she had casually acquired from D4 and D4-081. Half a month later, 5 trillion units of energy were fully injected into the planet. An unknown energy emanated from Black Coal Planet and entered Lassie's body. Yunbao, who had been sleeping soundly nearby, suddenly woke up. It chattered incoherently, which Lassie didn't understand, and took it directly to the ground. In the past 2 weeks, many tender shoots of grass and trees have sprouted from the ground. The Black Coal Planet people know that Queen Loci is helping them, and they are incredibly grateful. They couldn't bear to eat the food they had traded before, but when Loci came down, they took out every single item and filled the table. Lost didn't take it. She had plenty of space and told them to keep it for themselves. After letting Little Silk control Tana, Loci finally understood what it was talking about. I know what that energy is. Loss, please explain in detail. Rainbow Dash. It's a gift from the planet, representing the planet's approval of you. Loss asked earnestly, and then? Rainbow Dash, and then? I don't remember, but it'd definitely be good for you. As it spoke, it shrank a little. It really had forgotten so many things. It had lived for so long and knew so much, but unfortunately, it had forgotten almost everything. It's alright, just tell me when you remember. Lassie wasn't angry, at least she had learned some useful information. She touched Rainbow Dash's body. It was so soft, she didn't dare to squeeze it too hard, afraid of flattening it. With things settled here, Lassie prepared to leave. Before leaving, Lassie found Tana and gave her a pale white, transparent energy gem the size of a bottle cap, worth 1 million. This was her reward for being the little translator. She also gave her a little bit of food as well. Basically, everything except the food was taken from their ancestral planet. Tana gratefully accepted it, and was about to bow to Lassie when she stopped her. She smiled gently and instructed, grow up well. She patted Tana's head, infusing her with a little energy. It certainly had a strengthening effect, but other uses were unknown. Without control, Tana couldn't understand Rossi's words, but that didn't stop her from seeing the expectation in Rossi's eyes. She nodded emphatically, hoping for a better future for her home planet and her people. The chieftain looked at Tana. She was indeed a good child. However, she didn't have time to pay attention to children. The mines were enough to keep her busy. Before leaving, Rossi gave the chieftain some crop seeds. Plants hadn't appeared on this planet for a long time. She wasn't sure if the varieties were still complete. To survive better, farming was essential. The chieftain gratefully accepted the seeds, and together with her people, they sang to him a beautiful tomorrow to bid her farewell. Leaving the Black Coal Planet, Loci didn't return to planet Ifka or seek revenge on the 18 imperial planets. Instead, she went to planet Ajur first. She had only spent a short time on this planet, about a year, but looking back, it felt like she had lived there for a very long time. The Black Coal Planet wasn't far away. It only took her 5 days to reach it. Calculating carefully according to the local time, it had been about 5 years since she left planet Ajur. She wondered what it had become. She landed not too far from Safe Zone 1, but she didn't go in. Instead, she activated her hearing. Have you heard? Hope Land has killed another SS-class mutated creature. Oh, another one? I'm pretty calm about it now. They kill one every few days. I feel like if they keep killing them, all the dangerous mutated creatures will be wiped out. I wish they would do more things that benefit everyone. Our bases are getting worse every day. Do you think the Adlington family will be able to get some radiation vine seeds this time? Probably. Didn't Miss Dinglon say they would release high-quality radiation vine seeds this year? It would be even better if our base had some. That stuff can absorb radiation. Hope Land has grown Green One's radiation area without decreasing over the years because they planted it. In fact, it has expanded quite a bit. I should have moved there a few years ago. I could have easily made a fortune from a business. Sigh, now we can only dream about it. Too many people have gone there in the past few years. It's saturated. We should just stick to our little corner here for now. Hope Land was the most discussed topic in Safe Zone 1. It sounded like it was doing very well. Loci, powered by energy, sped directly towards that direction. What was once a landscape of vegetation and abandoned houses had been drastically transformed, its scale comparable to Safe Zone 1 in just 5 years. However, it lacked city walls, vast planting areas surrounded the urban area. At the very edge of the Hope Land Green 1 radiation zone, a ring of radiation vines was planted, along with some special equipment of unknown purpose. Any radiation intrusion would first be attenuated by the radiation vines before entering Hope Land. This maintained Hope Land's low radiation levels. However, these radiation vines were likely only of low or medium radiation quality. Higher radiation levels required cultivation, as high radiation vine seeds had a stronger ability to absorb radiation. Upon reaching the city center, Loci used her hearing to locate Qin Dinglon. Sherry was processing documents, while Qin Dinglon and Miao were resting, but their rest wasn't complete, they were still discussing various matters. The two looked exhausted. As they talked, Qin Dinglon frowned, her eyes sharpening as she looked out the window. Who is it? Miao and Sherry, who was still working nearby, immediately drew their guns and pointed them at the window. Luo she relaxed, casually strolling around to the front door and appearing. Their guns moved to the doorway as well, but they froze when they saw that familiar face. Luo she. Miao lowered her gun first, followed closely by Sherry. Qin Dinglon stood up immediately, walking towards Luo she with disbelief. I knew you were still alive. Luo she was somewhat confused, entering the living room. I always been alive. When they were close enough, Qin Dinglon opened her arms and hugged her tightly, her voice muffled. Venus came back with the people from the suzerain planet once, and she told me you were dead. But they didn't find your body there, and I couldn't believe you were really dead. Chapter 292. So that's how it is, Loci suddenly understood. She wondered how Qin Dinglon knew she was dead. A little trick. Did D4-081 come back and reinstall a radiation transmission mother device? Loci patted her back twice before Qin Dinglon let go. Sherry and Miao watched with slightly sore eyes. Loci had helped them greatly, providing supplies that aided the entire planet Ageal. They were filled with gratitude, and knowing she was alive touched them deeply. Loci had been so cautious back then, fearing 081 would discover her identity and implicate Ageal. It seemed the other side hadn't found out. Sherry added, yes, they came here after you left. But because we knew the truth, we didn't let them install it without a price. We made them give us a small warship, and the next tribute was reduced by January 10th. Loci, well done. This was the most benefit they could get without a complete falling out. Even with D4-081, it's still the suzerain planet. They insist on placing the mother device there, and Ajur is so backward that it can't resist. However, this is only because Ajur still has some value. They don't want to start a war yet. Once they do, Ajur could be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Making some concessions isn't out of the question, especially since they allocated a significant amount of funding for radiation control each year. When they noticed the anomaly on Ajur, the addition of a low radiation zone, they were told, of course, that one of the sub-devices was missing. However, after some discussion, and considering that the other 4 safe zones also didn't want Hope Land to be destroyed and were united against external threats, the people from the main planet didn't attack. However, they did take some seeds of purification vines and radiation vines. After all, these were new species, though they looked down on them somewhat. Researching such slow-moving things was nowhere near as fast as directly releasing radiation onto other planets. Miao, with the warships as samples, our spaceship manufacturing is progressing very quickly. We should be able to test fly around next year. Luo she listened to them chatting for a long time, as if they were reporting to her. To develop Hope Land into what it is today in just 5 years, they must have put in a lot of effort. They haven't just worked in isolation these years, they cooperated with several safe zones,
achieving mutual benefit. However, all actions on Hope Land's side are based on the people and the planet's interests, not on any individual's personal gain. The situation is different for the 4 safe zones. In short, all 4 safe zones have made progress in recent years, and Hope Land, thanks to what Luoshi provided, has leaped to become the leader. With the increased research and development of radiation vines and purification vines, they discovered many useful things. They're now quite adept at radiation control. The equipment next to the radiation vines they cultivate outside is a prime example. They also sold these to the other 4 safe zones at high prices, acquiring a considerable amount in return. However, that equipment requires high radiation vine seeds, and those cultivated in other safe zones aren't as good as those cultivated on Hope Land. After they finished talking, Qin Dinglan couldn't help but ask, "Did you come alone? How have you been in interstellar space?" Luoshi chuckled, "My abilities are rather special, I came alone. You might not believe it, but I'm now the Empress of the Imperial Star." She had expected the 3 to be skeptical, intending to tease them a bit. But seeing their expressions, they actually believed her a little. Sherry still confirmed, "Really? Which planet? It's so cool." Seeing this, Losai didn't hide anything, briefly explaining her own situation, but focusing primarily on interstellar matters. Qin Dinglan silently turned on the recording. Losai's account was far more extensive than Venus's during her previous visit, and she couldn't remember much of it. Interstellar life, while complex, was also simple. The most crucial element was a chain of plunder and exploitation. She took out the bracelet she had prepared before departure, the same one she wore before leaving, perfect for downloading various information. It contained all sorts of data, including but not limited to technology, biology, chemistry, and more, with the most extensive focus on the utilization of renewable resources. Previously, her energy was limited, and she couldn't help Planet Ager much. But now she had grown stronger, helping even planets she didn't know, and naturally, she wouldn't overlook Planet Ager. Without it, without the original Losai, she wouldn't be where she was today. With great power comes great responsibility. She couldn't waste this powerful ability. They were astonished to hear that Losai could absorb source crystals, but it seemed like it wasn't impossible for her. Sarui suddenly understood. No wonder she was so adept at stealing from Safe Zone 1. At the same time, she sincerely congratulated and admired Losai's status as a member of the B1 Imperial Star, but thinking about it, it must have been incredibly difficult for her. That was an Imperial Star, and the throne was held by many extraordinary individuals. It must have been extremely difficult for her to achieve it. Losai, seeing the 3 women's concerned looks, touched her nose. It wasn't that difficult. However, the 3 women provided incredibly good emotional support. When she talked about the dangers, they seemed genuinely worried. When she recounted how she single-handedly fought against 18 Imperial planets, they were filled with pride, expressing how satisfying it was. They felt those people had lived too peacefully, and truly believed their abilities were invincible. Lassie was amused by their expressions, and stopped talking when she had finished. She had them lead her to an open area and gave them a level 1 warship, along with several lower level ones, totaling about 1/3 of what she had given her home planet, Kyushu. These items were all obtained from the Aegil sovereign planet, and its sovereign planet, there was still plenty of space left. She didn't give anything to the Black Coal planet because they were currently too underdeveloped, lacking even the most basic industry. Giving them spaceships would be difficult for them to understand. They could consider other things later as they developed. Of course, the most important thing was to tell them about the importance of source crystals. She advised them to avoid using them if possible, as they caused too much damage to the planet. Research was acceptable, but widespread use was discouraged, and the use of source crystals should not be introduced into any industry. The 3 cherished these items immensely. Their value far exceeded their wildest imaginations. The scope was so vast that even 1,000 years wouldn't be enough for planet Aegil to develop them on its own. These were things countless planets coveted, yet she had so easily entrusted them to them. Qin Dinglan promised with unwavering determination, "We will definitely make good use of these things and live up to your trust." Losai, "Okay." After their conversation, while they prepared dinner, Losai casually destroyed the entire radiation transmission mother-daughter device. She returned just in time for dinner. "Don't worry about the suzerain planet. I talk to D4 when I get back." Losai sat down at the table and enjoyed a delicious dinner with the 3 of them. Chapter 293. During this time, Nicole made a video call to Qin Dinglan and chatted briefly with Losai, hoping that the relationship between the Earth and Safe Zone 3 was currently at its best, and that cooperation would be even closer.
Although there had been some previous discord, these could be set aside for the sake of the planet. After dinner, Loci flew into the sky and spent half a day injecting 1 trillion interstellar coins, equivalent to 10 trillion energy gems, into planet Aegir. She had a lot of spatial energy, which she drew directly from there. Since she had an equivalent amount of D4 Imperial Star's treasury to offset it, she wasn't at a loss. Half of it was injected into planet Aegir, and the other half was used to directly dissolve some of the radiation. The radiation level on the entire planet Aegir showed a significant decrease. High radiation areas completely disappeared, most areas were now at medium radiation, and inhabited areas became low radiation. Finally, this was left to the people of planet Aegir to work on. When people share a common goal, their hearts will unite. After doing all this, she left directly. Planet Aegir was gradually improving, and that was good enough. This time, she didn't feel the planet's blessing. Perhaps planet Aegir had given it to her before, but she hadn't noticed at the time. Loci didn't think much of it, and flew for over half a month to chat with D4. Looking at Queen Loci casually seated on her throne, the D4 Star Lord standing below wore a forced smile. Loci controlled a contract to fly before him. Sign it. This was a new world treaty she had revised along the way, specifically adding treaties targeting these imperial planets and their affiliated planets. The D4 Star Lord dared not speak his anger, and could only suppress his rage as he asked, "I didn't join the 18 imperial planets in attacking your planet, did I?" A single glance from Loci caused the D4 Star Lord to unconsciously lower her head, her hands trembling with rage at the humiliating clauses. Yet, she had no choice but to sign them earnestly. Everyone outside was under control, including the warships, which were completely immobilized. If she dared not sign, she wouldn't just be immobilized like the others outside, she would die on the spot. Rossi put away the treaty, and prepared to leave. The D4 Star Lord asked resentfully, "Was it you? You who stole from the national treasury before?" Rossi turned back, casually mentioning it as if it were a trivial matter. "Yes, you use your strength to seize those small planets, and I use my strength to seize your large planets. That's reasonable, right?" The D4 Star Lord was nearly spitting blood with anger, but had no choice but to admit, "Yes, you are absolutely right." Before leaving, Rossi warned, "Don't even think about doing anything underhanded. It only took me a few months to get here from Ithaca." The D4 Star Lord lowered her head, silent. This was the most frustrating day she had experienced since becoming the Star Lord. Once Loci left, everyone and the warships were able to move. They rushed towards their Star Lord. Seeing that she appeared unharmed, they only dared to ask with worried eyes, not daring to actually speak, because her expression was terrifyingly grim. The D4 Star Lord tossed the New World Treaty document to her subordinate. "Have all the planets below sign a copy, and send it back." The subordinate looked at the name on the cover, his heart skipping a beat. Wasn't this the treaty that had been sent to be one Star Lord regarding its subordinate planet some time ago? Why was their Star Lord also following Queen Loci's example? Subordinate. Do the planets of subordinate planets also need to sign? The D4 Star Lord shot him a glare. Yes. After speaking, she turned and left. Her subordinates didn't dare ask further questions, and took the documents down. Only when they were copying them did they see the contents and were shocked. They had become a subordinate planet of the B1 Imperial Star? Most planets in the universe are far apart. Planet D4 had only received news that Empress Loxi had ordered the subordinate planets under planet Ithaca to sign a new world treaty. News about the siege of the 18 Imperial Stars, the 2 Empresses, and Empress Loxi's capture of the A9 Imperial Star hadn't even reached them yet. Planet D4 knew something must have happened in interstellar space, otherwise, why would they be so unlucky as to be targeted? She now desperately hoped that she wasn't the only Imperial Star to become a subordinate planet. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating. Leaving D4, Loxi headed straight for the nearest D-system Imperial Star, leaving behind a new world treaty. The D3 Star Lord felt helpless. D1 and D2 had clearly lost. How had he been implicated? However, he should also be thankful that Loxi hadn't yet stolen from his national treasury. Yes, temporarily. It wouldn't be too late to take it when Loxi repaired the treasury. As for the 18 besieged planets, Loci took whatever caught her eye. Anyone who dared attack her planet would pay a price. Sometimes, Loci would repair severely withered planets she passed by. She collected and repaired planets along the way, and by the time Loci returned to planet Ithaca, almost a year had passed since she left. When Loci returned, she found Loci sitting on the sofa, sulking. Loci understood and sat down next to her, gently patting her shoulder. "I was away for too long, I'm so sorry." Seeing that she was still angry, Losai took out Rainbow Dash. Its pale yellow color had faded considerably over time, now appearing off-white. Loxi, who had been standing with his arms crossed, not looking at Loxi, immediately turned around. Is that Rainbow Dash? Rainbow Dash jumped twice on Lox's hand, showing great curiosity at having two Loxes. Yes, found it on the coal planet. It knows a lot of things, but has forgotten most of them. Loxi hadn't been idle lately either, finding the people of the coal planet on D4-081 and recording a lot of their language. Now it can understand Rainbow Dash's coal planet language. At the same time, to make it easier for Rainbow Dash to communicate with its own people in the future, Loxi also had Rainbow Dash learn a little interstellar language. Now, the two can communicate roughly without problems. After briefly explaining Rainbow Dash's situation and the planet's blessings, Loxi thoughtfully remarked, "No wonder I sense something different about you. You must have repaired many planets and received many blessings in the past year." Loxi replied, "Yes, the A1 planet lord is imitating us. He probably knows something. You worked so hard here for so long, now I leave the outside affairs to you, and I take care of things here." Loxi gently stroked Rainbow Dash, finally satisfied. She had thought Lox's trip would only take half a year, but it had taken so long. During this time, she had to handle so many things every day, leaving her exhausted. Now she could finally go out and explore. Loxi released the stone. It's more convenient with it here. Just give it some purified energy regularly. The stone and Loxi had a good relationship now. It shrunk to the size of a bottle cap and lay on Lox's head. Loxi frowned unhappily but didn't pull the stone off. She just used it as a hair accessory. The two exchanged a lot of information and completed the handover. Losai dealt with all the B and C level Imperial stars, and some D level Imperial stars, but the A level Imperial stars were not on her way, and were not dealt with for the time being. Chapter 294. Besides investigating the Star Lord of A1, Luoshi's trip this time also included annexing the A-system Imperial Star as a subordinate planet. Luoshi was extremely busy handling government affairs every day, with the number of subordinate planets increasing. It seemed she had worked very hard this past year. After briefly dealing with matters here, Luoshi arrived at the cloud layer of the nearest planet, Rainbow Dash. As soon as Rainbow Dash emerged from its spatial dimension, it leaped onto a cloud. Despite the cloud layer being so thin that even a grain of sand couldn't support it, Rainbow Dash moved freely, while Luoshi herself had to use energy to stay afloat. "Luoshi, is this my home?" To Rainbow Dash's question, Luoshi replied, "Yes, your people used to live here." Rainbow Dash disappeared into the cloud, its presence difficult for ordinary people to detect. Its questioning voice came from the cloud behind Luoshi. "Then why aren't they here? Did they move? But it's so comfortable here." Luoshi was silent for a moment, then told it the truth. Upon hearing this, Rainbow Dash's initial joy turned to dejection. Were its people still alive? Although Loxi was kind, it longed to see its tribe. "I already issued an order. Anyone who discovers Rainbow Dash is forbidden from harming or capturing it. The minimum penalty is 3 years imprisonment, and the maximum is death. However, reporting it to me will earn a 100 million bounty. If there are still Rainbow Dash members, you will definitely be able to see your tribe again," Loxi said, unable to give a completely definite answer. Rainbow Dash's mood improved slightly after hearing this. "Loxi, give me a name." "I don't remember my name." Looking at the now less disoriented Rainbow Dash, Loxi suggested 3 names for it to choose from: Cloud Snow, Cloud Jade, Cloud Moon. After explaining, she didn't forget to explain the meaning of the 3 names to it. Rainbow Dash carefully considered the name for a long time before finally deciding on Cloud Snow. Loxi originally intended to let it roam freely here. Apart from Rainbow Dash and the guardians she had assigned, there were no outsiders. It was quite safe for it to stay here. If there was danger on Rainbow Dash's planet, she could get there immediately. At her current speed, it would only take her 2 minutes to get there from planet Ifka. However, Cloud Snow felt it was too boring to be alone here. Although it loved the clouds here, it decided to go with Loxi to planet Ifka. Planet Ifka also had clouds, though the quality was slightly inferior to those here, but it was more lively, and there were people it knew there. Xiaozhua, who wasn't using a hair clip on Luoshi's hair, reached out a branch and touched Yunshua's hair. "Xiaozhua, let's play together." With the stone, Luoshi's speed was comparable to Luoshi's, and he quickly reached A10. He simply and brutally forced them to sign the New World Treaty, and incidentally took their capital's treasury's reserves. He repaired some planets on the verge of collapse, receiving many gifts along the way. The A-system planets among the 18 besieged Imperial planets learned of Luoshi's previous exploits. Facing Luoshi's arrival, they didn't resist much, except for A2, which was somewhat resentful for not intervening. However, after being beaten up by Luoshi, they immediately changed their tune and obediently signed the New World Treaty. A1 and A2 weren't too far apart, and the news had reached them the day before Luoshi's arrival. But at that time, the A1 planet lord was still on a subordinate planet, watching the energy purification machine. However, the mixed dragon clan is born with formidable strength, possessing a profound foundation to maintain their position as the #1 powerhouse. Coupled with their previous transactions with Ifka, their planet boasts the largest and most powerful group of ability users. Loxi approached cautiously, not daring to be as casual as she would with other Imperial planets. While working, Loxi suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Her body had reached an incredibly powerful level. Even when performing space jumps while seated on a rock, she no longer needed energy protection, comparable to a spaceship. But this inexplicable anxiety made her frown. Looking out the window at the blue sky and white clouds, she couldn't help but think of Loxi, who had been gone for half a year. Recently, she had received news of Loxi acquiring planets A10 and A5, with the others likely still on their way. A subordinate sent another document. The C-system planet had sent over the New World Treaty signed with its subordinate planets, along with another mysterious and important message, requiring her to personally review it. Reluctantly, Loxi could only temporarily suppress her anxiety and attend to her subordinates. Meanwhile, Rosie was captured. Her captors, seemingly using some unknown material, had created a transparent, soft plastic shell that Rosie couldn't break through no matter how much energy she used. In fact, her energy was instantly absorbed. Although Rosie was panicked, she quickly calmed down and stopped attacking, simply sitting inside. The people who had been laughing and mocking Rosie, calling her Empress, immediately stopped laughing. After a moment of silence, they tried various provocations to provoke Rosie into attacking, but Rosie seemed deaf, leisurely watching a movie while pulling out snacks and her internet cafe. The people outside were panicking. They dared not open the cage, believing that even opening it a fraction of a fingernail would allow the enemy to instantly annihilate them and escape. So they tried to provoke Loxi, exhausting her energy, so they could capture it and subdue her. However, Loxi saw through their trick after only 2 attacks and stopped releasing energy. Suddenly, the panic shifted from Loxi to them. The Star Lord knew that A9 had anticipated Loxi's arrival. He had been researching this machine since Princess Loxi displayed her abilities as a child, and now, with results, it was perfect for the queen who had come knocking. The Star Lord of A1 was confident in the machine, but more importantly, he couldn't predict when Loxi would arrive. He had more important matters to attend to. That was the planet's recognition and blessing. He would then be the true ruler of the interstellar realm, not just the ruler of a planet. Immortality would be attainable, and the entire interstellar space would be his. He stared at the machine with near-obsessive intensity, yet he also found it too slow. He only gained the recognition of one planet so far. He wanted to kick it, but feared damaging it, so he randomly kicked one of his attendants. The seemingly casual kick sent the attendant flying 10 meters, coughing up blood, and immediately being dragged away. As a power user, that kick was enough to severely injure him. For an ordinary person, it would have been enough to kill them 3 times over. Seeing the Star Lord's displeasure, the surrounding attendants lowered their heads even further, fearing the Star Lord might kill them in a fit of anger. On planet A1, Loxi was simply stalling them. Stone had escaped. Her space was overflowing with energy gems, easily holding out until Loxi arrived. The only concern was that they might have other methods up their sleeves. Planet Ifka. Those who came to surrender were from B10, and to show their sincerity, they sent one of their planet's crown princes, Haz. Chapter 295. Loxi personally greeted him. Upon entering the hall, the first thing everyone noticed was his face. While not the most handsome in the universe, he was certainly a rare beauty. His bronze skin and deep, sculpted features, a blend of yellow and white ancestry, were accentuated by his pale purple eyes, which shone like jewels against his slightly wavy black hair. His attire was revealing and distinctive. His upper body was almost completely naked, with only a thin black and gold veil lightly covering one shoulder and connecting it to his lantern-style trousers. He wore numerous metal and gemstone ornaments, which jingled as he walked. His overall style resembled that of an ancient deity from the western regions of the 9 provinces. The attendants in the hall were stunned, but Loxi remained unmoved. She sat on her high seat, scrutinizing Haz. As Haas entered, he bowed deeply to Loxi. "Your Majesty, Queen Loxi, Please allow me to offer the highest respect from Planet B10. The attendants beside him, both men and women, were captivated by his blatantly arrogant smile. Losai could clearly hear their rapidly beating hearts. Losai's expression grew increasingly grim. She coldly snorted, B10? Didn't I tell your father that your planet has been renamed B1-070? You call yourself B10 to my face? Are you dissatisfied? Do I need to go again? Haas, who had been carefully displaying his 45-degree profile, froze on his face. He considered himself irresistibly charming and undefeated. Even when the B9 planet lord didn't want to besiege planet Ifka, it was through his persuasion that B9 successfully joined the siege. Even the B9 planet lord, a seasoned old man who had seen countless people, had fallen for him, so he naturally assumed that Losai, a woman, would also be moved by him, otherwise, his father wouldn't have sent him. His eyes darted around. Having navigated the world of connections for years, he quickly devised a reply, his face filled with a deep, almost emotional, look at Rossi. It was my fault for speaking out of turn. Seeing Her Majesty the Empress for the first time, I was momentarily stunned by your imposing presence and unparalleled beauty. Please punish me, Your Majesty. With that, he knelt gracefully on one knee, his hands clasped above his head, the ornaments on his body jingling pleasantly. Ross's lips curved slightly. The next second, she reached out, and all of Haz's ornaments fell to the ground and flew in front of her. Caught completely off guard, Haz didn't expect Rossi's move. He jerked to his feet, trying to retrieve the ornaments, but it was too late. You dare to play tricks on me? You have quite the nerve. Ross's words had barely left her lips when Haz was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall of the hall. The walls here were made of a special, exceptionally hard material. Although Haz slammed into one, he didn't create a dent, but he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. He clutched his upper body, ignoring the excruciating pain, and scrambled to his feet, kneeling before Losai. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was forced into this by the Star Lord's coercion. I'm willing to serve you like a slave. He lowered his head, his eyes flashing with confusion and fear. His jewelry possessed a captivating power, especially the sound it made when clattered together, which had a remarkable effect. He didn't know how Losai knew this so quickly, and he dared not use any seductive tricks. He could only feign weakness. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, looking utterly pathetic. The palace attendants lowered their heads, not daring to look at Haz. Losai, however, spoke coldly, without a trace of pity. Didn't you tell me to punish you? Now you're scared? Your Majesty. Ah! Haz looked up and managed to utter only 2 words before a cracking sound came from his right hand, the bones in his entire hand and forearm shattered. Haz was both shocked and terrified. This empress was so cold-blooded and ruthless. He was, after all, the crown prince of B10. But he quickly recalled the terrifying power of Losai. She hadn't even lifted a finger, yet the entire capital of B10 was practically frozen in place, the day even his father had to bow down in submission. He hurriedly lowered his head, slamming it heavily against the floor. Your Majesty, spare me. I'm willing to tell you everything I know. His previous composure vanished completely. Speak. Losai tossed his ornament to the ground, looking at him expressionlessly. Conditions were only negotiated with those of equal strength. B10 wasn't enough, she wouldn't harm civilians. But for someone like Haz, it was a different story. The palace attendants, with great tact, withdrew. Haz now truly understood. No matter how many bargaining chips he had, Losai could kill him if she wanted to. If she couldn't get the information from him, she could always ask B10. Faced with absolute power, no amount of scheming or manipulation was useful. He was simply sent to his death. He should have known better than to try and perform for the throne when his father was choosing his successor. The universe. Beyond the universe lies another interstellar realm. He coughed twice, swallowing the blood in his mouth, and continued, Our interstellar realm is almost fully explored. The energy of an interstellar realm is fixed, and now every planet's energy is depleting. If this continues, in 1,000 years, all the lowest level planets may die, followed by the middle level planets, and finally us. At the current rate of consumption, we may only have 10,000 years to survive. A decade of development, a decade of decline, the inevitable cycle of rise and fall seems to be an inescapable fate. 10,000 years might be a long time for ordinary people, but for Star Lords at the pinnacle of power, it can be short or long. Some races possess unique characteristics, allowing up to 30% to live for hundreds, or even 1,000 years. Ordinary Star Lords, barring attacks, can also live for 300 or 400 years. With advanced technology and medical care, they live much longer than ordinary people. Some Star Lords might think that after death,
Everything returns to dust, indulging in unrestrained extravagance. Others, however, desire the longevity of their planets, even aspiring to the throne of interstellar supremacy, and naturally do not wish for their planets to perish. Haas continued, the universe is infinite. Besides our region, there must be other interstellar spaces with life. Perhaps their technology is more advanced, but with our current technology, it might take 100 years of piloting a spaceship to find them. Her Majesty the Queen must have noticed the strange behavior of the A1 Star Lord and understands his purpose. Your concern for interstellar space differs from his, but the energy from the planet can grant power beyond human limits, and immortality is not impossible. By obtaining the blessings of most planets, one can come and go freely, going anywhere is just a matter of a thought. Truly mastering this interstellar space allows one to explore more possibilities in other interstellar regions. Loci tapped the armrest of her chair lightly with her finger. How did you know all this? Haas slowly raised his head, his face covered in sweat from the pain, but his eyes shone with immense pride and longing. Nearly 10,000 years ago, there was a true Star Lord in our interstellar space, but he rarely showed his face, and few people knew of his existence. However, by chance, my ancestor became acquainted with the true Star Lord, which became a secret of our royal family. But when my ancestor spoke of this, he was on his deathbed, delirious, and speaking incoherently. He merely noted it down and did not take it seriously until now, seeing the actions of your Majesty and the A1 Star Lord, that we have begun to take it seriously. Chapter 296. Lassie remained silent for a long time, the only sound in the empty hall being the occasional cough of Has. If what is said was true, why didn't the true Star Lord appear? Didn't he care about the current state of affairs? The death of this interstellar space wouldn't be good for him, would it? If becoming the Star Lord meant possessing such immense power, could her rebirth be related to him? After all, she didn't have a system like in novels, with missions assigned by a main god. Regarding space, Lassie later asked Pada, and she was certain that she, the original owner of this body, didn't have it when she was young, or rather, even if she did, she was never told about it. Glancing at Has, still kneeling below, Loci said, since you knew something so important, why did you come to tell me? Why didn't you test its authenticity yourself? Has replied, my father intended for me to use this information to exchange for an imperial star. Obtaining the bounty of a planet is difficult for ordinary people. Even A1 isn't a force to be reckoned with yet, let alone B10, no, B1-070. Their planet didn't prioritize this kind of research. If such a good thing truly existed, A1 wouldn't sell them equipment, their chances of becoming interstellar rulers were too slim. Loci scoffed. Their appetites were enormous. From Has' words, he intended to use this information to exchange for their planet's freedom, plus another imperial star, and naturally, the subordinate planets under that imperial star would also belong to them, an outrageous demand. Of course, Loci wouldn't agree. Those planets would likely suffer even more in their hands than before. Most importantly, she obtained the information through her own strength. Why should she pay a reward? Did these imperial stars pay when they confiscated other planets? No, and naturally, she didn't need to. Confirming he knew nothing else, Loci ordered the soldiers outside to take his away. Has, having escaped death, hurriedly kowtowed 3 times, his words of thanks never ceasing. At this moment, Xiaoxi, who had been studying, emerged from behind the main hall. Sister Loci, are you going to become the Star Lord? Loci didn't answer, instead asking, why do you think I should be? Xiaoxi's blood-red eyes shone with self-assurance. Because you're the most suitable. If you become the Star Lord, the interstellar world will definitely become better. Loci smiled faintly, stood up, and patted her smooth head. Let's stick to the previous plan for now, let nature take its course. Becoming the Star Lord requires at least the recognition and favor of half the planets, and it will take several years to travel around repairing them. Life went on as usual. Loci was buried in heavy administrative duties every day. Sometimes she would think of the palpitations she felt that day. Although she worried about Loci, the distance was too great, and she hadn't heard from her for a while. These imperial planets outwardly submitted, but in reality, they were all waiting for her to make a mistake, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tables. If she were to leave planet Ifka for too long, those imperial planets would surely attack. She couldn't abandon so many of her people. The stone, struggling with space jumps in space, was exhausted and hungry. It was now much stronger than an ordinary floating giant turtle, but could only perform 2 space jumps a day at most. Fortunately, it had traveled this route once before and roughly remembered the direction of planet Ifka, so it wouldn't get lost. Luckily, it usually stored a lot of energy in its body. If it didn't overeat,
It could barely fly to planet Ifka at high intensity. Having completed 2 space jumps today, the stone could only move at normal speed. It was so tired, sobbing. The universe was dark and empty. It hadn't seen a tortoise fly by in a long time, and now it felt a pang of fear. Thinking of something, it opened its mouth and spat out a shield made from its mother's shell, still faintly carrying her scent. It affectionately nuzzled its head against the shield, as if snuggling back into its mother's arms. 3 months after Luoshi was trapped, the Lord of Star A1 returned. The main reason for the delay was the slow transmission of information. His previous planet was only a month's journey from A1, but the extra month was because he knew the blessing was imminent. Luoshi spoke casually with the soldiers guarding her outside. Being alone was too boring. Sometimes she would initiate conversations with those outside. Unexpectedly, the soldier stopped mid-conversation, glanced at the message, and regretfully told Loxi, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, our Star Lord has returned." Loxi knew things were bad. Even at the fastest speed, it would take Stone Turtle at least half a year to reach planet Ifka. Even if Loxi knew she was trapped and came to rescue her immediately, it would still take 2 months. In total, it would take at least 7 or 8 months, too late. However, she still held on to the hope that the A1 Star Lord didn't have a suitable method to deal with her. In the end, she was half right. The A1 Star Lord, Long Yu, indeed didn't have a single fatal method, but he could wear her down. The device trapping Loxi couldn't be destroyed, so the others could only keep her imprisoned, unable to attack her. Long Yu's abilities were already special. After gaining the approval of a small planet below, his abilities seemed to have changed somewhat. He could even absorb energy gems. Heaven knows how excited he was after gaining this ability, rushing back almost without stopping. Luoshi, who had been sitting cross-legged inside the device, was suddenly grabbed at the neck by an invisible hand. Helpless, she could only release energy to protect herself and swiftly shatter the attack. Long Yu's expression remained unchanged. Luoshi had only destroyed the energy he emitted. It wouldn't affect him personally. He just needed to absorb more energy gems. He had only just begun absorbing them, and couldn't absorb too many at once. Long Yu's eyes narrowed. He saw the spatial ring on Luoshi's finger. As the Empress, she must have a considerable stockpile. He was even more envious of Luoshi and her companion. Why could she absorb energy gems from birth? Even a clone could. This world was unfair, so he would make it equal. He absorbed the energy gems, his eyes filled with madness. As for his so-called equality, it was naturally equality where everyone was beneath his feet. Seeing him absorb the energy gems, Luoshi was astonished and instantly understood that gaining the planet's approval granted one the ability to absorb energy gems. But wasn't the machine he developed supposed to purify energy very slowly? However, since the planet is unintelligent, perhaps even a tiny amount would be accepted? Losai's thoughts raced as she looked at Long Yu, who was absorbing energy gems during the break. Why can you put energy in through this device? Long Yu was in a relatively good mood and actually answered Losai. Naturally, it's an ability I awakened before. We ordinary people aren't as lucky as you, born with the ability to absorb energy gems. Losai also took out an energy gem and began absorbing it. Although there were still many purified gems in the space, at Long Yu's current absorption rate, she could withstand it for 100 years without any problem. But the problem was that as he absorbed more energy gems, his absorption speed would also increase. It was uncertain whether the mountain of energy gems piled up in the space could last for even half a year. Chapter 297. Long Yu glanced at Luoshi, then suddenly made a move, channeling energy through the device to grab the energy gem in Luoshi's hand and frantically absorbing it. The faster she consumed her energy, the faster he could finish her off. After all, there was still Luoshi on Eve's side, and that one was even more difficult to deal with. Luoshi hadn't expected him to be so shameless. Although she destroyed the energy he controlled immediately, he still managed to absorb a portion of the energy gem from her hand. Looking at Luoshi glaring at him fiercely, Long Yu happily continued absorbing the energy gem from his side. 2 months ago. The stone, still on its journey, glanced at the monotonous meteorites around it, naturally ignoring them. But suddenly, a familiar voice called out to it. "Child, why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" The stone whirled around, and what had just been a meteorite had transformed into a giant floating tortoise, 30% larger than itself. Stone looked on in disbelief as heads and limbs gradually emerged from among the numerous meteorites. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 100 of its kind. My parents are dead," it stammered, having not spoken the language of the floating giant turtles for so long. The largest turtle spoke gently, "Poor child, don't be afraid. We're here for you." Would you like to come with us? Stone answered without hesitation, yes. But then it remembered something more important. But I still need to save someone. Can you help me? The floating giant turtles exchanged puzzled glances. Why would one of their own want to save a human? Hadn't the human harmed them enough? Stone hurriedly flew to the largest of its kind and nuzzled its head. That human is really kind. Have you heard of the twin queens of Loxy? The ones from planet Ifka? They're really good, but one of them was captured by the Lord of Star A1. I need to go to planet Ifka to ask the other Loxy to rescue her. The tribe whispered amongst themselves. A small portion of them vehemently opposed. They knew of planet Ifka. 2 of their people had been captured by that damn planet, and they would never help the inhabitants of that planet. However, A1 was even more despicable. A1 was the first to capture them for research, and had captured the largest number. But they couldn't defeat them, so they could only try to stay away. The largest one, presumably the chieftain of the floating giant turtle tribe, patiently explained to Stone the wickedness of humans, warning it not to easily trust them. Stone was extremely anxious, but they're different. Stone recounted the good deeds of Loci and the other 2, and a few of its tribesmen retorted, wasn't that for the humans, not for us? This greatly distressed Stone. It spat out energy from a small space in its stomach, but she has a lot of food. If you help me get there, she'd definitely give us lots and lots of food. The turtles, smelling the aroma, had their eyes glazed over, only able to focus on the energy. The chieftain pondered further. They were indeed starving. If those 2 humans could truly absorb the energy gem and continued repairing the planet, they might become interstellar rulers. The chieftain, the oldest and most knowledgeable member of the tribe, looked at the robust child. How old are you now? The stone replied, a little over 500 years old according to the calculation for small planets, less than 260 years old for large planets. Hearing this, the chieftain and the tribe were stunned for a moment. A child of only half a year old was larger and stronger than most adult members of the tribe. How much energy had this child consumed to grow so large? Stone realized something and quickly followed up by pleading with Loci, explaining that it had grown to such a large size by consuming energy refined by Loci, and promising that Loci would provide for it for 100 years if everyone helped. Normally, the floating giant turtles could go 10 years without eating after a single meal, but they hadn't eaten for 8 or 9 years, and were now extremely hungry. Some of the children might starve to death if they didn't eat soon. They were indeed desperately short of food. Except for a small group of floating giant turtles who deeply hated humans, half were already wavering. 100 years. If they ate more before leaving and stored it in their stomachs, it could last for 1,000 years. The chieftain finally agreed. The tribe needed food, and seeing how plump and strong the child was, the other party should treat it very well. However, sending the tribe to help humans was extremely risky, so the chieftain decided to go alone. Child, what's your name? Stone. My name is Stone. The chieftain reached out his right hand and gently touched Stone. Good child, I go with you. I don't ask for much, just enough energy for all of us to have a full meal. Stone's previously droopy eyes lit up instantly, but the other tribesmen disagreed. The journey was undoubtedly risky, and they couldn't let their chieftain bear all the burdens. After a heated discussion and debate, it was decided that besides the chieftain, 2 other tribesmen would go together. The rest of the tribesmen would meet at a place using a special code. This was also to prevent them from being tricked by Stone and then captured by humans. At most, 3 tribesmen would be sacrificed, rather than being wiped out. Furthermore, with the 3 tribesmen helping each other, their chances of escaping danger together were much greater. After obtaining the chieftain's permission, Stone shrunk in size, and sat on the chieftain's back along with 2 other tribesmen. With the 4 floating giant turtles taking turns performing space jumps, Stone's original return to planet Ifka, which would have taken him almost half a year, was reduced to just over 2 months thanks to his solo flight. The chieftain didn't get too close to these planets, letting Stone negotiate on his own once he felt it was ready. After Stone left, the other 2 tribesmen couldn't help but exclaim, Chieftain, it smells so good over there. There's the smell of energy. The chieftain gazed into the distance, and saw a small planet with many clouds next to the large planet. This should be the Cloud Treasure planet that Stone mentioned. It seems he wasn't lying. Perhaps a new Star Lord is about to descend. Although the chieftain was also tempted, he had no intention of directly absorbing the energy from Cloud Treasure planet. Since the other side could do this, they couldn't defeat it, so it was best to stay away. They could hold on a little longer. Stone could bring them energy. Their bodies simply couldn't handle the high-intensity spatial jumps they underwent along the way. It was only by drawing all the energy stored within Stone that they barely managed to arrive today.
Back on planet Ifka, Stone went straight to Losai's office. Losai, as if telepathically connected, looked up at the sky outside the window. A rapidly approaching dark shadow appeared and was upon them in less than 2 seconds. The massive impact shattered the tempered glass, but Stone was unharmed. The moment he stopped, he recounted the entire incident. Losai, halfway through hearing the story, angrily stood up. Having learned everything, she immediately prepared to leave, but there was still a problem. The palace couldn't be without her, at least not outwardly. Little Silk. Chapter 298. After giving some instructions to Xiao Si, who was still studying, Losai left. Ever since that heart palpitation, she had sensed something was wrong and reduced her public appearances. Most of the time, she handled government affairs online, and sent the information to her ministers. However, she would occasionally show herself to deter those who suspected her absence. Now, as long as government affairs were handled normally, her absence for a short period shouldn't be a problem. She entrusted government affairs to Xiao Si and her mother. The occasional comings and goings of servants were fine, as long as Xiao Si controlled them with her abilities. For safety, Losai also left Xiao Zhuo with Xiao Si. After all, neither she nor Pada possessed strong offensive abilities and needed protection. After finishing these matters, Losai quickly ascended into the sky, arriving in space in an instant. The chieftain immediately noticed the stone's appearance, but it dared not show itself. The human next to the stone looked ordinary, but could move freely in space, and the chieftain couldn't smell any scent from him. The stone smelled the chieftain's scent and pointed in a direction for Losai. With a wave of her hand, Losai sent a burst of energy worth 10 billion units rapidly towards the other side. The clan leader, who had been standing guard in front of 2 clansmen, watching Losai warily, was ready to teleport away with his people should she make any ill moves. Fortunately, the other party was quite sincere, paying the reward immediately. 10 billion units of energy was an astronomical figure for them. Although the floating giant turtles were large, their innate ability to fly meant they consumed very little energy unless they used teleportation. This was why they could survive for so long, even with energy being scarce. The chieftain cautiously swallowed half the energy, absorbing only a small portion himself and storing the majority in his stomach. The remaining half was stored by 2 other members of the tribe. Lassie didn't leave immediately, but sent Stone to persuade them. "Chieftain, can you help us go to planet A1? They captured another Lassie, and we need to rescue her. Lassie promised to give you another 10 billion units of energy." The chieftain wavered. Energy was dwindling, making the search more than twice as difficult as it had been 10,000 years ago. Finally, after Stone's persistent pleading, the chieftain agreed, and Lassie approached. Because they had only recently performed a space jump, Lassie first produced a spaceship, shrinking their bodies so they could enter. The chieftain's wariness of Lassie increased considerably upon entering the confined space, but after carefully assessing the spaceship's weight, considering it could withstand the pressure, it flew inside anyway. An hour later, the space jump ended. The chieftain, thinking it was his turn to board, was about to enlarge when Losai produced a new spaceship. This process repeated, using a total of 10 spaceships before it was their turn to fly. Including the 4 stone turtles, this meant 14 continuous space jumps. Losai could handle it, but the 4 stone turtles, naturally capable of flight, were struggling. However, after Losai noticed and used energy shields on them, they felt much better. In this way, in just 20 days, Losai flew directly from B1 to A1. The stone tribe left after their final jump. With the stones guiding her, Losai landed precisely at the royal palace in the capital of A1. The energy barrier was useless to her. Not daring to underestimate her, she used her abilities to control the entire palace, including everything within a 10-mile radius. Anything with physical form was enveloped in her energy and rendered immobile. Half of the capital was under her control. But there was one exception. Countless senses flooded her mind, allowing her to pinpoint the one who had escaped. Lassie had already guessed who it was, Long Yu, the Lord of Star A1. She also located the place where Lassie was imprisoned, in the rear hall of the royal palace. She looked unwell, sitting cross-legged in a strange, transparent device. The little right ornament that served as a hair accessory on Lassie's head leaped out and, at Lassie's command, began to destroy everything around it. The stone, perched on Lassie's clothes, used a thought to instantly teleport Lassie behind Long Yu. Lassie didn't hesitate, using her full strength to crush him into a pulp. Long Yu could roughly estimate Lassie's speed. It had only been 3 months, not even enough time to send a message. His defenses weren't very strong, so he was caught off guard by Lassie's sudden appearance. He tried to dodge using his energy, but Lassie's attack was a continuously compressing circle,
Even if he burrowed underground, he would only crash into the energy. The compression speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneous. Long Yu also moved incredibly fast. He tried once, but realizing he couldn't escape, he used his energy to protect himself. His progress over the past few months was unimaginable to outsiders. Luo Shi shouted from inside the device, "His strength is now on par with mine." Both of them had absorbed energy for several years, yet this person had only recently acquired this ability, and had already caught up with Luo Shi. Luo Shi was slightly surprised, but remained unmoved. The place where Long Yu imprisoned Luo Shi was very secure, with an energy shield protecting ordinary people in addition to the strange device. While attacking Long Yu, Luo Shi destroyed the energy shield. Xiao Yu had already obtained the device, and was attempting to open it from the outside. The device was too strange, brute force was virtually impossible to destroy, and it didn't know the password. It could only carry Luo Shi away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Long Yu had actually withstood Luo Shi's attack, and a terrifying energy attack struck Luo Shi directly. Luo Shi's face flashed with surprise. How did his energy appear? She hadn't even sensed it. But then, a slight smile appeared on her lips, and the energy vanished before her. Long Yu, carrying energy heavier than a planet, grimaced in exhaustion, staring at Luo Shi unharmed, and asked incredulously, "Why? Why doesn't my attack work on you?" This wasn't fair. He had lived for nearly 1,000 years, finally mastering true power, so why could the other easily absorb his energy? His composure faltered, and he almost couldn't withstand Luo Shi's still contracting energy. Losai intensified the attack once more. Long Yu tried to absorb the energy attacking him, but after absorbing less than 10,000 units, he was forced to his knees by the pressure. His hands trembled as he tried to support himself. Although the destruction of the energy wouldn't affect him, maintaining control required considerable effort. Furthermore, he had to continuously release energy from his spatial ring to withstand the pressure. Wait, spatial ring? That's it. He seemed to have a brilliant idea. He abruptly withdrew his energy. He could instantly store it in his spatial ring if he touched Losai's energy even slightly. If he was quick enough, he could do it before the energy could injure him. However, Losai had already seen through him. In his yearning gaze, Losai also withdrew his energy, much more smoothly than Long Yu, and incidentally, he also entered his spatial ring. The battlefield shifted. His opponent was quite capable. Unsure if his spatial ring could completely contain him, Losai also immediately entered his spatial ring. Chapter 299. Sure enough, the next second, Long Yu was seen striking the invisible barrier inherent in the space itself. With a single punch, it shattered, causing a slight tremor in space. However, besides the shattered layers, countless other barriers remained. He stared at this place in utter astonishment, but his hands dared not stop moving. It was the legendary spirit transformation space. His resentment grew even stronger. Why could someone from a lowly planet possess such a powerful thing? He was the Lord of Star A1. He stood above all other planets. These things should have been given to him, but the moment Luo Shi entered, he sensed something was wrong. The energy he had used to try and shatter the barrier was immediately drained away. Luo Shi stood calmly before him. In just half a minute, he went from initial anger, attempting to shatter all the barriers with a single punch, to not daring to use a single ounce of energy. But was it something he could simply choose not to use? Luo Shi could compress the barrier with a mere flick of his wrist, forcing him to use his energy to resist. 3 minutes later, Long Yu, his hands trembling, began to beg for mercy. "Ceasefire. I can give you anything you want. My abilities are very useful. I can be your powerful ally." Luo Shi ignored him, using nearly half of his power to press down on him. To survive, he had to use an equal amount of energy. However, each use was immediately drained. 5 minutes later, the energy in his spatial ring was almost depleted. Just as Luo Shi was about to make his final move, Long Yu threatened, "Only I can open that device. If you kill me, Luo Shi will never be able to get out." Luo Shi frowned slightly. The next second, the spatial ring appeared with a free Luo Shi and Xiao Yu. Long Yu shouted, "How is that possible?" Luo Shi looked at him with disgust. "Your son said so." Long Yu collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered by his unfilial son. Unfortunately, his consciousness froze at that moment and vanished rapidly. Luo Shi reached out and delivered the final blow. Looking at Long Yu, now a mangled mess, Luo Shi frowned in disgust. The next second, she cremated him. Even after he turned to ashes, Luo Shi didn't throw him away. The planet's bounty was too mysterious. She hadn't yet grasped its secrets. It was best to store him in her spatial ring for now. The instant he decayed, Her spatial ring shattered, spilling out numerous unabsorbed energy gems, weapons, a spaceship, and a uniquely designed piece of equipment filled with energy gems, presumably the machine. Luoshi clenched her fist in midair, and the device instantly turned into a pancake, beyond repair. Except for the destroyed device, Luoshi had Luoshi take everything. She had used up a lot these past few days, and her spatial ring probably didn't have much left. Loxy stored the items in her mustard seed space, leaning wearily on Lox's shoulder. "Thank you," she then said to Stone and Little Right, who had shrunk to the size of a book. "And thank you both, especially Stone, you worked so hard." "Little Right, you're welcome." "Stone, I'm exhausted, you have to repay me when you're better." Loxy smiled. "Of course, I definitely provide you with the best food and drink." Loxy beckoned for the sofa and bed. "You rest first. I go deal with things outside." "A one is dangerous. I shouldn't have let you come alone. You suffered these past few days." Loxy immediately lay down on the bed. "Sister, you're being too distant. I wanted to come out myself. I would have been angry with you if you hadn't let me." Loxy smiled faintly, and didn't speak. After spending 2 days dealing with A1, destroying all related materials and data, and killing or burying any dangerous individuals, Loci hurriedly returned to planet Ifka. This time, without the other 3 floating giant turtles, but with Loci present, she returned to Ifka in just over a month. No one had yet noticed her departure. Upon returning to Ifka, the two didn't rest but immediately began discussing various matters. Now that this entire interstellar region was under their control, they needed to establish new rules and regulations. 1 month later, the 3rd version of the New World Treaty was released. Upon its release, the citizens of Ifka treated it like divine pronouncements, reading each clause meticulously. Schools suspended classes, instead focusing on studying the New World Treaty with students. On the day the treaty was released, Loci and Ifka looked at Stone, who had gained even more weight, and earnestly said goodbye. "Don't forget us when you return to your people. If you ever get hungry, come back to us, and all the floating giant turtles will feed you." Stone reluctantly bid farewell to his friends, Little Left, Little Right, Little Silk, and Cloud Snow. Although it was happy living with Loci, it still couldn't bear to leave its people. Loci released another burst of energy. "Are you sure you really can't eat anymore?" The universe was too vast. Who knew when they would meet again after this parting? The stone let out a burp. It really couldn't eat anymore. Its stomach was about to explode if it filled up any more. It slowly flew into the sky, feeling much heavier than usual. It had already arranged a place with the chieftain. Its people were waiting for it. After bidding farewell to the stone, Loci and the stone continued their work. With the New World Treaty in place, interstellar law needed major revisions, keeping them both very busy. Moreover, conflicts were constantly arising between small and medium-sized planets, requiring one of them to personally intervene. Now, even the smaller planets have gained freedom. The medium-sized planets, who had long exploited them, despite signing the New World Treaty, were often prone to overstepping their bounds due to their remoteness and lack of direct control. However, their joy was short-lived, as the planetary empress arrived. The medium-sized planets initially couldn't believe it. Would such a busy person, someone at the pinnacle of power, really manage a small planet? Perhaps to those medium-sized planets and imperial stars, these were just small planets, but to Loci, each small planet represented at least tens of millions, even billions, of humans. Her neglect would plunge countless humans into crisis. Most importantly, she possessed spaceships. Since killing Long Yu, she had significantly improved, now capable of space jumps. She could reach the farthest places in under 6 months, whereas a conventional spaceship would take at least 3 or 4 years. With Loci's repeated interventions, the entire interstellar space became increasingly law-abiding. Planets that disobeyed were punished according to interstellar law, typically by executing the main responsible persons and replacing the entire upper echelon. After nearly a year, various miscellaneous matters were finally resolved, and the planet repair project was restarted. Loci was now quite familiar with the situation of the nearly 20,000 planets still in existence in this interstellar region. She gave them 2 choices, a partially repaired homeworld and a completely repaired new planet, essentially interstellar migration, meaning they would live among the inhabitants of other planets. She prioritized interstellar migration. Time flew by. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoxi had grown into a beautiful young woman. She usually followed Loci and Luoshi around, handling matters. She was diligent in her studies and quite excellent, often pointing out things that Loci and Luoshi hadn't noticed. Xiao Zui and Xiao Yu, out of boredom, produced new species for the laboratories below to play with. Now, The species were quite diverse and abundant, and many foods, after modification, were very suitable for some relatively barren planets. Lassie, because of her slightly stronger abilities and faster speed, went out to repair planets more often. Unconsciously, she could already glimpse a protective shield around this interstellar region, though she didn't know if it was for protection or for domestication. Knowing the extent of her abilities, and that there could only be one interstellar lord, Loxie gradually reduced the number of times she went out to repair planets. As Loxie repaired more planets, she received more blessings. After 2 more years, she could achieve anything she desired. During this time, she encountered the stone and its people several times. They were doing well. Perhaps due to the reduced use of energy gems in recent years, some planets would occasionally leak a little energy during self-repair, and they didn't lack food. Loxie entrusted the administrative affairs to Little Silk and traveled through the universe with Loxie. Go and take a look. With your current abilities, you should be able to do it. Chapter 300. Lassie did indeed have this plan. The thought vanished instantly. Lassie stared at the spot where Lassie had disappeared, unable to recover for a long time. She pursed her lips. What? Sisters leaving? She was still very reluctant to part with Lassie. She was family, someone she spent every day with. Lassie's current speed was more than 100 times that of the fastest spaceship, yet even so, she flew for an unknown amount of time before finally reaching the nearest protective shield. Like the energy, Lassie touched it, intending to break open a corner to peek out, but was interrupted by a faint female voice. Lassie. Lassie was startled. A woman had appeared to her right without her noticing. She seemed shrouded in a layer of mist, and Lassie could only make out her vague features. Could this be the legendary Star Lord? Who are you? She asked directly. The woman's lips curled into a half smile. It had been so long she'd forgotten how to smile. I must be the Interstellar Lord you speak of? You can call me Tianqing. Tianqing? Losai had perused the history books of many planets, and never heard of anyone with that name. She might have existed even longer. Losai wasn't afraid of her. On the contrary, the woman's aura made her feel close. What's with this energy barrier? Tianqing stared blankly at the barrier for a long time, as if only then remembering, and said, the outside world is dangerous. Losai looked at her somewhat dazed face, and asked her own question, was my rebirth arranged by you? Including this space? At this, Tianqing's half-smile returned. Yes, I need an heir. Losai, while I'm very grateful, since you had the means to place my soul into Princess Losai's body, why didn't you just resurrect Princess Losai directly? Hearing this, Tianqing extended her index fingers, and a small, translucent, round soul emerged from her fingertips. Her personality wasn't suitable, so I kept her by my side. Seeing the little creature, resembling a cartoon ghost, greeting her, Luoshi continued, why me? Tianqing's smile deepened. No reason, it's just that you survived. If you died, I would have another person reborn in Luoshi's body until it succeeded. Luoshi raised an eyebrow, a very honest answer. Why do you need an heir? Tianqing seemed frozen again, and after a long while, she said, it's been too long. Everything has been too long. Luoshi tried to understand her words. You don't want to stay here anymore, right? Then what do you plan to do after I take your place? This time, Tianqing answered without hesitation. Disappear. Completely disappear. Even if someone raises countless little creatures, 10,000 years is far too long. If she doesn't die, she will be trapped here for countless more 10,000 years. Lassie, if you die, will you be reincarnated? Tianqing stiffly shook her head. Lassie still kindly offered some advice. You can go play somewhere else. If I take your place, can I go down and play with the people on those planets? When the topic of leaving came up, Tianqing's eyes flickered, and she nodded in response. She used to have friends and family, but they all died. She was forever alone, guarding this interstellar space. Lassie was quite philosophical. That's all right. I can go play, and come watch over things when I'm bored. Tianqing didn't understand Lassie's optimism, but she was indeed infected by her attitude. She too had thought countless times about leaving this place to see the outside world. Although it was dangerous, it wasn't a big problem for her. But her mission told her she couldn't leave. Without her watchful eye, creatures from other interstellar realms might attack. During her countless years of guarding, she withstood over 100 attacks. The reason she remembered it so clearly was because she was incredibly bored. Everything outside was new to her. Now that she had a successor, she was finally free. All her former hopes had been worn away by time. She had almost forgotten her past aspirations. Lassie initiated a long conversation with her, and Tianqing became increasingly vivid
as the conversation progressed. Besides asking about many guarding techniques, she also inquired why she ignored the exploitation of smaller planets by the Imperial Star, and how the use of energy gems would eventually kill these planets. Tianqing didn't answer, only her mournful eyes conveyed everything. Lassie sighed inwardly. So much time had passed, Tianqing's mind was becoming somewhat muddled. She probably even secretly hoped the planets would all die, so she could finally let go and die or go to the outside world. Having not experienced her suffering firsthand, Losai wouldn't make judgments about right or wrong. Besides, the universe is inherently a dog-eat-dog world, and she was only trying to mitigate the situation. Complete equality was impossible. She didn't know how long the Q&A session lasted, but Tianqing gave Losai a hug. A surge of energy entered Losai's body, giving her a more nuanced and profound understanding of this interstellar space. This time, Tianqing's smile was gentle and natural. If you encounter any trouble, you can come to me. With that, she left, her eyes full of anticipation, her departing figure radiating joy. Losai carefully checked herself over, and found nothing amiss. She returned to planet Ifka, a month having passed since her sister's departure. Losai was surprised that her sister was back, and gave her a big hug. Xiao's was Xiao Yu, and Xiao Si rushed over immediately. Losai reminisced with them one by one. It felt like only a short time had passed, but they seemed to haven't seen her for years. After the reminiscing, Losai led them to the planet Rainbow Dash, the Rainbow Dash she had just found. After searching the entire interstellar region, only about 200 Rainbow Dash remained. Cloud Snow watched her people excitedly traversing the clouds, each one nuzzling against the others afterward. The Rainbow Dash were initially afraid of their new surroundings. Most of them were not from the original group that had left. However, with Losai around, they felt inexplicably safe. Moreover, they loved this place. The clean clouds and planet, and the tribesmen who seemed to have gone mad, spouting incoherent nonsense, everything was wonderful. Cloud Snow had indeed forgotten her tribe's language, but that didn't stop her from expressing her joy in interstellar language. Seeing this beautiful scene, Losai took Losai's hand and told her about the interstellar lord. When I had my fill, you can take over. If you want to take over now, I can let you. After all, she was practically invincible now. She'd be more comfortable without the position. This position was coveted by many, but Loxi, upon hearing it, dismissively stepped back. That's too boring. I consider it after you've been doing it for 5,000 years, and are thoroughly bored. Alright, Loxi chuckled helplessly. She knew her younger sister didn't really crave power. She preferred to travel and explore. Loxi could sense the strength of the protective shield, and sometimes stayed on planet Ifka to handle government affairs, allowing Shusi and Loxi to occasionally go out and have fun. Sometimes she would also visit their home planet, Kyushu, and planet Agil. If conflicts arose between planets and Loxi was too busy, she would intervene. 200 years passed, and the bored Loxi finally faced her first crisis, an invasion by alien races. Looking at the menacing insectoids, her eyes gleamed with excitement. Time had come.